Chapter 5. Andrea puts me behind him. Someone holds my arm, and I see Zoya holding me. Her dark skin looks flawless, up close, and she has a scar on her jaw. Her red braids are down and trail down her back. Next to her stand Lorenzo, Tesro, and Alora. Don't start something you can't finish, Zoe. Zoya says, don't fuck with me, I say. I shrug Zoya off and push through the crowd of people filming. Andrea jogs to catch up with me, followed by Zoya, Lorenzo, Tezo, and Alora. Are you ok? He asks. I would be better if you didn't stop me. I snap, turning to face him. Knowing the way you fight, you would have killed her. He replies. She is a good fighter. Tezo says, ruffling his black, tightly curled hair. I can see the mischief in his dark brown eyes. Andrea glares at him. He didn't lie, Lorenzo says. He crosses his arms and flicks a piece of lint off his tattooed bicep. You're bleeding, Alora says. She scrunches up her eyebrows, making her eyebrow slit more obvious. Oh shit, I exclaim, touching my cheek. I look down at my fingers covered in blood. Let's get you cleaned up, Zoya says. She grabs my hand and leads me down the corridor to the toilets. We walk into the toilet, and Andrea tries following behind us, Doma, but Zoya stops him. Girls only, she snaps. I will push through you, he says calmly. Terzo and Lorenzo laugh. We'll tell you if teachers are coming, Lorenzo says. He runs a hand through his dirty blonde hair. Andrea follows us into the toilet and leans against the wall, his leg propped up and arm crossed. Alora puts some tissue under the tap and pushes her purple hair out of her face. She puts the tissue in my face and starts wiping the blood off. That patana really dug her nails into you, she says. Translation, whore. Zoya hands Alora a flask after taking a sip of it. Alora pours some onto the tissue and then drinks out of the flask. What's that? I ask. Tequila, Zoya replies, as Alora dabs it onto your cheek. You flinch from the pain. Sorry, Alora mumbles. You just carry tequila around with you? You ask Zoya. Of course. She laughs, taking another drink from it. I look over at Andrea, staring at me with a concerned expression. Good news, you won't need stitches, Alora says. She takes a plaster from her bag and puts it on my cheek. I turn around and look at the mirror. My hair is a complete mess, and my ponytail hangs loosely. I take out my hair and start redoing my ponytail. That's a sick tattoo. So, Zoya says, painting at the flames of the dragon in my waist. It's a red dragon, I reply. It starts on my thigh and travels to my waist. I tug my trousers down a little lower, exposing the dragon's head to show them. I look up and catch Andrea staring. He looks away. That's awesome. Alora says, I noticed you all have snake ones. I say, why's that? Family thing. So, Andrea replies, how did you learn how to fight like that? Alora asks, changing the subject. That was so badass, Zoya exclaims. I took up self-defense classes after my dad left, I reply. I take my phone and look at the time. Shit. I'm late, I exclaim. I need to meet my friends at the mall to get costumes for the party. You're still going? Andrea asks, raising an eyebrow. I promised them I'd go, I reply. We're going to, Alora says. Andrea glares at her, but she just flips him off. Thank you for this, I say. I'll see you at the party tomorrow. I hug Alora and Zoya and walk out of the bathroom. Do you need a ride? Terzo asks. My car is parked outside, I reply. I wave goodbye to him and walk away. I park my car and get out of it. My phone starts ringing and I answer it. Hey girl, where are you? Alora asks. I just got out of my car, I say. I'll be with you guys soon. We heard about the fight, Alora says. How? I ask. We saw a video on Instagram, she replies. You look like a badass. Damn shit spreads so quickly. I haven't even had time to process everything. I think I see you guys next to the fountain, I say as I walk towards them. I end the call. Hey guys, I say as I hug Alora. Why did you get into a fight with Zoe? Diana says angrily. We could have gotten uninvited. Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking, I snap. Zoe wouldn't jeopardize the opportunity of Kai coming to her party, Carlo says. Andrea stopped me before I could do some real damage anyways, I say. We already picked our outfits, Alora says. You got the sexy fortune teller. She smirks. Great, I reply. We walk into the Halloween store opposite the fountain. I start browsing through the clothes. I pick out a brown fitted skirt with a slit on the side. I find a brown corset and a purple headset. I pay for my clothes and we leave the store. We're meeting up with Aiden and Kai at Wendy's, Diana says. We walk to Wendy's and see Kai and Aiden standing outside waiting for us. They're wearing their basketball uniform. What happened to your face? Kai asks. Your hoe. Zoe happened. I snap. Oh shit. Aiden says. You should see her face though, I say smirking. Don't start anything at the party. Diana whines. I turn to her and I'm about to say something, but Alara puts a hand on my arm signaling me to stop. I won't. I say through gritted teeth. Unless she puts her hands on me, then we'll have problems. I mumble. Kai laughs, shaking his head. Okay, so we'll come over to your place tomorrow to get ready and the boys will pick us up. Alara says excitedly. That's fine, I reply. We walk into Wendy's and sit at a table. A waitress with brown skin and black braids comes over to us. Hey, what can I get for you? She asks. She looks over at Carlo and smiles at him. He smiles back and quickly looks away. Could I have a double-stacked burger, fries and a chocolate frosty please? I say. She writes down my order and everyone else orders. A while later, our food comes and we start eating. A guy with dark brown hair and baby blue eyes walks in. I look down and continue eating my food. Aiden, Kai, the man says. I didn't expect to see you here. Alessandro, Aiden says. He gets up and hugs him. I look up and see Lorenzo standing behind him. Alessandro turns his head and I see the snake tattoo on his neck. He's another Giovanni. Alessandro is on the basketball team. Kai explains. He's in the year above. Who's this? Alessandro tilts his head toward me. I'm Delia. I'm new. I reply through a mouthful of chocolate frosty. Oh, you're the chick who nearly beat Andrea's ass, he says laughing. Everyone turns to me in shock and I look down at my burger. She's a killer fighter, Lorenzo says. You should have seen her today. She knows how to use a blade. Alessandro looks me up and down. We'll let you get back to your food, he says. They both walk away. You fought with Andrea, Carla exclaims. It was a tiny argument, I reply, shrugging. When did this happen? Kai asks. Why are we just finding out? Alara asks. Detention, I reply. It didn't cross my mind to tell you guys. Can we all enjoy our food now? Diana asks. I look down and continue eating my food. Chapter 6. Mimi, my friends will be here soon, I say. Don't worry, I'll be out of your hair in a minute, she replies. She puts on some mascara. Do my boobs look good in this? She asks, signaling to her tight nude shirt that exposes many of her breasts. Yes, they do, I reply. Tighten the corset for me. I turn around and she grabs the strings of the brown corset. On 3, I say. 1, I gasp as she tightens it fully. I put my hands on my now sculpted waist. You look hot. She smirks. Thank you, I reply, adjusting the flared sleeves of my white shirt. Okay, I'm off to see Alex, she says. Alex is her boyfriend. They're a very on and off couple. Hey you, see you, I say, hugging her. She leaves my room and I hear the front door close. Soon after, someone rings the doorbell. I walk down the stairs and open the door. Alara stands in a tight black bodysuit and matching black cat ears in her curly brown hair. Her eyeliner shapes her green eyes to look more cat-like. Alara, I exclaim, hugging her. Delia, you look so hot, she says. I let her in and we walk to my room. I grab my purple headpiece and tie it on my head. I take my brown hair and put it in front of my shoulders. Where's Diana? I ask. She's in the car with the boys, Alara replies. I touch up my makeup, covering the nail marks on my cheek and adding some gloss. Here you go. She hands me a piece of purple silk with bells hanging off it. Tie it around your waist, it'll complete your outfit. I tie it around my waist and grab my phone and keys. Let's go, I say. I turn off the lights in the house and walk out the front door. Alara follows behind me. I follow her to the car and she gets into the driver's seat. I open the door to the car and see Diana. She's wearing a short Little Red Riding Hood costume and Aiden and Carlo are dressed as twin zombies. Where's Kai? I ask, getting into the car. Zoe begged him to come early. Diana rolls her eyes. You look amazing, Delia, Aiden says, making Carlo look from the window to me. Thank you, I say. Alara starts driving to Zoe's house. She puts on the radio and we start singing along to Have Mercies by Chloe Bailey, We soon reach Zoe's house and Alara parks the car. We all leave and walk up the pathway to Zoe's mansion. We can hear the loud music from out here. Damn, her house is huge, I say. This bitch is loaded. Aiden adds. We walk into the house and see that everyone from school is here. I look over people's heads and spot the Giovannis in the living room. I see Alora in a Mad Hatter costume and wave at her. She waves back. I look at Zoya dressed as the Queen of Hearts, but with a really short dress. She smiles at me and I smile back. My eyes catch on Andrea, who's wearing a black suit and black glasses. Lorenzo is next to him, dressed the same way. They must be men in black. Andrea takes off his glasses and I quickly look away from him. This is sick. So, it's 6. Carlo shouts over the music. Smile! Alara yells as we take a couple of selfies. Oh, guys, we're splitting up. Diana yells. She walks off over to a group of guys. Aiden leaves and joins some more basketball players. Carlos disappears with Alara. I start pushing through people and reach the snack-filled table in the living room. I take a cup and fill it up with punch. I take a sip and dance through people. I spot Zoe and Becky. Zoe's face looks bruised and she's failed to cover it up with makeup. I smirky walk into the kitchen and see 2 people making out on the counter. The guy's hand is halfway up her shirt and her hand is in his trousers. Okay, this room is occupied. I mumble. I walk to the back of the house and through a door to the back garden. The music is quiet out here. People are smoking what seems like weed in the corner. There's a huge pool in the middle. I take a sip of my drink and wrap my arms around me, trying to warm myself up. The October breeze flows through my hair. I look up at the sky and feel a hand wrap around my arm. Why are you here alone? A voice says. I turn my head and the smell of alcohol hits me. A guy with red eyes is grinning at me. He's obviously drunk and maybe high. Get off me. I snarl. His eyes go to the slit in my skirt. Come upstairs with me. He slurs. She told you to get off her. Another voice says. It sounds familiar. I see Raphael standing there with his arms crossed and glaring at the man. He's dressed in an army uniform with a bandana tied around his bicep. The man releases me and walks off muttering something. Raphael, what are you doing here? I ask. I haven't seen him since he bumped into me at Starbucks. My sister is the one hosting this party. He says. My jaw drops. You're Zoe's older brother? I exclaim. Yep, that's me. He smiles sheepishly. More people make their way into the garden. You look amazing tonight. He laughs. So do you, I reply. The music gets louder. Want to dance? He shouts over the music. Sure, I yell. He grabs my hand that's empty and we start dancing. He spins me so my back faces him and takes the cup out of my hand. I start feeling the music and moving my hips. My back touches his front and he trails his hands down my arms. He puts his hands on my hips and I start dancing on him. I put my hands on his neck, holding him for support. People start cheering us on, and Raphael puts his face in my neck, breathing me in. Yes, go, someone yells. I look over and see Alora cheering me on. I look to my right and see Alara and Diana staring in shock. They start clapping and cheering me on. The music stops and I turn to face him. You're a good dancer, Raphael says. So are you, I reply. Maybe we should hang out sometime if you want. He says. Sure, why not? I say. I hand him my phone and he puts his number in. I feel 2 hands on my waist and my back hits someone's front. The person leans forward and I feel their warm breath on my neck. They move my hair from my neck. I think it's time you made your exit, the voice says. It sounds like Andrea. Before I have time to process anything, I'm pushed into the pool. Chapter 7. I'm pushed into the pool. The icy cold water engulfs me and feels like it's trying to enter my body. I open my mouth and the water gets in, choking me. In an instant, I'm transported back to that night at the private school. Look, she can't even swim. My feet touch the bottom of the pool and I'm transported back to that night. Maybe we should hold her down. The girls laugh as one of them pushes my head down to stay under the water. I struggle to breathe and splash my arms out as I try to swim. Hands wrap around my waist and carry me up to the surface. My head comes out of the water and I inhale air. I'm pulled out of the pool. I'm shaking and coughing. I look up and Zoya wraps a towel around me. Are you fucking crazy? Someone yells. I look up and see Diana yelling at Andrea. I bury my head in Raphael's chest and he pulls me closer to him. The smell of cedar takes over me. He cups my face in his hands and wipes my tears. Raphael helps me up. I wrap the towel around my body. I look down at my now soaked white shirt. It's gone see-through so everyone can see my dark red lace bra. I am so sorry, Delia, Andrea says. I look up at him and he actually looks concerned. Don't come near her. Raphael snarls. No one's speaking to you. Andrea snaps. You're an asshole. Raphael snarls. Andrea pushes him and Raphael punches him. Before anyone knows what's happening, Andrea is on top of Raphael. Hey! Alessandra yells, pushing them apart. Lorenzo grabs Raphael and Terzo grabs Andrea. Calm down. Terzo says, leave Delia alone. Raphael snaps, you need to mind your fucking business, Stronzo. Andrea snarls. Translation, bitch Raphael, leave it. I say, glaring at Andrea, I'm going home. Let me give you a ride. Andrea says, debes verme como un idiota si crees que dejaré te acerques a mí. I snap in Spanish. Translation, you must see me as an idiot if you think I'll let you get close to me. Confía en mí, él no te ve como una idiota. Zoya replies. So it replies. Translation, trust me, he doesn't see you as an idiot. Can I have my phone back? I say to Raphael. He takes my phone out of his pocket and hands it to me. I'll see you at school, I say. I scroll through my phone and press Mimi's number. After a couple of rings, she finally answers. I wrap the towel around me tighter and walk out of the house. Hey girl. So, she exclaims. How was the party? Fut terrible le audier. I snarl. Translation. It was terrible. I hated it. Uh-oh, you're speaking in Spanish. It was that bad, huh? She says. Just come pick me up, please. I say. Send the address and Alex and I should be there soon. She replies. I end the call and text her the address. I sit down on the pavement waiting for her. Delia, I'm so sorry, a voice says. I look behind me and see Andrea. He sits down next to me. I look down at my phone, ignoring him. So sorry. I'm so sorry, he says again. No need to repeat yourself. I ignored you just fine the first time. I snap. I didn't think you'd freak out like that, he says. I ignore him. Hopefully he'll go away. I have a fear of swimming, I say. I figured that out, he says. I got drowned by the bullies at my private school when I was 12. I continue. I haven't been in water since, except for today. He stays quiet. Alex's black BMW stops in front of me. I get up. I'll see you at school, I say. I open the door and get into the car. Mimi turns to face me. What happened to you, Shika? Mimi asks. It's a long story. I just want to get home, I say. Boyfriend issues? Alex asks, signaling to Andrea. No, I snap. Just take me home. Alex starts the car and leaves the party and Andrea behind us. I look in the mirror and see that my makeup is a melting mess on my face. I just want this day to be over already. After a while, we finally reach my house. Do you want me to come in with you? Mimi asks. Go have fun with Alex, I say. Just bring me back something to eat. Sure thing, she says. She waves goodbye and Alex drives off. I take out my keys from my pocket and open up the door. I switch on all the lights and lock the door behind me. I take off my shoes and put them by the door. I walk up the stairs and go to my bathroom. I open the tap and fill the bath with warm water. I put my towel in the dirty clothes basket. I walk to my room and sit at my vanity. I open my pack of makeup wipes and start removing my makeup. When I'm done, I walk to my wardrobe and take out a grey cropped hoodie and matching sweatpants. I take out a black bra and matching underwear. I grab a new towel and take off my soaked clothes. I get into the warm water and relax. The water feels amazing against my skin. I dip my head underwater. I resurface and start washing my hair and body. I get up and wrap a towel around me. I open the drain and let the soapy water out. I dry myself off and put on my new clothes. I put my hair in a towel, sit on my bed, open my laptop, and check my emails. My job application to work at an Italian restaurant called Bellissime got accepted. I start tomorrow. I put an alarm for 8,000 AM on my phone. I have to be there at 9. I relax on my bed and fall asleep. Chapter 8. The loud ringing of my alarm fills the room. I get up, push my hair out of my face, and turn off the alarm. I stick my hand out and try to find my phone. I check my phone and see a bunch of missed calls from Alara. I stretch and get up. I start getting ready for the day. After I'm dressed up, I go downstairs. Mimi is still asleep, so I'm careful not to wake her. I grab my car keys and phone and put them in my purse. I put the address into my GPS and get into my car. I start the engine and drive off. I quietly open the door and leave. It's not long before I reach the restaurant. I park in the parking lot and walk in. A girl with a black hijab and brown eyes stands at the counter. She's wearing a plain white blouse and tight black trousers. "Hey, I'm here for my first shift," I say. "You must be Dilia," she says. "I'm Amira." She extends her hand and shakes it. You can see her smiley piercing when she talks. "Come to the back and I'll give you your uniform," she says. Antonio take over. A guy with an eyebrow slit and cornrows takes Amira's spot. We walk to the back of the huge restaurant and into a room with lockers. "Here's your key so you can leave your stuff here." She hands me a key with the numbers, 27 engraved on it. I open up my locker and put my purse inside of it. "Here's your uniform." She hands me a white blouse and black pencil skirt. She gives me my name badge. "Go change in the toilets and you can start immediately," Amira says. "Thank you," I say. "No problem," she replies. I go into the toilet and get dressed. I put my hair into a low bun and take out 2 pieces in the front. I get out and put my other clothes in my locker. I straighten out the front of my skirt and walk out. I walk past the kitchen and the smell of delicious food hits me. "Sbrigati, ora abbiamo bisogno del cibo," a man yells. Translation: "Hurry up, we need the food now." I walk back to the front and Amira hands me a notepad and pen. "You and Antonio will be waiting on the tables," she says. I walk over to a table where a middle-aged couple are sitting. "Hey, what can I get for you?" I ask. I write down their table number. "Could we have 1 ravioli and a lasagna?" The man says. Anything else?" "Sir," I ask as I write it down. "Some red wine and 2 biscotti gelatos." The woman adds. I write it down. "Coming right up," I say. I walk to the back and hand it through the window to the kitchen. "For table 5. I yell. "This is for table 12. The man hands me a tray of food. I take it and carry it to table 12. A young couple with a baby boy sit there. "Let me know if I can get anything else for you," I say. "Thank you," the woman says. I turn around and bump into someone. I look up and see Andrea. "You've got to be kidding me." I mutter, "Dilia, what are you doing here?" Terzo asks from next to him. "Amji Dilia is here," Alora exclaims. Her purple hair is in pigtails. "I literally can't escape you guys," I mutter. I walk around Andrea and walk towards another table. "If you're going to apologize, could you not follow me to work?" I snap, turning round to him. "Follow you?" Zoya asks. "Dilia, my family owns this place." Andrea laughs. My jaw drops. I need to watch my tongue, he could get me fired. "Now, are you going to serve us?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. "Of course," I say through gritted teeth. I lead them to a table and they all sit down. Alessandra will be joining us soon. Lorenzo says, "What can I get for you?" I ask. "I'll have a spaghetti carbonara." Andrea says. I write it down. "Alora and I will take a lasagna." Lorenzo says, "A panna cotta gelato for me." Terzo says, "Some of the spaghetti, please." Zoya adds. I write it all down. "Coming up," I say. I walk away and hand the paper to the chef through the window. "Table 20, I say. He nods and shouts orders to everyone else. I take a plate labeled for table 15 and take it to them. Table 20's food is ready. The chef yells, ringing the bell. I walk over and grab 2 of the many trays belonging to them. I place the lasagnas and spaghetti down and return for the other trays. Everyone is busy talking in Italian, in hushed tones. I place the gelato in front of Terzo. "Here's a tip, tesoro," Andrea says, handing me a $100 bill. Translation, treasure. "Thank you," I say, tucking it into the pocket of my apron. I walk back to Amira at the front. "Let me write down your number so I can tell you when you're working," she says. I rip a piece of paper from my notepad and write down my number. I hand it to her and she tucks it into her pocket. "I'll let you know when you're working again," Amira says. "Okay, I'll see you later," I say. I grab my things from my locker and walk out to my car. I put my stuff in the passenger seat and drive home. "Where did you go?" Mimi asks when I walk through the door. "Started my new job," I reply, taking my shoes off. "I don't understand you," she says, shaking her head. "Your mum sends you thousands of dollars a month and you still want to work." "I'm not going to use her pity money," I snap. "You should get a job too. Get your ass off that couch." I throw a pillow at her. You still need to tell me what happened last night, she says. Did you get my food? I ask. Your Taco Bell is in the microwave, she says. I'll be down in a second. I yell as I run up the stairs. I take off my work uniform and change back into my comfy clothes. I put on my black fluffy slippers and take out my hair. I run down the stairs and into the kitchen. Mimi follows me. Okay, now spill, she says, as I take my food out of the oven. I sit down at the table and unwrap my burrito supreme. I look up at her and tell her what happened. Chapter 9. Que pendejo, Mimi says. Translation. What an asshole. Now you see why I was pissed, I say, drinking from my large Sprite. Do you know why he did it? She asks. No, I reply. We just haven't gotten along since I started school. He's hot though, she says. I glare at her. To make matters worse, his family just so happens to own the restaurant I work at. So, that's shit, she says. There's nothing I can do. He gave me $100 as a tip, so the pay is good, I say. He must be fucking loaded, she says. Probably. Get that dinero, girl, she says. And maybe you can get something else with it. She winks at me. I roll my eyes at her. Never gonna happen. I snap. My phone starts ringing. I look down at it. Alara. Oh shit, I forgot to call her back. One sec, I need to take this. I tell Mimi. She nods. I walk out of the kitchen and to my bedroom. Hey girl, I say. What happened to you? She exclaims. We've all been texting and calling you. I've been busy working, I explain. Well, what the hell happened after you left? She asks. I just went home, I say. I can't believe Andrea pushed you, she says. I know. Even Diana was mad at him, I reply. Well, I'll see you at school tomorrow, okay? She says. But yeah, see you, I reply. I end the call and fall backwards onto my bed. Yeah, it was no big deal, I say to Aiden as he walks with me to my locker. The sight in front of me stops me in my tracks. Andrea is there with his hand halfway up Diana's shirt. He's aggressively making out with her and pining her to my locker. His siblings are just standing there in shock. What happened to her being mad at him? Que puta. I breathe. Translation. What a bitch. No fucking way, Aiden says. I walk toward my locker and pull Andrea off her. He turns around to me and wipes his mouth with his hand. His eyes travel up my caramel legs and linger where my pleated white skirt ends. Tu pendejo, I yell. I hit him on his chest, making him look up at me. Why would you do that on my locker? Translation. You asshole. I didn't realize it was yours, he says, shrugging his shoulders. He knew damn well that was my locker. I push past him, and Diana moves out of the way. I shot my gym bag from the locker and slam the door shut. Well, I guess you can take her to your family event, I snap. You no longer need me. Come on, Tesoro, don't be like that, he says. Don't call me that, I snap. Andrea glares at me. I walk past his siblings without looking at them. Tezo stops me. Ignore him, he just feels like being a dick today, he mumbles. Could Dilia Caesar please come to the principal's office immediately? A voice says through the intercom. I sigh. Could this day get any worse? I make my way to the principal's office and walk in. Zoe and Becky and sitting in front of his desk. Zoe has crumpled up pieces of tissue on her lap and is crying as Becky comforts her. Have a seat, Miss Caesar, Principal Carter says. I sit down and look at him confused. I'm sure you know why you're here, he says. I don't, I say. He points at Zoe. We have heard about that little incident that happened on Friday. Principal Carter says, handing Zoe another tissue. She started it. I snap. Zoe lets out another huge sob. Since you're new, I'm going to let you off with a warning, he says. Zoe coughs and sobs even louder. I mean, you will be suspended for 2 days, he says. What? I exclaim, standing up. She provoked me. Surely she should get some sort of punishment. I will not tolerate you raising your voice at me, Miss Caesar, he says calmly. I waited for you so we could call your mother. You really want to bother the Audrey Caesar? I laugh. Go ahead. I hope to God he doesn't call my mother. I don't need her on my back criticizing me for another thing I'm not perfect at. I don't think she'll be thrilled that you suspended her lovely daughter. I add, maybe we shouldn't bother your mother. He laughs sheepishly. She must be a very busy woman. Oh, she is, I say. Fine. I'll let you off with a warning, the principal says. What? But she needs to be punished, Zoe yells. She's no longer crying, but glaring daggers at the principal. Zoe, this decision is final. He says, enjoy the rest of your day, Delia. Thank you, sir, I say, smiling. I get up and leave the room. The bell rings and I head to my third period, gym class. I walk into the changing rooms and go to the back. I take off my skirt, blue jumper, and white turtleneck and put on my grey sweatpants and black tank top. I walk into the gym and go to stand next to Alara. Did you hear about Diana and Andrea? She asks. I didn't just hear them, I saw them, I reply. What? How? She asks. They were doing it on my locker. I snarl. Andrea walks into the gym with Diana clinging onto him. He's followed by Lorenzo, Zoya, and Terzo. Zoya walks up to me. You good? She asks. Splendid. Where's Alora? I reply. She has health class now. She replies. I stay quiet. He knew it was your locker, she says. I tried to stop him. It's fine, I reply. No hard feelings with the rest of us? She asks. You guys are still in my good books. I laugh. She hugs me and walks over back to Lorenzo. Since when were you friends with the Giovannis? Alara asks. Since the fight with Zoe, I say. Okay, everyone in a straight line. Coach Brown yells, blowing her whistle. We all move into a straight line. How long do you think that's going to last? I say, signaling to Diana, who's clinging onto Andrea like he will run away. A day, maybe 2. Alara says, I'm betting they'll be done by the end of today. Carlos says from next to me, when did you get here? I ask. I was always here, he replies. Okay, we are going to be doing boxing. Coach yells, Delia and Andrea, she says. You two are partners. We walk over to a mat and stand there silently. Lorenzo, Diana, she yells. Zoya, Alara, you two over there. She points to another mat. Terzo, Carlos, there, she says. She puts all the other people into pairs. Grab 2 pairs of boxing gloves and get started, she yells. Get me a pair, Andrea says. I ignore him and grab myself a pair. I walk back to him and put the gloves on my hand. He mutters something before getting himself a pair. Chapter 10. Remember guys, this isn't a competition. Coach yells, I don't want you releasing your anger on your partner. She blows her whistle. Go. I get into my fighting stance and lunge at Andrea. He dodges me effortlessly. He goes to punch me and I block him. I see an opening and punch him in the gut. He doubles over in pain. Get up. I snarl. He tries to hit my gut and I block it, leaving my face unprotected. I feel him hit my cheek and I fall onto the mat, my hair coming out of its ponytail. He kicks my gut, but I grab his leg and twist myself onto it, flooring him. You seem mad, Putzer? He grunts. Translation, crazy I stand up, and he does the same. I block his punch and aim one at his face. He dodges me just in time. I'm not. I snarl. He grabs my waist and flicks me onto my back so that he's now straddling me. There seems to be a lot of anger coming off you. He laughs. I put my head up and headbutt him, making his nose bleed. He stumbles backwards and stands up. He removes his gloves and wipes his nose with the back of his hand while smirking. You're cute when you're pissed. He laughs. So you said. I snarl. He sticks out his hand, trying to help me, but I hit it away and stand up by myself. Delia, I said, don't severely injure your opponent. Coach Brown says, it was an accident. Andrea says before I could reply, go clean up. She says, shaking her head. I stuff my gym clothes back into my bag and look at my phone. I see that I have a new message from an unknown number. Hey, it's Raphael. I enjoyed the party. Do you want to meet up anytime soon? Sure, when are you free? His message comes through instantly. Tonight? I'll pick you up at 7:30. Sure, see you tonight. I send him my address. I smile down at my phone. Oh, you're blushing. Alara exclaims. No, I'm not, I say. I quickly turn off my phone. Who are you texting? She asks. A friend. A friend. I say, walking out of the changing room. You're right. She rolls her eyes, following me. Who were you actually texting? She asks. Do you remember the guy I was dancing with at the party? I ask. Of course, you were so happy you looked glowing. She laughs. He's called Raphael and invited me out. I explain. Are you going? She asks. Of course, the problem is he's Zoe's older brother. I sigh. So? Alara says as we walk around a corner into another corridor. She doesn't need to know. She smirks. You're right, I say. Go enjoy your night. She nudges me. Tell me all the details. I laugh. We walk into the canteen and sit down at our usual place. Aiden, Kai, and Carlos are sitting down eating. Hey guys, I say. Hey, they say. Alara and I sit down. I take out my reading book. Look who ditched us for the Giovannis. Aiden says, glaring at Diana as she laughs obnoxiously. I bet as soon as Andrea dumps her, she'll either run to Lorenzo or back to us. Kai says dryly. She'll say, guys, I'm so sorry, you would have done the same thing. Carlos adds, mimicking her. Hey Delia, a voice says from behind me. I see Zoya, Lorenzo, Alora, and Terzo looming over me. Hey guys, I say confused. Can we sit here? Alora asks. I look at everyone. They nod. Yeah, sure, I say. Lorenzo grabs a chair from another table and they all sit down. Zoya, Alora, Lorenzo, Terzo. I say. This is Alara, Aiden, Kai, and Carlos. Hey, Lorenzo says, sticking his hand out to Carlos. Carlos shakes it. I've seen you play on the football team, Lorenzo says. You're an awesome player. Thanks. Carlos replies. We have a game in a couple of months. I'll be there, Lorenzo says. Aiden and Kai stare in shock. I think they've forgotten that Lorenzo is also a human capable of being nice. I look at Alora and she's busy admiring Alara's curly brown hair. How come you guys are sitting here? I ask. We've gotten sick of that girl's pathetic flirting skills and need for attention, Zoya says, flicking her red braids over her shoulder. Aiden is watching her every move with lust in his eyes. She obviously notices it too. How do you guys deal with her? Terzo asks. I don't, I reply, shrugging my shoulders. Terzo puts his arm around my shoulders and turns my face towards him. His dark brown eyes look like pools of chocolate and are filled with mischief. He smirks at me. What are you doing? I ask, raising my eyebrow. Andrea is looking, and I thought you may want to make him mad. He shrugs. No thanks, I say, taking his arm off me and placing it on the table. I don't care who he's kissing or fucking, I snap. You sound like you care, Lorenzo mutters. Well, I do. I snap, looking down at my book. Finally, school is over. I put my books back into my locker and leave the school. I walk towards my car and see two people in front of it. You've got to be kidding me. I snarl. Diana is sitting on the hood of my car, with her legs wrapped around Andrea's waist. His hand is traveling up her thigh as they aggressively make out. Diana, get your ass off my car. I snap as I pull Andrea off her. She jumps off the hood and I get into the driver's seat. Someone's pissed. Andrea laughs. I put my key in and turn on the ignition. If you don't move out of the way, I will run you over. I snap. He puts his hands up and moves out of the way. I watch as he accidentally steps on Diana's foot. Pendejo. I mutter as I drive out of the parking lot. When I get home, there's a note on the door. Out with Alex, I'll be back at 6. I open the door, walk up the stairs, and get changed. I put on a sports bra and black low-waisted sweatpants that expose more of my red tattoo and belly piercing. I brush out my hair and let it flow down my back. I need to find a dress to wear tonight. I look through my wardrobe and pick out 3 dresses. I take them to the bathroom and change into them. I try on the first one, a light blue, fitted, short dress that perfectly frames my breasts. I walk to the mirror in my room and look at myself. I don't like it. I walk back to the toilet. The second one is a silk nude dress, but it's longer than the blue one. I try it on, and it doesn't frame my body how I want it to. I want to look snatched tonight. I try on the last dress, a fitted, short, deep red dress that is low cut at the front. There's a slit that travels up my thighs. The red silk clings to my hips tightly. I prefer this one, a deep voice says. Chapter 11. I prefer this one, a deep voice says. I see a figure standing behind me in the mirror. I turn around and see Andrea leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. What are you doing here? I yell. I grab one of my black stilettos and throw it at him. He catches it effortlessly. Calm down, Patza, I just want to talk. He shrugs. You could have waited until school tomorrow. I snap. It's important, he says. You're coming with me to the family gathering. He inspects the bottom of my shoe. You have Diana. You don't need me. I reply, crossing my arms. I want you to come with me, he says. Eres un pendejo. I laugh. He clenches his jaw. Translation. You are an asshole. How will you make out with a girl? Act like you want to fuck her, and then move on and ask another girl to be your date. I ask, Diana's been desperate for my attention since junior year, he explains. I didn't have to do much to get her to kiss me. How come I've caught your attention if so many girls have to work for it? I ask. As I've said before, Piccola, he pauses. You're interesting. Translation, babe, I frown. I'll take that as a compliment, I say. Where are you going, looking like that? He tilts his head. His eyes trail up my legs and linger on my cleavage. I have a date? I say. With who? He asks. Last time I checked, that was none of your business. I snap. Delia, I'm back. Mimi yells up the stairs. Shit, how is she already back? Andrea smirks. Stay put, I mutter as I push past him. Hey, go. Mimi says as I walk down the stairs. Whoa, you look hot. Thanks, I reply. How's Alex? I ask. We got into an argument. She rolls her eyes. Again, I say, sighing. Yeah, but... She pauses and her eyes travel behind me. Who's this? She asks. I'm Andrea says. He puts his hands on my waist and moves me out of the way. I glare at the back of his head as he walks down the stairs. Oh, Delia's told me about you, Mimi says. I'm Mimi. Oh, really? Andrea asks. What has she said about me? Nothing good. Nothing good. I snap. I walk down the stairs and stand next to Andrea. He was just leaving. I say, pushing him towards the door. I open it up. Come on, Patza, he says. I push him through the door. Goodbye, pendejo. I snap. I slam the door in his face. Please don't tell me I interrupted you guys having sex, Mimi says. I'll never be able to forgive myself. You didn't interrupt anything. I say, rolling my eyes. But I have a date tonight that I need to get ready for. With who? She exclaims. Raphael, the guy I met at the party, I say. Hopefully you'll get some action tonight. She winks. I laugh, shaking my head. When is he picking you up? She asks. 7:30, I reply. Go get ready, she exclaims, pushing me up the stairs. I laugh as I run up the stairs. Delia, your boyfriend's here. Mimi yells up the stairs. I put on my red stilettos and grab my phone and purse. I run down the stairs and adjust my hair in the mirror on the corridor wall. Here, keep these just in case, Mimi says, sliding a pack of condoms into my hand. Mimi, I exclaim. As much as I would love to have mini Delias running around the house, neither of us are mentally stable enough for that right now, she says. So put these in your purse. I roll my eyes and put them into my purse. Raphael knocks on the door. Go have fun and tell me all the details, she says. I quickly hug her goodbye and open the door. Raphael is standing there in a black suit. His brown hair is tied out of his face, and he's holding a bouquet of roses. You look beautiful, he says, handing me the roses. Thank you, I say. I hand Mimi the roses. Have fun, she exclaims. She closes the door behind us as we walk to his car. I get into his sleek black car. Where are we going? I ask. It's a surprise. He smiles. He starts the car and drives off. After a while, the car slows down. I look out the window and see we're parked outside Bellissime. We're eating here? I ask. Yeah, is there a problem? He asks. Nope, not at all, I reply. I just hope the Giovannis aren't here today. Raphael gets out of the car and opens the door for me. We walk in and wait to be seated. Hello, welcome to Bellissime. How can I help? I look up at the waitress and see Zoya. Table for two, please, Raphael says. Zoya looks from Raphael to me and then back again. Sure, let me see if we have any available. She awkwardly smiles at us. She walks away and I see her talking to another waiter. Follow me, please, she says. We follow Zoya into the restaurant. It's very busy tonight. She leads us to a table in the middle of the restaurant. Let us know when you need anything, she says. Raphael pulls out my chair and I sit down. He sits down opposite me. I hope to God that Zoya's the only one working tonight. We pick up the menus before us and look at what is to order. I look up from my menu and look past Raphael. Shit, fuck. Why tonight? Andrea is serving the table in front of us and his eyes are on me. He writes down their order, his eyes never leaving me. He tightens his grip on his notepad. Ready to order? A voice says. I look to my left and see Terzo with a mischievous grin. Could I have? I squeak. I rub my neck and clear my throat. Are you woke? Terzo asks, tilting his head. I'm fine. I say, through gritted teeth. I'll have the spaghetti with some sparkling water, I say. I'll have some lasagna with red wine, Raphael says. Terzo writes it down and walks off, not before giving me a tiny wink. Chapter 12. I'm sorry you had to leave early that night at the party. Raphael says. It's fine, I was getting bored anyways. I reply. Here's your food, a voice says. I look up and see Andrea holding our food. He takes the spaghetti and places it in front of Raphael. She ordered that, he says. Oh, I'm sorry, Andrea says. He steadies the plate in his hand, but it tips to the side and the hot spaghetti falls onto Raphael's lap. Shit, he exclaims. So sorry. I'm so sorry, Andrea says. Raphael grabs a napkin and starts wiping himself. Where's the bathroom? Raphael asks. Down the corridor to the left. Andrea replies. I'll be back, he says. Raphael stands up and walks towards the toilet. Another waiter cleans up the mess on the table and floor. Andrea smirks, shaking his head when his eyes land on me. The smirk vanishes from his face. I glare at him, crossing my arms. You did that on purpose. I snarl. Why would I do that, Patsa? He asks. I don't have an answer for that. Translation. Crazy. How come you and your siblings are suddenly working here tonight? I ask. We like to help out from time to time. Andrea replies calmly. He lays down the rest of our food. Raphael comes back and sits opposite me. My sincerest apologies. Andrea says, enjoy your meal. He walks off. Wasn't that the guy from the party? Raphael asks, the one who pushed you? Yep, I reply. He works here? He asks. Yep, I reply. You knew that? He asks. I nod. Why didn't you tell me? He asks. I was unsure when we were outside, but you look so happy and I didn't want to ruin it. I reply. He sighs and looks down at his food. Let's not let him ruin our evening. Raphael says. I agree. I drink some of my water. How come I haven't seen you in town before? He says. I just moved here a couple months ago. I reply. That makes sense, he says. I look around and see Zoya and Terzo busy serving other tables. I hear a chair scrape on the floor and look to my right. I'm on my break, so I thought I'd join you guys, Andrea says. I glare daggers at him, but he just smirks at me. This is a date. Raphael snarls. His grip on his fork tightens. I take a sip of my water. I had fun at your house, Piccolo. Andrea says. Translation, bye-bye, start coughing and choking on my water. I grab a napkin and wipe my mouth. Excuse me? Raphael asks. What did Dillian not tell you about our little rendezvous earlier? He says innocently. It was nothing, I snap. She didn't tell me, Raphael replies. Well, I was in her room. She was getting ready for your date in front of me, he explains, leaning forward. When I tell you, she looks much better without the dress. That's enough, I exclaim, standing up. Where are you going, Patsa? Andrea asks. I move around my seat and bump into someone. Lasagna goes onto my chest. I look up and see Alessandro standing there. I look down and see lasagna all over my cleavage. This has to be one of the worst dates I've ever been on. I glare up at him and he puts an innocent look on his face. I push past Alessandro and make my way to the toilet. Ese maldito pendejo. I mutter as I start wiping my chest with a wet tissue. Translation, that fucking asshole. How the fuck could he sit there and lie to Raphael's face, in front of me too? Why the fuck would he do this? He just ruined everything. The bathroom door opens and I look into the mirror and see Zoya walk in. I saw what happened, she says sheepishly. I glare at her. I don't want to speak to any of them. We're all in on it, she explains. Except Alora, she didn't want to ruin your date. And you did? I snap. I had to keep an eye on them, in case they did something too stupid, she explains. My whole night is ruined. Dilia, I'm sure Andrea didn't mean for it to go too far, she replies. Terzo walks in, rubbing the back of his neck. I've got good and bad news. Which do you want first? He asks. Zoya glares daggers at him. Bad news is, your date left, and I don't know if you're going to hear from him again. Terzo says. Good news is, Andrea is here to take you home. I sigh, rolling my eyes. This is the worst night ever. Tell Andrea that he can go. I start. Oh shit, you look like a mess. Alessandro says. I see him holding a kitchen knife and a glass of wine. Thanks to you, Sto. I snap. I throw the tissue in the bin and take a towel from Zoya. I look down at my dress, which now has dark red patches. I smell like lasagna. I wipe the excess water off my chest and return the towel to Zoya. I walk past Alessandro and he grabs my arm, stopping me. I glare at him. You should thank us, he says. His grip on my arm tightens. I grab the knife out of his hand and punch him, making his back hit the wall. Hey, Terzo shouts. I turn around and point that knife at him, making him step back. I press the knife against Alessandro's throat. The scent of cigarettes and mint fills my nostrils. He looks at me shocked. I want you all out of my life. I snarl, pressing the knife down harder. A little blood comes out of his neck. He smirks. I see Andrea likes the crazy ones. He laughs. I'll show you how crazy I can be in a second. I snarl. I grab onto the collar of his shirt and hit him against the wall. That's enough, Zoya yells. She grabs me and takes the knife out of my hand. Calm down. I wipe my face with the back of my hand and storm out of the bathroom. Chapter 13. I walk past a bunch of waiters and push past Andrea. Hey, Pazza, where are you going? He yells. I flip him off without looking at him. Vete al infierno, I yell. Translation, go to hell. I grab my purse from my seat and walk out of the restaurant. At least Raphael had the decency to pay for the meal. I start walking down the road and wrap my arms around myself, muttering curses at Andrea. My feet start hurting me, so I take off my stilettos. Walking down the road, I look through my phone and call Mimi. She doesn't answer, so I call her 3 more times. No answer. She's probably passed out drunk on the couch. A car engine revs next to me. Pazza, get in the car, Andrea says, driving next to me. I ignore him and continue walking. No fucking way am I getting into his car. He continues driving next to me. Let me take you home. He sighs. I scroll through my phone, not looking for anything in particular, just trying to make myself look busy. I look up and take my chance. I walk down a dark alleyway, hoping to lose Andrea. You're going to get yourself killed, he yells after me. I ignore him and continue walking. The street noise fades away, and the sound of my feet hitting the wet floor echoes. Hey, sweetheart, a man yells. I don't look up from my phone. Hopefully he'll leave. I sense someone starting to walk next to me. Are you deaf? The man asks. He tugs my arm, drawing my attention from my phone to him. I start backing away from him, and my back hits another man. Shit. I turn around and start backing away from them. More men emerge from the shadows. I'm surrounded by 8 men. Where are you going, looking like that? One of the men asks. He has a huge tattoo on his face and is holding a metal pole. Fucking hell. I turn my phone off and tuck it into my bra. Simon, guys, 8 of you against poor little me? I ask. They all have sinister smiles on their face. I look down at my stilettos and snap off the sharp heel of each of them. Bring it on, I mumble. A man lunges for me, and I dodge. He fumbles before balancing on his feet again. I swing my arm back and stab him in the chest with the sharp heel. He exclaims in pain. The man with the tattoo swings the metal pole at me and brings it down on my shoulder. My left arm hangs loosely. As I try and crawl away from him, he takes a knife and slices my thigh. Fuck, I exclaim. I look down at the blood flowing out of my thigh. I look at my left arm. It's dislocated. I take a deep breath and put it back into its place. I rip a piece of fabric off my dress and wrap it around my thigh. I use my hand and dig one of the heels into his eye, piercing it. Blood flows down his face. He stumbles backwards, cupping his eye. You little bitch, the man yells. I feel someone grab my hair from behind me. The man pulls my head back, and I see him holding a gun. He hits me with the bottom of it, and I fall to the ground. The man cocks his gun, getting ready to shoot me. I'm going to die here in a disgusting, dirty alley. At least I'm in a cute dress. He points his gun at me, and gunshots echo throughout the alley. The man's body falls to the floor. I slowly stand up and see Andrea, Zoya, Terzo, and Alessandro. Andrea's eyes go to my bandaged thigh and bruised face. Anger fills his eyes as he clenches his fists. He looks like he's going to kill someone. Zoya runs over and helps me up. I was doing just fine by myself, I say, as Andrea walks past me. Clearly, he snaps as he shoots a man running to attack him. Terzo walks over to the man with the pierced eye and whistles. You did this? He asks. Don't look so surprised. I snarl. Alessandro throws a dagger at me and I catch it. Lorenzo told me you were good, but I didn't think you were this good. Alessandro lets out a low whistle. Now's not the time, Zoya snaps. How did you learn to fight like that? Alessandro asks. Out of this whole situation, that's your question? I raise my eyebrow and roll my eyes. Ignore him, Zoya says. Zoya's observing my face and I see a man creep up behind her. I push her out the way and slit the man's throat. "Thanks," she says. I look at the bloodbath around us. There are 4 more men left standing. This is going to be fun. Zoya smirks. She bends over and pulls up her waitress skirt, taking out a gun strapped to her thigh. Terzo's eyes follow her every move. "Eyes on the men, idiota," she says to him. The men charge at us. One of them punches me, and I grab his arm just before it could hit me. I twist his arm behind his back and push him against the wall. I bring down the hilt of my dagger onto his elbow, hearing a huge crack. He yells in pain. I drag him off the wall, with my dagger to his throat, pressing it down harder. He throws back his head, hitting it adjacent my nose. I let go of him, stumbling backwards. Andrea finishes him off and shoots him. "We make a good team pickler," he laughs. Translation: "Babe, shoot up pendejo." I snarl. Zoya and Terzo are back to back, fighting off 2 men. Zoya lunges and hits the man in the face with the bottom of her gun. She shoots him and the man Terzo was fighting. I walk towards them and pain shoots up my leg. I look down. I'm losing too much blood. My vision becomes fuzzy. I shake my head. Black specks start clouding my eyes. "Delia?" Zoya asks as I stumble sideways. I collapse and feel strong hands wrap around my waist. Chapter 14. She's waking up, a muffled voice says. I slowly open my heavy eyelids and look around. I'm in a white room on a bed. I try and sit up. "Lay back," Andrea says, putting a hand on my shoulder. I glare at him and slap his hand off me. I sit up and look around me. I'm in a plain bedroom, probably a guest room. Glad to know she's back to normal. Alessandro laughs. I look over at him, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. "Where am I?" I ask as I sit up, rubbing my eyes. "Our house," Alora says. Her purple hair is in a messy bun and she looks worried. "Do you remember what happened?" Terzo asks. "Of course, we were fighting some men," I reply. "You lost a lot of blood," Zoya adds. I pull off the covers and see a huge scar on my thigh. I trace my finger over it. "That's going to stay forever." "Alora did a good job patching you up," Lorenzo says. I keep on tracing the scar. We all have scars. Zoya shows me the one on her jaw. I look at Alora, who turns around and shows me the huge scar on her neck. Terzo pulls down the collar of his shirt, and there's a long scar camouflaged in the black snake tattoo. Andrea pulls up his shirt, showing the scar on the bottoms of his toned abs. Alessandro pushes up the front of his hair to show the scar on his forehead. They all tell a story. Alora adds. "What time is it?" I ask, rubbing my forehead. "It's 8:35 p.m. Andrea replies. "How long have I been asleep?" I ask. 2 days. Alora replies. "Shit." I mutter. I get out of the bed and pull down my red dress. My back aches. Andrea grabs my arm. "You need to be more careful," he says. "Don't be walking through any more dark allies." I look at him. "Whose fault was that?" I snap. "Excuse me?" He furrows his eyebrows. "If you weren't following me, I wouldn't have wanted to get rid of you and walked into that ally." I explain. I try and get out of his grip, but he tightens it. "If you weren't a stubborn bitch and got into my car, you wouldn't have ended up nearly dead." He snarls. I push him off me, and he hits the table, dropping the needles and antibiotics to the floor. He clenches his fists. "If you hadn't ruined my date, I wouldn't have had to walk home alone." I yell. "This is the thanks I get." He snaps. I pick up the glass of water on the table next to my phone and throw it on him. "Thanks, pendejo." I snarl. Alora puts a reassuring hand on my arm. I grab my phone and post off the table beside the bed and face her. I try and turn on my phone. It's dead. "Can someone please drive me home?" My head is killing me. "I'll do it," Zoya says. Alessandro throws her the keys and she catches them. "Thank you, Alora." I quickly hug her and follow Zoya out of the room. We walk through corridors. I knew the Giovannis were rich, but I didn't think they were this rich. They live in a mansion. They live in a fucking mansion. "Thanks, Zoya," I say as I leave the black Range Rover. "It's the least I could do," she says, smiling. I wave goodbye and she drives off. I walk up to my house and put my key in the lock before I could turn it. The door swings open and Mimi stands in front of me. Her hair is a complete mess. Her mascara is running down her cheeks and she's in a white fluffy robe. "Where have you been?" she exclaims, pulling me into a tight hug. "I was staying at a friend's house." "So," I explain. For 2 days. She says, I've been calling you. Phone died. I reply, walking into the house. You scared me, she says. Is that why you look like a mess? I ask. I was going to kill them police. She ignores what I just asked. I'm fine. I say, grabbing her shoulders, making her look at me. You don't look fine, she says. I walk past the mirror and take a look at my reflection. She's right. The bruise on my right eye has died, but it's still there. My whole shoulder is bruised. I'm just going to take a bath and get something to eat, I say, sighing. I walk into the kitchen and take some medicine out from the drawer. I fill a glass with water and take the tablets. Hopefully that helps my headache. I'll make us some food, Mimi says. I walk up the stairs and open the water to fill the bath. I take off my red dress. It's ruined with mud, lasagna, and blood. I get into the bath. The warm water relaxes the muscles in my shoulder. I start scrubbing the dirt off my body. I grab a white towel and wrap it around my body. I walk into my room. Hey, Tesoro, Andrea says. Fucking hell, I snap. We didn't finish our conversation, he says. He gets up and starts walking towards me. I step back and hit the wall. He puts a hand on my neck, pinning me to the wall. His rings are cold against my skin. Speak to me like that again and I won't hesitate to cut off that pretty little tongue of yours, he says, tracing my bottom lip with his finger. Andrea, fuck off. I snarl, pushing him off me. I'm not in the mood. That's not fun. He laughs. This asshole won't stop testing my patience. I'm in so much pain, my back is killing me, I say. The smirk vanishes off his face. I should have done more than just killed those men. He snarls. Just please leave, I'll see you at school. Sigh. I'm not leaving until you feel better, he says, crossing his arms. Chapter 15. I'm not leaving until you feel better, Andrea says, crossing his arms. What can you do? Sigh. I tighten the towel around me. Just trust me, he says. I turn, glaring at him. I'm not having sex with you if that's what you think. I snap, making his eyes go from my chest to my face. He smirks. As much as I would love to, I wasn't thinking that. He replies, relax on your stomach, on your bed. Ariano says, yeah, that's not suspicious at all. I roll my eyes. Ignoring his glare, I do as he says. He walks over to my vanity, where all my facial cleansers are. I prop myself up on my arms. What are you looking for? I ask. Don't you have any lavender oil? He says, rummaging through bottles. It's the little brown bottle with the lavender on it, dumbass, I say. He picks up a bottle and removes his silver rings, placing them on my vanity before coming to sit on the bed behind me. I need you to lower your towel, he says, clearing his throat. If this is one of your perverted fetishes, I will not hesitate to use that knife in your waistband. I snap. Will you just trust me? He says, exasperated. I get on my knees and wrap my towel around my lower back, right on top of where my ass starts. At least he can only see my back. I go back onto my stomach. I just want you to relax, he says. I gasp when I feel his warm hands with lavender oil against my back. Where's the pain? He asks. Lower back, I say. I feel his warm hands slide down my back. He holds onto my hips and softly moves his thumbs in circles, massaging me. You're so tense, he says. He slides his hands up, massaging the oil into my skin. That feels so good. I mumble. I know, Andrea says. I can practically hear the smirk on his face. He massages the oil into my upper back, between my shoulder blades. He starts rubbing my bruised shoulder. My phone starts ringing. I prop myself up on my arms and grab it from next to me. Mum. Hello, I says, sighing. Delia, how are you, darling? Mother exclaims over the phone. I feel Andrea get off my bed. I'm good, I reply. Are you drunk? I'm not always drinking, she replies. I roll my eyes. Sure. What do you need, Mum? I ask. My card got cancelled. Could you pay for an extra 2 weeks at the hotel? She says. What about Antonio? I sigh, rubbing my forehead. I look up and Andrea walks into the bathroom. I press my phone to my ear, keeping it in place with my shoulder, and wrap the towel around my whole body. I don't want to annoy him, she says. But you're fine with annoying me? Okay, just send me the details, I say. She doesn't even say thank you before ending the call. Delia, how are you feeling? Mimi asks, walking into my room with a pot of noodles. Better than before, I reply. My mum texts me the information for the hotel, and I pay for her extra 2 weeks. How does your back feel now, Patsa? Andrea asks, walking out of the bathroom while drying his hands on a towel. Mimi's eyes widen, and she looks from me to Andrea and back again. "Oh, hey Mimi," he says casually. He smirks, and I glare at him. "Hey Andrea," Mimi says smiling. "Did I interrupt something?" "I was just helping Delia with her back," he explains. "While she was in a towel," Mimi says, nodding slowly. "This situation does not look like he was just helping me with my back. Thanks for the help, but you must leave now," I say through gritted teeth. "I'll go out the way I came in," Andrea says, winking. He walks over to my window and climbs out. "Estás loca, okay?" Mimi exclaims, hitting my arm. Translation: "Are you crazy or what?" "Mimi, I promise he was just helping me with my back," I say. "Why you look like that?" she says. Her tone shows that she's not convinced. "How exactly did he help you?" She raises her eyebrow. "By massaging my back?" I mutter, "Oak, I understand that even explaining it doesn't sound right. It really doesn't," she replies. "But you know what, I'm going to back off now and assume what I assume." She hands me the noodles. "Now eat, you have school tomorrow," she says. "Thanks," I reply. I put down my noodles and go to get dressed. "Where have you been?" Alara exclaims. "I was just sick." I lie. I close my locker and turn to her. "I was worried. We all were," she explains. "I'm sure Diana wasn't." I roll my eyes. "Actually, the days you weren't in neither were the Giovannis," Kai says, leaning against my locker. "What's that have to do with me?" I ask. "Ask Diana," Carlos says, shrugging. "You would tell me if you were with them, right?" Alara asks. "How am I supposed to tell her that we got ambushed by a gang and suddenly the Giovannis appear with guns to save me?" "Of course," I lie. We start making our way to the field to meet Aiden. We walk past Diana. "You bitch," Diana exclaims. We stop walking and I turn to her. "Excuse me?" I ask. "This bitch better not be talking to me." "You heard me," she says, crossing her arms. "What the fuck did I do?" I ask. "Andrea is ghosting me," she snaps. "You guys weren't in on the same days and we all know how he's been eyeing you. We both know where this is going." I start taking off my nude fleece and I hand to Alara. I take off my golden earrings and give them to Carlos. I tighten my Chanel belt around my low-waisted blue jeans. "If he's been ghosting you, that's probably your fault," I snap. "He doesn't need my help to see how annoying you are. Take that back." She snarls. "Make me," I say. She steps forward, probably to intimidate me. "Bitch, we all know who'll win this," I say. "I'll pull out her fucking septum piercing if she tries me even more. Maybe if you weren't fucking my boyfriend, we wouldn't be in this situation," she says. "He wasn't your boyfriend. You were just something he spent time with." I snarl with the utmost disrespect. I step towards her. "There's no way I'm throwing the first punch. I can't afford to be suspended." Chapter 16. There's no way I'm throwing the first punch. I can't afford to be suspended. "I heard that Andrea is taking you to his family gathering." Diana snarls. "Maybe it's because he finds you annoying?" I reply, smirking. "You need someone to cut out your tongue," she says, poking my chest. "I've been threatened that before." I snarl, looking down at her finger. "This bitch is toying with me." "Fuck this." I push her back, so she hits the door of the classroom. People pull out their phones and start filming. She looks at Kai, Alara, and Carlos in shock, expecting them to back her. They're also fed up with her bullshit. I look back at them, and Kai steps back with his hands up. "Put your dirty hands on me and I'll break them." I snarl. She goes to hit me and I grab her arm. I grab the back of her pitch black hair and pull her head back so she's looking directly at me. "You'd be stupid if you don't walk away now." I snarl. I can see the fear in her eyes. "You're not gonna do shit." "So," she spits. "Really?" I laugh. "Go ask Zoe if I bluff." Diana raises her hand and hits me across the face. That's when I lose my shit. I drag her by her hair and start hitting her. She lands a punch on my jaw and I floor her. "Delia, stop." "Sloe, Stri." I hear Alara yell. "She's gonna fuck her up," Kai says. I get on top of Diana and put my arm on her neck. "You need to stay away from me. I wouldn't stoop so low as to fuck someone who wants to be seen with you." I snarl. "That's enough." A woman yells. Mrs. Peters, the history teacher, barges through the crowd and pulls me off Diana. I look down at her. Her lip is swollen and bleeding. "Principal's office. Both of you. Now," she says. I grab my stuff from Alora and follow Mrs. Peters to the office. "This is your second fight already," Principal Carter says. "I'm sorry, but we have to suspend you." "I don't regret it," I snap. You're suspended for 3 days. He says, you both may leave now. I get up and Diana walks out first. Delia, don't make this a habit. Principal says before I walk out. I open up my phone and text the group chat. Me, I got suspended for 3 days. Aiden, wait, what happened? Carlos, her and Diana got into a fight. Aiden, oh shit, I missed it. Alara, I do not want to get on Delia's bad side. I laugh to myself. Me, I've been wanting to do that to her for a while, Kai. That was sick. Me, I'll see you guys on Wednesday, so I turn off my phone and take my bag out of my locker. I walk out of the school and get into my car. I look around the parking lot. Andrea's car isn't there. Maybe they didn't come in today. I start the car and drive home. Mimi, I'm back. I yell up the stairs. Already? She asks. My phone rings and I see that a video of the fight has been sent to the group chat. I got suspended. I put my bag on the table and walk into the living room. For what? She asks. She sits up, brushing the cookie crumbs off her grey hoodie. I beat a bitch up. I reply. Did she deserve it? Mimi asks. Of course. I take out my phone and show her the video. You look like a badass. She laughs. What am I supposed to do for 3 days? We're gonna go out tonight, Mimi says. I might head into work for now, I say. I get up and walk up to my room to get ready. While I'm doing my hair, I get a text. Unknown number, you got suspended. Me, who is this? Unknown, Andrea. Answer the question. Me, first. How TF did you get my number? Second, yeah, I did. How do you know? I save Andrea's number into my phone. Andrea, I have my ways, and I got sent the video. Me, why do you care? Andrea, did you hit Diana because you don't like seeing us together? Me, her. You would love that, wouldn't you? Anyways, I have to get ready for work. I turn off my phone and apply lip gloss before grabbing my bag and keys. Don't be late, Delia, Mimi exclaims. I won't, I promise, I say. I walk out of the house and drive to Belissim. When I get there, the place is packed. I see a mirror and walk over to her. She's wearing a nude hijab that complements her brown eyes. Delia, you're not working today, and shouldn't you be in school? She says. I got suspended and thought I could fill my time working. I explain. I take my notepad from my apron to show her I'm ready. Walk in and start waiting on the tables, she says. I walk past her and enter the restaurant. Delia, Alora exclaims. She jumps on me and hugs me. She looks tired. Alora, careful, my shoulder still hurts. I say, hugging her back. Your jaw is bruised, she says. She puts her arm onto my shoulder. Her sleeve falls down, and my eye catches on a bandage. She quickly pulls her sleeve down. Yep, because of the fight, I say, walking to the locker room. I saw, she says. You're going to get expelled if you keep getting into fights. I'm suspended for 3 days. I reply. How come you guys weren't in today? Family problems. See? She says, clearing her throat. We should hang out while, not at school, she says, changing the subject. Me and my friend Mimi are going out tonight. How about you and Zoya come? I ask. Yes, she exclaims, clapping. I walk back into the main room and start serving people. I walk over to the little window leading to the kitchen and give them table 16's order. I walk into the kitchen, grab a gelato tray, and walk back out to take it to table 3. When walking back to the kitchen, I pass a room and hear hushed voices. The men are speaking in Italian. I peer into the crack of the door and see Andrea. He's covered in scratches, bruises, W, and blood. Chapter 17. Andrea's covered in scratches, bruises, W, and blood. Cosa gli hai fatto? A woman asks. Translation. What did you do to him? L'abbiamo ucciso, Andrea says. Translation. We killed him. Hai scatenato una guerra tra bande, the woman says. Translation. You started a gang war. This moment, I really wish I took Italian classes at my private school. What are they saying? I whisper. Hanno inseguito la mia ragazza. Andrea yells. I hear a thump and glass shatter, as if he threw something. Translation. They attacked my girl. Lorenzo said she was more than capable of defending herself. The woman says in English. I saw it myself. Se, another voice says. Teso. I peer through the crack and suddenly wish I didn't. I make eye contact with a tall woman with long brown hair, with grey streaks through it and grey eyes. The same eyes as Andrea. Shit. The door opens wide and she grabs my arm, pulling me into the room. There's a singular lamp illuminating the room. Andrea is leaning against the table. Terzo is standing to his right. Zoya sits on a chair and Alessandro and Lorenzo stand beside the window. There's a table to the side filled with gun and knives. What did you hear? She snarls. Nothing, I don't understand Italian, I exclaim. She presses down harder on my arm. Boss, that's Delia, Zoya says, standing up. The girl we were just talking about? Boss? She must own the restaurant. That makes her Andrea's mum. But why is Zoya calling her boss? You're the girl I've heard so much about, the woman says. She lets go of me and pushes me into the center of the room. 2 men in black suits stand in front of the door, locking it. I look over at Andrea, who crosses his arms, but winces, as if even moving causes him pain. I'm Vittoria Giovanni, she says, extending her hand. Delia Caesar, I say, shaking it. I've heard you can fight, she says. Yeah, I've had some experience, I reply. Show me. She calmly picks up a knife. Now? I ask. Vittoria nods. Who am I fighting? Andrea, she says. Does anyone have a hair tie? I ask, signaling to my loose hair. Before I can process anything, I see a knife fly out of the corner of my eye. I manage to catch it before it hits my face. I turn and see Andrea smirking. Pendejo. Andrea walks towards me and I lunge at him with the knife. He dodges effortlessly and grabs my arm. He goes to punch me, and I dodge him. Stop playing with each other, Vittoria says. I grab his arm and flip him over, making him crash into the table he was leaning on before. He grunts and gets up. He grabs me by my waist and floors me. A pain shoots through my back. You just fixed my back, I grunt. You're already trying to break it again. This isn't the way I want to break your back. He smirks. He lands a punch on my jaw and I kick him backwards. Come one pazza, don't go easy on me, he says. I slash at his face with my knife, grazing his cheek. I floor him and sit on him. I realize I'm straddling him. I put the knife on his neck, pressing it down and leaning closer to his face. He's still smirking. I enjoy the way he looks up at me. Tesoro, I can be underneath you for a completely different reason, he says. Break up with your bitch of a girlfriend and I might consider it. I smirk. That's enough, Vittoria says. I stand up and help Andrea up. Why did she make us fight? What's this supposed to prove? I have an opportunity for you, Vittoria does. Join our little group. What, like a cult? I ask. Is that why you all have snake tattoos? It's not a cult. Terzo laughs. It's a mafia gang, Alessandro says. I burst out laughing, but stop when I see their serious faces. Wait, you're serious? I ask. Deadly, Lorenzo says. It all makes sense now. The tattoos, the guns, the knives. You want me to join? I ask. Yes, Vittoria replies. If you say no, we'll have to kill you now that you know our secret, Zoya says. Shit, they're serious. Can I think about it? I ask. Sure, Vittoria says. A moment of silence passes. You've had time to think now, tell us, she says. I don't really have a choice at this point. Sure, I reply. I have a feeling that this normal year I wanted isn't going to be as normal as I hoped. Okay, so what are your friends called? Mimi asks. Zoya and Alora, I reply. They're really nice. I pull down my short silk sage green dress. Mimi puts on her mascara when the doorbell rings. I run down the stairs and open the door. Delia, Zoya exclaims. She's wearing a black silk dress. That exposes her cleavage. A dazzling diamond necklace hangs from her neck. Alora's wearing a silk, pink, tight, off-the-shoulder dress. You guys look amazing, I say, as they walk into my house. So do you, Alora says. Mimi walks down the stairs in her nude dress. Zoya, Alora, this is Mimi, I say. I love your hair, Alora exclaims. Pink is so your color, Mimi says to her. Guys, Andrea's waiting for us, Zoya says. He's taking us? I ask. Where are we going? Alex is hosting a party at his place, Mimi says. I roll my eyes. I'll give Andrea the address. There's no way I'm leaving you there if you're drunk, I say. I don't trust that boy as far as I can throw him. I grab my keys and purse and we walk out of the house. I lock the door before walking to Andrea's jet black car. Chapter 18. Make sure to leave your location on. Andrea says as Zoya gets out of the car. Yeah, sure, I reply as I wait to get out of the car. I move to open the door and Andrea puts a hand on my thigh, stopping me. Delia, I mean it, he says. I look at him and see the seriousness on his face. I sigh, opening my phone and turning my location on. Happy? I show him my screen. Now goodbye. Wait, he says. He pulls up his shirt, exposing his toned abs, and takes a dagger from his waistband. He opens a drawer in the car and takes out a thigh holster. He hands it to me. Why would I need this? I ask. You know how to use it? Andrea replies. So use it if you have to. I'm not going to kill anyone, I reply. Put it on, he says tonelessly. Now, I pull up my dress and put the thigh holster on. I slide the black dagger into it, pulling my dress down to cover it. Adios, I say as I open the door and get out of the car. We'll call you if we need anything. As Andrea drives away, Zoya says, We're not going to need anything, she says, turning to us. Come on, let's go, Mimi exclaims. We walk up to Alex's house and knock on the door. He instantly opens it. Hey, Mimi, he slurs. He pulls her in by her waist and kisses her. Alex, you're drunk, she laughs. He looks behind her. Hey, he says to the rest of us. I push past him and Mimi and make my way into the party. Zoya and Alora follow behind me. I'll get us some drinks, Mimi says. She walks off, and Zoya, Alora and I start dancing to the music. Mimi hands me a shot, and we all clink and drink our glasses together. Mimi pulls me onto the dance floor and spins me around. We start dancing together, and Zoya and Alora join us. A song that I can move my hips to comes on, and Mimi and I start dropping it low. Yes, girl, I exclaim as she starts twerking. When the song stops, we decide to get some more drinks. I bet none of you can chug this whole bottle. Alex slurs, with his arm around Mimi. I can, Mimi says. You're not gonna do it, I reply. You're no fun, Alex says. I grab the bottle of vodka out of his hand. Zoya picks up the one in front of us. I've done this a couple times. She smirks. There's no way you'll both be able to finish that. Alex's friend, Jacob, says, Don't doubt us, I say. Zoya and I turn to each other and clink the bottles together. I put the bottle to my lips and start chugging it. The vodka stings the back of my throat, but I keep on going. I breathe through my nose and continue drinking. Come on, Delia, you can do it. Alora cheers. Zoya's nearly done, Mimi exclaims. I take a deep breath through my nose and continue drinking. Zoya finishes and slams the bottle onto the table. I tip my head back, finishing the bottle and putting it on the table. She told you. Say, che, Mimi says. Oh, this is definitely going to bite me in the ass later, I say laughing. Alex and Mimi both stand up. We'll be back, Alex says. Okay, Alora replies. I look down and start picking at the chocolate muffin she put before me. Jacob gets up and walks over to a blonde man who ruffles his brown hair. I heard you met Vittoria, Alora says in a hushed tone. Yeah, it was earlier today, I reply. She made me fight Andrea to prove myself. I take a piece of my muffin and eat it. I'm happy that you're, part of our family now. Zoya says. Thanks, I reply. I hope I don't let you guys down. Mimi and Alex come back and she puts down a glass onto the table. She sits down and goes to take a drink from it. My head hurts. That vodka is coming back now. I look at the glass and notice something immediately. The ice isn't floating. I remember what my mum told me when I was younger. Delia, repeat after me, ice sinky, no drinky. Her drink is spiked. Before she could drink it, I push it out of her hand and the glass shatters onto the floor. Delia, she exclaims. It was spiked, I reply. Alex made me that himself, she says. You fucking asshole. I snarl at him. I get out of my seat. I feel dizzy. I put my hand on my head and stable myself by holding onto the table. We're leaving, I slur. I grab Mimi's hand and Alex comes in front of me, trying to stop me. I raise my hand and slap him. Get out of my way, I say, pushing him. Zoya and Alora follow behind us. Zoya is using Alora to keep herself standing upwards. Delia, what's going on? Mimi asks. I sigh, trying to shake the pain out of my head. Alex spiked your drink, I reply. The ice was sinking. You're drunk, we can't walk home like this, she says. Call Andrea, I slur. Alora takes out her phone and calls Andrea. We don't have to wait long before he pulls up in front of us. He rolls down the window and looks Zoya and I up and down. How much did you drink? He asks. Not that much. Zoya slurs, laughing. Mimi helps me into the passenger seat and I turn to Andrea. You look fuzzy, I say, squinting, putting my face closer to his. "You're really drunk," he says. "I'm moderately functional," I snap. "This is going to be a long night," Andrea says, sighing. He starts the car and drives us home. Chapter 1, Andrea's POV. Get them into the living room, I say. Mimi and I help Delia onto the couch, and Alora puts Zoya on the armchair next to the window. How did she get drunker than me? Mimi laughs. "They did drink a whole bottle of vodka," Alora says, stretching. "You let Delia drink a whole bottle." I glare at them. "You can't stop Delia once she wants to prove someone wrong." Mimi laughs. "That's true. The girl's fucking crazy." I walk out of the living room and walk into the kitchen. I open up the fridge and take out 3 water bottles. I walk back to Daira and see her snoring on the couch. I hand a bottle to Alora and she walks over to Zoya. I kneel down next to Delia and softly hit her cheek. "Padza, wake up," I say. She ignores me and grumbles. I shake her softly. What?" She slurs. She squints and tries to adjust her eyes to the light around her. "You need to drink," I say. I open up the bottle and put it to her lips. She tightens her mouth shut and tries to wrestle the bottle out of my hands. "I don't want it," she snaps. She squeezes the bottle, pouring water all over my face and soaking my shirt. "Quel piccolo stronzo," I snarl, wiping my face. Translation: "That little asshole." She looks up at me, smiling. "Do you have any shirts?" I ask, turning to Mimi. She shakes her head. I sigh and take off my shirt, throwing it on the table behind me. I hear Mimi whistle from behind me. When I turn to her, she quickly looks away. I look back at Delia, who's now sitting up. "Damn, puppy, you're hot," she says, hiccuping. I look at her confused. I cross my arms and smirk. I could get used to this, Delia. "Is that so?" I ask. "Is he single?" She asks, looking at Mimi. Mimi shrugs, trying to hold back her laughter. "I am," I reply, "but I only date girls who listen to me," I say, handing her another water bottle. She glares at me. "Now drink," I say. She twists the cap off and puts the bottle to her lips. She quickly drinks half of it and hands me back the bottle. I stand up and approach Zoya, who looks better than before. "I think we'll spend the night here," Alora says. I nod. "I have some spare mattresses upstairs," Mimi says. "I'll go get them." "I'll help," I say. I look over at Delia, who's fiddling with strands of her hair. Mimi and I leave the living room and enter the storage room. It's filled with brooms, mattresses, and other things. I grab one, and she gets the other one. She stops me before I can leave the room. "I'm not blind or stupid, and neither is anyone else," she starts. "We all can see that something is going on between you and Delia, we just don't know what." I look at her confused. "I'm just saying that if you break her heart or do anything to hurt her, I will kill you with my bare hands." She snarls. I highly doubt it, but I can't say anything now. "Understood?" she asks. "Yes," I say. "I won't hurt her, and I won't let anyone hurt her." We walk back downstairs with the mattresses, blankets, and pillows. We push the table out of the way and lay them down. I carefully remove Delia's heels, and her dress rides up her thigh, exposing the tail of her dragon tattoo. I drape a blanket over her. "I'm staying here with you guys," I say. I take the gun from my waistband and put it on the table with a knife in my sock. "I'm not going to ask," Mimi says. I look up at her shocked face. "It's better if you don't," I say, laying back on the mattress. I look over at Laura and Zoya, who are both asleep. "I'll see you in the morning," she says, turning off the light and walking upstairs. I close the fridge door, making sure not to make any noise. I see Delia standing where the door was. "Jesus, Patsa, you scared me," I say, sighing. "You can't sleep either?" she whispers. I shake my head. She walks past me, opens the drawer, and takes out some migraine tablets. She fills a cup up with water and takes the medication. I walk up to her and the lump's light outside the window illuminates her tired yet beautiful face. "What's keeping you awake?" I ask. "Migraines," she says, taking a sip of water. "What about you?" "I feel like I shouldn't let my guard down," I reply. "We could be attacked. You should learn to let your guard down around me," she says, nudging me softly. "After all, I can protect myself. But I want to protect you. I want to be there for you, all the time." "I'll try," I say, laughing. She takes a deep breath. "Thanks for everything," she says. "Thanks for making sure we were all okay." "Well, you need someone to look after you," I reply. "You can be reckless sometimes." She punches my arm. "I'm not reckless. I just like to have fun." She smiles up at me. I roll my eyes. "Sure," I reply, shaking my head. "Sorry if I was too much to handle while drunk." she says. You weren't, although you did say some memorable stuff, I say. Like what? She asks in a panic. Nothing you should worry about. I smirk. I turn around and look down at her. A piece of her hair falls in front of her face, and I put it behind her ear. My fingers graze her cheek. She moves forward. And so do I. The moonlight makes her caramel brown eyes shimmer. I try and move my hand away, but she holds onto it, making me cup her face. I snake my hand around her waist and pull her closer to me. We inch our faces closer together, weary and scared that the other person might not feel the same way. I stroke her bottom lip with my thumb. Her breath brushes against my lips. We hear something fall from the living room, hitting the floor with a loud thud. Delia clears her throat and steps back. I grab my gun from the counter and walk into the living room with Delia following me. She turns on the light and we see Alora sprawled on the floor. I'm ok, she squeaks. I tripped over Andrea's big-ass mattress. I thought I'd have to kill someone. I mutter, I'm going to use the toilet. Alora says, getting up and rubbing her stomach. I should get back to bed. Delia mutters, yeah, I should too. I reply, rubbing the back of my neck. Good night, she says, turning off the light. Good night, I reply. Chapter 20. Where are you going? Alora asks as I walk into the kitchen. On a run, I reply. Mimi and Zoya are playing cards by the table and Andrea is cleaning one of his guns. He looks up at me and his eyes examine my body with no shame. I quickly divert my attention to Alora helping herself to a pack of strawberries in my fridge. I put my hair into a ponytail and walk around the island in the kitchen. I grab an apple and wash it. I take a bite into it. Andrea walks towards me, handing me his gun. I'm not taking it with me, I say, glaring at him. Just in case. Andrea sighs. He pulls up the back of my shirt and places the gun in the waistband of my leggings. His hand accidentally strokes my lower spine, giving me goosebumps. He keeps his hand there, and I look up at him. His eyes scan my face, making me wish I could see what's happening in his mind. I take a deep breath and step back, making him move his hand. Mimi and Zoya have stopped their game and are staring at us. Alora is halfway through the box of strawberries, but stopped to look at us. The silence is so loud. I clear my throat. I'll get going now, I say. Mimi shoots Zoya a look, which she returns. Bye, Alora says, getting back to eating her strawberries. I grab my phone and put in my earphones, turning the music up. I open the door and leave my house. I'm running down the street near my school when I see someone familiar walking my way. I take out my earphones. Raphael? I exclaim, waving at him. He looks up from his phone and makes eye contact with me. He instantly turns around and starts walking away. That's weird. He's been avoiding me ever since our date. I run up to him and go in front of him. You haven't contacted me ever since the night we went out, I say. Delia, I have to go, he says, not looking me in the eyes. He tries to move around me, but I stop him. Ignore me if you want, but at least tell me the reason, I snap. He sighs and pockets his phone. The same night we went out, I got a text from an unknown number, he explains. What does that have to do with anything? What did it say? I ask. Stay away from Delia, or else your hands will be delivered to her in a box. Raphael sighs, rubbing his forehead. What? Fuck. Who's sick enough to say that to a person? Maybe they're bluffing, I say. When I walked past my window, there was a black BMW parked right outside my house. Raphael continues. All the windows were blacked out except the driver's one. He takes out his phone and shows me a picture. The driver has his hands on the wheel and his arms are filled with tattoos. Andrea. I clench my jaw. That fucking asshole. So I don't think they're bluffing, he says, pocketing his phone. I'm sorry, Delia. He says, you're an amazing girl, but I don't want to die. I understand, I reply. Clearly this dude thinks you're his. Raphael says, shrugging. Clearly, I say through gritted teeth. It was nice knowing you, he says. He turns around and starts walking away. I move this wisps of hair out of my face. I turn around and run back to my house. I run around an old man walking his dog. Andrew's gonna have it coming for him. I look left and right and run across the road. A red car stops and honks. Sorry, I yell. I see Andrea's red Range Rover still parked in my driveway. I walk up the pathway and see Mimi open the door. She's dressed in an oversized hoodie and baggy jeans. Hey, she says as I barge past her. Where is he? I snap. In the kitchen, where you left us. She replies. Is everything She yells after me as I walk into the kitchen. Andrea is standing with his back to me in a black sleeveless turtleneck, showing off his tattooed biceps. Alora is sitting down in front of a computer, and Terzo is next to her wearing a grey fleece. I take a sharp knife from the drawer and throw it at Andrea. It nicks his ear and plunges into the wall behind him. "Shit," he exclaims, putting his hand up to his ear. Alora and Terzo look my way in shock, and Zoya walks in behind me. Andrea slowly turns around, and his eyes instantly go to me. I try and calm down my breathing. Mimi grabs my arm, and I shrug her off. "Patza, that's a nice way to say hello," he says tone-lessly. I walk up to him and take the gun out of my waistband. I hit him with the back of it, and he rubs his jaw. "You piece of shit," I scream. I see a muscle in his jaw twitch. "Whoa," Terzo says. "What happened?" Raphael got a weird message telling him to stay away from me, or else his hands will be delivered to me in a box. I snap. Alora instantly looks up from her computer. "What does that have to do with Andrea?" Mimi asks. "Andrea fucking sent it." I snarl. Terzo gives Andrea a look. "You all knew," I say, looking at Zoya, who had her head down. I go to hit Andrea again, but he grabs my arm and wrestles the gun off me. First, he snarls. He grabs my neck and pins me to the counter. He takes a knife out of his belt and puts the blade tip against my lips. "Talk to me like that again, and I won't hesitate to fulfill my promise earlier," he snarls in my ear. I look down at the blade and see the tip slide into my mouth. Fucking hell, this man is hot. I clench my thighs and grab onto the counter behind me. Andrea's eyes travel my body. He can feel that I'm tensed. He smacks. "Second," he says. "No one can put their hands on you. I didn't like how Raphael looked at you, so I got rid of him." I raise my hand and slap him. His head moves to the side. I push him off me, and the knife cuts my bottom lip. I lick my lips and taste the metallic blood. "So you get to fuck one of my friends, but when I go out with a guy, you get all protective." I snap. "Last time I checked, it looked like Diana annoyed you," he says calmly. I go to walk towards him, but Mimi pulls me back. "Asshole." Chapter 21. "You know what? Fuck you," I snap, "and get the fuck out of my house." I shrug Mimi off and walk out of the kitchen. I walk up to my bedroom and collapse onto my bed. There's no way I'm speaking to that pendejo again. Someone knocks on the door. "Go away," I yell, throwing a pillow at the door. The door opens up and I see Alora standing there. "Hey," she says. "If Andrea told you to speak to me, tell him to man up and say it himself." I snap. "I need to speak to you," she says, waking towards my bed. "About what?" I ask. She lays down beside me, her purple hair fanning out on the mattress. "First, I want to congratulate you on joining the Mafia," she says. "I wasn't really a choice," I reply. "You still got chosen?" She adds. She pauses before speaking again. "Secondly, I sent the message," she says calmly. I get up and stare at her in shock. "I sent it from an untraceable number," she continues. "Andrea just told me what to say, so if you're going to be mad at someone, be mad at me." "He was still involved," I mutter. "Why can't he just be happy for me?" Alora sighs and sits up. "Andrea wouldn't do something to ruin someone's life," she says, rubbing her forehead. "It seems like he's trying to do that. So, trust me," she says, getting up and walking to the door. "I'll let you rest now." Alora leaves the room. "Dilia," Terzo yells. "What?" I yell. "Come down," he yells. I sigh and put my phone down on my bed. I walk out of my room and go downstairs. "What do you want?" I ask, rubbing my shoulder. "Andrea needs you. He's in your garden," he says. "Why is he still here?" I snap. "It's been 3 hours." Terzo shrugs. "Just go out to him," he replies. I walk out into the garden and there are many huge buckets of paint. Andrea is standing in the middle with his arms crossed. "What do you want?" I snap. "I've prepared an apology for you," Andrea says. I raise my eyebrow and he clears his throat. "Why the fuck? Are there random buckets of paint?" I snap, walking towards him. He dips his hand into the red paint, and the next thing I know, his hand is pressed against the middle of my face. "Shut up and listen, Pata." He snaps, removing his hand. I wipe the red off my lips. "You little dick," I snarl. I dip my hand into the bucket of blue paint and slap him across the face. He stands there stunned, with a blue handprint on his face. "I mean it when I say my dick is not little," he says calmly. He picks up a smaller bucket of red paint and pours it onto me. Do you want to check? This is how you wanted to apologize? I snap, wiping the paint from my eyes. No, but you've just made this more fun. He smirks. He's an asshole. I pick up a smaller bucket of green paint and pour it onto him. While his eyes are closed, I tackle him to the ground. He lands with a thud on his back and groans. I sit up, straddling him. I grab the nearest bucket of paint, which is blue, and dunk it all over him. He wipes his eyes. You're an asshole, I snarl, pouring more paint on him. I just want you to be happy for me. He tries to sit up, but I push him back down. I pin his arms over his head, making the muscles in his biceps more pronounced. Why can't you just be happy for me? I was happy for you, he mutters. But seeing you with a different man was like someone stabbing my heart 1,000,000 times. It was nothing I wanted to experience ever again. Before I can process what Andrea said, he breaks hold of my grip, pulls my head down and smashes his lips onto mine. His touch ignites something inside of me. I kiss him back passionately, and he puts his hand inside my cropped black shirt and starts rubbing my back. I put my hands in his hair. Andrea puts another hand on my hip and starts rubbing me against him. He puts his tongue into me and I moan softly. I can feel him underneath me, so I start grinding my hips on him. He breaks the kiss, and our eyes examine each other's faces with lust and longing. I want to feel him skin on skin, and I know he does too. This wasn't the planned apology, was it? I say softly, resting my forehead on his. No, but I like this one much better. He gives me a peck on the lips. I get up and extend my hand, helping Andrea up. Don't think I've forgiven you, I say. Then I'll have to make it up to you even more. He smirks. Tomorrow night, when you come to the family gathering, what about your girlfriend? I ask. Not my girlfriend, she's an ex-hookup. He replies. Andrea takes out his phone and goes on the chat with Diana. Andrea, we're never dating. I don't want you near me again. She left you on scene. I laugh. At least she got the message. He shrugs. We walk back into my house and Zoya is standing there smirking. You two, Amagli Uxeli, should go clean up. She laughs. Translation? Lovebirds. Andrea and I look at each other. I hope you enjoyed the show. Andrea says, Oh, we did. Terzo laughs from the table behind her. I even made popcorn. Andrea glares at Terzo, walks over to him and snatches it out of his hand. It's mine now, he says. Terzo's mouth hangs open in shock. We walk upstairs and Mimi brings us some towels. Both of your lips are purple, Mimi laughs. My fingers go to my lips. There was purple paint outside. Andrea replies calmly, I don't recall buying any. Mimi laughs. She hands us some towels and winks at me. Now go shower, she says. Chapter 22. I walk into my bedroom and see Terzo standing before my drawers. What are you doing? I ask. Packing, he replies. I'm not going anywhere, I say, taking my baby pink dress out of his hands. You're coming with us, he replies. The event is tomorrow, and Andrea said you can get ready at his place. What if I don't want to? I say. I don't think you have a choice. He laughs. Get dressed. The rest of your luggage is in the car. He walks out of my room, and I start to get dressed. I wear my matching black Calvin Klein underwear and put on some grey sweatpants. I put on a black fleece, keeping it unzipped to show my sports bra. I dry out my hair and put it into 2 French braids. I week downstairs and see Andrea and Terzo standing by the door. I'll see you in a couple days. Mimi says, giving me a hug. Call me if anything happens. I say to her, I mean it. Yeah, she replies. Go have fun. She pushes me towards Andrea. His eyes travel across my face and quickly dip down. They linger on my chest. Eyes up here, pendejo. I snap, walking past him. She caught you lacking. Terzo laughs following me. Shut up. Andrea snaps. Zoya and Alora went ahead of us. I get into the car's passenger seat and Terzo gets in the back. I wave at Mimi through my window and Andrea gets in and starts the car. Pass me the aux, I say. We're not listening to music. Andrea says, pass her the damn aux. Terzo sighs. Andrea sighs and passes it to me. I put it into my phone and play Out the Roof by Chase Atlantic. Bitch, I am feeling bulletproof. Terzo yells, along with the song. Now you've got him started. Andrea says, shaking his head. You listen to Chase Atlantic? I ask, turning to him. Yeah, he replies while dancing. Favorite song? I ask. Okay, he replies. What about you? Stuck in my brain, I say. Patsa, we're here? Andrea says, nudging me awake. I move my head off the window and look at him. He points to the view outside. They live in a mansion. A fucking mansion. I leave the car and walk into the house after Andrea and Tezo. It's the crazy chick. Alessandra says, walking towards us. Lorenzo, Alora, and Zoya follow him. Hey, dickbag. I says, putting my middle finger up at him. He chuckles in reply. I can't wait to show you your room, Alora exclaims. Calm down, Alora, Zoya says. Lorenzo, Terzo, go get Dilia's bags. Yes, mummy. Terzo smirks. Zoya rolls her eyes at him. Alora grabs my arm and drags me to my new bedroom. Close your eyes, she says. Really? I ask. Yes, she replies. I close my eyes tightly and she holds my hand, pulling me into the room. Open, she says. I open my eyes and gasp. The room is the size of my house. The bedroom is huge. With a beautiful bed in the middle, we walk into another room with a swinging chair and fairy lights. This is your wardrobe, Alora says. She opens the door and a huge walk-in wardrobe is exposed to us. There are shelves of heels and racks of clothes. We've got your things, Lorenzo says. He and Terzo walk in and place my luggages in the wardrobe. Mi casa es tu casa, Terzo says. I've been learning Spanish. You can barely speak Italian. Lorenzo laughs. Gracias. Eres muy amable, I reply. Terzo looks at me confused. Thank you. You're very kind, I say in English. He laughs sheepishly. I need more practice, he says, rubbing his neck. We'll let you get comfortable, Alora says. I scroll through TikTok and look at the time. 2000 AMI. Get out of my bed and open the door of the room. I see Andrea standing in the corridor. Mierda, I gasp. Translation, shit. Why are you awake? He asks. I can't sleep. I snap. I grab his arm and pull him into my room. I realize he's shirtless. I lay down on my bed and he lays down next to me. I have this thing where I can only sleep in unfamiliar spaces if I have someone I trust. I explain. I've had it ever since I was a child. You trust me? He asks. I can practically hear the smirk on his face. I don't have a choice. You saved me that night in the Ally, I reply. I have a question, he says. What is it? I ask. We both turn to each other. He takes a piece of my hair out of my face. You don't live with your mother, he says. Why? I open my mouth and then close it. My mother is the famous actress Audrey Caesar, I reply. She didn't really want me. Your father? He asks. He left, disappeared when I was born. I say quietly. My mother reminds me that it's my fault every time I mess up. I feel a tear roll down my cheek. Andrea cuts my face in his hands and wipes my cheek. He plants a kiss on my forehead. It's not your fault, he says. When I was younger and she was in a good mood, she would make me these amazing fluffy blueberry pancakes, I say. And I would have a bowl of chocolate-dipped strawberries just for myself. How old were you when she started taking her anger out on you? Andrea asks. He starts playing with the ends of my hair. When I was 12, she told her boyfriend I reminded her too much of my dad, I say. I wipe my eyes and look at Andrea. What about you? I ask. You've met my mum? He says. Yeah, she scares me, I say. She's like that because my father also left us. Andrea replies. I guess we both have shitty dads. I laugh. Yeah, he replies. He turns onto his back and pulls me into him. I rest my head on his chest. I'm always here, he says. If you want to talk, laugh, cry, or yell, I'll be here. He kisses my forehead. Chapter 23. I rub the sleep out of my eyes and notice that Andrea isn't beside me. I'm covered in blankets and my head is on a pillow instead. I leave bed and walk over to the bathroom joint with my room. I wash my face with cold water and brush my teeth. I walk to my wardrobe and put on some turquoise silk pajamas. The shorts aren't long enough to cover my thighs, and the top is just a bra, but it'll do. I walk out of my room, and my head spins with the number of corridors. I see a short, blonde maid walk past with a pile of laundry. Excuse me, I say. She turns to look at me. Do you know where the kitchen is? Down this corridor to the right, she replies. Is Andrea there? I ask. Yes, he's decided to make breakfast, she says. I thank her and walk down the corridor. The smell of amazing food hits me when I push the kitchen doors open. Zoya's sitting at the table in a red tracksuit. Alora's next to her wearing a nude crop top and black jeans. Lorenzo and Alessandro have their backs to me, and Andrea is cooking. Terzo looks towards me and his mouth drops open. He wolf whistles. Damn Dilia, he says. Zoya elbows him. Alessandra and Lorenzo turn to look at me. Andrea finally turns around and his eyes travel my body. His eyes linger at the top of my dragon tattoo. Fuck, he mutters quietly. Do you want me to change? I ask. No, he replies. You're fine. She's really fine, a voice from behind me says. I turn around and see a boy about the age of 16. He has curly brown hair, green eyes, and faint freckles. He smirks at me. Mateo comportarsi, Andrea replies. Translation, behavior no fun. Mateo whines. He walks past me and sits down at the table. I sit down next to Alora. My back is to Andrea. I'm Mateo, Andrea's younger brother. He says, extending his hand. I'm Dilia, Andrea's. I hesitate. His girlfriend, Terzo says, wiggling his eyebrows. His friend, I reply. Andrea walks over to me, smiling, and places a plate of pancakes before me. Blueberry pancakes. He removes the hair from my neck and kisses me there. Just like your mum used to make them. He mumbles against me. He places another plate of chocolate-dipped strawberries in front of me. Eat up, pazza, he says. Yeah, friends, Mateo says, smirking. Stai zitto, idiota, Andrea laughs. Translation. Shut up, idiot. I grab a fork and knife and dig into my pancakes. Andrea pours me a glass of orange juice. Your dress should be in your room when you go upstairs, Alora squeals. Andrea picked it out for me, so I hope it's good, I laugh. Believe me, it's good, Zoya says, looking up from her phone. I finish my pancakes and start eating my strawberries. Mateo is just staring at me. Want some? I ask, pushing the plate closer to him. I'm just surprised Andrea managed to pull a girl like you, he says, taking a strawberry. He hasn't managed to pull me yet, I reply. Andrea smirks to himself. You're much better than that ugly black-haired bitch he brought home the other day, Mateo says, shrugging. You brought Diana home? I ask. Andrea doesn't know what to say. He fucking brought her home. To his home. Don't blame him, Lorenzo says. The bitch wouldn't leave him alone. I shrug and continue eating my strawberries. I finish my food and take my plates to the sink. I'll do them, Andrea says, walking behind me. It's fine, I reply. He turns me around by my waist and takes the plates out of my hands. I said I'll do them, he says. Mateo says you never do the dishes, handing him his plates. Stai zitto, Andrea snaps. Translation, shut up. I walk out of the kitchen and Zoya and Alora follow behind me. We walk down the same corridor I went through and reach my bedroom. I open the door and I'm shocked by the 3 dresses, fit for queens, in the middle of my room. Thank you for moving our dresses here, Maurice, Zoya says. A middle-aged man, whose balding comes out from behind the middle dress. It's no problem, Zoya, he replies with a bright smile. These were shipped here straight from Italy, Alora says. The middle one is yours. She nudges me towards it. I walk towards the beautiful dress. Damn, Andrea has taste. I look at Maurice. How much did this cost? I ask. Dilia, Andrea will flip if he found out you paid, Zoya warns. Maurice looks between us, confused. The dress, I repeat. How much is it? 15,000? Maurice says. That's going to hurt my bank account. Do you want it in cash, check, or transfer? I ask, clearing my throat. Check, he replies. He replies? He hands me a piece of paper. Dilia don't. Alora says, nibbling on her lip. I take the check and Maurice hands me a pen. I sign everything and hand it back to him, smiling. Too late, I shrug. I'm not going to be dependent on anyone for anything. Let's get ready, I exclaim. Maurice hands me my dress and Zoya and Alora take theirs. Andrea's POV. After 2 hours of the girls doing their hair and makeup, they should be ready, right? I walk into the room and Zoya and Alora have laid out the knives and guns we're taking. Can someone come zip me up? I hear Dilia yell from her closet. I'll do it, I say to Alora and Zoya. I walk into her closet and her head is down. She's straightening her dress. Seeing the way the material clings to her hips drives me crazy. I take the strings from behind her and straighten them out. Breathe, I say. She instantly looks up, hearing my voice, and I tighten her dress. I tie up the strings, making sure my hands brush her spine. I feel her shiver at my touch. You look amazing, Tesoro, I say. She turns around and looks up at me. Her gorgeous honey eyes could hypnotize me any day of the week. I know, she says, laughing. I have to give you credit, you know your dresses. She grabs onto my tie and pulls me closer to her. Her eyes dip down to my lips and I lick them. Her eyes flutter up again and she pulls me closer. She has no idea how much control she has over me. I pull her in by her waist and I go in to kiss her, but she swerves out of the way. A smirk plays on her lips as she tightens my tie. Tease. Let's go, she winks, patting my face. Yeah, she knows what she does to me. Chapter 24. Okay, here's the plan, Andrea says, turning around in his seat. We know already, Lorenzo says. Terzo and I will walk in together, Zoya says. Alora and I will go in next, Alessandro adds. Then Andrea will walk in with Dilia, Matteo says. Why do we need a plan if this is a small family gathering? I ask. Lorenzo looks at Andrea. You haven't told her? He asks. Andrea sighs before turning to me. This isn't a family gathering, it's a mafia gathering, he says. My heart drops. There will be dangerous men with their women who will have eyes on you, he continues. Why me? I ask. Because you're technically dating the next heir of the Italian mafia group, the Vipers, Terzo says. Fucking hell, he's the heir? You'll look desirable to everyone, Zoya adds. Don't be scared, Andrea says. We have security surrounding the perimeter. That makes me feel so much better. I'm not scared, I reply calmly. Maybe a little, but I'm not going to show it. Alessandro opens one of the black bags on the seat next to him. Take 2 knives each, he says, passing the bag. It finally reaches me and I take a knife with a red metal hilt. The other one is so sharp it can cut skin, even if you just ran your finger over the blade. I strap the red one to my thigh and put the other one on my calf. Alessandro passes a bag of guns around. Andrea takes 2, and so does everyone else. Who's Lorenzo going with? I ask. Amira, Lorenzo replies. Lorenzo loves her, Matteo laughs. Lorenzo elbows him in the stomach. Wait, Amira's part of the mafia? I ask. Of course, Terzo says. She's a badass. But she doesn't have a tattoo, I say. It's against her religion, Andrea says. So we gave her a snake necklace instead. He adjusts the gun in his waistband. An old man in a suit opens the door of the limo. Showtime, Terzo says. He and Zoya get out and link arms. Alessandro helps Alora out and Andrea and I follow behind them. I straighten my dress, and Andrea touches my lower back. I put my arm around him, and we walk towards the gigantic mansion before us. Hey guys, Amira says. She's wearing a white hijab put into a turban style and a long nude dress. Her eye makeup is amazing. She's able to look so beautiful while being modest. Around her neck are layers of gold necklaces and I see a gold snake one. She's wearing matching gold earrings. I look behind me at Lorenzo and see him fixing his hair in the car window. He turns around and smiles as soon as he lays his eyes on her. She walks over to him and links arms with him. We walk past several security guards who let us walk past without a second glance. Maybe it's because Andrea's family is hosting the party. We enter the mansion with a huge diamond chandelier in the middle of the ceiling. People are everywhere in suits and amazing dresses, drinking wine, laughing, and dancing. Andrea pulls me closer to him and removes the hair from my neck. He puts his face in the crook of my neck. What are you doing? I mutter under my breath. You're supposed to be dating me, he says. Oh, right, showtime. I put my face down near his ear and giggle. We walk through the crowds of people. We'll meet up again at the end. Zoya says. Terzo and Zoya walk to the other side of the hall. Alora and Alessandro walk in the opposite direction. Matteo walks off, and Lorenzo and Amira are lost in the crowd behind us. Andrea and I continue walking, and I see the eyes of men who have women sitting on their laps follow my every move. They're watching us, I mumble while smiling. Keep walking, Andrea replies. We reach Andrea's mum, Vittoria, and she's standing with a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The girl at his side has smooth, dark skin, and her eyes are different colours. She smiles at us, showing her dimples. Zahira, meet my son Andrea and his girlfriend Dilia, Vittoria says. The girl holds out her hand and gold bangles clink with the movement. Andrea takes it and shakes it, and I do the same. He doesn't put his hand around me again. It's nice to finally meet you, she says. Her accent shows that she's from France. This is my husband Chase, she says, signalling to the blonde next to her. We shake hands. We're just talking about the opportunity of joining our 2 mafias, Vittoria says, mostly to Andrea. An alliance? Chase says. We're more than happy to cooperate if you are, Andrea smiles. How about you let Dilia mingle while we talk business? Vittoria asks. Her eyes say that she's not asking us, she's telling us. Dilia, go make some friends, Andrea says, ignoring the expression on my face. I nod and walk off. A waiter passes me and I take a glass of wine from his tray. So much men are staring at me, but they're not approaching me. They know I'm here with Andrea. What's a brave girl like you doing here alone? A voice asks. I see a tall, built man with dark hair and brown eyes. And you are? I ask, drinking from my glass. Xuan, he replies. Xuan Liu. I go to walk away, but he stops me. Does a name come with that pretty face? He asks. He must not know who brought me here. He's flirting with me. Quite the charmer, aren't you? I ask. He shrugs, smirking. I'm Dilia Caesar, I finally say. Would you like to dance? He asks, extending his hand. I look over at Andrea, who's busy speaking to Zahira and Chase and some other people. Why not? Sure, I reply, taking his hand. Chapter 25. Follow me, Xuan says. He holds my hand, and we walk into the middle of the room where other people are dancing. He gently puts his hand on my back and pulls me closer. He holds my hand in one of his, and we dance. People turn their heads towards us, but we continue dancing. Where are you from? He asks. Spain, I reply. What about you? Vietnam, he says. My family is in the Mafia. I'm here as a guest, I say. Whose guest? Xuan asks. Andrea's, I reply. I'm sure you've heard of him. He spins me out, and I spin back into him. He dips me down and pulls me back up. He seems protective, Xuan says. He's busy right now, I reply. Well then, let's not let him catch us dancing, he smirks. We continue dancing until someone pats Xuan on the shoulder. Mind if I cut in? Terzo asks. Xuan sighs and lets go of me. I'll see you later, love, he says. Terzo pulls me in and we dance. What the actual fuck do you think you're doing? He snaps. He actually looks serious for once. What do you mean? I ask. Stay away from Xuan, he says. Do you know how bad it looks that you're dancing with the son of the enemy mafia when your date is right over there? Shit. Well, how the fuck was I supposed to know that? I snap. Terzo spins me out and brings me back in. Just stay away from him, he repeats. Andrea looks like he's going to rip the guy's throat out. He twirls me around, letting go of me, and I end up in Lorenzo's arms. Terzo spoke to you? He asks. Yep, I reply. Andrea's not going to be too happy, he says sympathetically. I've realized, I say. Alessandra's turn, he says, spinning me around. I trip and fall into Alessandra's arms. It doesn't look too good, Alessandra says. So I've heard, I reply. Now all the men will be after you, he adds, because they think Andrea won't do shit to them. It's not my fucking fault. I snap. Andrea told me to socialize. Yeah, but not with the enemy, Alessandro laughs, shaking his head. I glare at him. Andrea's walking this way, he says. Good luck. Alessandro twirls me around, and Andrea catches me. His hand slides to the back of my waist, pulling me in tighter. Did you enjoy your dance? He says, through gritted teeth. Yes, I didn't feel lonely anymore, I snap. You shouldn't have done that, he says. You told me to socialize. I snarl. Not with the man who wants me dead, he snaps. Well, I'm sorry, but no one fucking told me. I snarl. You could have asked, or gone, and found one of my brothers. Andrea replies, looking behind me. I'm trying to see things from your point of view, but I just can't get my head that far up my ass. I snap. His attention snaps to me and he clenches his jaw. You know you're a piccolo cagna, he snarls. Translation, little bitch. You're so. I try and think of what to say next when I get distracted and follow Andrea's grey eyes down to my visible cleavage and then back up to my face. He smirks. What were you saying? He tilts his head to the side. Eres una maldita gilipollas, I spit. Translation, you're a fucking asshole. We'll deal with this later, he mutters. For now, we need to put on a show for everyone watching. He signals to the people around us. He pulls me in closer so our lower bodies are touching. He cups my face in his hand and leans in. He softly presses his lips on mine, but kisses me with so much aggression and lust. I return the kiss, my arms traveling around his neck. His hands travel up and down my waist. I hate you so much, I mumble against his lips. He smirks against me. He lets go of me and places a kiss on my forehead. If anyone talks to you, come straight to me, he says. I nod in reply. Someone makes a sound at the front of the hall. They hit their glass cup with a fork, making all the heads turn to them. Now it's time to announce our newest recruits, Vittoria exclaims. My son, Matteo Giovanni, she exclaims. Matteo smugly walks over to his mum. Dilia Caesar, she exclaims. Andrea guides me through the crowd, and people murmur as I walk past. I stand next to Matteo, and he grins at me. Georgia Asher, a girl with long brown hair, dressed in a sari and layered in gold jewelry, walks towards us. And finally, Xuan Liu. The crowd is silent as Xuan struts towards us. Isn't he the enemy? Xuan has decided to go against his parents and join us, Vittoria explains, clapping. I look at Andrea. His face doesn't give away anything he thinks. A man dressed in a suit with tattoos on his head hands us a gun each. Now let's see if you have what it takes, she says. More bodyguards push forward, 4 people with bags on their heads and tied up. These are traitors of the Mafia, her voice echoes through the room. And traitors must be punished. The crowd cheers and I look to Andrea. Keep calm, his eyes seem to tell me. The bodyguards take the bags off their heads. A blonde woman with glasses, a brunette man with freckles, a girl with blue hair who looks about 15, and a man with arms filled with tattoos and red hair. Now let's see if you're worthy, she says. The bodyguards throw the people at our feet. The blonde woman looks up at me, and I see tears in her eyes. Please, she sobs. A gunshot goes off, and the red-headed man who knelt in front of Xuan is dead on the floor. Another gunshot, and the 15-year-old in front of Matteo is dead. Another gunshot, and Georgia killed the man in front of her. It's my turn. All eyes are on me. If I refuse, I will embarrass Andrea and his family. I look down at my hands and shakily cock my gun back. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before. I killed the guys in the alleyway, but I knew they were guilty. I don't even know this woman. She could be innocent or dragged into this by a miscommunication. Please, I haven't done anything. She yells, tears pouring down her cheeks. I press the gun to her head and take a deep breath. I look over at Andrea and he slowly nods. I pull the trigger and a gunshot rings throughout the entire room. Blood splatters on the end of my dress and the woman's body in front of me hits the ground with a thud. You have all proven your worthiness, Vittoria exclaims. Her voice is muffled. I can only focus on the dead body in front of me. I feel warm hands touch my arms and guide me away from the mess. Everything's going to be okay, Andrea says. Chapter 26. You didn't tell me I had to kill someone, I snap at Andrea. He's sitting at a table with Alessandro, Lorenzo, Amira, and Alora. Tezo, Zoya, and Matteo join us. I didn't know, he replies. Plus, it's not like you've never killed someone before. That was different. Those guys were going to hurt me. I mutter. And those people hurt us, he says. They're traitors. He pulls me onto his lap so that I'm facing him and my dress slides up my legs. He puts his hands on the sides of my thighs. People are watching, he mumbles, taking the hair out of my face. I'm still mad at you, I mutter. You're hot when you're mad, Patsa, he laughs. If you're going to make me sit on your lap, at least empty your pockets, I snap. It's a new suit, pockets are empty, he replies. Oh shit, I have that much control over him. Sorry, lovebirds, Tezo says. But is anyone else confused about why Xuan is suddenly on our side? It's suspicious, Amira says, folding her arms on the table. Vittoria said she'll tell us everything later, Lorenzo explains. I look behind Andrea and see Xuan walking our way. He's coming, I say to everyone. How are you all? Xuan says when he finally reaches us. Better when you weren't in front of my face. Alessandro snaps. Dilia, looking gorgeous as always. He winks, ignoring Alessandro's comment. Heat fills my cheeks. I can't deny it, Xuan is charming. What do you want, asshole? Zoya snaps. We're basically family now. He laughs and sits down next to Matteo, who glares at him. Why don't you trust me? He asks, innocently. Because last time, you tried to fucking kill me. Andrea slams his hand onto the table, making me jump. I can feel the anger radiating off him. It's kind of hot. I don't think I remember that, he shrugs. Andrea pulls down the collar of his shirt, showing a scar on his tanned collarbone. Ring a bell, he snarls. Oh yes, well you pissed me off, Xuan replies casually. If you want to leave this party with all your body parts, I advise you to leave our table. Alora snarls. I've never seen her this angry. Calm down, cupcake, he laughs. Amira takes a knife from her sleeve and plunges it into the table. Leave. She glares at him. He gets up and puts his hands up. He smirks and walks away. As he walks past me, he trails a finger down my arm and I grab his hand. Touch me again and I'll cut off your fingers one by one. I snap. You don't have the guts, he replies. I take the knife from my thigh and cut the back of his hand. Blood gushes out onto my hand, and Xuan exclaims in pain. Try me. I wipe my knife on the sleeve of his suit and let go of his hand. Que esta ragazza è pazza ma calda, Andrea says. Translation. This girl is crazy but hot. Lei è davvero calda, Matteo adds. Translation. She is really hot. I twirl the knife between my fingers as Xuan walks away. I get off Andrea and straighten my dress. I'm going to get myself more wine, I say. I grab a napkin off the table and clean up my bloodied hand. I walk over and look for a waiter. I see one through the crowd and walk towards her. That's the girl who came here with Andrea, a girl to my left whispers. I turn to her. Are you talking about me? I ask. She flips her black hair over her shoulder. How do you know, Andrea? She asks. Why do you care? I snap. Maybe because we had something, she replies casually. She looks down at her dark red dress and flicks off a piece of imaginary dirt. That's not my business, I say. No, just know that he has a wandering eye. Her blue eyes glint with mischief. Warm hands wrap around my waist, pulling me back to a hard body. Don't worry, I only have eyes for you, Andrea says, loud enough for this girl to hear. He starts kissing my neck, traveling up to my jaw. I stand my ground and don't look away from the girl. Rachel's just mad that I rejected her, Andrea says. She glares at us and walks off in a hurry. I turn around to him. He better not be lying, I say, hitting him lightly on his shoulder. I'm not, he says, his eyes scanning my face. I'll bring you some wine, I say, walking off. I don't even have to look back to know his eyes follow my every move. I walk through the crowd of people and finally reach the waitress. I take 2 glasses of red wine and turn around. I see Andrea smiling at me, and I raise my hands showing him the glasses. I walk towards him and he puts an arm around me. I look around and see people dancing and having fun. How could all these people be dangerous when they look like they couldn't care less about life? This life, Andrea's life, is so dangerous, yet beautiful. It's like he was born into a movie. I look at him, his perfectly sculpted face and mysterious grey eyes. There's so much more I want to know about him. So much more I want to learn about him. A loud ringing sound goes throughout the hall, and I drop the glasses and put my hands over my ears. Delia, get down. Andrea yells, pushing me to the side. Chapter 27. Andrea's POV. Everything's dark, people are screaming, dust everywhere, and the ringing in my ears won't stop. Delia. I yell. I sound muffled. No reply. I cough heavily and wipe the rubble off me. Someone set off a bomb. I fumble as I walk across the broken ceiling that's now on the floor. If she's dead, it's my fault. I shouldn't have forced her to come with us. I fucking dragged her into this. I dragged her into my fucked up life. Adriano, a voice says. I turn around and see Zoya holding up an unconscious Terzo. Where are the others? I ask. We don't know, she says. She looks scared. Her dark green dress is ripped. She walks towards me, trying not to step on dead bodies. Put him down, I say. We lay him on a slab of cement. I check his pulse. He's alive, I say. She lets out a breath of relief. Where's Delia? She asks. I turn to her and she sees the expression on my face. Go find her. I'll stay with Terzo, she says quickly. I run over dead bodies and see people helping people out from being trapped under broken roof pieces. Delia. I yell. I see a girl wearing a gold dress collapsed on the floor, surrounded by 3 other people. Delia. I run over to her and push past Amira, Lorenzo, and Matteo. Her long brown hair is covering her face. I put my hand under her head and haul her onto my lap. I remove the hair from her face and see blood coming down her forehead. Come on, Partsa. Wake up, I say. My throat stings with my attempt to hold back my tears. This is all my fault. I gently hit her face, praying that she's not damaged. Do any of you have water? I ask. They all shake their heads. I bring her head to my chest and rock back and forth. Come on, Patsa, please don't leave me. I whisper. I kiss her head and continue rocking back and forth. I wipe my face with the back of my hand and it comes back wet. Matteo, please go try and find some water, I say. He nods and runs off. I check her pulse. She's alive but not moving. I should have never made her come. Matteo runs back to me with a bottle of water. Amira? Lorenzo? Try and find Alora and Alessandro, I say. They nod and walk off. I quickly rip the lid off and pour some on her face. Come on, Patsa, I whisper. My eyes feel blurry and quickly wipe them. I press my forehead to hers and let out a muffled sob. I keep on lightly hitting her face. Andrea, let her go, a woman says. I look up and see my mum. Mama, Dilia potrebbe essere morta, I say, cradling her head in my arms. Translation, Mum, Dilia could be dead. Andrea, per favore, lasciala andare, così possiamo portarla in ospedale. Mum says. Translation, Andrea, please let her go so we can take her to the hospital. I kiss her forehead and 2 men pick her up and take her out of the building. I look up and see everyone with my mother, even Xuan. Are you all here? Mum asks as I get up and brush the rubble off me. The whole place was rigged, Alora says. Someone was able to plant the bomb without getting caught. I instantly look at Xuan. I grab him by the shirt and take my gun out. I place it to his forehead. You asshole. I spit. You knew Dilia was here with us and still did it. I hit him with the back of it. I didn't do shit. He spits out blood. I punch him and he drops to the floor. I get on top of him and start hitting him. He groans in pain. You wanted to get close to us. I yell, punching him in the face. You came here to plant the bomb. I keep on hitting him and my knuckles hurt. I just keep on hitting and hitting him. Arms grab me and drag me off Xuan. Let go of me, I bellow. My voice echoes throughout what remains of the mansion. Andrea, calm down, Zoya says. I promise Mimi. I whisper, looking at Zoya. She cups my face in her hands. Andrea, she's gonna be fine, she says. I promised Mimi I wouldn't hurt her, I whisper. I promised myself I wouldn't let her get hurt. I look down. I'm not gonna break down. Not here, not now. Andrea, look at me, Zoya says. I look at her and see her hazel eyes are filled with tears. There's nothing you could have done to stop this, she says. Nothing at all. I should have left her alone, I say. I should have left her alone when she didn't want to come. Andrea, listen to me, she says. Dilia will be fine. I nod and step back. We need to evacuate and help whoever is left, I say. Are you not going to apologize? Shrien asks. If you speak one more time, my fist and you face are going to be best friends. Lorenzo snarls. Alora, get Terzo and Matteo out of here, my mother commands. Zoya, you go with them. They nod and take guns from their thigh holsters. Let's go search the perimeter, Alessandro says. We all take our guns out and look around for survivors. I see Zahira helping up her husband Chase. I run to her. Zahira, come with us, I say. I help Chase, who's limping, and we walk towards the entrance. I see our doctors putting Dilia into an ambulance. Zoya, take care of them, I say. She holds up Chase, and I run over to the ambulance. I get into the back, and the doctors shut the doors on us. I look for Dilia's hand and hold it. Ci prego Dio lascia la viva, I whisper, kissing her palm. Translation, please, God, let her be alive. Chapter 28. It was the Ravens, Alora says. They planted the bomb. I told Andrea that he triggered a gang war, Mother says. They were going to kill her, I exclaim. My head hurts even more. I haven't been able to sleep, knowing that Dilia is still unconscious. And now they aren't stopped until one of you is dead. Amira snaps. I will protect her with my life, I snarl. Let's see if she even survives, Xuan says, fiddling with the curtains of the meeting room window. You insensitive dick, Alora yells. She picks up her glass of water and throws it at him. Xuan effortlessly dodges it. The cup shatters against the wall. He turns around and smirks at her. I'm just telling the truth, Cupcake, he says. The girl's been unconscious for a week. Unconscious, not dead. Zoya snaps. Don't call me that, she snarls. If you say so, Cupcake, Xuan smirks. She grabs a knife from Zoya's waistband and exits her seat. She pushes Xuan against the wall and presses the knife to his throat. Since you're a part of our mafia now, she says, let's lay out some ground rules. Go ahead, he smirks down at her. First, you'll only speak when spoken to, she says. What am I, a dog? He laughs. She presses the knife down harder, drawing blood. Precisely, she snarls. Second, you stay the fuck away from all of us. She hits him across the face and lets go of him. She's awake, Lorenzo says, running into the room. Everyone looks at him. Dilia's awake? He laughs. I don't have time to process anything before I run past Lorenzo towards the medical room. BACK to Dilia's POV. How are you feeling? The doctor asks. I focus on the heart monitor to my left. I look down at my bandaged arm. I'm changed out of my dress and into a white patient's gown. Dizzy, I reply. She hands me a glass of water and I drink from it. You've been unconscious for a while, she says, sitting on the end of the bed. Do you remember anything? Only a loud ringing and Andrea telling me to get down, I reply. A piece of the ceiling hit the back of your head, but you're lucky to be alive and remember most things, she says. She hands me a pack of tablets. Take 2 every 4 hours, she says. It should help with the migraines and dizziness. Thank you, I say. I throw my legs over the side of the bed and get up. I feel like the room is spinning when I get walk. I start walking around the room slowly so I can get used to it again. The door bursts open and I see Andrea standing there, breathing heavily. He looks like he hasn't slept in days. Lorenzo follows behind him. His black hair is a mess, like he ran his hands through it 1,000,000 times. His grey eyes are droopy and tired. I run to him and he hugs me and picks me up. I wrap my legs around him and he buries his head in my neck, breathing me in. I thought you were gone, Patsa, he whispers. He looks at me and kisses me deeply and passionately. I return the kiss and his hands tighten on my thighs. Promise you'll never leave me, he says, resting his forehead on mine. I promise I'll never leave you, I reply. Delia! So, Delia, Alora exclaims. Andrea puts me down and Alora hugs me. You had us all worried, Zoya says. Well, now I'm back, I'm better, I say. Have any of you contacted Mimi? Alessandra is driving her over. She should be here soon, Lorenzo says. Let's get you dressed, Amira says. Actually, I want to stay with Andrea, I say sheepishly. They all look at each other and Zoya smirks. We'll give you guys all the space you need, she says. She pushes them out of the room and the doctor also leaves. Let's go to my room, he says. We walk through the corridors and finally reach his room. Andrea opens the door and I walk to the bed. I need proper clothes, I say. He walks to my wardrobe and pulls out one of his shirts and a pair of boxers. He throws them at me. These should do, he smirks. I'll be in the bathroom while you change. Andrea walks to the bathroom and closes the door behind him. I take off my white nurse gown and put on his boxers. I put on his oversized shirt, which falls right above my knees. You can come out now, I say. I run my fingers through my hair, brushing out the knots. Andrea walks out of the bathroom and just stares at me. He throws his head back and looks to the ceiling. Fuck, he whispers. I slowly walk over to him and he looks down at me. I smile innocently up at him. I know exactly what I'm doing to him right now. He loves seeing me in his clothes. I wrap my hands around his neck and his hands slide around my waist. He picks me up and wraps my legs around his waist, holding onto my thighs. He walks over to the bed and sits down. I'm straddling him. I look into his eyes and see how much he wants to touch me. How much he wants to kiss me? I start kissing his neck, going up to his jaw. He returns his head, enjoying it as I start rolling my hips against him. His hands go under my shirt and he strokes my spine. It feels like electricity is pulsing through me. I make my face level with his, and he kisses me. I swerve out of the way and continue kissing his neck, slowly sucking on it. I know how much he wants this. I know how much power I have over him. Little does he know what he does to me. How crazy he makes me go just by looking at me in a certain way. It's like a pattern. I kiss his neck, roll my hips against him, and then kiss his jaw. He groans in delight. Patsa, you don't know what you're doing to me right now, he says, rubbing my thighs. I suck on his neck one last time. I know very well, I laugh. I get off his lap and smirk at him. Tease, he says, running his tongue over his lips. He gives me that look, the look that drives me insane. I laugh and leave the room, knowing he wants more. Chapter 29. Delia, are you okay? Mimi asks, hugging me. I'm fine, I reply. You're not fine, you were blacked out for a week, she exclaims. Delia drank a lot at the party, and then even more at the after party, Alessandro says. Why would you let her drink so much? She turns to Andrea and pokes his chest. You said you'd keep her safe. Andrea slowly looks at me, then Mimi, and then back at me. I blame myself, Andrea says, looking straight at me. It wasn't his fault, I explain. I should have limited my drinking. I have some news I wanted to share with you, Mimi says. Go on, I say. I'm pregnant, she says quickly. What? I exclaim. Maybe we should give them some space, Andrea says. Everyone leaves the room, and Mimi and I are alone. How? I ask. When you went out on your date, I was stupid and didn't take the pill, she explains. I invited Alex over. Does he know? I ask. Yeah, he doesn't want anything to do with me since the argument at that party. Tears roll down her face. I pull her into a hug and stroke her hair. Mimi, you'll be the best mum ever, I say. Alex was a dick anyways. Delia, I really needed emotional help, but you're living here now, she cries. I just had the craziest idea, I say. Move in with us. I can't randomly move in, she says. Yes, you can, I reply. I grab her arm, open the room doors, and see everyone standing outside. Andrea, I say. He instantly turns around to me. Mimi is moving in with us. Sure, why not? He replies calmly. She looks at me, shocked. I push her towards Alessandro. You guys have met before, I say. Take her to her new bedroom. Follow me, Alessandro says. He walks off with Mimi following him closely behind. I have a surprise for you, Andrea says to me. What is it? I ask. You'll see, he smirks. He grabs my hand and we walk down a flight of stairs and a corridor. We turn right and he opens the door leading out of the house. A black motorcycle is in the middle of the front lawn. Oops. This image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. I walk towards it, my mouth hanging open with shock. It's mine? I ask. Yes, all yours, he replies. Thank you, I exclaim. I run over to him and hug him. Let me get changed into some proper clothes. I signal to Andrea's shirt that I'm wearing, and I'm taking it out for a test drive. I run back into my house and up the huge stairs. I sprint past some maids and I finally reach my room. I rummage through my drawers and find some tight leather jeans. I put them on and put on some knee-high black boots. I put on a plain white tank top and a leather jacket. I run back downstairs and I'm met with a huge black dog by the door. Mierda, I yell. Translation, shit, are you scared? Terzo asks. Yes, I am, I snap. His name's Baxter, he says. He is scary, I reply. I try and walk around them, but Baxter barks and jumps. He lands on me, pushing me to the floor. I look up right into the dog's face. Terzo, get him off me, I squeal. He won't bite, Terzo laughs. Baxter opens his mouth and I squeeze my eyes shut. The next thing I feel is his wet, slimy tongue on my face. Oh my god, that's disgusting, I laugh. See, he's not that bad. Terzo laughs. Yeah, not that bad. I pet Baxter and scratch him under his chin. He walks off me and Terzo helps me up. Where are you going? He asks, taking my motorcycle out for a spin, I reply. Have fun, he says. I wipe my face with my sleeve and walk out of the house. Andrea is leaning against a matching motorcycle to mine with his arms crossed. He has his helmet on. I see you met Baxter, he says. I grab my helmet and put it on. Andrea throws me the keys and I catch them. You didn't tell me you had a dog, I reply. What, you're scared? He asks, getting on his motorcycle. I used to be scared, I snap. I get on my motorcycle and put the key in. I turn on the ignition and it roars to life. I'll race you, Andrea yells over the loud engine. Bet, I reply smirking. Andrea drives off and I follow behind him. I rev the engine and I get closer to him. He looks back at me and starts driving faster. I rev my engine and speed up, overtaking Andrea. I drive down the street and look behind me. He's disappeared. I swerve and stop the motorcycle and take off my helmet, shaking out my hair. Where did he go? Suddenly, cold rings wrap around the back of my neck and pull my head up. I see Andrea standing over me with a smirk on his face. He kisses me and then lets go of me. Were you worried for me, Patzer? He asks. No, I reply. I just wanted to see your face when I win. I smirk at him. In your dreams, he laughs. I rev my engine and he backs up. If I win, we're going to Starbucks and you're paying, I exclaim. Before he could reply, I put on my helmet and continue driving. I hear Andrea yell and start his engine behind me. I continue driving and drive past my school. I don't risk looking back, just in case Andrea overtakes me. I see Starbucks coming up and I continue driving faster when I finally reach it. I park my motorcycle and take off my helmet. I get off the bike and lean against it, waiting for Adrenal. Look who's alive, a voice says. I look behind me and see Aiden, Carlos, Kai, and Alara. Guys, I exclaim. I take the key out and pocket it. I put the helmet on the seat. Sick ride, Carlos says, walking around the bike. Thanks, Andrea got it for me, I reply, when I realize what I just said. We haven't seen or heard from you in ages, Kai says. I've just been really busy with work and the suspension from school, I say. You were gone a whole extra week than you were supposed to, Alara says, fiddling with the sleeve of her nude hoodie. As I said, I was really busy, I lie. How come Andrea brought you that? Aiden asks. Before I could answer, I hear another engine rev and Andrea parks next to me. Chapter 30. Andrea parks next to me. I guess I owe you that Starbucks patza, he says, taking off his helmet. His grey shirt shows the hickey I have him earlier. He looks at Aiden, Alara, Carlos and Kai, and then to me and back again. Funnily enough, the Giovannis haven't been in school either, Alara says. The door to Starbucks opens, and to my luck, Diana walks out. Her eyes instantly go to Andrea and then to me. They narrow when they meet mine. Look what the cat dragged in, she says. It takes all my willpower not to roll my eyes. You guys are still friends with her? Andrea asks. They all nod in response. That's pathetic, he says. I turn around and glare at him. Diana's eyes go to the hickey on Andrea's neck. I see you've been busy, she says to me. I see you're still the same old bitch, I retort. Aiden and Kai have to stop themselves from bursting into fits of laughter. I don't have time for this, she snaps, waving a hand to dismiss me. Enjoy my leftovers? They're fucking delicious. I snarl. That's my girl. Andrea smirks. Carlos's mouth is hung wide open. I'll probably be in school tomorrow, I say, walking past them. Andrea follows me into Starbucks and I walk up to the counter. What do you want? I ask Andrea. Nothing, he replies. Could I have 2 medium iced coffees with extra pumps of caramel, please? I ask the barista. She turns around and starts making our drinks. Andrea glares at me. Trust me, I sigh. He shakes his head while smiling. You need to get your snake tattoo, he says. Can we do that today? I ask. If you want, he replies. The barista rings the bell and I go collect our drinks. Andrea takes out his credit card and pays for us. I hand him his drink and we leave the shop. This is gonna hurt, the tattoo artist says. Andrea sits in a chair next to my seat and intertwines his fingers with mine. You'll be oak patza, he says. I know, I reply. The tattooist moves the hair from my neck. Chin up and put your head to the side, he says. I do as he says, and he looks at the picture of the black snake I want. He pushes the ink needle into my neck, he starts moving it along my neck, and it tugs on my skin. I wince and tighten my grip on Andrea's hand. Andrea rubs his thumb over my hand, calming me down. He keeps on going, reaching down to the top of my collarbone and wiping the access ink off occasionally. When he finishes outlining the tattoo, he switches to a bigger needle and fills it in. He wipes the blood and ink from my neck and continues. His breath tickles my ear. He fills it in a little more before it's finally done. He gently cleans the tattoo, adds a thin layer of tattoo ointment, and covers the tattoo with a clean gauze to minimize infection. He put a piece of plastic wrap on the tattoo. After 2 hours, rinse your neck with cool water, the tattooist says. I get up and take my credit card out of my pocket. Andrea stops my hand and passes him his credit card. It's on me, he says. The man scans it, and we thank him and leave the shop. It's dark already, I say. Let's get back, Andrea replies. We get onto our motorbikes and put our helmets on. I turn the ignition on and rev my engine. I start driving down the street with Andrea following me. Jet off me. I hear a girl yell. I instantly stop my bike. Why did you stop? Andrea asks. Did you hear that? Trome. I ask. Andrea shakes his head, confused. I said, get off me. She yells again. I run and follow her voice into a dark alley. Andrea follows me. I see a girl with her hood up surrounded by 3 boys who look her age. Shez on the floor and they're looming over her. Hey, I yell. They turn to look at me and ignore me. Gunshots echo behind me and their heads instantly turn. Scram. Andrea snarls. The boys get scared and run off yelling at each other. I run to the girl and help her up. Her brown hoodie is dirty and her jaw is bruised. Are you oak? I ask. She looks at me and nods. What's your name? I ask. Jasmine, she replies. Come with us, Jasmine, I say. She hesitates, looking past me at Andrea, who's putting his gun away. I promise you'll be safe, I say. She gives in and we walk back to our motorcycles. She gets on the back of mine and I pass her my helmet. She puts it on and I drive off. Andrea follows behind me and we drive back to his house. We park our bike in the driveway and I help Jasmine off. She removes her hood and the helmet and shakes out her long brown hair. I can see her face clearly in the light of the lamp. She has big brown eyes and a single beauty spot under her left eye. How old are you? I ask. 16, she replies. Same as Mateo, Andrea says. They'll get along well. We walk into the house and Alora greets us. Who's this? She asks. Alora, this is Jasmine, I say. Get her some new clothes and let her bathe in my bathroom, I say. She nods and Jasmine follows her up the stairs. She was probably scared for her life, I say. She looks like she could be your younger sister. Andrea says. I laugh. I always wanted a little sister, I reply. We'll introduce her and Matteo later. Andrea says. I walk up the stairs and make my way to my room. Jasmine and Alora aren't there yet. I go into the toilet and realize I've started my period. Great, I mutter. I take a pad and put it on. I walk out and change my clothes. I put on some black biker shorts and an overdose white shirt. Jasmine and Alora walk in. Alora's holding some clean clothes. Jasmine, you can use my room if you want, I say. Make yourself at home. Thank you, she says. I walk out of the room and go down to the kitchen. Chapter 31. I walk into the kitchen and take a pack of strawberries out of the fridge. Hey, Lorenzo says, walking into the room. I wave at him as I put a strawberry into my mouth. Guess who can't stop talking about you, he says. Who? I ask, through a mouthful of strawberry. Andrea, he replies, smirking. I laugh, shaking my head. He leans on the counter. You know I haven't seen him this happy before, he says. That can't be true, I reply. It is, Alessandro says, walking in. Delia's eyes, Lorenzo mimics. Her hair, Alessandro says, pretending to faint. Her perfect lips. The way her hair falls perfectly. They both fall into fits of laughter, and Andrea walks in. What's so funny? He asks. Alessandro is doubled over and laughing. Nothing, Lorenzo says. Andrea makes eye contact with me and I bite into another strawberry. I heard you like my lips, I smirk. Alessandro and Lorenzo snicker. Andrea shoots them a look and they instantly shut up. I never said that, he replies, getting a water bottle out of the fridge. Sure, Alessandro mutters. How's Mimi doing? I ask him. She's still crying. Alessandro says, I told you to take care of her, I snap. I'm getting her ice cream. He rolls his eyes. Nice tattoo, by the way. Jasmine and Alora walk in. How are you feeling? I ask. Better, Jasmine replies. Did the boys do that to you? Andrea asks, signaling to her eye. Nope, foster parents, she replies. She takes an apple and runs it under the tap. Who's this? Lorenzo asks. Jasmine, Alora replies. Andrea and Delia helped her. I'm Alessandro, he says, extending his hand to her. She shakes it. Matteo comes in, play fighting with Terzo. I win, Terzo exclaims, putting Matteo in a headlock. Matteo looks up at us, and his eyes land on Jasmine. He smiles softly. Who's the new hottie? He asks. I have a name, she replies. I'd love to hear it. Terzo lets go of him. Jasmine. Matteo, he says, puts out his hand so she can shake it. Jasmine looks down at it with disgust. I'll be in the gaming room, she says, walking past Matteo. His eyes follow her until she leaves. The little girl's got a personality, Alessandro says. I like her already, Terzo laughs. He messes with Matteo's hair. You need to up your game, he says. Zoya walks in with a stern expression on her face. All of you, meeting room now, she says in a serious tone. We all walk out of the kitchen, but she stops Matteo. Not you. You go give Jasmine some company, she says. He goes to say something, but she glares at him and he closes his mouth. We all walk through a corridor and down some stairs. We walk past a huge training hall, and I peer through the door. You'll get to see that later, Alora says. We walk further down and enter a room with a long table. Vittoria and some other people are there, including Xuan and Amira. Amira's hijab is a lighter nude color. She's wearing a black turtleneck and matching nude trousers. I see a huge scar on Xuan's hand, thanks to me. We all sit down and I end up sitting opposite Andrea. Lorenzo smiles at Amira and sits next to her. I have some news for you all, Vittoria announces. In 3 months, we'll be on a flight to Italy. All of us. I ask. All of us. She replies. This is not a holiday. There will be a meeting between the ravens and the demons, she says. Xuan gave us this information from his parents. How can we trust him? Alora snarls. I know you and Xuan have some tension between you two, but you need to put that aside, Vittoria says. The look on both of their faces explains everything. Something happened between them. No, she has a point, Andrea says. He tried to kill me. How do we know he's still not working with his parents? I think he knows the punishment for lying and betraying us, Terzo says. Maybe we should test out that theory, Amira snarls. She takes out a gun that was tucked into her trousers and cocks it. She puts it in front of Xuan's face. I agree with Amira, I say. Lorenzo places a hand on her arm and pulls it down. He gives her a look and she sighs, putting her gun away. We need to build trust for this to work, Zoya says. What's the plan? Tezo asks. The leader of the Ravens has a USB that he will give to the leader of the demons, she explains. We'll need Dilia so she can flirt with him and take it. Andrea's jaw clenches when Vittoria says this. Why me? I ask. Look how quickly you got Andrea to fall head over heels for you, she replies. It will be easy. Damn, everyone's exposing him today. We will also have to eliminate the leader of the demons, she says. Terzo, Allura and Lorenzo will be waiters at this gathering. A man blonde next to Vittoria says, reading the rolls off a laptop. Zoya, Alessandro, Amira, Andrea and Dilia will come in as rich guests. He says. Smee says. Vittoria says we will also have Chase and Zahira working with us. Dilia. Your fighting is good but needs more work, so you'll be training a lot. That's fine with me, I say. The girl we brought home today will be staying with us. Andrea says. Absolutely not. Vittoria replies. I'm not sending back to her abusive foster family, he says firmly. Vittoria sighs in defeat. Fine. We all get up to leave. Allura barges past Juan, purposely hitting him with her shoulder. Cupcake's gotten feisty over the years. He laughs. No one laughs with him. We all glare at him. I need to give Mimi her ice cream, Alessandro says, narrowing his eyes. My lower abdomen starts hurting. Fuck you, cramps. I'm going to my room to sleep, I say. Bring me up a hot water bottle if you can. Anything you need, Andrea replies. Chapter 32. I bury my head into the pillow on my bed and scream. Sometimes I hate being a girl. Sometimes. Like this moment now. Someone knocks on my door. Go away, I yell. They open the door, ignoring me. Pazza, I got the hot water bottle you wanted, Andrea says. Give it? I say, my voice muffled because of the pillow. He hands it to me and I put it on my uterus area. What can I do to make you feel better? He asks. Nothing, I reply. He sighs and gets into the bed next to me. I glare at him and he ignores me and turns on the TV opposite my bed. He goes onto Disney Plus and puts on Milan. I look up at him. That's my favorite Disney movie. How did you know? I ask. She reminds me of you? He replies. He thinks of me while watching Disney. That's fucking adorable. Who knew the tough, scary mafia man watches Disney movies? I laugh. Everyone has their own guilty pleasure, he says, smirking. He pulls me onto his chest as the opening credits finish. He strokes my hair and I wrap my arms around him. We're under attack like the signal. The guard yells from the screen. I look up at Andrea and see his focus on the movie. It's funny how a mafia man can sit down and enjoy a peaceful night watching a Disney movie. He takes out his phone and looks down at me. What do you want to eat? He asks. Nothing, I reply. Wendy's? He asks. I nod. Double-stacked burger and a chocolate frosty? Yes, please. Quiet and demure, graceful, polite, Milan says from the screen. Amira, could you bring up our food when it comes? He speaks through the phone. I'm in Dilia's room. He waits for a reply. Thanks. He puts his phone down and continues watching the movie. I continue admiring him. He catches me staring. Are you going to keep looking at me like that, or will you do something about it? He asks. I smirk and take my attention back to the TV. I hear him sigh. Not long later, there's another knock on my door. Come in, I say. Amira walks in with a smile. Here's your food, she says. Thanks, Andrea says. We sit up and she places the food on the bed. She places a cup of water and some tablets beside my bed. This should help with the cramps. She smiles. We thank her and she leaves, closing the door behind her. I take my burger, chips, and drink out and pass Andrea his food. I take a big bite of my burger and it tastes so good. I smile and continue watching the movie. We're at the bit where the soldiers come to Milan's house and ask her dad to go to the war. I take a gulp of my chocolate frosty and look at Andrea, who is eating his chips, his attention on the screen. I take another bite and Andrea beckons me towards him. I lean towards him and he puts his hand on my cheek. He wipes the burger sauce of my cheek and then licks his thumb. I finish my burger and chips and slurp my chocolate frosty. Feel better? Andrea asks. A little, I reply. I look at the TV. The movie is finished. I pout. I have another one we can watch, he says. I put out drinks on the table next to the bed. He gets the remote and what he puts on is the last thing I would have ever expected. Tinkerbell. He puts on Tinkerbell. I look at him and burst into fits of giggles. He pins me to the bed and gets on top of me. If you tell anyone about this, I will kill you, he says, his face getting closer to mine. Bet, I reply. You should know by now that I love to play with death. He smirks down at me and his stormy grey eyes scan my face. We're going to miss the movie start, I say. I could sit here and watch you and still not get bored, Andrea replies. I fight against his grip and peck him on the lips. Let's watch the movie, I mumble, tracing his jaw with my finger. Andrea hesitates before letting go of me. He pulls me into the middle of his legs and I rest my back on his front. He drags his hands through my hair and starts massaging my scalp. He looks so sweet, sitting here with me watching Tinkerbell out of all movies and him massaging my hair. I wish we could just stay in this moment forever. We need to do this more often, I say. How about every Friday night? He asks. Tomorrow's Friday, isn't that too soon? I ask. Not soon enough, he replies calmly. I smile to myself and bite my lip. I feel cold rings wrap around my throat softly so he doesn't hurt my tattoo. He brushes his thumb against my jawline. I grab my chocolate frosty and continue drinking it. We're at the bit where Tinkerbell has to choose her object. It still amazes me how focused and entertained Andrea is. I lean over to my drawer and take 2 face masks out. I give Andrea a cheeky grin. I'm not, he starts. You are, I reply. I get on top of him and open one of the face masks. I take it out and unfold the wet material. I put it on his face and flatten it out. It's supposed to make us look like pandas. It's cold and wet, he says. That's what she said. I laugh. He tries to stifle a laugh, but it slips out. I should have seen that one coming, he says. I put my wand on and tie my hair up from my face. I massage the moisture into his face. Now we can properly relax, I smirk. He shakes his head, laughing, and makes me rest against him like we were before. Just focus. Andrea exclaims. What the fuck do you think I'm doing? I shout. Andrea's trying to teach me how to shoot a gun. Properly, apparently my form is off. I cock the gun again. Andrea comes behind me and grabs my arm. He puts it higher. Squint your eyes to get a better aim, he says. His breath brushes the back of my neck. I squint my eyes and pull the trigger. The bullet pierces through the dummy, right where the heart would be. Told you I could do it, I smirk. Although I prefer knives. I look to the other side of the training room and see Matteo and Jasmine fighting. Terzo's cheering her on. She's fit in well and gotten along with everyone here. Jasmine floors Matteo and puts her arm of his neck. Well done, Zoya exclaims, clapping. Jasmine gets up and helps Matteo up. Beginner's luck, he mutters. You know they remind me of a younger version of us, I say, crossing my arms. Yeah, but I always beat you, Andrea says. Really? I ask, turning to him. He nods as he puts the guns away. Let's go test out that theory. Tinkerbell, I smirk. I take off my fleece and walk to the sparring ring. You're on your period, I'm not going to hit you. He sighs as he steps into the ring. I punch him across the face. Try me, bitch, I say. Chapter 33. Andrea runs his tongue over the inside of his mouth and takes off his black hoodie. His shirt lifts and shows the bottom of his toned abs. Fuck. Let's go parta, he smirks. I'll try not to go too hard on you, Tinkerbell, I say. He glares at me. No weapons allowed, Zoya reminds us. This is hand-to-hand combat. Andrea and I get into our fighting stances. He goes to punch me, and I dodge. I see an opening and punch him in the gut. He doubled over and I lift up my knee, hitting him in the face. His head falls back and he falls to the ground. That's gonna hurt, Matteo exclaims. Andrea kicks his legs underneath me and I fall on my back. I groan in pain. He gets on top of me and punches me. I dodge and his hand hits the floor of the ring. He pins my arms to my sides. My money's on Andrea, Alessandra says. $50, she loses. Don't lose hope on her yet, Lorenzo laughs. He smirks down at me and I spit in his face. He removes one of his hands from my arm, giving me an opening. I swing and punch his jaw. He stumbles backwards. I raise my legs and kick him off me. I go to kick his side and he grabs my leg and twists. I fall on my face. Get your ass up, Delia, Alora exclaims. Andrea sits on my back, pinning me down. He grabs my hair lightly and pulls my head back so I can look up at him. He traces his finger down my throat, sending goosebumps through my body. My body tenses against his, and he feels it. He smirks down at me, making his finger trace my jawline and go up to my lips. Are you trying to seduce me into letting you win? I ask. I don't really need to do much, Andrea replies. I pull my head down and hit him with the back of it. He exclaims in pain, and the collision makes him get off me. I don't give in that easily, I smirk. I get up and roundhouse kick him in the face. He falls to the floor. Yes, Delia. Amira yells, her Terzo and Alora are clapping. Zoya has her arms crossed, but she looks impressed. Andrea is sprawled on the floor and her tries to get up. I sit on him and pin his arms above his head. Never say you'll go easy on me, I say. You'll always be surprised at what I can do. He smirks up at me. Have I ever told you that you look hot when you're mad? He asks. Many times, I sigh, rolling my eyes. Well, you look really hot right now. He smirks. I know, I reply, getting off him. I step out of the ring with a big smile. Delia wins, Zoya exclaims. Everyone claps. Jasmine looks impressed and shocked. Pay up, Lorenzo smirks. Alessandro sighs and hands him 50. I look at the clock on the wall. It's midnight. I'm going to head to bed, I say. Andrea finally stands up and gets out of the ring. I'm not going to school, Alessandro says. Everyone looks at him. Someone needs to entertain Mimi, he shrugs. I smile to myself. Even though they met recently, he seems to have a soft spot for her. We're going to be late, Allura yells down the corridor. Coming, I yell. I straighten out my black skirt and examine the new tattoo on my neck. I fiddle with the strings of my brown zebra print shirt. I take off the clear foil that was on it. It looks good enough to leave in the open air. I leave my room and see Allura waiting for all of us. She's wearing a baggy blue graphic jumper with a white turtleneck underneath and some baggy jeans. You took your time, she sighs. What about the others? I ask. They're in the car, Terzo says. We leave the house and get into Andrea's black Range Rover. The passenger seat is free, so I sit there. Where's Amira? I ask. She went to headquarters to train some recruits, Zoya says. We'll see her later. Andrea rolls up the sleeves of his grey hoodie. I see the glint of a silver chain around his neck and his hair is messy. Nothing unusual about that. He starts the car and drives off. I look through the window before me and nibble on the corner of my mouth. We stop at a traffic light and I see Andrea staring at me. Stop doing that, I say. Do what? He asks. Staring, I reply. Focus on the road, not me. He chuckles and brings his attention back to driving. We soon arrive at school and Andrea parks the car. We all get out and my skirt has ridden up my thighs. I pull it down. Delia, Alara yells. She runs to me and hugs me. How are you? I ask. I see that Diana's with them. We've been good. She looks behind me at the Giovannis. I turn to them. I'll be with them if you need me, I say. Kai comes and swings an arm over my shoulders, earning Andrea's glare, which he ignores. I look over and see Diana eyeing Andrea like he's a snack. I swear I'll gouge out her eyes. I mean, she's not wrong. He is a snack. But he's my snack. We'll take good care of her, Aiden says. I've got your homework that you missed, Carlos says. Thanks, Carlos, I say, smiling at him. I'll see you guys later, I say. Kai keeps his arm around me and we walk off into the school. I can feel Andrea's gaze on my back, but I don't look behind me. We're going to watch Aiden and Kai's basketball practice at lunch, Alara says. I might be able to teach you guys how to shoot, Aiden laughs. That'll be fun, I say as we walk to the lockers. Chapter 34. Aiden bounces the basketball my way. I try to take it off him, but he dribbles around me. At least let me try and shoot, I sigh. Diana's sitting on the bleachers, scrolling on her phone. Carlos is next to her doing his homework that's due next period. Kai tried to persuade her to join us, but she didn't want to get involved. Aiden quickly throws the ball to me and I catch it before it could hit my face. Ha! I smirk. I dribble the ball so I can get closer to the net. I try and shoot, but I miss. I see Aiden run and try to get the ball. I beat him to it and grab the ball. I dribble it to the other side of the court and Aiden chases after me. He grabs me by my waist and spins me around to try and wrestle the ball out of my hands. Hey, I thought you couldn't do that, Alara exclaims. Shh, I want to see where this goes. Kai laughs. Aiden tries reaching for the ball, but I throw it out of reach. I push him off me and run to get it again. He grabs me and spins me around, placing me so he can get the ball. I try and catch my breath. I win. He smirks, spinning the ball on his index finger. You cheated, I say, walking up to him. I didn't, he laughs. Diana's head instantly goes up, and she looks at the gym doors. I look behind me and see Terzo and Lorenzo walk in laughing with Zoya and Alora following them. What are you guys doing? Zoya asks. Messing around with the basketball, Aiden replies. Wanna try? Kai asks. Sure, let's go, Terzo says. Alora goes and sits next to Alara and they start talking. Lorenzo, Terzo, Dilia. You're one team, Kai says. Me, Aiden, and Zoya are the other, he says. Fine by me, I reply. We get into our teams and start the game. Diana's eyes don't leave Terzo. She's really trying to hop from one Giovanni to the other. Aiden throws to Kai and I block it. I dribble the ball closer to the net and pass it to Lorenzo. He shoots and scores. Zoya takes the ball and dribbles it to our side of the court. Her red braids swish behind her in the motion. She passes to Kai, who passes to Aiden, and the ball returns to her. She shoots and scores. I walk over to the bleachers and Aiden throws me his water bottle. You look like you need it, he says. Thanks, I reply. Zoya comes and stands next to me. The bitch looks like she's going to eat Terzo alive, she mutters as I take a gulp of water. I look at Diana and see her eyes follow his every move. Jealous much? I laugh. No, she might just make him uncomfortable, that's all, she explains. I look back at Terzo, then at Zoya. He doesn't look that bothered to me, I reply. She bites her lip and sighs. I put the water bottle down and get back onto the court. Aiden's throwing the ball up and down, and I hit it out of his hand. We haven't started the game yet, Kai yells. Aiden runs after me and grabs me. He tickles my waist, making me gasp and throw the ball. It hits the floor and rolls away. It hits someone's foot. I look up and see Andrea glaring straight at me and Aiden. Aiden's smile instantly falls from his face and he lets go of me and clears his throat. Andrea looks like he's going to kill someone. Let's continue with the game, Zoya says, breaking the silence. Diana gets up as soon as she sees him and walks over. They're out of earshot, but I can see her laughing. I try to return my attention to the game, but I can't. You know, I want to get some food, I say. Let's all go, Lorenzo says. I grab my bag and we pack everything away. Carlos puts away his homework so he can join us. Alora links arms with Alara and they walk out with us following them. We walk into the canteen and sit at our usual table. I get a slice of pizza, some chips, and a water bottle. Andrea doesn't join our table but sits at the one opposite us. Of course, Terzo, Zoya, and Lorenzo have to sit with him. Alora hesitated but stays with Alara. Kai, a voice exclaims. I don't have to turn around to know it's Zoe. What the fuck does she want? Carlos sighs, rubbing his forehead. Kai scrunches up his face and turns around. Zoe's attention goes straight past him to Terzo and Andrea. Diana is still stuck on Andrea like glue. Zoe stands next to Terzo and puts a pedicured hand on his shoulder. Zoya sits back, arms crossed, and glares at her. I grab my water bottle. Aiden is speaking to us, but I'm not listening. I'm watching Diana, her every move, and how Andrea will react. Her hand goes up this shoulder and she starts fiddling with the sliver chain around his neck. My grip on the water bottle tightens and Kai notices. She'll get bored eventually, he says. Alara gives Carlos a look. I bite down on my cheek so I don't say anything I'll regret. Her hand is fiddling with his chain, and Andrea just looks up at her. Zoe's talking and giggling with Terzo, and I see Zoya dig her nails into her arm. She's trying to stop herself from freaking out. Andrea tries to move his head, but Diana puts her hand on his face, making him focus on her. She's fully aware I can see her. She strokes his face with her thumb, and Zoe laughs, rubbing her hands over Terzo and Andrea's arms. That's it. I get up and grab my water bottle and Aiden's. I was going to drink that, he yells. I walk over to Andrea's table. I unscrew the lid of mine and throw it all over Diana. Fuck you, I throw the bottle at her. She exclaims and looks down at her soaked clothes. I open the other one and dunk it all over Andrea. And fuck you, I snarl, throwing the bottle at his face. Zoya starts laughing and Terzo's mouth is hanging open. I storm out of the cafeteria and hear Andrea yell my name. Pendejo. Chapter 35. I walk out of the cafeteria. I'm not going to cry. I'm going to calmly sort this out. I walk down the corridor and down the stairs. I hear footsteps following me and I start walking faster. Dilia, please let me explain. Andrea yells. There's nothing to explain. I snap, not looking back. Patsa, just speak to me, he yells after me. He runs up to me and grabs my arm. I glare at his hand. God better knock some sense into this man, or I swear I will. If you like that hand, you better take it off me right now, I snarl. I push him off me and walk into a classroom. As expected, Andrea follows me in. Patsa, let's just talk, he says. I don't want to talk to you, I yell. I finally look at him and his hair is still wet. Beads of water trickle down his neck. Let's not get distracted here. I slowly shake my head. At least let me explain, he says, closing the door behind him. There's nothing to explain, I reply. You were flirting with Zoe and Diana, knowing fully well that I hate both of those bitches. I raise my voice a little. Like you weren't flirting with Aiden in front of my face, he yells. I wasn't flirting with him. I yell. I haven't seen my friends for nearly 2 weeks and can't fucking hang out with them and be happy. I step closer to him. You know more than anyone that I want to see you happy. It's scary how dangerous Andrea sounds when he yells, but I'm not backing down that quickly. You let Diana put her hands all over you, he tries to speak, but I stop him. She was touching and playing with your chain and you didn't do shit to stop her. You let Aiden tickle and pick you up, he yells, stepping closer to me. He was trying to be a good friend, I yell back. Delia, you need to stop seeing the good in everyone and see their true intentions. He raises his voice even more. I look him dead in the eyes. True intentions? I scoff. What is he, a fucking Disney villain? He clenches his jaw. He wanted to teach me how to play basketball, I say calmly. And why do you think he wanted to do that? He asks. Just for the sake of it? Yeah, because I don't overthink every small fucking detail. I yell, matching his tone. We step even closer to each other, breathing heavily. Enough of Diana, I say. Explain Zoe. You know how Zoe is, he says, speaking normally now. You could have still stopped her, I say. If you were never done with Diana, you shouldn't have kissed me. His face softens, like he's hurt. I was always done with Diana, he says. You're clearly not showing it, I snap. During this argument, Andrea and I have gotten closer and I'm now looking up at him. We're both breathing heavily and staring at each other in silence. I'm trying to figure out what he's thinking and I can see he's doing the same thing. He licks his lips and his eyes dart down to mine. How do you want me to show it? He asks. I look him dead in his stormy grey eyes. I don't know, I reply. I have an idea, he says. Before I can answer, he presses his lips onto mine and puts his hand on my neck. He presses me against the wall, and we kiss each other with so much built-up anger and lust. His other hand goes down my body and pushes my hips down. He presses himself against me. He traps me in his arms and slides his tongue into my mouth, making me moan into him. I wrap my legs around his hips, making him press me against himself and the wall even harder. His hand travels up my thigh, under my skirt, and holds onto my thigh. He removes his lips off mine and starts kissing my jawline. He kisses my neck, sucking softly, and my eyes flutter shut. Soft moans escape my lips and he rubs his hand up and down my thigh. I put my hands through his hair and pull him closer to me. He sucks harder and I throw my head back onto the wall. My hands travel up his hoodie and I feel his abs. Andrew moves my hips up and down against him so I can feel him through his trousers, sucking harder around my neck, leaving marks. I put a hand on my mouth, trying not to moan too loudly. I put my arms around his neck and he moves his head down to my collarbone. He sucks and kisses it, making me gasp and moan softly. I roll my hips against him as he moves me up and down. I can hear him groan on me. Oh my God, Andrea, I gasp. He smirks against me and I start kissing his neck, leaving little hickeys. I keep on rolling my hips and hearing him groan in pleasure. Is this enough proof? He asks as he starts kissing my neck and collarbone again. Or do you want me to put you on one of these desks and fuck you until you can see stars? Before I can answer, he covers my mouth with his. I nibble on his bottom lip and he moans softly. It's like music to my ears. He rests his forehead against mine as we both breathe heavily. He takes my hair out of my face and puts me down. I straighten my skirt and Andrea straightens his shirt. We can get in so much trouble if we're caught here. When I pass the tinted window, I can see my reflection. My hair is messed up and my neck and collarbone are covered in hickeys. I look at Andrea and see that he has a few on his neck. He smirks at me. I've marked what's mine, he says. I shake my head, laughing. I flatten out my hair and leave the classroom before him. I walk back into the canteen and my friends turn to me. Terzo is trying to speak to Zoya, but she's ignoring him. I guess she's also pissed at him. I sit back down at our table and everyone's eyes are on me. Shit. My neck. Aiden opens his mouth to say something but stops when Andrea walks in. Their eyes go from him to me and back again. What exactly did you two do? Kai asks. He wanted to apologize. I reply. Okay then, Alara says, laughing. Chapter 36. Andrea's POV. I need Delia to know that I'm serious. I want a relationship and I hope she does too. I'm not playing around and I want her to know that. I will show her, Not with kisses, but more. I need to fix my shit. I sit at my table and see Dilia's friends staring at her. I look up and see Diana in front of my face, smiling. I glare at her. Dilia! I yell across. Alara nudges her and she turns to me. I point to the free seat next to me. She shakes her head and turns back to her conversation. I guess she's still mad at me. I need fix my this. I'll sit there, Diana says, sliding into the seat beside me. I turn away from her and look at Zoya. Terzo is trying to speak to her, but she's glaring at Zoe, who's now at another table. Andrea, I want to speak to you, Diana whines. Diana, why can't you take a fucking hint, I snarl. She goes silent and I turn to her. Everyone's staring at us and my eyes go to Dilia's table. I have their full attention. I don't like you, I say, loud enough for everyone to hear. I never did, and I never will. You don't mean that, she puts a hand on my arm. Diana, you might think Dilia is crazy, I say, but I'm fucking insane. Her face pales. So get your hand off me before I do something I regret, I snap. She looks at Dilia and then back at me, removing her hand. That bitch is so average, she rolls her eyes. What does she have that I don't? I've never met a girl like her, I say. Something ignites in me when I see her. I would do anything for that girl. I look at Dilia and she smiles softly at me. She's better than anything you could have been or will be, Zoya says, crossing her arms. I've never seen Andrea more happy, Lorenzo says. He looked tortured whenever he was seen with you. Diana's lost for words. She didn't expect us all to turn on her. I'm on Dilia's side, Terzo laughs, putting his hand up. I think you realize that we all prefer Dilia, Alora says from the other table. I see Dilia smiling to herself. So this is what you're going to do, I continue. You're going to stay away from me and my girl. This goes for you too, Zoe. I say louder so she can hear me. Now get out of our faces, Zoya snarls. Diana gets up, she rubs her face and storms off. The cafeteria is quiet for a moment, and then everyone returns to talking. You're crazy, Dilia mouths at me. Crazy for you? I reply. It's good that you know how you fucked up, Lorenzo says. You need to do even more, Terzo smirks. Get her a car, Zoya says. I look at her face and see that she's serious. Okay then, I guess I'm buying Patsa a car. I take out my phone and call my mum. Hey, she answers. Using my credit card, I say. Get Dilia a car ready for us when we get home. Color and make. She asks. White Lamborghini, I reply, to match my black one. Back to Dilia's POV. We walk into the house and the smell of food cooking hits me. I walk into the living room and see Mimi curled up on the couch on her phone. Who's cooking? I ask. Alessandro wanted to make me something to eat, she replies. Andrea, Zoya, Alora, Terzo, and Lorenzo come in behind me. I walk into the kitchen and see Alessandro busy making something. What are you making? I ask. Lasagna, he replies. Mimi said she was hungry. That's so cute, Alora exclaims. It smells so good. Zoya says. All of you will get some, Alessandro says. But for now, get out. We all laugh and leave the kitchen. Dilia, I have something for you, Andrea says. I turn to him. I don't completely trust Andrea. The moment in the classroom was amazing. But that doesn't mean he's been let off. Why? I ask. It's a surprise, he smirks. I hesitate, before Terzo nudges me. Go on, he mumbles. I follow Andrea out. He comes from behind me and covers my eyes. Trust me, he mumbles. We walk forwards and he finally uncovers my eyes. Surprise, he says. My jaw drops as Andrea removes his hands and I see a white Lamborghini before me. Behind the car, 5 security guards are holding up cardboard cutouts saying, I'm really sorry I fucked up. I don't even try and stop myself from laughing. I collapse into fits of giggles and hold on to Andrea for support. That's so cute, I laugh. I thought the speech wasn't enough, he says. Andrea, I say, looking up at him. You basically confessed to me in front of the whole school, which take a lot of guts. Of course I forgive you. I just wanted to be dramatic. I laugh. He looks at me shocked. You forgave me? I ask. Without all this? He points behind me. Yeah, after that speech, I reply. But I'm not complaining. I'll happily take the car. I grab the keys out of his hand. I'm gonna take it out on a test drive, I say. I get into the car and put in the keys. I turn on the ignition step on the gas. I roll down the windows and drive out of the driveway. I zoom past Andrea and keep on driving. Going on late night drives in this is going to be amazing. I keep on driving and I pass my old apartment. I slow down when I see a couple of police cars parked outside. I get out of my car. Is something wrong, officer? I ask. We're looking for Delia Caesar. We need to bring her in for questioning. The police officer says. My heart drops. What do they want? I'm her, I reply. Delia Caesar, we will need you to cooperate and come with us. A female officer says. She comes behind me and handcuffs me. They walk me to their car and I sit in the back. How the fuck am I supposed to get out of this? Chapter 37. Why am I arrested? I ask. You have the right to remain silent until we reach the station, the male officer snaps. Rude, I mutter, rolling my eyes. I need to get out of this. How did I even get into this? I realize I have my phone in the back pocket of my skirt. They didn't take it. I pressed my face against the metal separating me from the front seats. I use the tips of my fingers to get my phone out. The metal of the cuffs dig into my wrists. I struggle a bit more before I get my phone in my hands. I peer behind my back and look at my phone. I take a deep breath and open it up. I need to text Andrea. I go through my messages and find Andrea's number. Help. In a poly. The car jerks to a stop in front of a red light and my face makes contact with the metal bars. My phone slips out of my hands and hits the floor. Mierda, I grunt. Translation, shits, what happened? The female officer asks. Nothing, just hit my head, I mutter. They continue driving and I look down at my phone. I try and reach for my phone and struggle. That's when I get a brilliant idea. I lay down on the seat and prop my feet up to the ceiling. I hang off the edge of the seat and my cuffed hands fall behind my head. What is she doing? I hear one of them ask. I scramble a little more and finally get my phone. I push myself back into a proper sitting position and finish my message. Help. In a police car, I'll send my location. I send it and then turn on my location. He should be able to track me. Now I just have to wait. We arrive at the station and the police officers escort me into an interrogation room. They take off the handcuffs and I rub my now red wrists. I'm sure you're wondering why we've brought you here, a man in front of me says. I think he's a detective. He looks 23 or 24. His dirty blonde hair is pushed out of his face and his green eyes are stern. Yes, I am wondering that, I reply. I'm Detective Stevens, he says, extending his hand. I don't shake it. Cut the formalities. I want to know why I'm here, I snap, leaning back in my chair. We have suspicions that you are associating yourself with someone very dangerous, Stevens says. Stevens says, I'm not, I reply. He pushes forward a picture and I see Andrea staring up at me. Oh God. Don't freak out. Be calm. Ring a bell? Miss Caesar? He asks. No, I reply calmly. I hope my face doesn't give anything away. Delia, I hope you're not lying to us, he says. My face remains bored. He picks up a file next to him. Spotless record, no illegal activity, a straight A student. He looks up at me. You wouldn't want that ruined now, would you? Are you threatening me, detective? So, I tilt my head to the side. I'm just saying, a girl like you wouldn't want to be associated with a man like him. He flicks through my file. My eyes narrow at that comment. I think you've confused me with someone else, I say. I've never seen that man before, but I wouldn't complain if I did, I say, acting as if it's my first time seeing this attractive man. You know the penalty for lying to an officer, right? He leans forwards and intertwines his fingers. Of course, I reply. Stevens opens his mouth to speak, but a police officer barges in. Detective, someone claims to be Delia's aunt outside. The officer says, bring her in, Stevens sighs. He knows that we're clearly getting nowhere with this conversation. Delia, darling, a woman with a thick British accent says. Amira walks in. She's wearing a long cream, fluffy coat, a silk hijab, a beige handbag, and her neck and hands are filled with gold jewelry. Her face is filled with heavy makeup. The detective looks at me to Amira and back again. You're her aunt? He asks suspiciously. Yes, Amira replies. Is it because I'm a Muslim? No, ma'am, he splutters. It's 2022, and we still can't get past stereotypes. She snaps. Her accent sounds so believable. I didn't mean to offend you, Stevens says. Stevens says, Delia has things to do and places to be, so let's wrap this up. She opens her red lipstick and applies another layer. There's nothing more I need to ask, he says. You two are free to go. Finally, I sigh. I walk out and Amira follows behind me. I turn to her and she winks at me. We walk out to the station and I find my Lamborghini parked outside. How'd you get it? I ask. Found it outside your house, she says. She rips off her coat and stuffs it into the car's backseat. She's now wearing a black turtleneck and leather trousers. We both get in the car. I'm in the driver's seat. I start the car and drive. Do you know how hard it was to drive and do my makeup? She exclaims. She pulls down the mirror and starts removing her makeup. She wipes off the beauty spot she drew on. You saved my ass, I say. Andrea called me as soon as he saw your text, she says. I like pretending to be the aunt from London. I don't know how they knew I'm associating myself with Andrea and his mafia. I explain. Alora is looking into it. Amira replies. She finally removes all her makeup. We finally arrive back to the mansion and I park the car, I get out and walk into the house. It's silent. It's silent. I guess everyone went to bed already. I walk into the kitchen and see some leftover lasagna. I'll eat that after I change. I'll see you in the morning, Amira whispers, just in case we wake someone up. I walk into my bedroom and see Andrea curled up on my bed. He was probably waiting for me and fell asleep. That's so cute. A bunch of white roses is scattered on the bed and the table next to it. I walk to the other side of my room and change into an oversized cream hoodie and black bicycle shorts. I put my hair into a messy bun. I carefully close the door of my room and go back downstairs. I heat up the leftover lasagna and sit down and eat it. Only the light of the open refrigerator illuminates the room. I finish my lasagna and clean up my dishes. I want something sweet to eat. I look through the cupboard and see ingredients to bake brownies with. I haven't baked in ages. Let's see if I still have it in me. Chapter 38. I wipe the table that I made the brownies on. They're in the oven now, baking. The kitchen light turns on, and it takes a moment for my eyes to adjust. Andrea's leaning against the doorframe. He's shirtless, and his arms are crossed against his tattooed chest. He smiles lazily. He's still tired. His grey sweatpants hang low on his hips, showing the scar at the bottom of his toned abs. His hair is damp and wet. He probably had a shower to wake him up. I don't think it worked. His silver chain sits perfectly on his neck. Focus, Delia. Don't let the brownies burn. What smells so good? He asks. His voice is husky and deep from the tiredness. I'm making brownies, I reply. Can I try them? He asks, coming to stand next to me. When they're baked, I say. A moment of silence passes by before Andrea speaks again. I'm sorry, he says. About what? I turn to him. He's leaning against the table, his head down. The police, they're going to keep suspecting you, Andrea explains. It'll ruin your life. Andrea, I don't care about that, I say. In fact, I think it's exciting. You know you could leave now, he says. Pretend not to know me. He puts his head up, and I see that it pains him to say this. Andrea, I don't want to leave, and I don't think I ever will, I reply. I put my hand on his and rub my thumb on his palm to soothe him. He intertwines his fingers with mine and pulls me into a warm embrace. I feel safe in his arms. I don't want you to regret your decision, he mumbles into my hair. I don't want to be the reason your life is fucked. You're not going to be why my life is fucked, I reply. You're going to be why I'll never regret my decision. I look up at him and he puts a strand that came out of my bun behind my ear. I want to be here for you, I say to him. You're amazing, Patsa, he breathes. He kisses my lips softly and lets go. Make sure the brownies don't burn, he says. I check the oven and see that they're cooked. I take the tray out and let it cool. I cut 4 rows vertical and then 4 horizontal. I take a piece and hand it to Andrea. They're supposed to be gooey, I say. Andrea takes a bite out of them and closes his eyes. They're amazing, he says, taking another mouthful of brownie. I take a slice for myself and take a bite. The chocolate melts on my tongue. I thought I lost my spark, I mumble. I continue eating and look up to see Andrea staring at me. He looks away smiling. We should probably leave some for everyone else, I laugh. I give Andrea another slice and help myself too. I cover the rest of the brownies and put it away for tomorrow. Andrea and I walk back to my bedroom. We finish our brownies on the way there. What? Where are all the flowers for? I ask. I wanted to give you a gift, he says, rubbing his neck. I get into my bed and he gets in with me. Andrea stretches out and yawns. You need to sleep, I say to him. I've got a knife under my pillow, so I'll be ready for any surprises. Andrea looks at me in defeat and rubs his eyes. Come on, Tinkerbell, I say, opening my arms. He glares at me. You're lucky I like you, he mutters. Andrea lays on my chest and I stroke his hair. He wraps his muscled arms around me. He slips his hand under my hoodie and holds onto my waist. His touch sets off butterflies in my stomach. I keep on stroking his hair and he falls asleep on me. He looks so peaceful. Soon later, I fall asleep myself. "Dilia," Andrea whispers. "Dilia, wake up." I slowly open my eyes and squint as I look at Andrea. "What happened?" I ask. I turn on my phone and see it's 4065 AM. "Someone's in the house," he says. "And the lights aren't working. Where's everyone else?" I ask. "In the living room," he says. I drag myself out of bed and take the knife from under my pillow. Andrea hands me a torch and a gun, and I slide my knife into my waistband. I put my torch on and he grabs onto my hand. "We're going to navigate ourselves to the living room." Andrea explains, "If you feel unsafe, shoot." I nod and he slowly opens the door to my room. We walk out into the corridor. Andrea leads the way and I follow him. He doesn't let go of my hand. I hear a creak behind me. "Is everyone downstairs?" I ask. "Yes, even Xuan," Andrea replies. "Mateo and Jasmine are still at headquarters training camp." I hear another creak behind me. I let go of Andrea and cock my gun. I shoot behind me, blindly. I don't know who I'm shooting at or if someone is there. I hear a grunt and they run off in the other direction. I go to follow him and Andrea grabs onto my arm, stopping me. I look at him. "I'm not putting you in danger," he says, pulling me closer. "Let's just get to the living room." We keep on walking and make it to the living room. We close the doors behind us. Lorenzo says we need to find a way to put on the lights. "How did you guys know they were in the house?" I ask. "I went outside to smoke and found one of my guards dead," Zoya explains. "Some of us have to stay here and some need to go," Amira says. Xuan sits next to Terzo and Alora on the couch. "Andrea, Zoya, Amira, and I will go find them," Alessandra says. "And I'll fucking kill them." Andrea snarls. "I don't trust Xuan enough to leave him with Dilia." "Why?" Xuan asks, scared. "I'm gonna steal your girl?" Andrea pulls me in my waist and tilts my head up. His thumb traces my bottom lip and makes intense eye contact with me. "Oh, I'm terrified," he mumbles sarcastically. "Xuan, get your ass up." "Alessandro, sit your ass down and stay here with Mimi, Dilia and Terzo," Zoya snaps, hitting him behind his head. "Please be safe," I say, looking up at Andrea. "I promise I'll come back, and I promise I'll be able to try your brownies again." He smiles and kisses my forehead. I walk over to Mimi, who's standing by the fireplace. She puts an arm around me. We watch Andrea, Xuan, Amira and Zoya leave. "They'll be fine," she reassures me. I hope she's right. Chapter 39. They've been gone for an hour. "Can we go check on them?" I ask. "We have to stay here," Alessandro says. "Let's wait a little longer, I'm sure they're fine," Terzo adds. I pace back and forth in front of the fireplace. The hilt of the knife digs into my skin. "Dilia, calm down," Mimi says from the couch. "How can I be calm?" I ask. "I don't even know if they're alive." "Okay, we'll go check," Alora says, getting up. "Are you out of your mind?" Alessandro snaps. If anything happens to Dilia, Andrea will kill us." "I'm not fragile," I snap. "I can take care of myself." "So?" Alessandro looks at Terzo and stands in front of the door. "Get out of my way, you pequeño mierda, before I shoot you," I snarl. Translation. Little shit Alessandro moves from in front of the door with his hands up. "Mimi isn't in the right state to go," Alora says. "I'll stay with her," Alessandro says. He throws his gun at Alora, who effortlessly catches it. He goes to sit next to Mimi on the couch. I look at her and she nods, reassuring me that it's fine to leave them. "Anything happens to her and you're dead," I say, cocking my gun. "Don't worry, we'll be safe." Alessandro crosses his arms. "I'm coming with you guys," Terzo says. "We'll see you soon." Terzo, Alora and I walk out of the living room into the dark hallway and close the door behind us. I take a deep breath and Alora turns on a torch. We walk down a hallway. "Where do you think they are?" Terzo asks. "Upstairs," I reply. "How do you know?" Alora asks. "We saw someone and I shot them." I start walking down the hallway. We turn around a corner and I see a huge staircase leading to the floor where my room is, where we saw the person. We tiptoe across the floor. "Is anyone there?" Terzo whispers. I turn around and glare at him. He chuckles and Alora hits him in the gut with her flashlight. We continue walking down the hallway and I hear shuffling from behind me. I quickly turn around and see Terzo trying to take something off his shoe. "Terzo, if you keep making noise, I'll shoot you before the attackers can." Alora snaps. I put my hand over my mouth to stop myself from laughing. We walk past the meeting room and I see the door open. I peer through the crack. Xuan, Zoya, and Amira are tied up on the floor. Their faces are bruised and bloody. I see a man dressed in black looking over Andrea who looks like he's going to pass out from the pain. What's your plan? The man yells. A black woman is standing behind him with a mask over her face, and another man clutches his bleeding arm. The man I shot. Andrea doesn't reply, earning him to be kicked in the stomach. I flinch at the sound of his painful groans. I look back at Terzo and Alora, who are bickering quietly. I swallow the lump in my throat. They look at me and I point to the doors. They're in there, I whisper. We need to plan this out properly. Alora says. I hear a gun cock, and I look at Andrea being held at gunpoint. No plan, just act, I say as I silently slip through the doors. And she's gone. Terzo sighs. I see Xuan's eyes widen as he sees me. I put a finger to my lips. All those years of sneaking around the corridors of my private school late at night have taught me to be sneaky. I've learned how to make my footsteps silent. Zoya makes eye contact with me, and I slowly nod at her. What are you looking at? The woman in black snarls. She slaps Zoya with the back of her gun. That's going to bruise in the morning. The woman goes to turn around to me, but Zoya yells. You think you're so tough? She yells. The woman gives Zoya her full attention. What did you say? She snarls. You're hiding your face with a mask, Zoya continues. Clearly you're afraid. This one's running her mouth. So, she says. She crouches down next to Zoya and pulls her head back, grabbing onto her braids. She's going to get herself killed. The woman takes off her hood, exposing her blonde hair. She removes a knife from her sleeve and puts it to the edge of Zoya's scar on her jaw. I could make this bigger, she says. She trails her knife all the way up to Zoya's eye. It would suit you, she laughs. Or maybe I could cut out your tongue. She goes to pry open her mouth. Let her go. Terzo yells, running up next to me. So much for being stealthy. The man clutching his arm turns around and is met with Alora's gun touching his temple, ready to shoot. The woman turns around and is shocked when she sees Terzo with his gun pointing at her. I quickly put my gun at the back of the man's head, looming over Andrea. I cock my gun in warning. Shoot him and I'll blow your fucking brain out. I snarl, pressing my gun against his head harder. He said there wasn't any more people in the house. He snarls. We were certain there wasn't anyone else. Blondie says, get down. I snarl at the man. He doesn't move. I take the knife from my waistband and press it against his back. I said, get down. I repeat. He raises his hands and slowly gets down on his knees. Blondie and the injured man join him. I take the gun off the man and Terzo takes it. They start tying up the attackers. I run over to Andrea, who's struggling to keep his eyes open. I untie him and he looks up at me. His grey eyes are camouflaged with his purple, bruised eyes. He has cuts on his wrists and his lip is bleeding. His perfect jaw has scratches all over it. What did they do to him? Andrea, it's me, I say, stroking his hair. Padza, he mumbles. Yes, it's me, Padza, I say, putting my forehead onto his. He weakly lifts his arms and cups my face in his hands. My ragazza mate are the last things Andrea says before he blacks out. Chapter 40. My ragazza mate are the last things Andrea says before he blacks out. No, I mumble. I hoist his head onto my lap and move the hair out of his bloodied face. We need to take him to the hospital, I say. I'll take him, Amira says, as Terzo removes her bindings. She has a bruise on her lip and her hijab is crooked. You need to rest as well, I say. Don't worry about me, she replies. She walks over to me and her and Alora pick Andrea up, wrapping his arms around their necks. Who's going to deal with them? I ask. We should wait until Vittoria arrives, Zoya says. Terzo's arm is drooped over her shoulder and she's rubbing her bruised wrists. Xuan, tell them. The blonde woman screams. We all look at Xuan and he raises his hands up. I don't know who she is, he says. He's lying, she exclaims. This girl is insane, he says nervously. Zoya, Terzo, and I look at each other. Where's the blonde one? Lorenzo? Xuan asks, changing the subject. My eyes narrow and I glare at him. In the living room with Mimi, I say. I look down at the gun in my hand. He's a traitor. Blondie screams. Kill him. I don't know what she's talking about. He puts his hands up. You little shit. Zoya snarls. He will betray you all just like he has done to us. She screams. Tezo, shut her up. I need to think, I snap. What would Andrea do in this situation? He'd probably kill him right here, right now. I believe you, I say. Are you insane? Tezo exclaims. At least one of you has come to your senses. He laughs. I walk over to him and he smiles at me. I turn around and see Tezo and Zoya's shocked faces. I turn back around to Xuan and punch him in the face. He cups his bleeding nose and looks at me in shock. I hit him on the side of his head with the back of my gun. He drops to the floor, unconscious. Tie him up, I say as Tezo comes up next to me. Badass, I hear him mumble. Tezo grabs some rope and ties him next to the other prisoners. Where are they? Vittoria yells, bursting through the door. We step out of the way and she walks to the prisoners. What happened? She asks Zoya. The light bulbs flicker and the light comes back on. I had some guards fix the electrical box. The wires were cut. They cut off the electricity and attacked us. Zoya says. Apparently they know Xuan. Where's everyone else? She asks. The medical room, Tezo replies. You seem to have this covered. I need to see Andrea, I say. Vittoria turns to me and gives me a sympathetic smile. I run out of the room and down a couple corridors. I go down a flight of stairs and reach the medical room. I burst through the door and see Andrea laying in a bed with an IV drip coming out of him. A doctor with fluffy blonde hair and round glasses stands over his bed. I see Alora talking to a mirror in the bed beside Andrea's. You guys have doctors laying around? I ask her. They live on this side of the house? She replies. Vittoria ensures they don't run their mouths about our activities. I approach Andrea's bed and look at the doctor's name tag. Willie pull a chair to the side of Andrea's bed and hold onto his hand. He's bandaged up and has plasters all over him. His bruises are still purple and look hurt. Mum, you must let him rest, Will says. I'm not leaving, I reply calmly, not looking up at him. Only family members or significant others can stay here. I look up at him. Are you any of those? He asks. I hesitate. His friend. You need to leave, Mum, he says, turning around. I sigh and go to get up, but Andrea's hand tightens around mine. I look down at our intertwined hands in shock. I'm staying, and if you have a problem, you can take it up with Vittoria. I snap. I sit back down and caress Andrea's hand with my thumb. Will shakes his head and moves on to examine a mirror. I fell for my phone and realized I left it in my bedroom. My head hurts from the lack of sleep and my eyes droop. I try and keep myself from nodding off. I fold my arm underneath my chin and rest it on the side of the bed. I look at Andrea. He looks so peaceful when he's asleep. My eyesight starts to blur and I rub my eyes. Maybe I'll have a nap for an hour at least. I lay down on the side of the bed and doze off. What's going to happen to them now? A deep voice says. It sounds familiar. Andrea. I sit up and rub my eyes. Andrea is sitting up and talking. He looks over at me and smiles softly. How was your nap, Patsa? He asks, stroking my hair. It was good. How are you? I smile up at him. Better now you're awake, he says softly. They've all been taken to headquarters, including Xuan, Lorenzo says. I look around and see that Amira's bed is closer to Andrea's, and everyone is sitting around them. There's also another bed, and Zoya is on there sleeping. Mimi and Alessandro are sitting together. Their hands are close together but not touching. What happened to Xuan? Andrea asks. One of the attackers recognized him. Tezo says, It's funny how this happens after he's joined our mafia. Alessandro says, Xuan's the new guy, right? I hear Mimi mumble to Alessandro. Yeah, he's the one that got recruited. He replies, leaning into her so she can hear him. I smile softly while looking at them. They look so cute. That's asshole, Andrea snarls. His hand tenses underneath mine and I rub my thumb to calm him. Your girlfriend here went crazy on him, Terzo laughs. Andrea looks at me with a proud smile. Damn right she did, he says, kissing my forehead. I turn my face away from him, not letting him see the smile on my face. Chapter 41. It's been 2 days since the attack, and Andrea was finally discharged from the medical room yesterday. Vittoria wants us to head over the training headquarters. Lorenzo says. Apparently, she hasn't gotten very far interrogating the attackers, and she wants Andrea to speak to Xuan, Zoya adds. We'll go there as soon as we leave school, Andrea says as we walk over to my locker. He leans against it and crosses his arms. Lorenzo stands next to him. I open it up and take out my calculus book. My phone starts ringing and I see that my mum is calling me. I sigh and answer her call. Dilia, she says. Hi, Mum, I reply. Darling, I'm in California. I'm going to be staying here for a couple days before I have to go to Chicago, she explains. Great, I reply plainly. I was thinking that Antonio and I could stay at your house, she says. But, I start. Great, we're making our way over now. Come meet us, I roll my eyes. Mum, I'm in school right now, I say through gritted teeth. Well then come as soon as you're done, she says. She ends the call before I could reply. I sigh and rub my face. Zoya looks at me sympathetically. What's up, Patsa? Andrea asks. My mum is coming to live at my house for a couple days before she goes to Chicago with her boyfriend and she wants to meet me, I reply, closing my locker slightly more aggressively than I meant to. That doesn't sound too bad, Lorenzo says. Your mum is Audrey Caesar, the famous actress, right? Yep, I reply. She's a real pain in the ass. When does she want to meet you? Andrea asks. After school, meaning I can't come with you guys. I say. I'll come with you, Andrea says. Vittoria needs you, I reply, smiling at him. You seem like you'd enjoy the company, he replies. We can head over after, and I'll meet your mom. I don't really think you'd want to meet her, so don't worry about it, Patsa, he says. The bell rings, telling us to go to 5th period. Come on, lovebirds, let's get to class. Zoya laughs. On the way to maths class, we bump into Terzo and Alora, who are going to app physics. We pass Aiden, Kai, Carlos, and Alara, who wave at me. I give them a small smile and wave back. Andrea glares at Aiden. As I'm walking through the corridor, I realize it looks like I have bodyguards. People move out of our way until we reach calculus. I guess hanging out with the Giovannis has its privileges. So, are we driving straight there? Andrea asks. Yeah, get ready to meet my mum, I reply. We get into Andrea's car and he drives me to my house. I already see a black Tesla parked outside. We get out of the car and walk to the door. I insert my key and open the door. I hear noise coming from the living room. Hey mum, I say. How did you guys get in? Delia. So, Delia, she exclaims. She runs over and hugs me tightly. I awkwardly pat her on the back. I brought you this house. Of course I have a copy of the key, she says. Many have brought me this house, but does she pay the bills? Antonio comes out of the living room and shakes my hand. My mum looks over to Andrea and just stares at him. And who are you? She asks. I'm Delia's boyfriend, he replies, pulling me closer to him by my waist. My mum bursts out laughing. Delia has a boyfriend? She laughs. That can't be true. It is true, Andrea says, clenching his jaw. Then how come we've never heard of this so-called boyfriend before? Antonio asks. Because it's none of your fucking business. I snap. No le hables así. Mum yells. Translation. Don't talk to him like that. ¿Por qué no? No es como si fuera mi padre. I yell back. Translation. Why not? It's not like he's my dad. Andrea looks from my mum to me and then to Antonio. His phone starts ringing, but he ignores it. Vittoria is probably calling him. Alguien tiene que enseñar modales a esta chica. Antonio snaps. Translation. Someone needs to teach this girl manners. Eres tan ingrata. Mum screams. She raises her hand and slaps me across my face. I stand there stunned, my cheek stinging. Translation. You are so ungrateful. She goes to hit me again, but Andrea grabs her arm before she could touch me. Tienes que aprender a respetar a tu hija? He snarls. Wow, he can speak Spanish too. Translation, you need to learn to respect your daughter. Get your hands off her. Antonio snaps. Stay out of this. Andrea snarls at him. I don't give a shit if Delia's your daughter. Touch her again and I'll fucking kill you. Mum tugs her arm away from Andrea and glares at him. I try my best with you, Mum, I say shakily. Nothing I do pleases you. She pays for your hotel. She helps you while you're drunk even if you're in another country. Andrea says, what more do you want? I ask. My eyes start watering, but I hold back my tears. I don't think I've felt pain worse than your mother not being pleased with you or not wanting you. Let's go, Delia, Andrea says. We turn around, walk out of the house, and return to the car. Andrea turns to face me once we get into the car. I look at him and smile softly. He pulls me into him, and I just break down. I start crying, and he kisses my head. Why can't she just be happy with me? I ask. Delia, there's nothing wrong with you, he replies. Your mum is the problem. I try with her, I really do, I say, wiping my nose. I know you do, he says. You don't need to change yourself to make her happy. He cups my face in his hands and smiles at me. I wipe my eyes and Andrea pecks my lips lightly. Chapter 42. We drive through a dark tunnel and 2 huge back doors open, leading us into a garage. The training headquarters is really hidden. We park the car, a bodyguard opens Andrea's door for him, and another one opens my door and helps me out. They lead us through a huge hall filled with adults and teenagers training. We spot Jasmine and Matteo, and they walk over to us. Jasmine has her long hair tied up in a ponytail and a black cast on her arm. What happened? I ask. I beat her in a fight, Matteo smirks. Don't lie, Andrea says. Matteo feigns being hurt by what he said. One of the weights fell on me, Jasmine replies. Oh shit, Andrea says. Andrea Vittoria is waiting for you, Alora says, peering her head through the door. We turn around to go, but I feel a tap on my back. I turn around and see Jasmine. Can I talk to you? She asks. Sure, I reply. Andrea turns around to me. Go on, I'll catch up. I signal to the bodyguards. He nods and walks off with Alora. Matteo, can you give us some privacy? I ask. He frowns. Get moving, asshole. Jasmine glares at him. He puts his hands up and winks at her. He turns around and walks away. He is literally a mini Andrea. What did you want to talk about? I ask. I'm sorry if I came off as arrogant or rude when we first met, she says, looking down. It's fine, I reply. I was going through a lot of things. I had just ran away from my abusive foster family and I didn't think I could trust you guys, especially since you all had guns. She explains sheepishly. We all have our bad days. Like today, I wasn't in the right mindset before coming here, but I'm happy now, I say. Vittoria has been very nice to me. She fiddles with her shirt. You have nothing to worry about and nothing to fear, I say, making her look up at me. We're not going to hurt you. She smiles at me. Thanks, Delia, she says, hugging me. She lets go of me and I look at one of the bodyguards. Can you guys take me to Andrea? I ask. Who are you to him? One of them asks. He has half of his blonde hair shaved and filled with tattoos. He saw me walk in with him. I frown. Who are you to him? He repeats, ignoring me. 2 more bodyguards walk over to me and go to grab my arms. His girlfriend. Motherfucker. I snap. They stop in their tracks. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's a security measure, the guy says. I'm Jake. I glare at him and he clears his throat. Follow me, he says quickly. We walk out of the combat training hall and past another one, specializing in knives. We walk up a couple stairs and finally reach a huge meeting room. I walk in and the long rectangle table is at the side covered in weapons of all kinds. There are 4 seats in the middle of the room. Sven and the blondie are occupying 2 of them. The man I shot is in the other, and the man who attacked Andrea. Amira, wearing a grey turtleneck, black leather trousers and white turban stands behind Xuan Zoya, is in an all-grey tracksuit with her red braids and a ponytail. Alessandro leans against the table filled with weapons, and Lorenzo and Andrea stand next to Vittoria. Alora is leaning against the wall, one leg up with her arms crossed and is quietly arguing with Terzo. We need to figure out who sent them, Vittoria says. Do you think they're part of the Ravens? Alessandro asks. I ignore Vittoria's lingering gaze and walk over to Andrea. I told you I don't know who the fuck these people are? Xuan screams. Shut him up. Andrea snarls. Shut up. Amira hits him with the back of her gun. You look pissed, Andrea whispers to me. Just a minor inconvenience with Jake the bodyguard over there, I say, signaling to the door. Do I need to get rid of it? He asks. No, I handled it pretty well, I reply smugly. We warned him about the consequences of betraying us, Terzo says, snapping us out of our conversation. Death. Alora snarls. She pushes herself off the wall and grabs a gun from the table. She walks over to Xuan and cocks it threateningly. Yes, kill him. He's a disgrace to the Ravens and a stupid excuse for a mafia man. Blondie screams. The 2 other men stay silent, heads bent. I look at Xuan and can see the genuine fear in his eyes. It almost makes me feel sorry for him. He has nothing to back himself up with. All the evidence is against him. He left his own mafia for Andrea's, and then suddenly, they get attacked by people who know him. Alora places the gun to Xuan's head and looks at Vittoria, waiting for her orders to shoot. I don't feel like this is right, I whisper. He's a traitor to both us and the Ravens. Andrea replies. We haven't heard his argument. They could be lying for all we know, I explain. It's not our place to question Vittoria, he says. It's not my place to question her, but you're the heir, I say. Andrea sighs and looks down. Andrea, you should know me by now. I don't like hurting innocent people or seeing him get hurt. I add, he tried to kill me once. Andrea snarls, but he didn't. Just put that aside for 1 second, we're talking about a man's life here, I say. Andrea sighs and looks down at the ground. I scoff and walk away towards Alora. Delia, don't. His hand grabs my arm but misses as I walk away. Alora slowly cocks the gun and I walk towards her. She looks over to Vittoria, who nods her head. Alora pulls the trigger as I step in front of her, and a gunshot echoes throughout the room. Chapter 43. Alora pulls the trigger as I step in front of her, and the gunshot echoes throughout the room. Someone slams into me from the side and I fall onto the floor. Are you crazy? Alora screams, dropping the gun. I look up and see Andrea on top of me. Fuck, I love your impulsiveness. But for the love of good, stop trying to get yourself killed. He mutters as he gets up. He extends his hand and helps me up. I look at Xuan and see that he's still alive but staring at me in shock. Why would you walk in front of me? Alora says, running to me. I look at Andrea and see that the bullet grazed the top of his shirt. It shattered a window behind Xuan. You guys haven't let him explain, I reply. Innocent until proven guilty, right? I shrug, straighten out my shirt. Vittoria walks over and she's glaring at me. She grabs my arm. It's not your job to interfere with matters that don't involve you. She spits. Get your hands off her, Andrea snarls. At least let him explain. There would be an innocent man's blood in your hands. I snarl, snatching my arm off her. She glares at me, but I don't back down. I'm not scared of Andrea. Why would I be scared of her? She turns to Andrea. Keep your little bitch on a leash. She snarls. Watch your tongue. He snarls. She walks to the door and turns to the bodyguards. Put all the prisoners in their cells, except for Xuan, she commands. They nod and walk towards us while she leaves the room. What do we do now? Zoya asks as the blondie and 2 men are dragged out of the room. We trust Delia, Lorenzo says. Terzo and Alessandro walk towards us until we all stand before Xuan. Me in the middle and Andrea to my right. You're insane, Amira says, laughing. What do you want to do now, Patza? Andrea asks. I step towards Xuan and take off his gag. You have a death wish, he says, looking up at me. I shrug and step back. I want to hear what you have to say, I explain. I know who those people are, Xuan says. Next thing you say, better show you're innocent, Alessandro says. They work for my parents, but I had no idea this would happen, he quickly explains. I have nothing to do with this. Then why is Blondie saying you'll betray us the same way you betrayed them? Terzo asks. Of course they're going to try get me killed after I change mafias, he says. Believe me, I wouldn't have come to this mafia if I wanted to attack it. I could easily do that from outside. Don't kid yourself, Alora laughs. Xuan smirks at her. But I mean it, his smirks drops. I have no idea that they planned this, and I have no idea what they have planned in the future. What do you think? I ask, turning round to face everyone. Sounds legit, Terzo says. He's right. There's no need to get into a mafia when you can attack it perfectly fine from the outside. Alessandro says, remember, this wouldn't be the first time he tried to get close to us and then kill us. Andrea adds, signaling to Alora. How can we trust him? Amira asks. Vittoria does? Lorenzo replies sheepishly. I agree with Lorenzo. Zoya adds. Alora, what about you? Terzo asks. If he messes up once, the barrel of my gun will be on his forehead again, and this time, no one will stop me. She warns. Andrea slips his hand into mine and I turn to him. We're all waiting for you, he says. I turn towards Xuan. Am I making the right decision? I take a deep breath to calm myself. Prove yourself to us, I say. I untie Xuan and cut the rope binding his hands together. He stands up and stretches. That was really uncomfortable, he says. Alora starts to walk out and Zoya quickly follows after her. What's up with Cupcake? He asks. Lorenzo glares at him. Who wants drinks? Alessandro asks, ignoring Xuan. Oh, I'll have some, I say. I'll come with, Andrea says. We walk out the meeting room. Alessandro leads us down a corridor, and we walk into a huge room that looks like a restaurant, similar to Bellissime. We sit down, and Lorenzo, Terzo, Amira, and Xuan join us. It's like our own private restaurant, Terzo says. Amira sits next to me and gives me a warm smile. A waiter soon comes over and takes our orders. I look at Amira and Lorenzo, who don't get anything. Are you not hungry? I ask her. No, I'm just fasting, she says. Oh, but Ramadan isn't until April, right? Shrian asks. Yeah, but when a woman has her period, she can't fast since she's basically unclean. Still, we have to make it up another time. Amira explains. I'm doing it now since the days are shorter. That's really cool, I reply. I really admire Amira. She's so pretty and modest. It seems like she really loves her religion. What about you, Lorenzo? Tezo asks. Why aren't you eating? I don't want Amira to feel lonely, so I'm fasting with her, he says with a smile. Oh, that's so cute, I exclaim. I told him he doesn't have to, but won't listen to me, Amira laughs. Our food comes and the waiter places my nachos and Coke before me. I see that the guys just got some beers. I push my plate forward. Help yourselves, I say. Andrea shakes his head smiling and takes a nacho. Tezo pulls the plate closer to him and starts helping himself. I turn to Amira. I love your hijab material, I say. It's jersey, she replies. Feel? I place my hand on the bun of her turban. The material underneath is so soft. So soft, I say. I'm definitely taking you hijab shopping with me soon, she smiles. I continue eating the nachos the Terzo left, and I drink my Coke. A middle-aged man with security clothes walks over to our table. Sorry to interrupt you, Andrea, he says nervously, but we have an emergency. What is it? Andrea asks. The FBI have entered our perimeter and we need to evacuate immediately, he says. Everyone immediately stands up from their seats. Amira pulls out a gun from her trouser leg. Lorenzo takes some knives out of his sleeve. Andrea throws a gun at me, and I catch it. Evacuate the trainees and take them to the trucks, he says calmly. Make sure everyone is out of the building and take them to the other base. We start walking out of the restaurant. Make sure you're not followed, Alessandro says. Yes, sir. The man salutes and runs off, speaking into his walkie-talkie. Andrea turns to me. Stay behind me at all times, he says. Of course, I say. We're gonna kick some ass. Terzo laughs. At that moment, the loudest alarm I have heard bursts through all the speakers and fills the whole building with noise. Chapter 44. At that moment, the loudest alarm I have heard bursts through all the speakers and fills the whole building with noise. Split up. We'll meet up at the other base, Alessandra yells. Lorenzo grabs Amira's hand and runs down a corridor with her. You have a gun. You use it, Andrea says, grabbing my hand. I'm not letting you out of my sight. We run down a corridor and see so much trainees being escorted out. There's no sight of Matteo and Jasmine. We need to get to the garage, Andrea says. We'll get there, I say. We run down a set of stairs and I see about 8 FBI agents and they start shooting at us. I cock my gun and we start shooting at them. 4 drop dead and Andrea and I continue running down a flight of stairs. We bump into Vittoria, who has blood on her face. Andrea, let's go, she says. I go to run with them, but she stops me. You go to the car and stay there, she commands. I don't need you putting anyone at risk. She's staying with me, Andrea snarls. She will go to the car, escorted by bodyguards, Vittoria snaps. I look at the bodyguards and see that Jake is there. Andrea and her square up to each other. She glares at him and he doesn't move. Go to the car, Delia, he says, not looking at me. I'll be fine, Andrea, I say. He turns to me and presses his lips onto mine and kisses me. I kiss him back softly and it feels like the alarm sound fades out until he pulls away. He presses his forehead to mine and I see that it pains him to let me go. I said, go back to the car, he mumbles. I'll be safe, I say. He pecks my lips quickly and turns to the bodyguards. She dies, you die, he snarls. Yes, sir, Jake replies. I quickly walk away, followed by 4 bodyguards, 2 on my right and 2 on my left. We run down the stairs and down more corridors. We're greeted by more FBI agents. They start shooting at us, and the bodyguards show them no remorse. I don't even have to lift my gun before only dead bodies are in front of me. We continue running, passing a room, and I make eye contact with an FBI agent, Detective Stevens. Shit. His face drops when he sees me and he signals to his colleagues. I continue running until I finally reach the huge garage. Stay here, ma'am, Jake says. I get into Andrea's Range Rover and see that the keys are still in. I get into the driver's seat and tap my thumbs against the wheel. The walkie-talkie on Jake's belt turns on. We've headed out through the back door. Start driving everyone out, Vittoria's voice says. She said they were coming to the garage. Why would she change her mind and not tell me? Vehicles start moving and driving out the garage. Should I move or wait? Fuck this. I turn on the car and the doors of the garage open and Detective Stevens is standing there with his gun raised with 5 more people. I start driving out of the garage and see Stevens shooting at me. I duck, afraid the glass will break on me, but thank God it's bulletproof. I see his face in the rearview mirror and I drive off. Now I need to find Andrea and everyone else. I start driving through the tunnel and all the vehicles turn right. That must be the way to the new headquarters. So if I go left, that will take me to the back of the building. I continue driving when I hear sirens behind me. I look into the mirror and see 3 police cars following me. I speed up and drive round a corner, seeing Andrea, Vittoria, Zoya, and Matteo running. I beep the car's horn, catching their attention, and they turn to me. I roll down the window and drive up to them. The police sirens are faint behind me. Get in, assholes. I snap. Their heads turn to me and they look at me in relief. I open the door so Andrea can drive and I hear the sirens getting closer. He looks at me and smiles. I pull him in by the collar of his shirt. Our faces are mere inches apart, and those grey eyes I love dart down to my lips. Don't you dare ever tell me to stay in the car. I snap. I push him, run around the car, and get into the passenger seat. Step on it, Andrea, Matteo says. Andrea speeds up the car and drives away as soon as we see that the police have gotten closer to us. Detective Stevens was here, I explain. How do you know who he is? Vittoria asks. He questioned me since he was suspicious that I was hanging out with Andrea, I say. Did he see you? He asks. I nod my head and he hits the wheel. Shit. He mutters. He continues driving faster until we finally lose the trail of police. We start driving past a secluded area with only forests. What are we going to do now? He knows. I know you. I ask. Deny. Vittoria says. You said only Stevens saw you, so you deny it. He has no proof after all, Zoya adds. We need to get rid of your phone, Vittoria says. Let me see it. Andrea stretches out one of his hands, leaving the other on the steering wheel. I pass him my phone and he barely glances at it before he hits it aggressively against the dashboard and then throws it out of the window. My phone, I exclaim. They could probably track you, he explains. I'll get you a new one in a couple days. The path gets more narrow as Andrea drives through the forest. I see a distant, huge building becoming more clearer. The backup base is 3 times bigger than the old one. The gates open up for us and we drive down a tunnel straight into the basement. Zoya, Dilia, Andrea says, wait here, I'm going to get everyone else and then we're going home. Chapter 45. I walk past a group of people sitting at a table in the library. I rub my eyes. Last night was tiring after we got home. We all went straight to bed and I woke up with Andrea beside me. I still need to ask him what he was doing in my room. I have a free period now, so I'm looking around in the library. I walk through one of the aisles and look for a book for my history homework. A history of politics, I mutter as I walk to the back aisle. I scan the shelves and see it's on the top shelf. I stretch my arm out to reach it and my fingers barely graze the book. My crop top raises and exposes my side. I go onto my tiptoes and I can't reach it. I feel someone tickle my sides and I squeal and turn around to them. Andrea is smirking at me with his arms crossed. Let me help you, he says. He reaches up and brings down the book for me. He keeps his left hand on the shelf on top of me, caging me in. I take the book out of his other hand. I could have done that myself, I say. Clearly, he rolls his eyes. His grey eyes dart down to my lips and his right hand snakes around my waist. I can feel his hand on my bare back. Why were you in my room? I ask. I couldn't sleep and wanted to see if you were awake. Turns out I sleep better when I'm next to you, he smirks. Maybe that's because I have control over you, I smirk looking up at him. At this point, I'm just messing around with him. But thank God no one can see us since we're at the back of the library. I think I have more control over you, he says. His hand trails up my spine. My breath hitches and I try to cover it up. Really? I ask innocently. My hand goes to his belt and I pull him in closer to me, not looking away from his gorgeous eyes. He leans down and his lips brush mine. Dilia, there you are, a voice says. Andrea quickly gets off me and looks at the other bookshelves. I straighten my shirt and look at who called me. Aiden. Hey Aiden, I smile. Andrea looks his way and his jaw clenches. I'll see you later, Patzer, Andrea says. He walks past Aiden and barges into him. I hope I wasn't interrupting something, he says. What's up? I ask, trying not to sound mad. Carlos has some questions about the history homework, he explains. Oh, let me check out this book and we'll go to him, I say. I walk to the librarian's desk and she checks out the book for me. Aiden and I walk into the canteen to our usual spot. Terzo waves me over to his table where Zoya, Alora, Lorenzo and Andrea are sitting. Sorry, I mouth as I sit down next to Kai. Dilia, we haven't seen you in ages. Have you forgotten about us already? Kai laughs, putting an arm around my shoulders. Be careful, her bodyguard might see you, Kai, Aiden says. He's not my bodyguard, I say. I move away from Kai slightly, making him move his arm. Guys, I've just been preoccupied, I laugh. I take the history book out and place it before Carlos. This should have all the information for the grids we need to fill in, I explain. Thanks, Delia, he says, opening the book. So what's happening with you and Andrea? Alara asks. Nothing really, I reply. We're just good friends. Looked like something when I found you in the library, Aiden smirks. Carlos looks up from his book in shock and pushes up his glasses. What happened to Diana? I ask, changing the subject. Over there, Carlos says. I look over at her and see her sitting on Blake's lap. She's moved on to the football captain. I roll my eyes. Speaking about football, Carlos's game is next week, Kai says. You coming? I'll try, I reply. I look at Lorenzo's table and see that Andrea isn't there. Suddenly, I'm pulled up from my seat and Andrea smirks at me. He presses his lips onto mine and kisses me passionately. His hands travel up my waist and I wrap my arms around his neck and start playing with his chain. I return the kiss and his hand traces my spine. Terzo whistles loudly and people start clapping. Andrea pulls away, leaving us both breathless. I have one thing to say, Andrea says, catching the attention of everyone in the canteen. Hands off and eyes down. He gives me a peck on the cheek before letting me sit back down. I'm still flustered that he did that in front of everyone. That definitely looked like nothing. Carlos tries not to laugh. Well, maybe there's something going on, I say quickly, putting my hair behind my ear. Oh really, we didn't notice, Kai laughs. I figured it out ages ago. Alara looks unfazed. When she came into the canteen with hickeys and Andrea following her. She had hickeys. Aiden exclaims. God, boys really are stupid, she says, exasperated. You know you love me, he smirks, putting his arm around her. Congrats, Delia. Carlos smiles at me. Thanks, I reply. I look around and see everyone talking. I think will be the topic of conversation for weeks. Diana glares at me from Blake's lap and I smirk at her. She can be mad all she wants. I couldn't care less. I look over at Zoya and Alora and see them smiling at me. Alora sticks her thumbs up and Zoya laughs. I look up and see Andrea staring at me. Stop staring, I mouth. I'm enjoying the view, he mouths back, winking. Chapter 46. I walk to the student car park with Terzo, Zoya, Alora, Lorenzo, and Andrea. Terzo gets into the passenger seat, and Andrea glares at him. Terzo, get out of Delia's seat, he says, putting his keys in. It's fine. I'll sit back here, I say. It's a bit of a tight fit since there's 4 of us and only 3 seats. But it's fine. I want to sit here today, Terzo says, crossing his arms. I will kick you out of this goddamn car right now and leave you here. Andrea threatens. Okay, Mr. Big Tough Guy, Terzo says in a grouchy voice. He gets out of the passenger seat, laughing, and I take his place. Andrea starts the car and drives us home. He puts his warm hand on my thigh, and his metal rings press into my skin. I turn on the radio and Anacondas by Nicki Minaj comes on. We all start singing along except Andrea, who looks like he's regretting his life choices. Boy toy named Troy used to live in Detroit. Terzo yells along with the song, shaking Andrea's seat. Big dop dealer money, he was getting some coins. Zoya sings. Was in shootouts with the law, but he live in the palace. Alora and Lorenzo sing along. Bouc Alexander McQueen, he was keeping me stylish. I sing along, looking at Andrea. He has a straight face as Terzo keeps shaking his chair and singing along with Nikki. Oh, calm down, Zoya laughs. Sorry, Queen Nikki just does something to me, he says, wiping a fake tear from his eye. Terzo, shake my chair again and I'll throw you out the car, Andrea says calmly as he parks at a gas station. Is it okay if I can get some snacks? I ask as Andrea gets out of his seat. Sure, I'll come in with you, he replies. Lorenzo, fill up the car. Lorenzo gets out the car and starts putting the petrol in the car. We walk into the gas station and I go straight to the snack aisle. I pick up a packet of Skittles, and Andrea stands next to me but passes me a basket. I'm only getting one thing, I say to him. I'm paying, put everything you want in this, he says. And I mean everything. Andrea. I can pay for my own snacks, I say, going to walk around him. He puts a hand on my waist, stopping me. I know you can, but while you're with me, you do not touch your money, he says. He shoves the basket into my hands and signals to all the snacks. I place the packet of Reese's chocolate next to the Skittles in the basket. I put down some Pringles and some Sour Patch Kids. I also get a bottle of Dr. Pepper. I turn to Andrea and smile. This is all, I say. We go to the cashier, a tall, slim, brunette woman with bright blue eyes. Her eyes never leave Andrea, but he doesn't even give her a second glance, which makes me smile. While we wait for her to scan out items, Andrea snakes his arm around my waist and pulls me closer to him. She passes me the bag, and Andrea pays for my things. He didn't look at her once. We leave the store and go to the car. Andrea quickly pays for the gas and we drive back home. Andrea's POV, Mimi, Alessandro and Delia are in the living room watching Tangled. I want to sit with Delia and let her cuddle me, but I leave her too. I walk into the living room and Delia's face lights up when she sees me. She goes to stand up. Mimi, can I talk to you? I ask. Delia sits back down and puts her attention to the screen. Sure, she gets up and Alessandro watches her until she leaves. We walk into the kitchen. What flowers does Delia like? I ask. Oh, you're really straight up, she says. She hesitates for a second. Sunflowers. Sunflowers. Sunflowers? Sunflowers. I ask, making sure. Yes, she loves them. I remember when we snuck out of school and went to a field full of them. She was so happy. Mimi replies. And what would her ideal date be? I ask. A romantic picnic and watching the sunset. She replies. Why? No reason, I say. You can go now. Oh my God, she exclaims. You're going to ask her out? Shut up, I snap. It's a surprise. You are totally in love with her, she says. I try to hide my smile, but fail miserably. If you tell her I'll kill you, I say. I'm her best friend, you won't kill me. She laughs. Mimi leaves the kitchen, and I look at Alora, who's giving me the biggest smile over her computer. Shut up, I mutter. Andrea, do you want the rest of my Skittles? Delia asks, walking into the kitchen. Why? I ask. Is there something wrong with them? No, I only like the red ones, she replies. She gives me a smile and hands me the pack. I love her smile. I don't think she's realized that whenever she gives me a genuine smile, her eyes close a little and she has a dimple. I take the pack and hand it to Alora. We're not going to school tomorrow, I say. Why? Delia asks. Does Vittoria need us? No, I need you, I reply, getting a bottle of water out of the fridge. Tezo, Lorenzo, Zoya and I are still going in. Alora says, why not us? She asks. It's a surprise, I wink. I leave the kitchen, leaving her stunned, and make my way to my room. I dial a number on my phone. Jake the bodyguard answers. I need a big bouquet of flowers to be at my house by tomorrow morning, I say. And fill me up a jar with just red Skittles. Only red Skittles? Jake asks. Yes, I reply before ending the call. Tomorrow will be an amazing day. Chapter 47. I yawn and stretch. I slept in since I don't have to go to school today. I check the time, 12,000 PMI, get out of my soaked bed sheets and go into the bathroom to freshen up. I decide to wear a white tank top and some sweatpants. I put my hair into a loose ponytail after brushing it. I get out of my room and make my way downstairs. I walk past a maid and we give each other a little smile. When I enter the kitchen, I'm shocked to see Andrea putting 2 glasses of orange juice on the table. On the table are 2 omelettes, and next to them are a stack of blueberry pancakes. I didn't want to wake you, Andrea says. I look up and see him staring at me. I give him a smile. What's the occasion? I ask. I just wanted to make you breakfast. He gives me a cheeky grin as he pulls out my chair. I sit down and he gives me a napkin to lay on my lap. The sun shines on my back through the huge glass door leading to the patio and pool. Andrea sits in front of me and we start eating our breakfast. The flavors burst all over my tongue. He's put tomatoes in the omelette and it tastes amazing. Hot, rich, kind, tall, and he can cook. This is so good, I say through a mouthful. Thank you, he replies. You look shocked. I just wasn't expecting all this. I explain. I take a sip of orange juice and move on to the pancakes. Are these? I start. Blueberry pancakes, your mum always made them for you. Andrea finishes. I dig in and Andrea gets up. I have something for you, he says before disappearing out of the door. He comes back holding a jar. It's filled with red Skittles. You said you only like the red ones, so I got you this. He explains sheepishly. I get out of my seat and walk over to him. This is the cutest thing ever. I take the jar from him and place it on the table. Thank you. I go on my tiptoes and wrap my arms around his neck to hug him. There's more. He grabs my hand and leads me to the patio. There are 2 huge bouquets of sunflowers sitting on the sun chairs. Sunflowers, I gasp. Your favorite. He replies. How did you know? I ask. A little birdie told me. He shrugs. I turn to him and hug him. Andrea picks me up and twirls me around. I wrap my legs around his waist and look down at him. His grey eyes glisten in the sun. You can't tell me there's no special occasion, I say. I'm not saying anything. He smirks. Come on. I lightly hit the side of his head. Andrea starts walking, carrying me with him. It's a surprise, so leave it like that. He replies. Before I can say anything, I'm thrown backwards. Before I could touch the ground, I grabbed Andrea's shirt and pulled him down with me. We both hit the pool water, and I'm submerged before Andrea's hands wrap around my waist and pull me to the surface. I wrap my arms around his neck and his hands don't leave my waist. You really have a habit of throwing me into pools. I laugh. I need to teach you to swim, he replies. I rest my forehead on his and we stay floating, intertwined in each other's arms. Andrea helps me get to the side of the pool and we get out. My tank top is soaked, see-through, and my purple bra is exposed. Eyes up here, I say as I walk into the house again and Andrea follows me. Go get dressed, we're going out, he says. I nod and walk back to my room. I dry off and put on a white off-the-shoulder dress, and after I blow dry my hair, I decide to leave it out. I walk downstairs again and see that Andrea is changed too. We leave the house and get into his car. He starts the engine and drives off. We finally stop driving and park the car. I front to the forest. We get out of the car and I walk over to Andrea. I'm not going in there, I say. Just trust me, he sighs, holding out his hand. If I die, I'll haunt you. So, I take his hand. I'd enjoy every second of it, he replies smiling. He leads me into the forest. I might regret this. Just wait. This is going to be the start of a true crime documentary. We have to walk deeper in the forest before we reach a clearing. An open field with sunflowers growing in some places. We walk a little further, and there's a picnic blanket with all kinds of fruit and a gift bag. Surprise, Andrea says. Wow, I say breathlessly. He helps me sit down, and I sit next to him. I take off my gold sandals. I cross my legs. Andrea hands me the gift bag and smiles in anticipation. I open it up, and there's a small black box with a red ribbon around it. Andrea takes the box from me and opens it up. On a cushion sits a simple silver ring with a small butterfly on it. Dilia, you're an amazing, unforgettable girl who I never want to lose. This is a promise that I will marry you one day, and I hope to make you a happy woman. But for now, will you be my girlfriend? He asks. I gasp softly in shock. Yes, I say breathlessly. He takes my left hand and slides the ring on my marriage finger. He extends his hand and I see a thicker silver ring with a butterfly cut out. They fit together, he explains. We put our rings together and they fit together perfectly. I hold Andrea's face and kiss him deeply and passionately. He returns it and slides his hands around my waist. You're all I could ever ask for. I mumble against him. Chapter 4:8. Come here, try this, Andrea says. I shuffle closer to him and he feeds me a pink cake pop. He puts his hand under my chin just in case something falls. He wipes some sprinkles from the side of my mouth. I look around and realize that we've been here for a while. The sun is starting to set. I grab a bunch of grapes and stand up, straightening my dress. Andrea gets on his knees and looks up at me. Open wide, I laugh. I throw a grape at him and he catches it in his mouth. I throw more and he catches all of them. My turn, he says, picking up more grapes. He stands up and I open my mouth wide, expecting to feel a grape drop in. Andrea throws a handful of grapes at my face. He laughs when he sees the shocked expression on my face. You're gonna pay for that, I say. Really? He tilts his head to the side. I take some icing from the cake I was eating and put it on his perfectly shaped nose. Before Andrea can react, I run off, making him chase me. I run down a little hill and see a huge lake at the bottom of it. Andrea tackles me from behind and I fall on my stomach with him on top of me. With all my strength, I roll us around so that I'm on top of him. Andrea laughs and grabs onto my hands. I look further down the hill by the river and see something move. It moves so quickly that I could have sworn I imagined it. But then I see it again, but this time much more clearer. A man, dressed in all black, tops carrying a huge gun. The more I stare, the more people appear from behind trees and bushes. All armed and dressed the same. Partzer, Andrea says. Andrea, people are watching us, I whisper. I feel his body tense underneath me. How many of them are there? He asks. About 20, I reply. I get off Andrea and we stand up. I barely have time to put my sandals on before we're being shot at. We run back to the picnic we set up. Andrea opens up the basket and takes out 2 handguns. He passes one to me and looks at my shocked face. You're dating the heir to the most dangerous mafia in the world, he says casually. Be prepared for anything. We can't catch a damn break. I mutter. We both cock our guns and see the people walking up the hill. You still have a knife strapped to your thigh? He asks. I nod in response and notice a blonde woman wearing a black mask. The same woman who broke into the mansion. She's leading them. How did she escape Vittoria? Andrea doesn't even have to think before he's firing at them. Gunshots echo throughout the empty clearing, and I realize I'm uselessly standing still. I start firing at the blonde woman, and she dodges effortlessly. She's clearly very trained. Delia, do you have your phone on you? Andrea yells. Yeah, I do, I reply. Why? Run, and I'll call you when it's safe, he says. I'm not leaving you, I reply. He runs over to me, and I look up at him. I'm not asking you to leave me, he says. I'm telling you, and I told you never to tell me to do something again. I say, poking his chest with the barrel of my gun. He sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. Delia, please, he says. He sounds so serious and desperate. I look at him and take a deep breath. Fine, I reply. I'll find you, he says, even if it means I must rip the world apart, brick by brick. I hug him tightly, breathing in his cologne. He lets go off me, and I run down the opposite end of the hill. At the bottom, I can see a forest. Trying to find my way back to the car will be pointless, and someone might follow me. So I continue running, and I hear loud gunshots and yelling behind me. I focus on my breath and run into the forest. I hear faint footsteps behind me, and I turn around. Someone shoots at me, and it hits the tree beside me. I see it, the blonde woman chasing me. Shit. I continue running and shooting behind me. My mind keeps going to Andrea. I pray that he's okay. I run far enough to turn around, and there's some distance between me and the woman. I breathe in deeply and try to remember the shooting lessons with Andrea. I cock my gun and squint my eyes. The blonde woman is in sight. I aim at her head and shoot. I miss. I shoot again and hit her shoulder. She screeches in pain and rips off her mask. She beautiful, but in a completely horrific way. Her face scares me, but also mesmerizes me. I stumble backwards. She has one of the biggest scars I've ever seen across her mouth. Her face looks like it's melting off, but her eyes are the most gorgeous green I've ever seen. Are you scared, princess? She says mockingly. She rips off a piece of her shirt and wraps it around her arm. Your face, I stutter. I try to put as much space between me and this woman. Acid attack, she replies. No thanks to your boyfriend. She starts pacing towards me and I start running. I don't look back until I feel a piercing pain behind my knee. Chapter 49. I fall on my chest and my phone drops out of my pocket. I reach for it, but Blondie shoots it. That's the second phone I've lost. No one to protect you now, she says. I look at the back of my knee and see blood gushing out. Shot me. I try and crawl away from her, but she grabs me by my hair and drags me towards a tree. My dress rides up my thighs, exposing my knife. I take it out of the holster and cut the bit of my hair that she's holding. Thank God my hair is silky, and this knife can cut skin just by touching it, otherwise it would have taken many tries. My head falls to the ground. I hit it on a stone. I feel blood on the side of my head. Blondie walks up to me and grabs my face. My vision starts blurring because of the amount of blood I'm releasing. I cut her across her lower abdomen and she falls in pain. I throw my knife away and cock my gun. I shoot her left leg. Black spots start clouding my vision. All I can hear are her muffled screams. If I'm gonna die in this forest, so will she. I shake my head and try to stable my shaking hands. I feel the back of my dress drenched in sweat. I take a deep breath and shoot her right leg. I still hear her screams as I try to crawl to the nearest tree. I need to prop my head up quickly. I lean against the tree and wipe my sweaty hands on my thighs. I need to stop the bleeding. I try and bend my knee, but this action only causes me to scream in pain. I look around for my knife and find it. I cut some of my dress and wrap it around my knee. I can't remove the bullet since I can't see the hole. I take deep breaths, but can't stop the tears on my face. My entire leg feels numb, and I'm slowly losing touch with my senses. I realize my hair barely scrapes my jaw and has leaves stuck. My vision slowly fades in and out until everything goes black. Delia, wake up. I hear someone say. My eyelids feel heavy as I try to open them up. Come on, please, they say. I slowly force my eyes open and my vision is still blurred. Andrea, I say. My voice is croaky. It's me, Lorenzo, the voice says. My arms feel heavy as I lift them and rub my eyes. My vision gets better and I see Lorenzo in front of me. Oh my God, I gasp. I hug him tightly. He hugs me back. Everything's gonna be okay, he says, rubbing my back. I cry into his shoulder and we sit in silence. Where is the blonde woman? I ask. Zoya's tying her up. So, Lorenzo replies, let's get you up. I can't walk, I explain. Blondie shot the back of my knee. Oh shit, he mutters. Zoya, get over here, he yells. Not a moment later, Zoya is by my side. You look like a mess, she says. I have, in fact, just fought for my life. I awkwardly laugh. You did a damn good job, Lorenzo replies. They each grab one of my arms and put it over their shoulders. They hoist me up, and I balance on my left leg. How are we supposed to get her to Alessandro? Zoya asks. Lorenzo takes out his phone and calls a number. Alessandro, you and Alora need to come to the forest, he says. We're near the outer bank to the lake. He ends the call and put his phone in his back pocket. They should be here soon, he says. Zoya and Lorenzo put me down again. She walks over to Blondie and grabs a fistful of her hair. She drags her over to us. Blondie tries to squirm out of her grip. You destroyed her legs, Zoya says. She was one of the people that broke into the mansion. I mutter, excuse me? Lorenzo says. She broke into the house. I repeat louder. Last time I saw her, Vittoria had her captive. There's no damn way she could have escaped alone. Zoya says. Either there's a rat in the mafia, Lorenzo starts, or Vittoria needs to have a fucking good reason for letting her go. I finish. We see Alessandro and Alora emerge from behind some trees. Alora immediately runs to me and gives me a big hug. How did you guys know where Andrea and I were? I ask. Lorenzo came as backup, surrounding the area, Zoya explains. But Andrea called you and you didn't answer, so he sent us. Lorenzo says. Do you know where he is now? I ask. They all look at each other. No one answers my question. My heart drops. He's not hurt or dead? I ask. Is he? No, of course not. So, Alora replies. He's been in worse situations than this. Alessandro adds. Let's just focus on getting you home for now. Zoya says. Alessandro and Lorenzo helped me up. Sorry about this. Lorenzo says. He puts his hand on my back and the other under my thigh. Alessandro does the same and they pick me up. Zoya drags Blondie along with us and Alora helps her. I see a clearing and 2 black cars parked. They opens the boot of one and throws Blondie inside of it. Lorenzo and Alessandro put me down and Alora gets in the driver's seat. Zoya gets in the other car and they drive off. My mind goes to Andrea. I'm praying that he's all right. Chapter 50. This is a lot of damage to your soft tissue. Will says after coming back from the x-ray room, meaning you'll need to stay in bed for a while. How long? I ask. A maximum of 3 weeks. He replies, but we can let you use a wheelchair. I sigh in relief. Nothing too serious. You'll need to be heavily dosed on anesthetic for the surgery. He adds, please explain why my best friend is in a hospital bed again. Mimi yells, bursting through the doors. A scared Alessandro and Swan follow behind her. She's been really cranky lately, Alessandro explains. Pregnancy hormones. Xuan quickly adds, I am not hormonal. Mimi yells. Can you all calm down and remember that this is a hospital? Will snaps. Delia, are you okay? She asks, coming to the side of my bed. Yeah, I'm fine, just being prepped for surgery, I say. You owe me a proper explanation when you wake up, she says. Did Alessandro not say anything? I ask, looking behind her at him. He just said you got shot, that's it, she replies. Oh, that's true. Well, that's true, Alessandro says. Why though? She says. You never used to get into these kind of situations, not until this Andrea showed up at your house. I flinch when she says his name. It's been 7 hours since the incident, and we still don't know if he's alright. It's a long story, I sigh. But you already know they're in the mafia. Just connect the dots. It shouldn't be that hard. Xuan rolls his eyes. Careful. Alessandro glares at him. All of you out, Will says. Delia needs to be prepped, and your drama is stressing me out. He shoves them all out of the room, and 2 other nurses come out with a tray full of utensils and an IV drip. Will comes over and injects the anesthetic into me, and I start feeling drowsy. I turn over onto my stomach so they can get a good view of the bullet wedged behind my knee. I finally open my eyes after what feels like ages. I look around expecting Andrea to be by my side, but I find Mimi sleeping in one of the armchairs. The The rest of the hospital is empty and daylight escapes from behind the curtains into the room. My right leg is completely dead. I try not to move it as I push myself to sit up. My head hurts so much, and I look over at the table and see a packet of migraine tablets and a glass of water. I take one and rest my head back on the pillow. How do you feel? Will says, walking over to my bed. Tired. Sigh. I'll tell everyone that you're awake, he says, walking over to one of the security guards. The guard talks into his walkie-talkie. A minute later, Amira, Schwan, Alora, Alessandro, Lorenzo, Zoya, and Tezo walk through the doors. Amira comes and softly hugs me. Zoya sits on the end of my bed. Alessandro immediately sits on the armchair next to Mimi. Lorenzo stands next to me, and Tezo, Alora, and Schwan crowd around my bed. I'm so glad you're ok, Amira says in relief. If it wasn't for Lorenzo and Zoya, I would have died out there, I reply. How long are you going to be like this? Tezo asks. I can see that his usual goofy self is gone, replaced with concern. She'll have to stay in bed for a couple days, and then she'll be able to use a wheelchair. Will says. No school for you. Zoya says. Have any of you heard from Andrea? I ask. Or about him? They all glance at each other, and something silent passes between them. Schwan crosses his arms and clenches his jaw. Still nothing, Alora says, avoiding eye contact. I swallow the hard lump in my throat. Will coughs, breaking the silence. We should let Delia sleep, he says. I want to stay awake, I reply. Oh my god, Delia, Mimi gasps. I realize she's woken up from her nap. She stands up and I see that she's starting to develop a baby bump. Can we take Delia out of this room now? Tezo asks. Absolutely not. Will snaps. Please, she'll be super safe. Alora begs. Will rolls his eyes and walks away. We tried. Schwan shrugs. He comes back with a wheelchair. Alessandro, Lorenzo help her into this, he says. They pick me up from my sides, and I disconnect myself from the IV drip. Come back as soon as you feel tired, he says. I will, I reply. Lorenzo pushes my wheelchair. Where are we going? I ask. The cinema room, Alora exclaims. Is it okay if I freshen up first? I ask. Sure, she says. She takes the wheelchair from Lorenzo and leads me down a corridor. I forgot to ask, but what happened to the blondie? I ask. Zoya and Terzo anonymously dropped her off at the police station. She's been wanted for a while, Alora explains. She leads me to a door and presses a button. A white marble elevator opens up in front of me. I didn't know this existed, I gasp. So many of us have had to use wheelchairs. She laughs. She presses the second floor button and it takes us to the floor of my bedroom. She takes me to my room and leaves me, closing the door behind her. I wheel myself to the bathroom and open the bath, getting it ready for me to relax in. Chapter 51. I put on an oversized hoodie and reach for the shorts on top of my drawer. The water drips down my short hair and onto my neck. I put my left leg through and slowly put my right one in, trying not to stretch the stitches at the back of my knee. I take a deep breath before standing up on my left leg, ensuring not to put any pressure on my right one. Who knew putting on shorts could be a tiring sport? I finally get them up and slump back onto my wheelchair. I wheel myself to the door and open it up. Alora is standing outside her arms on the banister on the stairs. You wanted for me, I say. Of course, she replies. She comes behind me, pushes me back to the elevator, and we go to the cinema room. She wheels me through the room's doors, and everyone is already there waiting for us. Dan, what happened to your hair? Matteo exclaims. Nice to see you too, I reply. Alora helps me to one of the chairs in the front row. There's about 5 rows, and each chair has their own footrest and footholder, with a blanket and pillow. Where's Jasmine? I ask, as Alora helps me into my chair. Vittoria says she had to stay at training base, Matteo replies. I think she's being heavily questioned. I don't blame her, Alessandro says, shrugging. We did just meet the girl. Zoya nods in agreement. I got popcorn, Amira exclaims, coming in, wheeling a tray stacked with snacks and drinks. There's toffee, salt, and sugar popcorn, she adds. We also have Coke, Pepsi, Sprite, Fanta, and Dr. Pepper. I'd like a Coke, Alora says, sitting in the row behind me. Pepsi for Mimi and I, Alessandro says. Sprite, and I saved you a seat, Lorenzo smiles. Terzo and I want a Coke and Dr. Pepper, Zoya says. She gets up and helps Amira hand out the drinks to everyone. What would you like, Delia? She asks. A Dr. Pepper and sweet popcorn, please, I reply. She hands it to me, and I get comfortable with my blanket and pillows. Everyone hurry up so we can put the movie on, Xuan says. Xuan says, What are we watching? I ask. Tomb Raider, Mateo replies. Finally, everyone settles down with their snacks and drinks and the lights turn off. The light of the screen illuminates the room and the movie starts playing. I look around at everyone. Mimi is resting on Alessandro and they're sharing a blanket. Amira and Lorenzo share their popcorn. Alora sits next to Xuan, keeping her distance, but he keeps on sneaking glances at her. Zoya's head is resting on Terzo's lap and he's massaging her scalp. I can't help my heart hurting a bit. I just know Andrea would be here if he could. My eyes start stinging. I'm not here to cry. I'm here to enjoy myself and relax. I just can't help my mind drifting back to his last words to me, even if it means I have to rip the world apart brick by brick. Brick by brick, I mutter under my breath. I stretch and look around the room. It's dark, the movie's off, and everyone's gone. I realize that I must have slept through the film. I look to my left and see Mimi asleep, and Alessandro is awake and cradling her. I didn't want to wake her up, he says sheepishly. What time is it? I ask, yawning. Probably 10 or 11 p.m, he shrugs. I should probably head back to the hospital before Will murders me, I say. I look at my wheelchair next to me. Let me help you, he says quickly. No, Mimi will wake up, I say. Don't worry about her, he replies. He holds her head and replaces his chest with a pillow. Mimi stirs in her sleep but doesn't wake up. Alessandro walks over to me and stables my wheelchair. He helps me onto it and wheels me out of the room. I promise I'll be fine, I say. Get back to Mimi, she's a really light sleeper. Let me check if anyone is still awake, he says. He runs down the corridor and disappears. Not long later, he comes back followed by Xuan. Get well soon, Delia, Alessandro says before returning to the cinema room. Xuan comes behind me and starts wheeling me towards the hospital. It's silent for a couple of moments before he speaks. How are you holding up? He asks, clearing his throat. I'm fine, I reply. What about you? Never liked the asshole in the first place. Xuan replies. It won't affect me whether he's alive or not. Wow, so comforting, I snap. Whatever, this is depressing, he sighs. We turn a corner and he keeps on wheeling me. What were you doing up? I ask. Smoking, he replies. Alessandra interrupted me. You know it wouldn't kill you to do something selfless once in a while, I say. I'm not fond of helping rude people, he retorts. Especially idiotic, brunette girls who try to slice off my hand after I compliment them. I'm not an idiot, I snarl, and you only complimented me to get on Andrea's nerves. You don't know that. We turn another corner and see a huge door at the end of the hallway. Whatever, I reply. What's up with you and Alora? Nothing, I don't want to talk about it. He snaps. I reply innocently. Doesn't seem like nothing. I said, I don't want to talk about it. He snaps. Okay, oh, got it. I laugh. We enter the hospital and 2 nurses rush to me. Xuan helps them get me into bed and put the IV drip back in me. We'll sign you in so Dr. Will knows you're here. One nurse says, thank you, I reply. Xuan turns to leave but stops abruptly. He turns to me. He's going to be okay, he says. What? Andrea, he's going to be... Okay, he repeats. Xuan turns around, walks out of the room. The lights turn off, allowing my thoughts to consume me. Chapter 52. It's been 4 days since the incident. 4 days, and I've been doing the same routine every single day. Wake up, shower, check how my wound is healing, blood tests, and sleeping. Occasionally, Terzo or Alora and Mimi will come and visit me. Will said they're no longer allowed to take me out of the hospital wing. Today, I'm finally being discharged, but I have to come in for checkups every 3 days. I have the option to use a walking stick or to stick to the wheelchair. I feel like a wheelchair is the safest thing for now. Thank you so much, Will, I say. It's my job, he replies, shrugging. Remember, if you want to use a walking stick, you're more than welcome. Thank you, I reply. I wheel my way out of the hospital and decide to go to the kitchen. I pass the meeting room and the doors are closed. It's open just a bit, enough for me to peer in. Where do you think he is? Alessandra asks. Lying in a ditch somewhere. Xuan replies. Andrea isn't dead, Zoya exclaims, slamming her hands on the table. We haven't heard from him in 4 days. Another voice snarls. Vittoria. I bite down on the inside of my cheek, my eyes heavily watering. He can't be dead. I won't believe it. I touch my cheeks and realize that the tears have escaped. Lorenzo says, we still need to look. There's no point, Vittoria replies. I hiccup and wipe my eyes. I don't care if I'm making noise. Alessandro comes over to the door and opens it wider, exposing me. Get rid of her, Vittoria snarls. She has the right to hear this. Alessandro wheels me into the room. I feel so useless, just sitting here crying. Can't we send more people to search? Zoya asks. There's been no sign of him now. It's not going to change. She says sternly. It'll be a waste of time. That's your son. I yell through tears. That's your fucking son and you couldn't give a shit about him. Calm down, Delia. Lorenzo says. Xuan looks shocked at my sudden outburst and tries to stifle his laugh, earning a glare from Vittoria. Who do you think you are? Vittoria snarls. I know what the right thing to do it. You clearly don't. You're sitting here being stupid instead of searching for him. I snap. I know my place, but I think it's time you learnt yours. She replies tonelessly. I think she's right, Zoya says. We shouldn't stop trying. Nothing has been confirmed. Second that, Alessandro says. If you don't send people to look, I'll go out there myself. Lorenzo adds. I don't think you want to loose more people from your mafia. Vittoria sighs and glares straight at me. I won't have you causing disorder in my house. She points at me. You should know that as long as you give up, I won't stay silent and you'll wish I was dead. I snarl. I think the smart thing to do is to send more people to look. Xuan says. Xuan says, I thought you hated him. Vittoria asks. I do, he replies. But losing a loved one isn't something I'd wish upon anyone, especially not Delia. He looks at me and smiles softly. I wipe my eyes and smile back. I'll send some people in an hour, she mutters. Now get out of my office. Alessandro wheels me out and Zoya, Xuan, and Lorenzo follow us. I'd like to go to my room, please, I say. Don't you want to eat with us? He asks. I'd like to be alone for a bit, I reply, looking at my arms. That's fine, Alessandro replies. We get in the elevator and he takes me to my room. He lets me go in and shuts the door behind him. I wheel myself to my bed and put my walking stick beside my nightstand. I crawl onto my bed and start sobbing into the pillows. I curl into a ball and wipe my nose with my sleeve. He's not dead. There's no evidence for it. There's still hope, but my heart still hurts whenever his name is mentioned. I try and take deep breaths and try to think positively. If he's dead, I don't know what I'll do. I need to get my mind off this. I sit up and wipe my eyes. I grab my walking stick. Let's see if this works. I stand on my left leg and use my walking stick to stabilize myself. I slowly put my right leg down and put some pressure on it. My knee hurts momentarily, but I start limping with my walking stick. I limp to my wardrobe opposite my room. Thankfully, I feel almost perfect. I open the door to my room and walk out into the next room, Andrea's room. I limp in and go straight to his wardrobe. I open it up and his scent hits me. I try not to cry and pick up 3 of his hoodies and 2 pairs of sweatpants. I pick up 1 of his silver chains. I flatten them under my arm and walk to my room. I put on his black hoodie, which is 2 sizes too big, and put on his grey sweatpants. I roll them up by the waist to see my feet. I take off my necklace that I was wearing for our date and put on his chain. I realize I smell like him. I'm praying to God that he's okay. Please, God, let him be Let him come home to me. I need him to come to me. I go out of my room and take the elevator to the kitchen. Mimi is sitting at a table speaking to Alessandro. I'm sure he's filling her in with what happened. Terzo, Zoya, Matteo, and Lorenzo are playing cards in the corner. Xuan is smoking next to one of the big windows. When I walk in, everyone turns to me. You okay? Terzo asks. Yeah, I say quietly, nodding. I open the fridge and take out a packet of strawberries. I wash them and Xuan beckons me to the seat next to him. I go sit next to him. I'm not going to distance myself from everyone. I need to be strong. Chapter 53. Xuan beckons me to the seat next to him. I go and sit there. How you holding up? He asks. Are you still oak? Yep, I reply, stuffing my face with strawberries. What are you gonna do today? He asks. I want to get a tattoo, but I can't exactly drive there. So I'll drive you, Xuan says. Really? I ask, not hiding the tone of surprise. Yeah, the mood in this house is kinda depressing anyways. He puts out his cigarette. And didn't you say I should try be less selfish? He stands up and I follow him. We'll be back soon, I say to everyone. Don't do anything stupid, Zoya says. Or illegal, Lorenzo adds. I won't be the one cleaning up your mess, Xuan, Alora says. We're going to be absolutely fine. He sighs. He grabs my arm and we walk out of the house together. We walk towards his silver Mercedes and get inside. Schwan drives us to the tattoo parlor. What are you getting? He asks as we walk inside. Nothing with any value to you, I reply. Schwan shrugs and sits down in one of the chairs. How can I help you? The tattoo woman asks. I'd like to get a tattoo, I reply. What one? She asks. I take a piece of paper from the desk and write something down. Are you sure that's what you want? She asks, concerned. Yeah, I reply. It has a lot of sentimental value to me. The woman nods and takes me to the tattoo chair. I roll up the sleeve of my hoodie and extend my arm out. After a while, she's finally done with the tattoo. She puts some gauze on it and wraps it up. It'll take 3 days to heal. I pay the woman and walk back to Schwan. Can I see what you got? He asks. I show him my arm, and on my wrist are the words, brick by brick. That's the weirdest tattoo I've ever seen, he says as we walk out of the parlor. I like it a lot, I reply with a small smile. Can we grab something from Starbucks before we go home? I ask. Yeah, why not? He sighs. We walk into the store and I order my usual caramel frappe with extra caffeine. Schwan orders matcha tea and a water bottle. What's up with you and Alora? I asks as the man prepares our drinks. Nothing, he replies. Come on, I say. He'd have to be blind not to notice the tension between you two. Fine, there's something, he sighs, rubbing his forehead. We get our drinks and go sit at a table. A couple years ago, Alora and I met at a mission. Schwan explains. She was working for this mafia and I was working for the enemy. Our plan was to take out Andrea and I was used. He says, I had to win over Alora until I could assassinate him. And what did you do? I ask. I started dating Alora and fell in love with her during the months of planning for Andrea's death. He sighs. When it came down to the day he had to die, I didn't have it in me because I knew it would hurt Alora. He pauses and runs a hand through his messy hair. He takes a deep breath and continues. At the end of the day, it would never work out, and I was heavily reminded of that. He says, I had to do what needed to be done and then forget about her. The mission went south, and of course it failed. I lost my family's appreciation for me and Alora's trust and love on the same day. He sighs. Wow. Poi. I breathe. I didn't know it was so complicated. But now I'm trying to win her back. I will do everything to win her back. He laughs. That's really sweet, I reply. It's the least I can do after nearly killing someone who's like a brother to her. He says. We finish our drinks and get up to leave. When we exit Starbucks, we bump into two familiar people. Look who it is, Zoe says, and she's with her new boy toy. If Zoe appearing isn't bad enough, she's joined by her older brother Raphael. He gives me a soft smile, which I return. Are you deaf? Zoe snaps. Oh, fuck off, Blondie. I roll my eyes. I'm not in the mood for this. Is Andrea not good enough for the rich bitch anymore? She asks innocently. This new boy is really good looking though. She winks at him. Schwan gives her a disgusted look, as if she was something he found under his shoe. Zoe, that's enough. Raphael says. Oh, shut up. She snaps. What cat got your tongue? She asks, pushing me. My back hits Schwan's front. That's it. I launch at her. I pull her hair and start punching her face. She's screaming and clawing at my arms. I pull her head up and bring it down on my knee. I hear the bones in her nose crack. I guess Daddy's gonna have to pay for your nose job. I snarl. She tries to grab my hair but doesn't realize that it's not long anymore, so she misses. I put her in a headlock and floor her .u. Schwan grabs me and Raphael put his hands out to stop me. I push them both away and sit on Zoe. My knee hurts, but I ignore it. I start punching her hard, releasing all my built-up emotions over the last couple days. Schwan grabs me again and drags me off her. You're fucking insane. Zoe slurs, as Raphael helps her up. Blood gushes down her face. One of her eyes is completely purple. I keep telling you not to test me. I snap. We need to get you to a hospital, Raphael says. He looks at me and awkwardly smiles. It was nice seeing you again, he says. You too, I reply. He walks off with Zoe, who's struggling to stay upright. Mum told you that your mouth would get you into serious trouble one day, he sighs. You are crazy, Schwan laughs, finally letting go of me. Now I see why you're Andrea's type. My face drops, and I look down at my bruised knuckles. I'm sorry, Schwan says, realizing why I'm upset. Let's get you home and cleaned up. We walk back to his car, and he drives us home. Chapter 54. So you went absolutely insane on her? Lorenzo exclaims, intrigued with what happened when Schwan and I were outside. You're a badass, Tezo adds. I wouldn't say insane, I reply. She was just pissing me off, and I dealt with it maturely. Yeah, real mature of you, Alessandro laughs. You should have seen how this girl can fight, Schwan says. Even with her injured leg, that's my Delia, Mimi says. She's been able to fight since she could walk. I'm back and I have a surprise, Amira exclaims. Hey Amira, everyone says. She walks into the living room holding a golden retriever puppy. Oh, I say, where did you find it? I found him at a kennel when I was on patrol, she says. He needed a new home, so I thought I'd get him. He's adorable, Lorenzo says. Amira passes him to me. I brought him for you, she says. You've been down lately, so I thought this would make you happier. I give her a big smile. Thank you so much, I say. He's licked me, so I have to shower and change my clothes before I can pray. Amira explains. We'll see you later, Terzo says. Amira leaves, waving at us as she goes. What are you gonna name him? Mimi asks. Dynamite, I say. Dynamite? Alessandro asks, looking confused. Yeah, he looks cuddly, cute, and soft, I explain. So why not give him a name that's the opposite? I shrug. It does have a nice ring to it, Xuan says. Xuan says. Lorenzo nods in reply. I'll go get him some things tomorrow, I say. I pass him to Xuan, who stands there stunned, not knowing what to do. I open the cabinet and take out a bottle of red wine. I open it up and drink it from the bottle. Don't drink too much, Sawyer says, walking in. I really need this, I say, taking another drink. I'll be upstairs if anyone needs me. I take Dynamite from Xuan and make my way to my room. I get to my room and slump down on my bed. Dynamite pads himself to the pillow next to me and slumps down. I take some more drinks and scroll on my phone. Soon, my eyes start feeling heavy and I put the red wine on my bedside table. I snuggle up to Dynamite and fall asleep. I wake up to Dynamite licking my face. You, stop, I mumble, softly pushing him away. He barks twice and I sigh. I get up and stretch. I walk to my bathroom and wash my face to freshen up. I grab the wine on my bedside table and drink from it downstairs. I walk into the living room and everyone's sitting there. They all stare at me as I walk in. Nice of you to join us, Vittoria says. I go over and stand by the window. As you all know, I've sent team after team of people to look for Andrea, she explains. Yeah, after you saw me have a breakdown in front of you, and we've gotten some results, she says. I don't think I'm going to like this. What happened? Alora asks. The next 2 words she says, kill me. Andrea is dead, she says. The wine bottle in my hand drops and crashes to the floor, shards everywhere. I think I lose the ability to stand. I'm screaming, I'm crying. I'm screaming so much that my throat is starting to hurt. Xuan comes next to me and stables me. I cling onto him for support and start sobbing. Everyone's voices is muffled, but I can hear people shouting. How do you know? Alessandro asks. His chain that he was wearing that day was found with blood all over it, Vittoria explains. The Ravens had taken him captive and we just got a report that they killed him. That's bullshit, Zoya yells. I'm crying even more, and Xuan and I are rocking back and forth, trying to calm me. They wanted to finish off what Xuan couldn't do, Vittoria says sadly. I look around the room. Alora's burst into tears, and Mimi's comforting her. Amira is shocked into silence, and Terzo looks angry. Lorenzo is shouting, and so is Alessandro. Zoya's trying to calm herself down but fails, and Matteo looks like he will pass out. I don't think I've stopped screaming. I can taste my tears in my mouth, and I try to stand up, but I can't. Don't let this be true, I mutter. Please. Don't let this be true, I scream. It's going to be okay, Xuan says, rubbing my back as I cry into him. They've given us his body, Vittoria says. His funeral will be in a couple days. These 5 minutes that have just passed have broke my world apart. Who knew that could happen in such little time? Xuan helps me stand up, and my eyes are blurred with the amount of tears coming out. He can't be dead, I mutter. He promised me. Unfortunately, I don't think that's something he could control, Vittoria says tonelessly. Her careless tone fills me with anger. I grab the gun out of Xuan's waistband and cock it. I immediately place it on Vittoria's forehead. Hey, calm down, Delia, Lorenzo says, standing up. This is your fault. I snarl. If you didn't give that blonde woman a chance to escape, Andrea would be here right now, with me. Why did you let her go? Amira asks. Her and her comrades weren't giving up any information, so it was pointless to keep them here. She explains calmly. How could you be so calm about that? Tezo asks. They know where we live. Zoya adds. Vittoria doesn't say anything. You disgust me. I snap. I raise the gun and hit her with the end of it. She pulls out her own gun and presses it to my chest. You won't disrespect me in my own house. She snarls. Alessandro grabs the gun off her and stands in front of me. Zoya and Lorenzo join him. Shoot her, you shoot us. Lorenzo says. No one will harm Dilia, Alessandro says. I'll promise you that. I agree with him. Xuan says from next to me. Vittoria grabs her gun and walks out of the room. I'm so sorry for that mess, I say, signaling to the red wine on the floor. It's fine, I'll clean it up, Amira says. You need to rest, Mimi says. I'll come check up on you soon. I nod my head and smile sheepishly. I return to my bedroom and see Dynamite waiting for me on my bed. I grab a pillow and start crying. A heart-wrenching scream escapes my lips and I try to stifle my sobs. Just like that. He's taken from me, he's gone, forever. Chapter 55. Someone knocks on my door. Who is it? I ask. My voice is muffled by the pillow I'm laying my face in. I hear it open up. Hey, it's me, Mimi, she says. Hey, Mimi, I reply. How are you holding up? She asks. You've been alone for the past 6 hours. I'm sure that's unhealthy. Not well, I say. I look at her. My eyes are red and puffy and my face is wet from tears. Dynamite barks softly and cuddles into my arm. Mimi comes and sits next to me. She hugs me, and I cuddle into her. She's like my older sister, the only type of family I have left. Mimi, if I didn't leave him, he would still be alive. I cry. He would be here with me. It's not your fault. She rubs my back. He wanted you to be safe. But now he has to pay the price for it. I mutter. He would much rather it be him than you, Mimi says. And you know that, Dilia. I silently cry into her chest, and my hand brushes over her baby bump. Do you know the gender yet? I ask. No, but Alessandro and I are going for a scan on Saturday. She replies. I want you to have the gender and prepare the reveal for us. Are you serious? I ask. Yeah, you're going to be the godmother after all. She smiles down at me. Mimi, you're the best. And it's true. She's always been there for me. Since we went to the private school, all the way until now. She kisses my forehead and rubs my back. Everything's going to be okay, she says. Everything's going to be just fine. I should probably freshen up, I say. Yeah, I'll be downstairs if you need me, she replies. I smile at Mimi and she gives me a smile back. She leaves the room and I start filling up the bathtub. I let myself relax in the warm water for a few minutes before washing myself. When I finally get out, I look in the mirror and see how puffy my eyes are. I dry myself off and put on another hoodie of Andrea's with some shorts underneath. I start drying my hair when there's a knock on my door. I open it up and see Xuan holding a bowl of chocolate-covered strawberries, and Alora is holding a plate of brownies with him. My heart drops. Andrea didn't get to taste my brownies again. Can we come in? Xuan asks. Sure, I reply. They walk in and sit on my bed. I join them. I baked these myself. Alora says, handing me the plate. Xuan hands me the strawberries and I give him a grateful smile. A moment of silence passes through us and I start eating the brownies. Xuan had something he wants to say, Alora explains as she picks up Dynamite and puts him on her lap. What is it? I ask through a mouthful of brownie. It's about Andrea, he says. Suddenly, the brownie gets harder to chew and my eyes start watering. I nod, signaling him to go along and not trusting myself enough to speak. I know the Ravens. Xuan says, I was raised with them. What's his point? He knows how they act in certain situations, especially when a hostage is involved. Alora explains. The Ravens would never ever kill someone without talking about ransom, he says. They would send a video, a piece of their body to get what they want. Meaning, killing someone in silence isn't something they'd do. Alora add. My heart stops for a second. Meaning Andrea could still be alive, I breathe. Yes, there's an extremely small possibility that he might be alive. Xuan says. I gasp. What about the body? I ask. That's where it gets difficult. Alora says. We need to see the body ourselves. Xuan says. It should be here in a few days. Alora says. We'll ask Vittoria if we can look at it. She's not going to let me, I reply. Of course she will. You're his girlfriend. Xuan says. Just be strong, Dilia, Alora says, hugging me. We're going to have a movie night if you want to join us. Xuan asks, are there going to be more brownies? I ask, looking down at my half-empty plate. Yeah, there'll be plenty. Alora laughs. Dynamite jumps from Alora's lap and onto Xuan. I think he likes you, I say. Me and dogs aren't compatible, he says nervously. Alora laughs and I smile softly. As we said, come down and join us when you're ready, Xuan says. Xuan says, I will, I reply. They leave, letting me keep the food they brought up. I rest back on my bed and feel tears starting to form. I take a couple deep breaths. I can't just stay here sulking and crying. I need to be strong. Andrea would want me to be strong. I look down at the tattoo on my wrist and smile. I know he'll always be with me. I pick myself off my bed and pick up Dynamite. He starts licking my neck and I laugh. I go to the kitchen to get another wine bottle and see Xuan smoking. How many of those do you take? I ask. 15-20 a day, he replies, letting out some smoke. You know that's not healthy, I say. Neither is drowning your sorrows with wine. He replies. Fair enough, I say. Dynamite barks, and I put him down. I start walking out. I never wanted him dead, Xuan says. What? I reply, turning around and seeing him let out another cloud of smoke. I never wanted to kill him, and I never wanted him dead. He repeats. I'm sad about his death too. Oh, I mumble, looking down. Even though he was the biggest pain in my ass? Xuan laughs awkwardly. I nod quietly, scared that if I talk, I might break down. You're going to get through this? He says, putting out his cigarette and coming next to me. We all will. I nod and wipe my eyes. I pick up Dynamite and we make our way to the cinema room. Everyone else is already there. Matteo is still pale. Processing this information will be hard on him. He just lost his older brother. Amira is nibbling on her lip. I see the cracked skin where she was previously biting. Zoya, her head is bent and she looks like she's praying. Terzo sits silently next to her. Mimi is zoned out and Alessandro sits next to her. Lorenzo walks towards me and pulls me into a hug. I'm so sorry, Delia, he says. It's not your fault, I reply. If we arrived earlier, we could have found him, he says, his voice cracking. I look him in the eyes. This was nobody's fault. I say sternly, not mine, and definitely not yours. He smiles and clears his throat. I take my seat and cover myself in the blanket. Dynamite barks and sits on my lap, letting me stroke him. If only I believed what I told Lorenzo. Chapter 56. I abruptly wake up screaming. Dynamite barks from beside me, scared. I feel my face and it's wet. I've been crying again. I look around me and Dynamite keeps on barking. How did I get into my room? I had the worst nightmare. Andrea and I were in the forest running and saw him get killed right before my eyes. It felt like I was tied up and couldn't do anything about it. I just had to watch him die. Terzo bursts into my room with a gun and my room is engulfed in night. What happened? Are you okay? He asks, worried. Yeah, just a nightmare, I reply. Terzo sighs in relief. How did I get here? You fell asleep during the movie again, he explains. Xuan helped take you to your room. Oh, okay, I sigh. I'm gonna go back to sleep now. I lay back on my bed. You know it's morning, right? Terzo asks, walking over to my curtains and opening them. I was going down to breakfast before I heard you screaming, he explains. Oh, ok, I'll be down in a second, I say, stretching. Take your time, he replies. He leaves the room and closes the door behind him. I get up and freshen up in the toilet. I wash my face with cold water, cooling myself down. My eyes are less puffy, but still a little sore and red. I brush my teeth and brush through my hair. I spray some perfume and make my way downstairs with Dynamite. I enter the kitchen and everyone's sitting at the long table. Matteo looks at me and immediately looks away. Alessandro is making everyone breakfast. Is there any food for Dynamite? I ask. No, I don't think so, Zoya replies. I grab a mug from the cupboard and Xuan walks in and slams a bag onto the table. Food for the little dog, he says. I look at him shocked. You did say I should try being selfless. He shrugs. Someone's growing a soft spot for the dog, Amira laughs. Alora looks at him admiringly. Shut up, Xuan grumbles. I grab 2 bowls and fill one with water and the other with dog food. I place it on the floor and Dynamite happily runs to it. I take a seat next to Mimi. What are we eating? I ask. He's making us a special omelette, Lorenzo replies. Andrea taught me this recipe, Alessandro says. As soon as he's mentioned, everyone goes quiet. Amira bows her head. So what's everyone's plan for today? Zoya asks. Vittoria enters the kitchen and pours herself a mug of coffee. All of you eat and then come to the hospital wing, she says. You too, Matteo. Yes, boss. Everyone says together. Her eyes linger on me for a second too long before she walks out. Alessandro places a plate in front of everyone and the omelette smells so nice. Coffee or orange juice? He asks. Coffee, please, I reply. Terzo, Allora, and Matteo ask for orange juice, and everyone else has coffee. We quickly eat and do our dishes. One thing I love about the Giovannis is that even though they have maids, they'll never be careless with their mess. We all go to the hospital and see Vittoria standing by the doors. The body has come in, she says. Mimi intertwines her fingers with mine and squeezes my hand, reassuring me that everything is going to be okay. If we all go in at once, this will be extremely overwhelming, she explains. She wiped her eyes. Xuan, Allora, and Terzo, you may see the body of our deceased Andrea, she says, bowing her head. I sit down on the floor and start chewing my lip anxiously. I play with the promise ring Andrea gave me. It takes them 15 minutes before they come out again. Allora is in tears and Xuan is comforting her. Terzo's face gives away nothing. I quickly get up. Is it him? I ask. They don't say anything. God damn it, tell me, I exclaim. Xuan looks me straight in the eye. He swallows something in his throat. It's him. It's Andrea, he says. I push past Vittoria and burst into the room. A body is covered on the bed. I rip back the cover and my heart drops. I stumble backwards. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I swear I'm going to pass out. Andrea's limp, lifeless body is maimed. His face has scars all over it and half is burnt off. His forehead has a gaping bullet hole in it. His face is fleshy and bloody. I check his hands. His promise ring is still on. The skin on his hands looks like it was melted off. What did they do to you? I mutter, tears rolling down my face. He has scars all over his arms. His chest looks like it was cut 1,000,000 times in different ways. The stench of blood makes me want to vomit. I start sobbing so hard. I clasp my hand over my mouth trying to stifle my sobs. The last flame of hope inside of me has been extinguished. I'm on the floor sobbing, trying to collect myself. He's gone. He's gone and it's all my fault. I should never have left him. Delia, get up please, Xuan says. I turn to him and sob even harder. He hugs me and tries to calm me down. Xuan, he's gone, I cry. I know, he says. He's gone forever, I cry, gripping onto him for support. I'm so sorry, he says. I need you to stand up. Xuan helps me to my feet and my eyes are blurry. I can't stop crying. This is all my fault, I say. It's not, Xuan replies. I continue crying as Xuan helps me out of the room. We walk straight past everyone. I let go of him and wipe my eyes. I'm going to be fine, I say. Stop lying to yourself, he replies. Everyone can see that you're going to break down whenever we look your way. That's not true, I snap, wiping my face. We must be careful not to mention Andrea, because it triggers you, he continues. I don't need your help, Xuan, I say. I can deal with this by myself. I walk away from him and make my way to the kitchen. Xuan follows me. I take another bottle of wine out of the cupboard and pick up dynamite. You're locking yourself and that dog out of the world, he snaps. That's not true, I reply. You haven't stepped out properly since the accident, he says. For God's sake, you haven't even tried going to school. I'm going through so much, I say. So are we, but at least we're making an effort to be there for each other. Xuan says, just stop pushing us away. I'm going to my room now, I say. Xuan walks to me and takes dynamite out of my arms. I'm going to take care of him until you're mentally ready, he says. I open up the bottle of wine and take a huge gulp of it. I walk back upstairs to my room and lock the door behind me. I fall onto my bed and just let out everything I've been keeping inside. Chapter 57. I've decided that getting drunk is the smartest way for me to cope. But this red wine doesn't do much. I haven't stopped crying since I've locked myself in my room. The curtains are closed and I have no idea what time it is. I've passed out 6 times in the past 4 hours and feel like I can't breathe. My head is pounding and I look around for my phone. I can't feel it. I realize that I still haven't had a chance to get it replaced. I need to do that soon. I reach for the bottle of wine and pick it up. To my luck, it's empty. It's gotten to a point where I've given up wiping my eyes and cheeks. They just get wet again 2 seconds later. My eyes are so sore. I drag myself off my bed and put my shoes on. I grab my credit card and put it in my pocket. I unlock my door and go downstairs. Luckily, no bodies in the kitchen. I open the cupboard and take out the tequila. I pour half of it in a water bottle and put it back in its place. I open the front door and walk, expecting someone to see me. Luckily, I'm not that drunk, and my leg feels better so I can leave the house. I start walking away from the house and down the tunnel to reach the city's main part. It takes me a 45-minute walk. I drink some of the tequila and continue walking. I walk to the Apple store and step inside. I walk past the table full of phones. "How can I help you?" a woman asks. I squint when I look at her, trying to focus on her face. "Could I get the iPhone 11 Pro Max, please?" I slightly slur at the end of the sentence. "What color?" she asks. "Silver. Could I get a SIM card with that?" I ask. She goes behind the desk and quickly returns with the phone. "That'll be 1867, she says. "Cash or card?" "Card," I reply, taking a gulp of tequila. It stings the back of my throat, but I ignore it. I pay for my phone and the lady wishes me a good day. I walk out of the store and walk further down the street. I'm closing my bottle when I bump into a hard chest. A familiar minty smell hits me, and I look up. "Hey," Raphael says. "Hey," I say. I take another gulp of tequila. "Are you alright?" he asks. "Yeah, I'm fine," I slur. Raphael looks at me concerned and takes my bottle out of my hand. He sniffs it and his eyebrows crinkle. "Tequila?" he asks. "What's going on, Delia?" He empties my bottle down the drain. I was going to drink that. I slur, I try, walk away but stumble over my own feet and fall face first into his chest. Raphael wraps his arms around me and helps me up. "Let me take you home," he says. "You're clearly too drunk." "No, I'm not," I snap. "My head really hurts. Why would that guy let you out by yourself like this?" He mutters. "What's his name?" "Adrian." "Andrea," I reply before bursting into tears. "Oh my God, what happened?" he asks. "Did he break up with you?" "No," I reply, shaking my head. "Then what is it?" he asks. I can't help but feel a certain comfort around Raphael. We get into his car and he turns to look at me. "He doesn't hit you, does he?" he asks, looking concerned. "No, definitely not," I reply. "Then what is it? You have to tell me so I can help you," he says. "Andrea died," I cry. Suddenly, I feel vomit build at the back of my throat as I remember how his body looked. I open the door of the car and vomit on the floor outside. Raphael hands me a box of tissues when I collect myself. Raphael looks shocked. He swallows before saying something. "How?" he asks. How did he die? I can't tell him the truth, so I try and fabricate some lie, which is hard when you're drunk and your head won't stop hurting. "Car crash," I reply. "He was coming back at night." "I'm so sorry," he mutters. He pulls me into a tight hug, and his scent comforts me. "I'll be fine," I slur. I've found a way of coping. Raphael starts his car and drives off. Getting drunk isn't a healthy coping mechanism. He sighs. "Zoe told me that you haven't attended school for about 3 weeks. Oh, she talks about me." I hiccup. Cute. "So, you should go back soon. Apparently your friends are worried. They've had no way to contact you." He explains. "Yeah, I will if I feel like it," I slur. He drives me towards my old house, and I realize he doesn't know I moved in with the Giovannis. "Let me help you in," he says, parking in my driveway. He gets out of the car and opens the door for me. I try to stand up, but I'm too tired to move. Raphael picks me up, puts my arm around his neck, helping me walk to my door. "The key is under the plant pot," I say. He unlocks the door and we walk in. I realized the last time I was here was when my mum came to California. I plop down on the couch and rest my head on a pillow. Raphael disappears and returns with a bottle of water and migraine tablets. "You know you owe me like half a bottle of tequila," I slur. "Yeah, I'm not giving you alcohol." He laughs. I take the tablets and drink nearly all the water. "Should I stay?" he asks. "I'll be fine," I reply. Okay, he writes down his number on paper. "Call me for anything, and I mean anything." "Thanks," I say. Raphael leaves and I hear the door slam behind him. The room starts spinning and I black out. Chapter 58. I wake up and the last thing I remember is Raphael giving me medicine. I look around, see that I'm still on my couch. I take a deep breath and ignore the pounding in my head. I walk to the kitchen and splash my face with cold water. I look at my new phone and open it up. I insert the SIM card. I look at the number on a piece of paper next to the box of my phone. I insert the number and text it. Me, hey Raphael, how are you doing? Me, good. I just woke up. Raphael, do you want me to come round? Me, I'll be fine, don't worry. Raphael, okay, well you have my number if you need anything. The last message comes through and I close my phone. I put it in the pocket of Andrea's hoodie and walk around the house. I know it's not good, but I remember Mimi having a stash of tequila somewhere. I go into the kitchen, check the cupboard under the sink and find it. I check the expiry date and see that it has a couple months left. Shame of it to go to waste. I ditch the idea of a cup and drink straight from the bottle. I walk back to the living room and pull up the hood of my hoodie. I can't help but burst into tears. I miss him. I miss him so much. I miss his warmth. I miss his laugh. I miss the fact that he loved Tinkerbell. I take a gulp of tequila and cradle my knees to my chest. I need to stop locking people out. I need to let them help me. I feel like the walls are closing in on me. I smell Andrea's aftershave, as if he was right here next to me. I try, take a deep breath, but struggle heavily. I'm sobbing and hyperventilating. My heart starts beating hard against my chest. I look down at my hands and wipe the sweat against my knees. I keep trying to breathe and my chest hurts so much. I'm still crying heavily and my hands are shaking. I start rocking back and forth, trying to calm myself down. I hear the front doors lock open and Alessandro, Mimi, Lorenzo and Xuan burst into the living room. I look up at them. "Oh, Delia," Mimi gasps. Lorenzo hugs me and I cry into him. "Just breathe," Xuan says, sitting next to me. "She's having a panic attack." Mimi says, "Get her some water." Alessandro runs to the kitchen and comes back. Xuan takes my hands in his. "Come on, look at me, Delia." I look at him and concern is etched into his face. Lorenzo takes the water bottle and helps me drink from it. "We're here to help you," Xuan says. He cradles my head to his chest and I cling onto him. He presses his forehead to mine and rubs my back. "You're strong, Delia. Stronger than you know," he says reassuringly. "You're going to get through this and I'll be with you every step of the way." I drink more water and finally stop shaking. Xuan helps me stand up with Lorenzo supporting me from the back. I feel dizzy and cling to Xuan. "Don't worry, I've got you," he says. "Let's get you home," Alessandro says. They help me leave my house and Mimi closes the door behind us. We get into a black Rolls-Royce. Alessandro is driving with Mimi next to him. I sit next to Xuan and rest my head on his shoulder. He wraps his arm around me and gives me a little squeeze. I let out a heart-wrenching sob and gasp for air. I start breathing normally after a while. Everything's going to fine. Lorenzo smiles softly. I can barely think straight, but I squeeze my eyes shut and try to block the world out. I wipe my eyes and nose. "Where were you guys?" I ask. "How did you know I was out?" "Zoya, Tezo, and Amira went to the training base." Alessandro explains. "That's how they're coping. Alora and I took Dynamite on a walk." Lorenzo says. "Xuan, Alessandro and I went to the pet shop." Mimi says, signaling to the back of the car. "It's filled with dog food, toys, and a bed. Matteo came to check up on you and you were gone," Xuan says. Xuan says, "Mimi said that the only place you would go is your old home." Alessandro adds. Lorenzo hands me the bottle of water and I drink from it. We finally reach the mansion and we all get out. Lorenzo and Alessandro take out the shopping from the pet store. We walk into the house and I take a bottle of water out of the fridge. "How about we all sit together and stay up all night when Zoya, Terzo and Amira return?" Mimi suggests. "We can get takeout and play games," Lorenzo adds. "Yeah, that'll be fun," I reply. "Let's prepare the living room for that," Xuan says. Alessandro and Lorenzo follow Xuan to the basement. Mimi and I make our way to the kitchen and she gives me a sympathetic smile. "You know we need to spend more time together," she says. "Yeah, we've both been really preoccupied." I laugh. "Promise me and thing," she says. "Yeah? No matter how hard it gets, never get drunk to hide your feelings," she says. "Promise you'll come find me, Xuan, or even Lorenzo." I let out a deep breath. "I promise," I reply. "Good." She comes over to me and hugs me. Terzo, Amira and Zoya walk in. "Hey guys," Amira says. "Hey," I reply. "We're getting everything ready because we're all going to be in the living room together." Mimi explains. "Zoya, Amira, can you go help the boys in the basement?" Mimi asks. "Sure," they say. "Terzo, get over here and help us make some snacks." "Yes, ma'am," he says, saluting. I laugh as I take a bag of nacho chip out of the snack cupboard. Chapter 59. I carry a plate of drinks and place it on the living room table. Amira carried up some spare mattresses, helped by Lorenzo. Zoya and Xuan brought up pillows and blankets while Alessandro found the games. Terzo ordered us some pizzas and Mimi and I made nachos. It's funny that I've never seen everyone in their pajamas. They look so comfortable and relaxed, which is false. They're probably strapped with guns and knives. Want some? I ask, giving the bowl of nachos to Mateo. Yes, please, he says. His eyes are puffy and mine. At least him and I are in the same boat. Xuan signals me to sit on the mattress next to him. I go and join him. Okay, let's start, Alessandro says, while shuffling the Uno cards. He gives us all 8 cards each and puts one down from the pile. We go clockwise from him, so Terzo is next, then Alora, then Zoya, then me, then Xuan, then Amira, then Mateo and Lorenzo, and lastly Mimi. I look down at my cards and I have 3 block cards, 2 +4s, and the rest are blue and red numbers. Zoya puts down a red 0 and I put down a red block. Xuan glares at me. We skip his go and it goes to Amira. Amira puts down a red 9 and Mateo puts down a +4. That's mean, Lorenzo says as he picks up 4 new cards. We keep going around and I give Xuan a +4. He puts down a +4, meaning I have to pick up 8. I put down another one and he has to pick up 12 cards. A game's a game. I laugh. This is why I never play Uno. He grumbles. I pick up a slice of pizza and eat it. We keep going around, losing track of time when Mateo says, Uno, he has 1 card left. Everyone's going to be after you. Mimi laughs. She puts down a blue reverse card, meaning it's Lorenzo's turn. Lorenzo puts down a blue +2. Luckily, Mateo's last card is a red +2. Unluckily, Lorenzo puts down 2 more +2s and says, Uno, he's won. Mateo's mouth is hung open as he picks up 6 new cards. Play the game, or the game plays you. He laughs. Not fair, Amira says. I should have won. I think I deserve to win, Terzo says. Zoya puts her cards down and crosses her arms. This is going to get boring now, she says. How about we tell scary stories? Yes, Alora exclaims. I collect up all the cards and we move the snacks and food to the center of the table. Who wants to go first? She asks. Me, I reply. I smirk at Mimi. You probably know this one already. Is it the dorm one? She asks and I nod in reply. Okay. I was asleep in my dorm on top of my bunk bed and I looked at my door open a crack. I explain. I see this black figure wearing a white veil that illuminates the corridor and it walks towards my room. Shit, Terzo says. That's not all. It was calling my name. I shiver. With every step it would just say, Dilia, Dilia, in like a really deep, raspy, scary voice. And what happened next? Alora asks. I tried to move around, but felt chained to my bed. I continue. Luckily, my phone was next to me, so I pressed record and fell asleep. But when I woke up and played back the recording, there was nothing there. What do you mean? Shrien asks. It was dead silent. Ah, I say, turning to him. When she told me about this, I laughed, Mimi adds. Our friends said they were pranking me. I roll my eyes. But I swear to God, that entire school was haunted. Amira shivers, and Lorenzo smiles at her. Ya Allah, let all evil stay away from us, she prays. Amen, sister, Zoya says. That's too scary for my liking, Alora laughs. Anyone else? Me, Amira says. This was after my mum died and my dad put me into foster care and made me repay all his debt, she explains. I was sleeping in the foster home and the teenagers shared a room with 5 other people, she explains. We each had a shelf with our things on it. I look at Lorenzo and see him listening to her every word intensely. One night I woke up and looked at one of the kids' shelves and something was moving on it, she says. It had horn-like things on its head and was making chittering noises. I ain't messing around with shit like that, Terzo says. I turned around, trying to get back to sleep, and in the morning, something hard hit my back and woke me up. She continues. I thought it was one of the kids, but the entire room was empty. Everyone is shocked into silence after that. Mateo looks mortified. I think that's enough stories for tonight, Mimi laughs awkwardly. We have a big day ahead of us tomorrow and should all get some sleep. Everyone agrees with her and we start getting our places ready. Mimi takes a couch for herself, and Alessandro puts a mattress next to her for him to sleep on. He makes sure that she's comfortable and covered before getting himself ready. Lorenzo was going to take the other couch, but gives it to Amira. I don't want you to be uncomfortable, I hear him say. He takes a mattress next to her. Alora gets herself ready, and so does Mateo. Zoya and Terzo got lucky and share one of the wider mattresses. There's one mattress left. Take it, Xuan says. Are you sure? I ask. Don't worry about me. I need to go smoke anyways. He shrugs. I plump up my pillows and lay my head down. This night was a good distraction for all of us, especially Matteo and I. I feel like we've taken this news the hardest, and tomorrow will be harder. Tomorrow is his funeral. I take a deep breath and try not to focus on it too much. I don't want to have another panic attack and scare everyone. I soon doze off, letting my dreams consume me. Chapter 60. I straighten out the blazer of my white suit. I've decided to wear white since Andrea and I have always been each other's opposites. He's going to be dressed in black today too. Like yin-yang, salt and pepper, and chess pieces. My white Lamborghini to match his black one. It just works. This is one of his suits, and I've decided to pay a tribute to him. I wear one of his silver chains around my neck and slip on some of his rings. I spray some Baccarat Rouge perfume and brush out my hair. I haven't worn makeup in ages, so I put some on. I've also added some hair extensions. I apply some lip gloss and take a deep breath. I'm going to be facing everyone in this mafia. All of the vipers, and I will stand out the most. I slip on my white heels and look in the mirror. I'm surprised I've kept it together for this long, but I don't want to jinx myself. I silence my phone and slip it into my pocket. I put Dynamite on a leash and we walk out of my room together. When I step outside of the house, I see cars lined up. One red Chevrolet, one white Ferrari, a black Maybach, a white Volvo, and a red Toyota. Which one has Andrea in it? I ask. Alessandro points to the left and a long, sleek black funeral car is parked and the driver is getting ready to leave. Let's start making our way to the church, Vittoria says, walking out. Her eyes linger on me and she storms off. What's her problem? I follow Xuan into the Maybach and Amira and Lorenzo come with us. Alora, Terzo, Zoya and Mimi get into the white Ferrari and Matteo. Alessandra gets in the Volvo with Vittoria. I hand Dynamite to Lorenzo so I don't get my suit dirty. The bodyguards follow us in their other cars as we drive off. The car drive is about an hour before we reach the destination. Of course, it's in the middle of nowhere. The journey consisted of Xuan keeping his eyes on the road, and the rest of us staring out of the windows in silence, letting ourselves drown in our thoughts. Everyone's car is parked in a straight line. There are about 300 different cars, and they all carry about 7 people. Vittoria greets everyone at the door of the church. Zahira and Chase are here. Zahira is wearing a fitted black dress and a hat with a veil covering her face. I realize that I'm the only one wearing white. She sees me and walks over. She holds my hand, and Chase looks at me sympathetically. Delia, I'm so sorry for your loss, she says. It's fine, I reply, nibbling on my lip. He was a great soul, Chase adds. Zahira hugs me, says hello, and gives her condolences to Xuan, Amira, and Lorenzo. The car that Alora was in finally parks and she comes out. I see the other girl chosen the same day as me is here. She was wearing a beautiful sari that day. What was her name again? She notices me and walks over. She's wearing a beautiful black suit that complements her brown skin. She added her own touch by wearing beautiful gold jewelry. I never got to introduce myself before, but I'm Georgia Asher, she says, shaking my hand. Delia Caesar, I reply. My deepest condolences. I never knew Andrea that much, but I heard a lot of great things about him. She explains. I smile at her softly. Behind her, I see that Rebecca girl who tried saying Andrea had a wandering eye. She's sobbing like she just lost the love of her life. Thank you. She walks away and Xuan turns to me. I think we should make our way in, he says. I take a dead breath and nod. We walk into the church and Andrea's coffin is open and at the front. While I walk to the front, everyone stares at me. Some whisper to each other, but I just keep my head held high. Me, Alessandro, Matteo, and Vittoria sit in the front row. I'm right behind you if you need anything. Xuan leans down and whispers. I turn around and smile at him gratefully. When everyone is settled down, the memorial starts. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Amen. We are gathered here today to mourn the loss of our beloved Andrea Giovanni, the priest says. A shocked and stricken world stands helpless before the fact of death. Hat death brought us through a tragically successful assault upon the life of Andrea Giovanni. My eyes start watering and I try to keep myself together. I look over at Vittoria and see that she's crying. As I once did, many of you had the privilege to meet him. He continues, now all of a sudden he's been taken from us, and I dare say we shall never see his like again. I try to fight back tears, but I can't, and they come pouring out. He was a great person and was loved by all of us gathered here today, the priest says. He will be missed dearly. The room erupts into applause, and the priest puts his hands up, silencing us. We are now blessed to listen to a couple eulogies, he explains, starting with the lovely Dilia Caesar. What? Vittoria looks at me, waiting for me to stand up. Chapter 61. I never got told I had to make a speech. I have nothing prepared. I look at Vittoria and she's just waiting for me to go up. I take a deep breath and make my way to the front. I see Andrea's body and bite back a sob. Everyone's staring at me and I clear my throat. Good morning. I say, my voice echoing throughout the church. Most of you know me, but if not, I'm Dilia Caesar, Andrea's girlfriend. The entire place is silent, and a man coughs. I'm granted the honor to share my thoughts and feelings about Andrea today. My voice shakes. I feel a hand on my shoulder and see Xuan and Alessandro standing behind me on my right. To my left, Zoya and Mimi are there. I continue speaking and it comes naturally to me. Andrea was my boyfriend, but not only that, he was also my best friend, my confidant, and the love of my life, I say, while tears fall down my cheeks. He was a man who was passionate about the things he loved and hated. I clear my throat again. In his version of how we met, I was head over heels and swooning over him, I say. But in reality, he nearly killed me on my first day at Stamford Hill. I laugh awkwardly. Everyone laughs and then they fall silent. We would argue, but that's normal, I say. There was never not a time when he wouldn't make it up to me. Every day that we went through, he made sure I wouldn't go through it alone. I sob, my voice cracking. I look down and take a deep breath. You got this, Mimi says, squeezing my shoulder. My last memory of him is one of my best ones. I explain, it where he gave me this ring. I put up my hand. Before, my voice cracks. Before he was taken from me, from us. That's it. I completely break down crying. Xuan puts an arm around me and Alessandro steps forward. He was a great brother, boyfriend, and friend. He finishes my speech. He will be missed by all. Everyone applauds loudly. I can't stop shaking as Xuan takes me back to my seat. Vittoria looks shocked at my speech. I suddenly feel extremely dizzy. Xuan, I need to step outside, I say, tugging on his shirt. Are you all right? He asks. I need to breathe, I gasp. He nods and leads me out of the church as Vittoria takes the stand and starts her speech. We sit down at the church's steps and Xuan doesn't move away. He lets me cry into him, even if it means my makeup is getting everywhere. He rubs my back soothingly. You were really strong up there, he says. Why didn't you tell us you made a speech? I didn't know, I reply. I literally just found out when the priest called my name. That's really weird. He replies. We sit in silence and all you can hear are my cries. I finally collect myself and I look at Xuan's shirt. My foundation and mascara is smudged on it. I'm so sorry, I gasp. It's fine, he laughs. He buttons up his blazer and smiles at me. People leave the church. It's time for the burial. Xuan sighs. We stand up and I link my arm through his. We walk behind the church into an empty, grassy clearing. There are a couple tombstones and we reach the place where Andrea is going to be. A couple of men carry Andrea's coffin and everyone crowds against the hole in the ground. I feel like my knees will give way, so I cling onto Xuan. He puts his arm around me, supporting me. I've got you, he mumbles. I look around. Alessandro and Mimi are holding hands. Amira is crying into Lorenzo and he's comforting her. Zoya and Terzo have straight faces on. I guess they're trained at hiding their feelings. Allura is comforting Matteo as he cries. They start lowering the casket into the ground and I start sobbing. Zoya steps forward. In life, we loved you dearly. In death, we love you still. She wiped her eyes. In our hearts, you hold a place that no one else can ever fill. They lower his casket into the ground. I swear my legs give way. Xuan, I can't do this. I sob, covering my mouth. I can't do this anymore. It's nearly over, he says. No farewell words were spoken, no time to say goodbye. You were taken from us before we knew it, and only God knows why. Allura says, her voice cracking. Xuan cradles my head into his chest and we fall to the ground. I can't stop the tears falling out. It's hard to turn the page when you know someone won't be in the next chapter, but the story must go on, Zahira says, stepping forward. Xuan and I rock back and forth. I don't care if I'm making a scene. I can't live through this anymore. This is not a goodbye, but a thank you, the priest says. Thank you for coming into our lives and loving us. Thank you for all the memories we won't forget, but will cherish. I crying so much. That's it, they're done. Xuan mumbles, stroking my hair. I see them filling the hole with dirt. He's gone. I cry. I start hyperventilating. I don't know what to do with myself. I'm so lost. Xuan Im never going to hear his voice again. I breathe. Why couldn't it be me? Don't say that, Xuan says. People put flowers on Andrea's grave. They all start walking to their cars so we can go to the wake. Zahira and Chase are kind enough to have it at their house. One bodyguard takes a gun out of his holster and shoots it into the air 3 times. Everyone else follows his move, signaling that the funeral is over, that he's gone forever, and he's never coming back. Chapter 62. There are so much people here. Nearly everyone came to the wake at Zahira's house. I drink from the tequila in my glass. I'm sitting by myself in the corner of the living room. Half my makeup is gone, and I put my hair into a bun. Everyone went to pay their respects to the Giovannis, and they're all with Vittoria. I'm in no mood for her bullshit. You alright? Zahira asks, walking over to me. I nod my head. Do you want to talk about it? She asks. I shake my head. Well, then I'll leave you to it, she says. Zahira. I say. She turns around to me. Thanks for all this. I say, signaling to the room. No worries. Andrea was dear to us, she says. He helped my husband Chase get out of debt. I nod my head and smile. He was always selfless, soft. I drink out of my cup. Is it alright if I get a refill? I ask. Are you sure? She asks. Yeah, I'm limited to 3 to 5 cups daily anyway. I laugh. She takes my glass and refills it for me. Enjoy, she says before walking away. I lean back on the armchair and cross my legs. The atmosphere here is so calming and quiet. Everyone is supporting each other. It's time for us to go, Lorenzo says, walking to me. I get up and drain the last of the tequila in my glass. We thank Zahira for everything and leave, getting into our cars and driving back home. I fall asleep halfway there. I yawn and stretch. Something wet touches my face and I open my eyes to see Dynamite licking me awake. Stop it, boy. I laugh. I get out of my bed and look down at my suit. I fell asleep with it on. Of course I did. I walk over to my vanity and sit down. I take out my hair extensions and open a packet of makeup wipes. I wonder who put me in my bed. I finish wiping off my makeup. I walk over to my huge window and open the curtains, letting light in the room for the first time in ages. I walk into my bathroom and fill the tub up with warm water. I unwrap a cinnamon-scented bath bomb and leave it to dissolve. I neatly hang up my suit. The blazer is clean, but the trousers are dirty. I need to get that dry cleaned. I sit down in the bath and let my joints relax in the warm water. I cry a little bit, but it's fine. It's better if I let my emotions out, rather than leave them locked up. After cleaning myself, I wrap a long brown towel around me and walk back to my room. I take out a baggy shirt and some shorts. I towel dry my hair and pull it back into a ponytail. Come on, Dynamite, I say, opening the door. He jumps from my bed and runs to me. We walk down to the kitchen together. Like usual, Xuan is smoking next to the window. Sawyer, Tezo, and Alora sit at a table. Alora has a bowl of strawberries in front of her, and she's eating away at them. Where's Mimi? I ask. I pick up a box of Fruit Loops. Her and Alessandro went to her ultrasound, Zoya explains. She's finding out the gender of her baby today. I'm praying it's a boy, Tezo says, crossing his fingers. Alora stays quiet and keeps stuffing her face with strawberries. She types away at her computer, not looking up once. What's wrong with Alora? I ask, sitting next to Xuan. Stress eating, he replies, putting out his cigarette. The Italy mission is in 4 weeks and we haven't started planning. We've been extremely sidetracked with everything that's happened, giving the Ravens the upper hand. Amira says, sitting next to me. Vittoria's stressing us all out, Tezo says. Probably a coping method, for one. Yeah, well, she can find another one. Zoya snaps. Stress gives me wrinkles. Wrinkles means I need to get Botox, and Botox means my face could potentially drop. I choke on my cereal and burst out laughing. Huh? You're not wrong, Amira laughs. What's Alora doing now? I ask. Trying to hack into the CCTV of the ballroom, Lorenzo says, grabbing a cup of coffee. We need to map out every exit and every entrance, Xuan says. Lorenzo places a mug of coffee in front of Amira and another in front of Alora. We've been up all night, he explains. Alora and Amira are the co-leaders of our computer hacking group. We specialize in hacking, of course, but we know how to fight and use a gun, just as a precaution. Amira adds, I didn't realize there are so many different groups in the Mafia. I thought they all just fight. What do you specialize in? I ask Xuan. I'm a con artist. He replies calmly. My mouth falls open, and so is Zoya over here, he adds. You and I are very different, Zoya snaps. How do we know you're not conning us? I ask. Oh my god. he mutters. Have I not been trustworthy? This asshole is growing on me, Tezo says. I guess we can trust him now. Tezo and I are more combat associated, Lorenzo explains. And me? I ask. You're in the middle of con artist and combat, he replies. Welcome to the club. Xuan pays my back. You're going to be conning the leader of the Ravens. Lawyer says. We're back, Mimi exclaims, walking into the kitchen. What's the gender? Tezo asks. We don't know, Alessandro replies. He hands me an envelope. Only Dillian knows, Mimi smiles. It's up to her if she wants to tell anyone, until the gender reveal. Tezo comes next to me. Dilia, you know you're my favorite? He says. Fuck off. I laugh. Let's go to the meeting room. Vittoria is waiting for us, Amira says. I grab a bottle of tequila before I leave. I have a feeling I'll need this. Chapter 63. This is the leader of the Ravens, Vittoria says. She puts a picture on the board of a tall, dark-skinned man with brown eyes and cornrows. He looks like he's in his 20s. I can't lie, he's hot. I look at Zoya and Alora and I can see they're thinking the same thing. His name is Crescianto, Xuan says. He's dangerous and insane. He's going to have the USB on him during the masquerade ball, Vittoria explains. How are we supposed to get it off him? Lorenzo asks. That's where Dilia comes in, she continues. The Mafia leaders never meet each other. There's always a middle person, the messenger. Dilia is going to be that messenger. She will pretend to work for the demons. Alessandro says, now that Andrea's gone, Alessandro has to fill in his place. He doesn't seem to enjoy it. Dilia will then walk past Zoya and give her the USB. Tezo will then offer her a drink and slip a fake USB into her hand. Alessandro explains, what's in this USB that's so important? I ask. That's for me to know. Vittoria replies, it seems stupid to risk our lives for an object we know nothing about. I shrug. I lean back on my chair and drink out of the tequila bottle. Ever since you got here, all you've done is contradict my every move. Vittoria says, standing up. That's not going to scare me. Get used to it, because it's not going to change. I snap. Dilia's right. We have the right to know what's in the USB. Alora says, inside this USB is the information of every single mafia in America, including ours. Vittoria sighs. All our personal information is on there. What are they going to do with it? Tezo asks. Start killing us off one by one until they're the only two mafias that stand, she says. She puts another picture on the board. This is Zane, the leader of the demons. A blonde guy with hazel eyes come on the screen. He looks 19, at least. When I give him the fake, won't he realize I'm not in his mafia? I ask. This guy's head is so far up his ass, he doesn't give a shit about anyone but himself. Lorenzo says, you need to get him alone and kill him. Alessandro says, once you do, you'll press a tiny button on the USB which will alert us. We need to get out of there before anyone realizes he's gone. Vittoria says, Alora is taking care of that. Yes, boss. Alora finally looks up. She looks like she hasn't slept at all, and I realize that this is the first time she's looked away from her screen. Zoya will be in charge of getting you ready, Vittoria says. She will cover up your snake tattoo and give you a new one on your back. It's not permanent. Don't worry. You can scrub it off when we're done. Lawyer says, this is what the tattoo looks like. She puts a picture on the screen. Oops. This image does not follow our content guidelines. To continue publishing, please remove it or upload a different image. Every demon has one, either on their back or thigh, she explains. If it's on your back, it means you're ranked higher than others, letting you get close to the leader of the demons. Maurice will be here in 10 minutes to do your measurements and prepare your dresses, Vittoria says. All of you except Amira and Alora can leave. We all stand up in sync and I grab my bottle of tequila. For God's sake, don't be drunk when Maurice gets here, Vittoria snaps. I ignore her and walk out. Xuan, can I ask you for a favor? I ask. Yeah, go ahead, he says. Can you help me move my things to Andrea's room? I ask, looking down. I just want to have as much of him near me as possible. That's fine, he smiles softly. Let's do it before Maurice comes. We walk to my room and I open up my wardrobe. I'm only going to take some of these, I say. I take out some trousers, cute shirts, a couple skirts, sweaters, sweatpants and hoodies. I pass them to Xuan and I look back and see that he's basically drowning in clothes. I grab most of my trainers and underwear and laugh as Xuan blindly follows me to Andrea's room. Are you sure this is enough clothes? He asks sarcastically. Where should I put them? I roll my eyes and signal to Andrea's bed. We go back to my room, and Xuan takes my shampoos, creams, conditioners, face masks, bath bombs, etc. to Andrea's bathroom. I bring all my makeup bags and hair accessories on the shelves next to his mirror. Is that it? Xuan asks. Yeah, I say, sighing. Dilia, Maurice is here, Lorenzo says, poking his head through the door. Where is he? I ask. Zoya's room, he replies. Have fun, Xuan nudges me as we walk out. I will, I reply. I walk to Zoya's room and see Maurice there with her and a mirror. Dilia, it's nice to see you again, he says. Nice to see you, Maurice? I reply, shaking his hand. Zoya's room is huge, and her closet is even bigger. I step on the ottoman and hold out my arms so Maurice can get my exact measurements. He measures my bust, then my hips. He measures the length of my arms and the length from my hips to my feet. He writes everything down in a tiny notebook. I get off the ottoman, and he does the same thing to Zoya and Amira. What's the design you would like? He asks Amira. Everything covered, a really light blue, greyish colour with gems all over it, she says. I want it to be movable and breathable with a matching hijab. Maurice writes down her requirements next to her measurements. What about you, Zoya? He asks. Could I take a look at your sketchbook? She asks. Maurice takes a black book out of his bag and hands it to Zoya. She flicks through it for a while and finally stops. This one is beautiful, she says. I think this is the one. She points at a brown fitted dress with white diamonds on it. What about you, Dilia? He asks. I don't know, I reply. Could I look at your sketchbook? I reach to Zoya, but Maurice grabs it and closes it. I have a special one for you, he says, walking to his bag. This one has the designs of all the dresses Andrea wanted me to make for you. My heart skips a beat. Chapter 64. Maurice hands me the sketchbook and I open it up. There are so many beautiful dresses in here. I spot the dress Andrea got me last time. Tears fill my eyes. These are beautiful, I breathe. I keep skipping through pages and my eye catches on this one dress. It's a gold and blue ball gown dress. This one, I say, swallowing the lump in my throat. This one is gorgeous. Excellent choice, he says. He takes the book out of my hand. The skirt of this ball gown can be detached and you'll be left with a short, movable fitted dress. He explains. You'll be able to fight in it. I wipe my eyes with the back of my hands. It's perfect, I say. Amazing, Maurice, says, clapping his hands together. I will personally deliver these to you in a couple weeks. We thank him, and Amira and I make our way out of Zoya's room. I rip the page out of my notebook and scrunch it up. I'm trying to find the best gender reveal ever. I opened up the envelope Mimi gave me earlier and she's having a girl. I want this gender reveal to be funny and unique. Fuck. Xuan yells, storming into the living room. I'm sitting in the corner and I don't think he realizes I'm there. He's pacing back and forth and running his hands through his hair. Fuck, 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 I hear him mutter. He looks stressed out. Are you ok? I ask, finally speaking. Shit, he mutters as he turns to my direction. I didn't see you there. You seem stressed, I say. Are you ok? Yeah, I'm fine, he replies before hurriedly walking out. Weird. I keep on jotting down ideas until I come up with one. This is going to be hilarious. I'll get Lorenzo and Terzo to wrestle, but they'll be dressed as babies. One blue, one pink. They'll wrestle until pink wins, and that's the reveal. They're going to love this, I laugh. I run out of the living room and check the kitchen. They're not there. I bump into one of the maids. Excuse me, do you know where Terzo and Lorenzo are? I ask. They're in the gaming room, ma'am, she says. Thank you, I say before running off. I finally get to the gaming room and find them playing a ball pool game. Listen to this, I say, putting my notebook down. What's it about? Lorenzo asks. The gender reveal. I reply. I'm all ears, Terzo says. So you and Lorenzo will be dressed in huge baby onesies, blue and pink. I explain. I want pink. Terzo exclaims. I burst out laughing and he clears his throat. It's a very manly colour. Anyways, you guys will wrestle and the correct gender is going to win and bam, epic gender reveal. I say, crossing my arms. What's the gender? Lorenzo asks. It's a girl. I squeal. Yes. Terzo exclaims. I get to whoop your ass. Do any of you know what's up with Xuan? Alora asks, walking in, eating a strawberry. He was acting weird earlier, I say, shrugging and picking up my notebook. Why? Terzo asks. He's walking around the house like a madman, muttering to himself, saying, fuck, shit, should I say? Should I speak to him? I ask. Nah, just let him be, Terzo says. You guys planning on going to school tomorrow? Alora asks. We have to. We've been gone for a while. It's going to look even more suspicious, Lorenzo says. Has Vittoria said anything to the school yet? Trace of? I ask. Yeah, she called them earlier, Alora replies. They said they were sorry for our loss but expect us back soon. I take a deep breath. I think I'll go walk Dynamite, I say. He's with Mimi, Terzo says. Thanks, I reply. I go to my room and change into jeans and a backless crop top. I find Mimi in the living room. Can I have Dynamite? I ask. Sure, she hands me the leash. Are you going out? Yeah. You want anything? I ask. Can you get me some cookies from Subway? She asks. Yeah, I reply. I'll see you soon. I leave the house with Dynamite and we walk to the park. The whole time there, I feel like someone's watching me. I keep looking behind me, but no one is there. Dilia, a guy yells from his car. I see Kia with Aiden and some of the basketball team. I wave at them. Where have you been? Aiden asks. It's been a mess. I laugh. We couldn't get a hold of you, Kai says. I changed phones twice. I laugh. Principal Carter announced today, and everyone knows about Andrea, one of the basketball guys says. My face immediately drops. Kai elbows him and Aiden hits him round the head. What? The guy mutters. We're sorry for your loss, Aiden says. It's fine, I reply. I gotta get going. I'll see you all tomorrow. I wave goodbye and make my way to Subway. I order 12 cookies for Mimi. I mix and match them. I feel something stroke my spine and I quickly look behind me. No one's there. This is creepy as hell. I thank the cashier and get my cookies. I try and shake the thought of being watched away. I then stop at Starbucks and get my usual drink. When I leave the store, I look across the street and see a black guy with his hood and a mask on, staring right at me. A car passes in between of us and he's gone. I swear to God he was right there. Or am I imagining things? I shake my head and sigh. I really need to get a therapist. Dynamite barks a few times, bringing my attention back to him. Collecting my thoughts, we return to the mansion. Chapter 65. Today is the first day I've gone to school in ages. I've been stared at so much. Going from the new girl in school to the most talked about. Everyone knows what happened. Everyone knows he's gone. Vittoria called the principal and said that Andrea got into a car accident. Principal Carter then decided that he should tell the entire school. Dilia, it's good to see you back, Mr. Thompson, my English teacher says, stopping by my locker. It's good to be back, sir, I reply. Whenever you're free, come into my classroom and collect your missed work. He says, yeah, Oak, I say, closing my locker. Dilia, a girl exclaims. I turn around and I'm tackled by Alara. Oh my God, I gasp. I've missed you so much, she says. Nice to see you again, Carlos says. It's been boring without Diana wanting to start some drama with you. Kai laughs. She can jump off a bridge. I've had enough of her bullshit. I roll my eyes. Alara looks at me and gives me a small smile. I'm glad none of them bring up Andrea or ask why I wasn't here. I don't know what I would do if they did. Lorenzo, Terzo, Zoya, and Alora walk towards us and stop at my locker. Kai and Aiden tense up. I remember that everyone's intimidated by them. Hey, Alara, Terzo says. Hey, she replies. Aiden can't take his eyes off Zoya. I love what you've done to your hair, Alora says. Alara has her usually curly hair in 2 braided buns. Thanks, Alara replies. Carlos clears his throat. Well, my football game is tonight if you want to come, he says. I did say that I would show up, Lorenzo replies. Make sure to save us all a seat, Zoya says. They walk away, heading to their first period. We'll see you guys later, Alara says, as we make our way to our Spanish class. Carlos, Kai, Aiden, Alara and I sit at our usual table. Alara gives us all a packet of crisps each. Of course, she's the mother of the group. Okay, what did we miss? What's the gossip? Alara asks. Her, Terzo, Lorenzo and Zoya join our table and sit down with us, making everyone look our way. Diana's been able to go through the whole football team, Kai says. She trying to move to the basketball boys, but they don't want her. Kai and Aiden laugh. Zoe's dad has been paying to keep his daughter out of trouble, and she also got a nose job. Alara explains. That was caused by yours truly, I say, signaling to myself. Alara's jaw drops. What did you do? Carlos asks. I was with one of my guy friends and she tried moving to him, I explain. And then she brought up Andrea. The entire table falls silent and I bow my head. Your hair looks really cute though, Kai says, tapping the table. I like what you've done with it, Aiden says. Thanks, I reply. Diana walks past our table and just stares at us. Her eyes land on me. She's walking with Zoe and Becky. Of course, she's this desperate to have friends and not be alone. Do you guys smell something? Diana asks them. Kai rolls his eyes and Aiden sighs. It's like sewage, Becky laughs. That smell is coming from your mouth, Tezo snaps. I can smell it from here, Zoya adds from the other side of the table. Guys, stop, Zoe mutters, not looking me in the eyes. Her nose job is still healing. I'd advise you to listen to Zoe, I say, unless you want a new nose job too. Whatever, Diana mutters before walking away. I don't know what her problem is, Alara says. I don't care, I reply. I didn't do anything to her until she provoked me. Kai starts talking to Terzo about basketball and how he would like to play a match with him one day. Aiden talks to Zoya about her hobbies and interests and if she wants to go to a movie sometime. When Terzo hears that his eyes narrow, Alara and Alora are rambling on about something. I get up and go to the vending machine. I put in my coins and press a button to get a Dr. Pepper and a packet of cookie dough bites. I look behind the machine and see someone in the student parking lot. The same guy. The guy who was opposite Starbucks. Black hood, black mask, black clothing. He's staring at me. The Dr. Pepper falls and cookie dough bites to the bottom, and I look down at the flap so I can pick it up. I quickly look back at the window and the man's gone. Should I tell someone about this? What if I'm just imagining it? Isn't that a side effect of grief? I walk back to the table and sit down. Lorenzo turns to me. Are you woke? He asks. Yeah, I clear my throat. You seem a little shaken, he says. I'm fine, don't worry, I reply, taking a drink of Dr. Pepper. I look down at my hands and see they're shaking. Zoya, I say. What's up? She replies. Do you have that flask of tequila on you? I ask. Yeah, she replies. She bends over to her bag and takes it out. She gives it to me. Thank you so much, I say. I drink more Dr. Pepper and unscrew the lid of the flask. I pour a lot of it into my drink and then hand it back to Zoya. Everyone continues talking and my mind keeps on going back to that guy. Is it really a coincidence that I saw him twice? Is he following me? Or is this all just in my head? How could he know what school I go to? And how did he get into the parking lot without getting caught? It must be all in my head. There's no reason for someone to follow me, right? Chapter 66. We walk into the football field and it's packed. Cheerleaders are everywhere. So many students have come to watch the game. Kai waves us over and we all sit with them on the bleachers. Which one's Carlos? Zoya asks. He's the quarterback, Kia replies. Number 53. Xuan didn't want to come with us. He's been acting weird, but I'm sure it's just because of the funeral. Alessandro wanted to stay in and watch a movie with Mimi. Her pregnancy cravings have worsened. Aiden and Alora come back with drinks and a tray of snacks. When everyone's ready, the game starts when Coach blows her whistle. I open a packet of chips and start eating them, while drinking my fruit punch. One of the guys gets tackled and the ball falls out of his hands. It's hard to understand what's happening, but when people start cheering, I know to join in. I keep watching Carlos, keeping my eyes on 53. He's really good at this. He throws the ball to some other guy, and that guy scored. Everyone gets up and starts cheering. He is so good at this, Lorenzo says, clapping. Yeah, Kai replies. The wind blows and I start feeling chilly. Zoya, pass your keys. I want to get my hoodie from the car, I say. She throws me his keys and I catch them. Get me my jumper, please, Alora says. I walk down the stairs of the bleachers and make my way to the student parking lot. It's dark and the lamps light the way. I finally find Zoya's car and open it up. I stick my head into the door of the back seat and grab my grey hoodie. I put it on and find Alora's jumper and a tequila bottle. Jackpot. Of course she has a stash in her car. Zoya, you're a lifesaver, I mutter. I empty out my cup of juice and fill it with tequila. This should be able to get me through the night. I close the door and lock the car. My eye catches on something next to the gate. The man's back. I don't hesitate before I'm running. I hear heavy footsteps behind me and I run faster. I don't look back, not once, and continue running. Something brushes my back, sending shivers through me. I finally reach the bleachers and make my way back to my seat. I finally look behind me. No one's there. I hand Alora her jumper and we continue watching the game. Want some? Kai asks, handing me some nachos. I nod my head and take them. You okay? He asks. You look a little pale. Yeah, I'm fine. I clear my throat and sip my tequila. It's really good to have you back, Delia, he says. I mean it. Thanks, Kai, I reply, smiling. Soon enough, it's half-time and Carlos comes over to get some water. I walk down to him. "You're doing so well," I exclaim. "We all came to watch." I point at our seats. "Thank you," he replies. He hugs me quickly before Coach calls him over. I go back to my seat. I keep drinking from my cup and I yawn. "You could take a nap if you're tired," Kai says. "Are you sure?" I ask. "Yeah," he replies. "Thanks," I say. I stretch out my legs and rest my head on his lap. He's respectful and doesn't put his hand where it shouldn't go. Someone covers me and I see that Aiden gave me his varsity jacket to keep warm. Even through all the chaos, I'm still able to fall asleep. "Dilia? Dilia, wake up," a voice says. I slowly open my eyes and see two faces looming over me. Two identical faces, Carlos and Aiden. "Oh my god, I'm so sorry," I gasp, sitting up. "What did I miss?" "Most of the game," Carlos laughs. "So sorry," I say. "I know how much this meant to you." I ramble. "Dilia, it's fine," he says, smiling. "I just haven't slept well these last couple of days," I say. Before I can speak again, Kai covers my mouth with his hand. "Dilia, we know you've gone through a lot and it's perfectly fine," Carlos says. "I'm not mad at you. Are you sure?" I ask. "Yeah, always put your mental health first," he says. I stand up and hug him. "Thank you," I reply. He hugs me back, tighter. "Who won?" I ask. "We did," he replies. "Yes," I exclaim. "Should I ask Zoya out?" Aiden asks. We turn to him, Carlos putting his arm over my shoulders, and see him staring at Zoya, who's busy talking to Terzo, Lorenzo, and Alora. "Go ahead, embarrass yourself," Kai laughs. "You have no chance with her." "Yeah, I do," Aiden says. Carlos snickers. "She's way out of your league," Carlos says. "Watch me," Aiden replies. He walks down the bleachers, over to Zoya, and we all follow him. "Zoya, can I ask you something?" he asks. "Go ahead." She turns around to him. "Would you like to go out with me?" he asks. "I don't date," she replies. Kai hides his face. "Not a movie or something? Like, how about a cute dinner?" he says. "I know an amazing place." Terzo narrows his eyes and his fists clench. "Sure, why not?" Zoya smiles. "I'll pick you up Friday 7 o'clock, he asks. "I'm looking forward to it," she says. Terzo clenches his jaw and I stifle my laugh. "Dilia, how about we join them?" Kai asks. "Double date." He winks. "Stay in your lane, boy." I roll my eyes. "Nice try," Alara laughs. Someone taps my back. I look behind me and see a talk. Built, brunette boy. He must be the captain of the football team. "You're the bitch who broke my girlfriend's nose," he states, rather than asking. "Who you calling a bitch?" Kai snaps. "Yeah," I reply. "Since when you were together, I swear you were sleeping with Diana not long ago." "Watch your mouth," he snarls, raising his hand. "You watch yours." "Hugh," Carlos snaps, standing in front of me. "Be careful, Diaz," he warns. "Or what, Jordan?" Aiden asks, coming next to Carlos. Jordan opens his mouth to say something. "Do we have a problem?" Lorenzo asks, narrowing his eyes. Jordan swallows. "Do we need to beat someone's ass?" Terzo asks, standing next to me. "Do we?" I ask. "No," Jordan replies, looking away. "Good, we can all happily go home," Kai says, patting Jordan's shoulder. He turns to walk away. "Oh, and try some shit like this again," Lorenzo says, stopping Jordan. "And I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to your girlfriend." Jordan pales and hurries off. We go to the car park. "We'll see you guys tomorrow," I say. We all wave at Kai, Aiden, Carlos, and Alara and make our way to our car. Chapter 67. I take my brownies out of the oven and put them on the side to cool down. It's midnight and everyone's asleep. For some reason, my brain didn't want to turn off. It was like I was being watched or something. I start cleaning up my mess, trying not to make any noise when Xuan enters the kitchen. He starts rummaging through the drawers until he finally finds a lighter. He lights his cigarette and finally looks in my direction. "Dilia," he says. "Hey," I reply. His eyes are red and his hair is messy. It looks like he hasn't slept in days. "I've got to go," he says hurriedly. "Wait," I say. "You can't just ignore us. You told me not to shut everyone out, but maybe you should take your own advice." "I'm not shutting you guys out," he replies. "Then tell me what's going on," I sigh. He sits down opposite me and puts his head down. "I'm being followed," he says shakily. "This figure in a black outfit and black mask." My breath catches in my throat. But when I look back, he's gone. Xuan puts his head in his hands. I feel like I'm slowly losing it. "Thank God," I breathe. "Great, I'm happy my problems make you feel good," he snaps. "No, it's not that," I say. The same thing has been happening to me, and I thought I was losing it because no one else saw him. Xuan's head snaps up when I say this. Do you have any idea who this could be? He asks. I have a hunch, but it's going to sound insane. I reply. Go ahead, nothing could sound crazier right now, he says, letting out a cloud of smoke. I think it's Andrea, I say, lowering my voice. Xuan's cigarette falls out of his mouth and hits the table. That's impossible, he replies. Neither of us checked the body properly. Only Vittoria did, I explain. And between me and you, I don't trust anything that comes out of her fucking mouth. So what do you want to do? He asks me. I want to dig up the body, I reply. I put the brownies in the microwave to stay warm. No, absolutely not, a voice says from the doorway. We turn and see Alessandro standing there with his arms crossed. You guys are insane. We saw the body. Alessandro snaps. Like Delia said, we never inspected the body. Xuan says, please, Alessandro, I beg. It'll help me sleep better at night. It'll help us all sleep better. Xuan adds. Alessandro is silent for a moment, hesitates, and then speaks. You're both a pain in my ass, he snaps. Get in the fucking car. He throws me his keys, and Xuan and I run out the house. I get in his black Rolls Royce and sit in the passenger seat, while Xuan gets in the back and Alessandro gets in the driver's seat. Alessandro starts the car and drives us to the graveyard. When we get there, the gate is shut, so we have to park outside and then jump the gate. I look down at myself and realise that my bunny slippers are not really appropriate for this situation. We run past the car park and church and go to the graveyard. I immediately spot Andrea's grave and run to the graveyard. I immediately spot Andrea's grave and run towards it. Grass is starting to grow over it. Alessandro and Xuan follow me with shovels and start digging him up. They finally reach his coffin, and Alessandro, Xuan and I drag it out. Xuan breaks open the coffin, and the smell of a rotting corpse hits us in the face. Okay, hurry and check what you need to do, Alessandro says. Andrea's body is pale and tortured. I hold my breath and pry open Andrea's eyes. They're bloodshot, but his eyes are grey. I unbutton his shirt, and on his neck is the snake tattoo. Shit, I whisper. His scar, Xuan says. Check his scar. I slightly pull down his trousers and see his scar at the bottom of his abs. Shit, I mutter. The smell makes me want to throw up, but I keep myself together. All his tattoos are there. Everything is there. Fuck. Xuan yells, throwing the shovel. He comes beside me, looking at the body. Everything's here, I breathe. There has to be something, he rambles. Just something. We both fall silent. Alessandro, we're done here, I say, fixing Andrea back into his place. The last bit of hope in me has been blown out. He's gone. Alessandro and Xuan put Andrea back in his grave and bury him again. We say a small prayer before leaving and get back to the car. The whole journey is silent until we reach the mansion. Daylight starts creeping in by the time we're back inside. Alessandro goes back to his bedroom and Xuan and I go back to the kitchen. I take the brownies out of the microwave and I'm glad they're still warm. I cut them up into squares and place them on a plate. We still need to figure out who's been following us, Xuan says, getting another cigarette ready. I take out a bottle of tequila. I don't know who it could be, I sigh. I drink from the bottle and Xuan blows out a cloud of smoke. I really need to get my mind off this, he says, pushing a glass towards me. Yeah, same, I reply, filling it up for him. Don't get too drunk, he tells me. Bottoms up, I reply. He clinks his cup against my bottle and we drink in silence. I take myself upstairs in silence. Mimi's stolen dynamite from me, so my room is quiet. I drink myself to sleep, hoping to wake up to something better. Chapter 68. It's been a week since we dug up Andrea's body. No one knows what happened that night except us. We want to keep it that way. Nothing's changed. I go to school and see the man in black. I go home and we go over the plan for Italy. I drink half a bottle of tequila and fall asleep. I wake up and the day repeats itself, over and over again. The man is always there whenever I leave the house to get a drink or food. He's never approached me. He's just stared at me. Zoya and Alora have noticed that I've been down, so we've decided to have a girls' day and go to the mall. Then Zoya is going to meet Aiden for dinner. We invited Mimi, but lately she's been vomiting a lot and hardly getting out of bed. You're not really going to go on that date with Aiden, are you? Tezo asks. I am, Zoya says, applying some nude lip gloss. Nobody else has asked me out, so why not? Tezo glares at her and she smiles at him. Be safe, Lorenzo says to us before we leave. We will, I reply. Call us for anything, and I mean anything. Alexandra adds, We can take care of ourselves, Alora says before pushing us out of the house. We get into her white Mercedes and drive to the mall. We walk into this store and it has the cutest outfits. I pick out a tight skirt, a nice matching shirt, a cute emerald green dress, and a nice pair of jeans. Those are so cute, Alora exclaims. Try them on, Zoya says. I'll be right back, I say to them. We make our way to the changing room and the woman gives me room to change. I try on the skirt and shirt and look in the mirror. It frames my body perfectly. I do a little twirl and change into the green dress. It clings to my hips mesmerizingly and brings out my eyes. I try on the jeans and then change into my original outfit. I open the curtains. Before I can scream, a hand is pressed over my mouth and I'm pushed back into the room. I can't register the person before me and they close the curtain behind them. The man in black. He's standing in front of me. His face is so close to mine. His brown eyes stare into my soul. I scream, and his hand presses down on my mouth. I push him off me, and he stumbles out of my room. He takes a knife from his pocket, and I cower in the corner. All of my sense have left me defenseless. I feel weak. I slump down in the corner, and he looks over me. I bring my knees up to my chest, put my head down, and scream. I scream so loud my throat feels sore. Someone pulls back the curtains. Delia, are you okay? Zoya asks, crouching down next to me. Alora is accompanied by 2 security men. I look around the room and see that the man has vanished. He was right here, I stutter. My cheeks feel wet and I wipe them with my hands. Who was? One of the security men asks. The man in black, I stutter, was standing right before me with a knife. Get security to check your CCTV immediately. Zoya snaps at them, cradling me in her arms. The security guards nod their head and run off. I want to go home, I say. What about our day out? Alora asks. I feel bad because she planned all this, but I think I'm going to break down any second now. I'm sorry, I just want to go rest, I reply. I can call someone to pick me up, I say. I'll stay with Zoya until her date, she says. Have fun, I reply. I get up and walk out of the room. I walk out of the mall and call Schwan. I call 3 times and he doesn't answer. I try Alessandro and Lorenzo, but it's the same thing. I try Terzo, but it goes straight to voicemail. One more person. I press on his number. Hey Delia, what's up? He asks. Hey Raphael, can you come pick me up? I ask. Sure, replies. I send him my location. I'll be there in half an hour, he says. Then you, I reply before ending the call. He arrives in 20 minutes. I get in his car. Where do you want to go? He asks. I can't take him back to the mansion unless I want Vittoria to skin me alive. Just to the park, I reply. He takes me where I want to go and we walk into the park together and sit at a bench. What's up? He asks. A lot of things, I sigh. I feel like I'm going insane. He asks. Have you ever thought you were insane because you would see things that other people won't or can't? I ask. No, he replies. It feels like I'm just trying to make excuses for what happened to Andrea, I say, wiping my eyes. I can't seem to let him go. Listen to me, Delia. You're not insane, you're just trying to cope, he says. And I hope you know I'm here with you every step of the way, because you're an amazing girl. I put my hand on Raphael's arm and look him dead in the eye. Thank you so much, I mean it, I reply. A moment of silence passes. Raphael's eyes scan my face and he leans in, getting closer and closer. I shuffle back and clear my throat. I'm sorry, I don't think of you that way, I say. Oh, I just thought... because... He stutters. I didn't mean to give off that impression. You're an amazing friend to me. I slay looking down. An awkward silence passes between us. I should get going, I say, standing up. Yeah, get home safe, he says, not looking at me. I make my way out of the park and back to the mansion. That was the weirdest thing ever. Chapter 69. During my journey home, it started to rain heavily. I walk into the mansion and go into the kitchen. I'm still shaking from what happened at the mall. I see Alessandro, Lorenzo, Terzo, and Schwan. Hey, you're back early, Lorenzo says. I ignore him and grab a bottle of tequila. What's up with her? Terzo asks. What's up with me? I snap. I called all 4 of you guys, and not one of you picked up. I needed you. Oh shit, Schwan mutters. I had to call Raphael, the guy whose date you guys crashed. I snap at their confused faces. Vittoria made us hand in our phones for a bugging check. Alessandro explains. That's why we missed your call. Whatever, I reply. I'll be in my room if anyone needs me. I drink out of the bottle and walk to the door. Did anything happen? Lorenzo asks. No, I reply. Nothing. Maybe I should check on her, I hear Xuan say as I walk up the stairs. My hoodie and jeans stick to my body, and I must peel them off as I change. I slip into a silk nightdress and brush out my hair. Not long later, I hear a knock on the door. Come in, I say. Xuan walks in with 2 white bowls in his hand. He walks over to the bed and sits next to me. Cookies and ice cream always makes people feel better, he says, handing me a bowl. Thanks, I reply. So what happened? Xuan asks. You've been shaking ever since you came home. I take a drink from the tequila and Xuan takes it out of my hand. The black man, I reply. That hijo de puta, translation, son of a bitch, he's still following you? He asks. I was going to leave the changing room when he appeared before me. I explain. He had a knife and I was trapped in a corner. I don't know why I didn't protect myself. Where was Zoya and Alora? Xuan asks. They were waiting for me to finish. I fiddle with the bedsheets. I felt so useless, so vulnerable. It's not your fault your guard was down and you're grieving, Xuan says. If it was any other day, we both know you would have kicked his ass. I eat some of the ice cream he brought up for me. A moment of silence passes between us, and we don't make eye contact. Xuan opens his mouth as to say something, but closes it immediately. We hear the front door close, meaning that Alora just returned. Dilia, he says, making me finally look at him. I can see something stirring behind his dark eyes. Yeah? I reply. Alora knocks, and then walks into my room with a shopping bag. I'll leave you guys to it, Xuan says, clearing his throat and getting up. I watch him as he leaves. Alora, let's see what you got, I exclaim. I open up the bag and see the clothes I wanted. I got them as a gift to you, she says. Thank you so much, I exclaim. I jump up and hug her. You deserve it, she says. You're still not good at this, Tezo says. Just let me focus, I snap. I raise the gun, breathe in, and squint my eyes. I remember to do what Andrea taught me. I pull the trigger and shoot one of the mannequins down. 1 down, 7 more to go. Tezo slow claps. Bear with me, I'm still a little drunk, I reply. We don't have time. The mission is in 2 weeks and 3 days. He snaps. I take a deep breath in, squint my eyes, and shoot a mannequin, then another one and another one, until they all have holes in them. Good job, he says. Thanks, I reply. You know I might not be able to use a gun, but I can fucking fight with one. Test out that theory on Xuan. I don't want to ruin this perfect face. Tezo says. Sure, I reply. I enter the ring and Tezo gets Xuan from the other side of the training room. I stretch for a little bit and Xuan enters the ring. I've never fought you before, I say. I won't go easy on you, he winks. I don't expect you to, I smirk. You know the rules, no weapons, only fists, Tezo says. Lorenzo, Amira, Alessandro, and Alora have come to watch us. 3.2.1 Fight. Tezo exclaims, ringing a bell. Xuan throws a punch and I take a fast step back. I step forward and he throws another one. I take another fast step back, see an opening, and swing. I punch his jaw and grab his arm before he could touch my face. I turn around and pull him over my shoulder. He falls on his back and grunts. I shake my arms to loosen my joints, when Xuan grabs my ankle, puts his legs around it, and floors me. My hands stop my face from smacking onto the floor. Xuan and I get up, and I kick him in the gut. I kick his face, but he blocks it and grabs my leg. He pulls me closer to him, making me try and catch my balance. He punches me in the jaw and kicks his legs underneath mine, making me falls. He gets on top of me, and I flip him over. I put him in a tight headlock and wrap my legs around him so he can't move. He taps my arm. He tapped out. Xuan has tapped out, Tezo says. I let go of him and we shake hands. Maybe next time I'll go easy on you, I laugh. He glares at me. I'll let you win, he says. Yeah, of course you did, I snicker. I get out of the ring and see that Zoya has arrived from her date. How was it? I ask. It was amazing. Aiden is so sweet, she says. He brought me some flowers, but I left them in the kitchen. That's your first and last date with Aiden, Tezo snaps. Let her date who she wants. Lorenzo butts in, earning a glare from Tezo. Maybe next time you should gather the balls to fucking ask me before another guy does, she snaps. You don't even like Aiden, Tezo says. You act like you have no interest in me, but the second I speak to another guy, you go crazy, she snaps. Everyone's looking at each other shocked. I think this is supposed to be something you say in private. Oh yeah, like you didn't go crazy when Zoe even looked in my direction. Tezo crosses his arms. You're an asshole, she snarls. Zoya storms out of the training room and everyone stands there in silence, awkwardly looking at each other. You need to go fix that, Alessandro says, walking away. Chapter 70. I walk into the kitchen and find Jasmine sitting down with Matteo. He passes her a cookie and she laughs at something he says. When did you get here? I ask. Vittoria dropped me off last night, Jasmine says, turning to me. I'm sorry for your loss, by the way. It's fine. Thank you, I reply. Lorenzo passes me a mug of coffee and Zoya storms into the room. I guess her and Terzo didn't resolve their problem. Any plans for today? Lorenzo asks. I might get some things ready for Mimi's gender reveal, I reply. Good more? Xuan walks in and immediately stops in his tracks. Jasmine turns her head and drops the cup in her hand. What are you doing here? He snaps. Vittoria walks into the kitchen and stares at Jasmine. Oh, so the rumors are true. Say, she laughs. What rumors? Zoya asks. I see Lorenzo slowly start to take the gun out of his waistband, and I pick up a knife from the table. You really did leave and join them, Jasmine continues. Vittoria, care to explain? I say, pointing the knife at her. I look at Zoya and see that she also has a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. Matteo, Jasmine, Xuan, and Vittoria stand weaponless. Explain. Zoya snarls. Jasmine worked for the Ravens, Xuan says. Xuan says. Lorenzo, Zoya, and I turn out weapons to Jasmine. I ran away, she snaps. As soon as I saw Jasmine, I had Jake do a full background check on her. Vittoria explains. Her foster family sold her to the Mafia, and she escaped. Why have you kept this from all of us? Lorenzo asks. It wasn't your place to know, she replies. Of course it wasn't. Xuan snaps. I remember seeing her around base. So, we're supposed to just trust her? I ask. Yes, Vittoria replies. End of discussion. She walks out of the kitchen, leaving us all speechless. I need a cigarette. I hear Xuan mutter. Jasmine sits back down and Matteo doesn't know what to do. I'm gonna get ready to go out, I sigh. I take a drink of coffee. This is a replacement for tequila. I'm coming with you, Xuan says. I look at him and see that it's not up for discussion. I quickly change into a pair of jeans and a grey sweatshirt. Xuan's waiting for me in his car and we drive to the mall. What are you getting? He asks. Things for the gender reveal, I reply. We park the car and get out, entering the mall. We go to the car factory first. Xuan grabs a basket for me and I find a cute bear dressed in pink onesie. This is so cute, I exclaim. Xuan nods in agreement and I put it in the basket. We walk around and find some more cute balloons, decorations, and a mug that says, Best Mom Ever. We're finally able to check out and hand them the basket. Congratulations, the man says while scanning our things. Thank you, but it's not mine, I reply. I thought you guys were… He hesitates. No, he's just my friend, I say quickly, not giving him time to finish his sentence. Yeah, friends only, Xuan adds. Oh, Oak, he replies. He bags up our things and we walk out of the store. Maybe we should get her some baby clothes, Xuan says. Yeah, that's cute, I reply. We walk into a store named Babies, Bits and Bobs and Xuan leads me to the baby section. He finds a cute baby outfit. It's a plain white shirt and a pink skirt. Oh my god, I laugh. He smiles and places it in the basket. I trust you with this, I say, handing him the basket. I'm just gonna head to the bathroom. Okay, he replies. Luckily, this store has a toilet inside of it. I get into a nice clean cubicle and do my business. I wash my hands, an uneasy feeling stirring in my stomach. I look in the mirror and see someone behind me, the man in black, again. What do you want from me? I snap, turning to him. He pushes me against the wall and covers my mouth with his hand. I struggle against him and he presses down on me harder. He raises his hand and pulls down his mask, letting me see his face clearly. Shit. It's Cristianto, the leader of the Ravens. Damn, he's much more good-looking up close. His brown eyes pierced into mine and he has an eyebrow slit. He has stubble along his sharp jawline and smells like strong cologne. I look down and see the hilt of a knife in his belt. I'm not gonna hurt you, he mutters against my ear. But I can't let go of you because you'll start screaming like last time. He slowly removes his hand from my mouth. Let me go, I snarl. Don't cause a scene. Delia and I might, he replies. My hand slowly goes to his belt and I touch the hilt of his knife. I pull it out and slice across his stomach. He falls back in pain and clutches his stomach. I run out of the toilet and bump into Xuan. He's holding a bag, meaning he's already paid for everything. What happened? You're shaking? He asks. The black man is everywhere, I say. Xuan storms into the restroom and all that's left is his knife and some drops of blood. Schwan takes me out of the store and we go back to the car silently. He starts the car and we drive off. You believe that he was there? I ask. Of course, he replies. But you dealt with him. There's no need to worry. No, there is a reason. I reply. What is it? He asks. I look down at my shaking hands. It's Cristianto, the man in black, I say. Schwan turns to me and I have to force him to keep his eyes on the road. He's seen me, he's been following me, Our plan is ruined. Look. Schwan snarls as he hits the wheel. Chapter 71. Why have you called this emergency meeting? Vittoria asks. Why is Jasmine here and not Matteo? Terzo asks. She knows how the Ravens act and how they work. I also don't want to lose another son during this mission. She replies. Cristianto has seen my face, I say. That's impossible, Alessandro says. Cristianto is the black man, Schwan adds. The what? Lorenzo asks. The man who you said you saw at the mall with us? Zoya asks. Can you explain who the goddamned black man is and how this is linked to Cristianto? Vittoria snaps. Schwan and I have been followed ever since Andrea's death, I explain. Yesterday I saw him again and he attacked me. She went to the bathroom while we shopped for the baby shower. Schwan adds. The man pinned me to the wall and pulled down his mask, and I saw Cristianto in front of me. I say. He's been following me and knows how I look. You're just telling us that you've been getting followed? Vittoria asks. We thought we were imagining it. Schwan explains. The Ravens are skilled at making it seem like you're losing your mind. Jasmine says, finally speaking. I initially thought it was Andrea, but when Alessandro, Schwan and I dug up the body, we realized it was him. I say. You did what? Alora exclaims. Without telling us, we're a team, Amira adds. It was quite an impulsive decision, Alessandro says. Everyone starts shouting, barking questions at us and trying to figure things out. Shut up. Vittoria yells. If anyone talks over me, I will shoot you right now. She cocks her gun and places it on the table to show that she's not bluffing. Let me get this straight. A man has been following you for about 3 weeks and a half now, and you've just found out that he's the leader of the Ravens, Vittoria says. Zuan and I nod our heads in agreement. What are we going to do now? Terzo asks. Delia can't take the USB from them now that they know who she is. Alora says. There will be no change in plans, Vittoria says. Delia will take the USB, but at no cost will she remove her mask. Isn't that too risky? Shrien asks. She'll have the demon's tattoo on her back, and Cristianto will be too drunk to realize. Vittoria replies. Lorenzo will drug his wine. I can do a damn good job making that tattoo look as real as possible. We need to find out why he revealed his face to you though, Jasmine says. There's no reason for him to do that. Maybe he just wanted to show you how fucking hot he is. Zoya shrugs, earning a glare from Materzo, but she shoots him a smirk. Go back to training, all of you, and remember we leave in 4 days. Vittoria says, walking towards Jasmine. We all get out of our seats and make our way to the training room. When we walk in, I realize that there are some new faces here. I forgot that the most trusted people come to train here too. I see Mimi sitting on one of the benches holding a cup of iced coffee. She walks towards me and gives me a right hug. Are you Oak? She asks. You know me. A magnet for trouble, I laugh. She hands me the cup of iced coffee and I give her a big smile. I know you've been struggling with drinking, so I made you this and promised to make you one every day until you forget about tequila, she explains. That's the cutest thing you've done so far, Alessandro says, coming to hug her from behind. She laughs and looks up at him. I smile at them softly. They're adorable together. Thank you so much, Mimi, I say smiling. Oh, and I've prepared everything for your gender reveal. Thank you, she says. I walk to the knife wall and place my drink on the table. I remove my grey hoodie and expose my black tank top underneath. I turn around to see a guy with a curly afro. His arms are covered in tattoos and his eyes are a piercing green. I pick up one of the knives and twirl it between my fingers. I breathe in deeply and throw it at the outlines on the wall. It hits the outline's head. I pick up another one and it hits their heart. The boy behind me comes and claps. You're pretty good at this, he says. I pick up another knife and throw it, and it hits the heart. Who even are you? I ask, throwing another knife. Tristan Alvarez, he replies, extending his hand. Well, Tristan, just know I'm not interested, I say calmly. I'm flattered, but I have a wife, he laughs. I'm Delia Caesar, I reply. Oh, I know, he replies. Everyone talked about the badass that Giovanni's found at Stanford High. How come I've never seen you around? I ask. Vittoria had me in a mission in Morocco, he explains. The demons were trying to make a deal with some guy, but we had to get there before them. Morocco is an amazing place, I reply, throwing another knife. Throw them more aggressively and you'll cause more damage, Tristan says. Plus they'll go in deeper. Thanks, I reply. My wife's back with our drinks, he says, pointing to an Asian girl with long black hair put into a ponytail. She's holding 2 water bottles and gives me a big smile. I wave back at her. She's beautiful, I say. I know, he says, smirking. He waves goodbye to me and I turn around and take a break. I drink some of the coffee Mimi made me, and it tastes heavenly. I look around the room and see déjà vu from when Andrea trained me. I shake my head, shaking the memory away. I will train every day and destroy the ravens even if it kills me. For him. Chapter 72. It's 5:05 a.m. and I'm getting ready for Mimi's gender reveal. I put on a cute light purple dress and white heels. I twist my hair into a cute bun and grab the decorations. Dynamite barks at my feet and I let him out of my room. I walk through the corridor and knock on Lorenzo's room. I have to knock 4 times before he answers it. What the? He says, yawning. I shove a blue onesie at him. Get ready, we need to start decorating, I say. Yes, boss, he mumbles sleepily. I walk towards Terzo's room and knock on his door too. What the fuck? It's too early for this shit. He snaps, opening the door. I shove the pink onesie at him and hit his head. Wake up and get dressed, you idiot. I snap. He grumbles under his breath and I go to wake up Juan and Matteo. They get dressed and come to the back garden with me. Zoya and Alora are already getting the sweet treats ready. We start hanging up a banner that says, congratulations on it. Juan and Matteo hang up the blue balloons and I do the pink ones. I won't make the gender obvious until Lorenzo and Terzo wrestle. We get a table and unfold it. I put some plastic forks, cups and plates on it and make space for the cake pops, cupcakes and chocolate-covered strawberries. We finish decorating about an hour later and walk into the kitchen. How are the treats doing? I ask. They're just in the fridge, Zoya replies. She's wearing a sage green dress and Alora is wearing a dark blue one. Amira's sleeping in. Vittoria made her work late last night, Juan explains. Lorenzo and Terzo walk into the kitchen and we all burst out laughing. They look so stupid in their onesies with little white bibs and hats. The things we do for you, Terzo mutters. I like this, Lorenzo says. It's comfy and breathable. Yeah, you have the blue one, Terzo snaps. I thought the pink one was more Manly's. I laugh. Terzo rolls his eyes and helps himself to a bowl of cereal. Jasmine walks into the kitchen, yawning. Good morning, guys, she says. Morning, I reply. She makes a bowl of cereal and sits next to Matteo. Mimi and Alessandro are finally up and waiting for us in the living room. Terzo and Lorenzo are positioned in the garden and are waiting for us and everyone else. Come on, let's go, I say, holding Mimi's hand. We walk into the garden with Alessandro following behind us. Mimi bursts into laughter when she gets a glimpse of Lorenzo and Terzo. What have you got planned? Alessandro laughs. He takes out his phone and starts taking pictures of them. Terzo flips him off. Amira is filming the whole thing on her video camera. I pick up the microphone connected to the 2 big speakers. Gather round everyone. The wrestling match is about to start, I say, my voice booming through the huge garden. We all circle around Lorenzo and Terzo, and I stand between them. The winner of this battle will show us the gender of Mimi's baby, I say. 3, 2, 1, Gio. I blow my whistle, and Lorenzo tackles Terzo to the ground. Everyone starts cheering, and Amira films the whole thing. Go, Lorenzo. Alessandro yells, go Terzo, Mimi says. Terzo gets on top of Lorenzo and lands a punch in his jaw. Ooh. Lorenzo has taken a hit, I speak into the microphone. They keep on wrestling until Terzo has Lorenzo in a headlock. He tightens his grip and Lorenzo pretends to pass out. I grab Terzo's arm and put it in the air. Terzo has won, I exclaim. Matteo, Jasmine, Juan, Zoya, and Alora start stomping on the floor, building suspense for the gender reveal. Ites, a dural, I shout. Yes, Mimi exclaims. Everyone starts clapping and cheering. She hugs Alessandro and he picks her up and spins her around. I told you, she says to him. He kisses her forehead and I bite the inside of my cheek. This whole thing is amazing, Juan says, putting an arm on my shoulder. Thank you, I reply. Mimi walks towards me and gives me the tightest hug ever. You're the most amazing friend a girl could ask for, she says. I am your best friend after all, I smile. Who wants cake? Alessandro yells. We all crowd around the table and he gives it to us. You look stupid in that, Amira laughs. Not funny, Lorenzo nudges her softly. You're a good friend for doing this, she says. Mimi better make me the child's uncle, he replies. Of course I will, Mimi laughs. Don't forget about me. Terzo yells from the other side of the table. You too, she replies. Alessandro hands her a slice of cake and slides his arm around her waist. We play some music and eat our cake. Alora, this tastes amazing, Matteo says. Thanks, Zoya helped me make it, she replies, smiling. We finish eating a while later and start cleaning up the dishes. Let me help, Mimi says. No, you need to rest, I say. She puts down the pile of plates and Lorenzo takes them to the kitchen. Time for gifts, I exclaim. Juan, Jasmine, and Matteo bring bags from the kitchen. I say this is mine and Xuan's, giving it to her. She opens it up and sees a bunch of baby clothes, including the white shirt and pink skirt Xuan picks up. These are so cute, she says. She takes out the mug that I got her. I'm going to drink in this every day, she says. She gets up and gives Xuan and I a hug. Jasmine gives Mimi her gift. I made it myself, she says. It's a light green set of knitted scarves, hats and socks for the baby. Who knew you could knit? Matteo laughs. You're a grandma. Shut up, Jasmine snaps, slapping the back of his head. I'm kidding, he replies, rubbing his neck. Zoya gives her a huge bouquet of pink, white and red roses. Thank you all so much, Mimi says, wiping her eyes. It's the first time we've both had friends who deeply care about us, who are exactly like family. It was usually just the two of us. You deserve it, Alessandro replies. Chapter 73, Terzo. Make up your mind, do you want Wendy's or Taco Bell? Jasmine says into the phone. Alessandro wants a vanilla frosty and some spicy curly fries, Mimi says from the back seat. I turn round a corner and see Starbucks coming up. Where should we stop at first? I ask. Let's get Xuan and Zoya's Big Mac first and then go to Wendy's and the Taco Bell, Jasmine replies. Okay, cool, I say. Let me just get an iced coffee first. I go through the Starbucks drive-thru and order an iced caramel coffee. Want anything? I ask Jasmine and Mimi. A pink drink, please, Jasmine replies. An iced matcha tea and a vanilla cake pop, Mimi adds. I drive to the next window, pay for our drinks, and then collect them. We drive past the police station, and luckily I don't see Detective Stevens anywhere. We drive to McDonald's and I get Xuan and Zoya their Big Mac meals and Coke. I also decide to get myself a crispy sweet chili wrap. We drive to the next window and I pay and pick up our food. I pass the bags to Jasmine and place the drinks in the cup holders. We drive to Wendy's and get Alessandro's order. I get 2 of them in case Mimi wants some. I also get Terzo his double-stack beef burger. Here you go, I say, passing the bags to Mimi. Thanks for getting us all food, she says. No problem. I like driving around in the evenings anyways, I reply. Alora, Amira, Lorenzo, and Matteo all want food from Taco Bell. Luckily, it's not that far away from Wendy's. Amira wants a Sprite and a large portion of nachos. I get Lorenzo, Alora, and Matteo some chili tacos. I need to make a stop in Walmart, I tell them. We arrive at Walmart and I quickly run into the store. I get 2 packs of strawberries because Alora has run out. I also decide to pick up some raspberries for myself. I pay and leave the store. I haven't seen the black man or Cristianto since he showed me his face, but I'm not complaining. He freaked me out. While walking to my car, I see someone staring at me out of the corner of my eye. I turn to them and see Detective Stevens glaring straight at me. Shit. He talks into his walkie-talkie and starts speed-walking towards me. Shit. I mutter and I start running. We have a runner, Stevens speaks into his walkie-talkie. I start running in between cars and police officers try to block my way. Why did I park so far away from the store? I look behind me and 3 police officers, including Detective Stevens, are chasing after me. Delia, stop. We have you surrounded, he yells. I look around. There's no way I can escape. I turn around and slowly put my arms up. An officer comes and grabs my arm. Before I know it, my car is being driven into Detective Stevens and his police officers. I pull my head back and hit the officer in the head. I elbow him in the face and he stumbles backwards. Delia, get in. Jasmine yells from the driver's seat. You can drive, I ask. Of course I can drive. Now get your ass in. She snaps. She flings open the door and moves to the passenger side. I get in my seat and start driving the car. We have a problem, I say. No shit, Sherlock, Jasmine snaps. What? Mimi asks. We're going to start a police chase, except we're the ones they're chasing, I reply. Before Jasmine or Mimi can say anything, I drive out of the car park and hear sirens behind me. What have you done now? Mimi asks. Nothing. Detective Stevens just knows that I have some association to Andrea and his mafia. I reply. He's especially pissed that I lied to him about it. I make a sharp turn right, press the accelerator, and the car speeds up. Jasmine hands Mimi her bags of food and she puts it on the chair beside her. They're still on our tail, Jasmine says, looking behind her. I press down even harder and run a red light. I look into the interior mirror and see the police cars behind us. I start driving down a hill. We're going faster and faster. Delia, if we die, I will personally kill you. Mimi screams. Just trust me, I know what I'm doing. I laugh. This is sick. So, it's 6, Jasmine exclaims. My grip tightens on the wheel and I turn a left and right. I can't lead them back to the mansion. If things get worse, there's a gun in the drawer of the dashboard. I reply. Lean your head out and shoot. Don't shoot them for no reason. Mimi exclaims. A bullet bounces off the back of my car. I think that's a perfectly good reason to shoot. Jasmine snaps. She rolls down her window, leans half her body out and starts shooting. Thank the Lord. Andrea got me a bulletproof car. Alessandra's taught you how to use a gun, right? I ask Mimi. Yeah, of course, but I can't do it on a moving object yet, she replies. Well, today's the day you learn, I say, passing her a gun that was under my seat. What about the food? She asks. Fuck the food and just shoot, I say. I would do it, but someone needs to drive. Mimi, I need you now. Jasmine exclaims, coming back in to reload her gun. Mimi rolls down her window and starts shooting. I drive faster, turning random rights and lefts to loose them. I press down on the accelerator, running another red light. Careful, Mimi says as she continues shooting. More bullets bounce off my car. I swear I will be so pissed if they ruin the paint job, I snap. Right now, I think that's the least of our problems. Jasmine snaps. Mimi pulls her body back in. Switch, I say to her. What? She asks. Switch now, I reply. Mimi leans over to me and grabs onto the steering wheel. I slip out of the chair, keeping the car steady, and Mimi takes my place in the driver's seat. I take 2 guns out of the bottom of the chairs and peer my head out of the roof window. Detective Stevens is shooting right at us and I dodge 1 bullet. I start shooting at him and I hit his arm. He yells in pain and I change my aim to his tires. Jasmine shoots the tires of one of the other cars and it starts driving out of control. Mimi, babe, I need you to drive faster, I say, reloading my gun. She drives the car faster and turns right. Stevens still follows us. I take a deep breath, squint my eyes and shoot one of his tires and then the others. The car starts driving unsteadily and flips on its back. I duck my head back in and Jasmine does the same thing. Surprisingly, the food is still intact. We've finally lost them, I say to Mimi as she starts driving slowly. I grab the wheel and we change positions again. I look behind us one last time, making sure that no one's following us, before I drive us back to the mansion so we can all eat in peace before we start packing for Italy. Chapter 74. Miss Zoya. Maurice is getting your dresses ready upstairs. One of the maids says, walking into the kitchen. Thank you, Brie, Zoya replies. I'm so excited to see how my dress looks. I think Zoya and Amira are as excited as I am. Are you going to Italy with them? Matteo asks Jasmine. No, she replies. Vittoria said it would be too risky in case they recognize me. She has a point, Alora says. Well, at least we'll be stuck at training camp together, Matteo smirks. Zoya, Amira and I make our way upstairs to her bedroom. We find Maurice standing there, with 3 other seamstress women getting our dresses ready on the mannequins. They all look so amazing. Mine is in the middle of all of them, and it looks beautiful. Once again, Andrea has bewildered me with his amazing taste in dresses. Amira walks towards her dress. Zoya goes towards hers, and I walk towards mine. Maurice, you have outdone yourself once again. Zoya says. I agree. I laugh. These are beautiful. Thank you, Miss Zoya and Miss Delia, Maurice replies. Can we try them on? Amira asks. Of course. He claps his hands, and each female seamstress comes towards us with our dresses. We walk into Zoya's huge wardrobe and they help us change into our dresses. I look at myself in the mirror and my jaw drops. I look like a princess. I look like a princess, I breathe. The skirt is also detachable, so you can move easily if you need to fight. The seamstress says. Oh wow, I say. She shows me how to remove the skirt and I'm left in a short, fitted dress. But be careful not to pull it too roughly, otherwise it will get damaged. she says. Of course, thank you, I reply. Zoya, Amira and I walk out together and towards Maurice. You all look so beautiful, he says. Thank you, we reply. How much does this cost? I ask. Please, let us pay for it, Amira says before Maurice could answer. As a gift, Zoya replies. I shake my head and sigh. The price, Maurice? I ask again. 25, ooh, he replies. Do you want it in check again? I ask. He nods and hands me the check. I sign it and give it back to him. Thank you, he says. I smile at Maurice and go back to change into my normal clothes. I leave Zoya's room and make my way to my own so I can start packing. I will be taking 2 suitcases for this trip. We're leaving tomorrow morning. I put my favourite jeans into the luggage along with some cute tops. I 3 fitted dresses and matching heels and bags for them. I realise that I won't be going around that much since we're only going to be planning inside. I take a bunch of tank tops and sweatpants to be comfortable. Next, I need to pack my makeup. I can't believe that I'm going by private jet, I exclaim. Mimi came upstairs to keep me company while I pack. She's still in shock from last night. Shooting people isn't really her speciality. That's so exciting, she replies. City are you going to? Milan, I reply. Apparently, it's supposed to be the richest city in Italy. You're so lucky, she sighs. She straightens out one of the dresses in my suitcase. I wish you could come with us, but it's too risky. I don't want to lose you too, I say. I understand, she replies. Where are you going to be staying? I ask. My aunt's house, she replies. Which one, Aunt Jennifer? Yeah, she's a bit crazy, but she means well. I'll also take Dynamite with me. Well, you should have as much fun as you can, I reply. FaceTime me every second that you're free, she says. I will, I laugh. She sticks out her pinky and I hook mine with hers. We finally finish packing and I bring down my luggage and put them by the front door along with everyone else's. Dilia, a word please, Vittoria says. I look at Mimi and she shrugs and I walk to Vittoria. Yeah? I reply. You must only do it with one of us whenever you want to leave this house, Vittoria says. That's not fair, I exclaim. I think it is, she replies, especially with your little incident last night. So, that wasn't my fault, I say through gritted teeth. You know it wasn't. Of course, she says carelessly. You just happened to bump into Detective Stevens again. It truly wasn't her fault. Mimi butts in. Vittoria looks her up and down and turns to me, acting as if Mimi were never there. That's the decision that has been made, and that's what will happen. She snaps before walking away. Pequeña mierda. I snap. Translation. Little shit. Come on, everyone's waiting for us in the cinema room, Mimi says. We go to the cinema room and everyone's waiting for us so we can start the movie. The Chronicles of Narnia, The Lion, The Witch, and The Wardrobe is on the screen, waiting to be played. I go to my usual seat and find Xuan sitting next to me. My usual Dr. Pepper is in the cup holder, along with a cup of iced coffee. I also got some nachos and sweet popcorn. Who did this? I ask. You were taking long, so I thought I'd get everything ready for you. Xuan shrugs, smiling. I smile softly at him and sit down. That's really sweet, I reply. This is what friends are for, he says. I get comfortable in my chair and the lights dim. Lorenzo starts the movie and we all relax in each other's company. I won't be seeing Mimi, Matteo, and Jasmine for 3 weeks. I just need to pray that we all come back. Chapter 75. We all had to wake up early to get on our jet to Italy, even though our flight is at 3:45 p.m. We're going to land in Rome and take a private cruise to Milan. Apparently that's our treat from Vittoria. I'm going to miss you so much, Mimi says, squeezing me tighter. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, I say. Alessandro going to drop me off and then he'll meet you guys at the airport, she explains, letting go of me. Don't miss me too much, I laugh. You better come back with all your limbs and unscathed, she snaps, looking at me sternly. You know I can't make any promises, I reply. Let's get going. Tezza yells from the driver's window, hitting the side of the door. I give Mimi another quick hug and get into the car. Terzo's driving, Lorenzo is next to him. Zoya and Amira are sitting at the back with me. Alora and Xuan are coming in a car with Vittoria, and like Mimi said, Alessandro is meeting us there. 2 more security cars follow us there, just for precaution. When we get to the airport, we skip the security checks and go straight to the private jet. They load in our luggages, and we get to go inside. The interior is beautiful. I've travelled first class before, but never in my jet. Each seat has a table next to it and a leg rest. The seats are cream and there's a TV for everyone. It also comes with complimentary eye masks, neck pillows and blankets. I sit next to the window and make myself comfortable. This is a 15-hour flight, and I've downloaded enough movies on Netflix to get me through it. Amira comes and sits next to me. If you let me watch movies with you, I'll share my snacks, she says, smirking. She puts down a bag on the table and opens it up. The contents is filled up sweets, chocolates, cookies, and chips. Deal, I say, laughing. She sits in the seat next to mine, and I connect my phone to the TV. Alessandro goes and sits next to Juan, Terzo, and Alora. Vittoria has disappeared somewhere. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. A male voice comes from the speakers. I want you all to buckle your seatbelts, get comfortable, and enjoy your flight because we are about to take off. I put on my seatbelt, and so does everyone else. Zoya puts on her eye mask and prepares to sleep for the rest of the flight. Lorenzo joins her. I guess they're used to this kind of lifestyle. What do you want to watch first? I ask. How about Jigsaw? She asks. Let's do it, but I must warn you, it's quite gruesome. I reply. I've seen worse, she says. I put on Jigsaw and she throws me a packet of sour cream and onion chips. Could I get you anything, ladies? A hostess asks. Some wine, maybe? No, thank you, Amira says. Is there any way I could get an iced coffee? I ask. Of course, ma'am, she replies. Thank you. I'm trying to stop drinking, I say, turning back to Amira. You're doing amazingly well, she replies. The movie starts and there's already people screaming. 5 people are trapped in a room with buckets in their heads and their necks are chained. The chain starts pulling them towards a wall full of saws and they have to find a way to get out. 4 hours into the flight to Amira. And I have finished the Jigsaw movie and are near the end of the first Tinkerbell movie. I thought we should watch it. It lets me remember some good memories. A thought has been creeping through my mind during the whole flight, and I think it's because I've been spending so much time with Amira, we've gotten even closer than before. Amira, how did you get involved in the Mafia? I ask. She looks at me surprised and pauses the movie. Sorry, if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I quickly add. Don't worry, it's fine, but it's quite a long story. She replies. I have time, I reply, smiling. When I was 10, my mum died from cancer, she starts. I'm so sorry, I say. She smiles softly at me. My dad couldn't pay all the hospital bills by himself, and we got into debt, she continues. My dad was a good Muslim before my mother's death, but when she passed, it's like he had no hope in Allah, astaghfirullah. She quickly adds the last bit. He started taking loans out, and the debt increased. When I was 14, I tried getting a job to help him pay it off, she explains. I would give him anything I earned, but he would spend it on gambling, hoping to get money to help pay off the debt. It didn't work? I ask. She shakes her head. One day, 4 of these big men came to my house and told my dad that his debt would be forgiven if he sold me to them as a servant, she says. I ran away, and that's when I bumped into Vittoria. She saved me by letting me into her mafia. What happened to your father after that? I ask. I didn't speak to him again, but I discovered he died 2 years ago, Amira says, wiping her eyes. I'm so sorry, I say, hugging her. May Allah forgive his sins. He was a very kind and loving father, she says. I'm sure he was, I reply. I look out of my window and see that it's dark. I check the time and see that it's nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. I feel something hit the back of my head. I turn around and get popcorn pelted to my face. I glare at Terzo, who's laughing so much that he's struggling to breathe. What are you assholes doing? Amira asks. We want to see how much popcorn we can get to balance on Dilia's head, Terzo says. Alessandro snickers. I swear to God, I'm going to kill you both. I snap. I'm your best friend's boyfriend. You won't kill me, Alessandro laughs. I'm the unborn child's uncle, Terzo adds. Believe me, she'll be able to forgive me, I say, turning back around. I'm going to nap, and if you wake me up, I'll throw you off this plane. I snaps. Chapter 76. I wake up to the feeling of something falling into my mouth. I spit out 2 popcorn pieces and see Terzo and Alessandro standing before me with popcorn, cupped in their hands. Amira's beside me, sleeping, and I see my blanket covered in popcorn. I'm going to murder you, I exclaim. I get up and start beating Terzo and Alessandro with one of the pillows on the seat. Alessandro swiftly grabs the pillow from my grip and holds it above his head. I can't reach it. Guys, give Dilia a break, Schwan says, rubbing his head. No, Terzo laughs. You were asleep for like 7 hours. That's too long for you to be peaceful. Terzo says, putting his hands up. It's literally dark outside. Schwan signals to the night sky out of the window. Out of everyone, you pick me? I snap. everyone else is asleep, and Zoya would quite literally strangle me with her charger. Terzo explains. Fair enough. Zoya's still pissed at him because of the whole Aiden argument. Ustedes son idiotas, I mutter. Translation: You guys are idiots. Gracias chica, Terzo replies, butchering the pronunciation. I don't think she complimented us, Alessandro laughs. I barge past them and go to the toilet to quickly freshen up. I open the drawers under the sink and open a small bottle of mouthwash and use it. When I come out, I hit Terzo at the back of his head and flick Alessandro's forehead. Shit, your nails are sharp, he says. Good, I just got them done, I reply. Regaza spaventosa, Alessandro says. Translation: Scary girl chicos molestos. I roll my eyes and sit back in my seat. Translation: Annoying boys. FOUR, how is later, ladies and gentlemen? This is your captain speaking, the speakers say. If you would all sit down and buckle your seatbelts because we are about to land. The seatbelt sign on the ceiling glows. Zoya's still asleep with her AirPods in. I guess she's really tired. I look out of the window and see that the sun has just started to rise. I look at my phone and check the time. 6,035 AM while we're landing, my ears get blocked and start to hurt. I heard that it was something to do with the air pressure once. I get some pieces of gum and start chewing on them and drinking water. I remember my mum telling me that this helps a lot. She was right. We finally land and I walk over to Zoya and shake her awake. She yawns, stretches, and smiles up at me. We bring down our suitcases and get off the jet. There are two big, black Rolls-Royce cars in front of the plane, waiting for us. Can I drive? I ask Lorenzo, who opened the door of the driver's seat. You don't know the way to the cruise, he says. Can't I just follow Vittoria's car? I ask. Yeah, go ahead, he replies. Zoya sits in the passenger seat. Alora, Schwan, and Terzo are at the back. Amira and Alessandro are riding with Vittoria. I look for the aux and connect it to my phone. I put on a Chase Atlantic playlist and turn the volume up. Meddle About comes on. I start driving, following Vittoria's car. We drive out of the airport place. It's going to take us an hour and a half to get to the cruise. I have to say, Rome looks beautiful already. We only met each other just the other day, but you already got me feeling some type of way. Terzo sings. If I could figure it out, I'd take you back to my house so we could meddle, Schwan adds. I continue driving, ensuring not to lose Vittoria's car while we're on the highway. Devil Doesn't Bargain by Alec Benjamin starts playing. I love this song, Alora says. Who hurt you, Cupcake? Schwan asks. She glares at him. I think we all know the answer to that, Lorenzo says, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, this got awkward. No one sings along to the songs, we just silently enjoy them. I keep catching Schwan stealing glances at Alora. They both really deserve to be happy. We finally arrive at the cruise and get out of the car. Lorenzo, Alessandro, and Amira help load out luggage into the boat. Two bodyguards come and drive our cars away. I notice a tall, built, blonde bodyguard with tattoos and half his head shaved. Jake, I say. How are you? I'm doing well. What about you? He asks. Taking on the world, day by day, I reply. My deepest condolences. I'm sure you miss him a lot. Jake says. More than you know. Thank you. I give him a smile before we all walk into the cruise. Vittoria shows us all our rooms, and they're beautiful. The rooms have an urban aesthetic to them, and there are fake plant pots that hang from the ceiling. It has a joint bathroom and a wardrobe with a huge mirror on the door. She leaves us some time to unpack before we can start relaxing and enjoying the cruise. I'm going to make the most of it, after all. We're only going to be on it for a week while we prepare and plan before going from Rome to Milan. Alora, Amira, and Zoya's rooms are in the same corridor as mine. The boys' room is different. We'll have to find them later. I decide to take a quick nap since I'm feeling jet-lagged, and then I'll be able to start my day. I place my suitcase inside the wardrobe and then change into a pair of cream silk pajama shorts and a matching top. I look in the mirror and see that my hair has started to grow. It touches my shoulders. I might give it a little trim later on. I like how I look with short hair. I get into my bed, and the bed sheets and pillows are so comfortable. There's a phone in the room, just in case I need to call for room service. I FaceTime Mimi, and she picks up on the first ring. Hey girl, she says. Hey Mimi, I reply. We just got off the plane and are on the cruise now. Can you give me a tour? She asks. When I've rested, I'm just in my room now, I say. She says goodbye and wishes me good luck on the mission, and then I drift off to sleep. Chapter 77. I put on my black bathing suit. I look in the mirror and see the scar on my thigh when shot in the alleyway. It seems like that incident was a lifetime ago. On my other thigh, you can see the tail of the dragon tattoo that wraps around it and the rest of the body on my waist. I turn around and see the scar from the damage that Blondie caused. I swear I will kill her with my 2 hands if I ever see her again. I grab my towel and phone and go out onto the deck. There's a huge, white, circular couch with pillows, a couple beach chairs, and a huge pool in the middle. I take a picture of it and send it to Mimi. Everyone's sunbathing or in the pool. Where's Amira? I ask. Vittoria needed her, Zoya replies. Alora is on one of the beach chairs, reading her book, and Juan and Lorenzo are at the bar opposite. I put my phone and towel down on the couch and relax on it. Come join us. Say, Tezo yells at me. Not a fan of pools, I reply. I lower my cap onto my face, blocking out the sun. A pair of hands grab my arms from behind me, and another grabs my legs and lifts me up. The cap falls off my face, and I see Tezo and Alessandro holding me. No, please, I exclaim. Come on, loosen up. Alessandro laughs. They walk over to the side of the pool and start swinging me. 1, CSA says. Swear to God, Tezo, I yell. 2, Alessandro joins. Guys, leave her alone, Alora says, pulling down her sunglasses. 3, they both say in sync. They swing me and let me go. I scream and hit the water. The water engulfs me, and I feel the bottom of the pool touch my feet. I try, move my way to the surface, and I start splashing around. I take a deep breath of air, and water enters my mouth. Hijo de puta, I yell at Tebzo. Translation, son of a bitch. Him and Alessandro laugh so much that they look like they're struggling to breathe. I splash my way to the pool's edge and cling onto it for dear life. You can't swim, Tezo gasps. No shit, I reply. Next thing I know, Juan tackles Tezo and they both fall into the water. Zoya rolls her eyes and lays back down. Lorenzo and Alessandro grab Alora and throw her into the pool. Luckily, she put her book down on the seat before she got soaked. She flips them off and they jump in the pool behind her. None of the boys dare to touch Zoya. They're really scared of her. Let's play chicken, Lorenzo says. What? I ask. Jexwan grabs me and hoists me onto his shoulders. He grabs onto my calves for support. Tezo does the same thing to Alora. You guys wrestle until one of you fall into the pool. Alessandro explains. Oh, it's on, Juan says. Let's go, Tezo laughs. 3.2.1, so wrestle. Alessandro yells. Alora and I grab each other's hands and start pushing each other. She pushes me and I nearly lose my balance. I push her back harder, and she falls off Tezo's shoulders, bringing him down with her. Yes, I exclaim. We did it, Sven says, taking me off his shoulders. I grab onto the side of the pool and push myself out of it. I grab a towel and tie it around my lower waist. I walk over to the bar, and a woman with red hair and bright blue eyes is cleaning the counter. What can I get you? She asks. A tropical martini, please, I reply. Could I get 3 shots of vodka? Sven says. The lady nods and turns around to make our drinks. My leg starts bouncing up and down. You alright? Shrien asks. Yeah, I reply. Just nervous about the mission. Everything's gonna be fine, he replies. Shuan slides me my phone from across the counter. The woman places our drinks in front of us. I make sure to thank her before going back to my seat. I take a picture of my drink and send it to Mimi. Mimi, an X1F90D. That looks amazing. I'm so jealous. Me. Wish you were here with us, ex-Mimi. Enjoy yourself. You deserve it, XX. I switch off my phone, and Zoya comes over to sit with me. How are you? I ask. Good, she replies. What about you? Keeping myself together, I sigh. You're doing really well, she says. Amira finally comes out and joins Zoya and I. She's wearing a grey scarf put into a turban, army green cargo pants, and a white turtleneck. How was your meeting with Vittoria? I ask. Good. She made me double-check the CCTV for the ballroom and our hotel. Amira explains. Lorenzo walks over to us holding 2 drinks. He hands one to Amira. It's a pina colada mocktail, he says. I made sure that there was not 1 drop of alcohol in it. Thanks. That's my favourite, she replies smiling. He walks away, Zoya gives me a look, and I smirk. Ooh, thanks, that's my favourite, Zoya mimics. Anything for you, Amira, my love, I say, trying to mimic Lorenzo's deep voice. Get lost. Amira rolls her eyes. Oh, come on. Tell us what's going on between you two, Zoya exclaims. You'd have to be blind to not notice something, Alora adds, joining us. I swear we're not dating, Amira says. Yes, I like him, and yes, I think he likes me too, but if he really does, he knows that he needs to ask me to be his wife. I mean, that's the best way, Zoya shrugs. Ooh, so you would marry him, I gasp. Yeah, but it's complicated and he would have to convert, she adds. And I don't want him to convert for me, but because he loves my religion. It was pretty cute when he was fasting with you, I say. Believe me, Delia, they always do the cutest things together. Zoya says, before we met you, Amira was in the living room, reciting some Quran, and Lorenzo was watching her in awe. Alora giggles. Then I walked into his room, and he was playing a verse on his laptop and doing research on it. That's adorable, Zoya exclaims. I mean, inshallah, he gets guided to me, and we can get married, and I can have the Muslim family I always dreamed of having, Amira says. But it's all up to Allah. I look at Lorenzo and see that even though he's talking to Terzo, Alessandro, and Juan, he's not really paying attention to them. He's staring at Amira. I think it's beautiful. He catches me spying on him, staring at Amira, and looks away quickly. I laugh, returning to my conversation. Chapter 78. What about you and Terzo? Amira asks, changing the subject. Nothing, Zoya replies. It didn't look like nothing when you were going on that date with Aiden, I smirk. Zoya stays silent. They haven't really spoken since that argument. Alora answers. Terzo's too stubborn to speak to me and expects me to approach him. Zoya snaps. You're both too fucking stubborn to approach each other, Alora snaps. That's right, Amira adds. Well, what about you and Xuan? Zoya snaps, turning to me. I choke on my passion fruit martini. What? I ask. Oh, don't lie. We all saw him comforting you. Amira laughs. And he chose to play with you at the pool, Alora says, smiling. Believe me, I have no other feelings towards him than platonic ones, I reply. Platonic with a capital P. I quote Robin from Stranger Things. I really like that show. Xuan is an amazing person, but he's not for me. My heart still belongs to Andrea, as much as it hurts. I don't think I'll ever be able to get with someone else again. Plus, I think he's trying to win back a certain someone in this group right here. I smack. Alora bows her head and heavily blushes. No way, Amira exclaims. Give us all the details. Zoya says, well, he's been doing acts of service for me because he knows that's my love language. Alora explains, buying me flowers, making me breakfast, getting me anything I need. As if Xuan knew we were talking about him. He walks over to Alora holding a plate with a slice of cheesecake on it and a mango mocktail. I remembered that this type of cheesecake was your favorite, he says, placing it down and rubbing the back of his neck. And I also know you don't like getting drunk any time before 8:00 p.m, so I got you a mocktail. Alora pretends this does not affect her and gives him a small smile. Thank you, she replies. He walks off and Alessandro claps his back. Oh, he is definitely into you, I say. Oh, that's so cute, Zoya exclaims. When is the wedding? Amira smirks. Guys, slow down. He hasn't won me back yet. Alora laughs, eating a slice of her cake. I drink more of my martini and suddenly have an amazing idea. Zoya, stay here, I say. Alora, Amira, follow me. I get up and they follow me and we walk over to the boys. Luckily, Terzo is at the bar, so he won't hear this conversation. Guys, we need to disappear for about half an hour, I say. Why? Alessandro asks. So Zoya and Terzo can be alone out here and talk to each other, I explain. Won't they walk back to their rooms? Alora asks. We'll lock every exit there is, Amira says. That way, there's no excuses for them not to speak to each other, I say. Let's do it, Xuan says. We all run to the door that leads to the inside of the cruise and lock it. Zoya and Terzo catch us and they bang on the door. Come on, guys, she exclaims. You both are not coming in until you make up, I say. This is so stupid, Terzo yells. Have fun, Alora laughs. I will break down this goddamn door, Zoya snaps. You guys can't ignore each other forever, Xuan says. It's not healthy, I add. We lock the door and go to watch by the windows. Zoya gives up banging on the door and goes to sit back down. What if they don't talk to each other? Alora asks. Terzo can't go more than 10 minutes without annoying someone. Alessandro replies. Fair enough, I reply. Half an hour passes before Terzo approaches Zoya. He tries to speak to her and she ignores him, causing him to throw her over his shoulder and walk to the pool. They are so stubborn, Amira says. We watch eagerly as he tries to drop her in, but she pulls him in. I swear to God, these boys are obsessed with pushing girls into pools. Some is arguing, and Terzo pulls her under so she can stop shouting at him. None of you, Giovanni's, can ever apologize properly. I laugh. Andrea threw paint on me, and now Terzo's trying to drown her. But it always ends with the girl being happy, Lorenzo replies. If you ever argue with Mimi and try to drown her or throw paint on her, I'll kill you. I say, turning to Alessandro. Don't worry, I have to be more unique. Alessandro replies, causing me to slap the back of his head. Questa ragazza fa paura, he mutters, moving away from me. Translation. This girl is scary. I look back at the pool and see Zoya and Terzo hugging. Oh wow, that was quick. Told you guys it would work? I smile. Only took half an hour. Zoya getting drowned, Terzo nearly getting beaten up and then nearly breaking down the door, Schwan says sarcastically. Still worked, Alora replies. We unlock the door and go out to join them by the pool. Amira rolls up her trousers and dips her feet into the pool, and I join her. I don't want to get back in there anytime soon. Dilia, you're really strong, she says, turning to me. Thank you, I really do try, I reply, resting my head on her shoulder. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here for you. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. She laughs. I smile up at her. I don't think anyone could help me. I just have to be strong enough to get through it alone. No one will be able to fill the hole left in my heart, take away how I randomly smell his scent or the way I miss his warmth. I swallow the lump in my throat. I'll be fine. I always am. Chapter 79. Dilia. A deep voice whispers from behind me. I don't know why I'm walking down a pitch-black corridor, and I don't know how I got here. I keep on going down it, and it seems never-ending. Dilia, the voice whispers again behind my left ear. It sends shivers down my spine. The voice sounds so familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. Dilia, it yells, pushing me from behind. I fall to the ground and turn around. There he stands in front of me, his rotting corpse standing upright. Half his face melting, those scars on his chest, the bullet hole in the middle on his forehead, and those grey eyes. He holds a gun up my forehead. You're going to end the same way I did, he snarls. They're coming for you. He pulls the trigger and the gunshot fades. I wake up screaming and my phone ringing. I'm in my bed and I'm sweating so much. My throat hurts from screaming so much. I look around for my phone and find it under my pillow. Mum flashes across the screen. I haven't spoken to her since she was at my house nearly 2 months ago. I wipe my eyes and answer my phone. Hello, I ask. Dilia Carino, she says. Translation, sweetie. What do you want, Mum? I ask. I need a little favour, she slurs. Do you want me to call Antonio? I ask. No, we broke up, she explains. Could you please pay for my hotel? I left my cards in his car. Do you not have Apple Pay? You know I don't trust that stuff, she replies. I roll my eyes and sigh. What can I do? At the end of the day, she's still my mother. I'm done doing shit for you. Eres un adulto, deberías poder cuidarte a ti mismo, and not leave me to do everything for you. I snap. Translation, you are an adult, you should be able to take care of yourself. Esa no es manera de hablarme, she slurs. Translation, that's no way to talk to me. I'll pay for your room and then I'm done. You're on your own from now. I end the call before she can reply and pay for her room. I throw my phone across the bed and burst into silent tears. All I remember from that nightmare was Andrea's grey eyes, those piercing grey eyes, the ones I missed so much. I'm not hyperventilating, I'm not screaming, I'm just letting my emotions out. I need some fresh air. I grab one of the black fleeces I took from Andrea's wardrobe and put it over my sports bra and pair of shorts. I walk out of my room and walk to the open deck. It's at the top so I get a good view of everything and it's so quiet up here. I lean against the railing, take a deep breath and soak up all the fresh, cold night air. Can't sleep? A voice asks. I turn around and see Alessandro walking towards me. Nope, I reply. Same, he says. What's keeping you up? I ask as he joins me by the railings. The ocean crashes underneath us. Not a fan of sleep, he says, just like his brother. What about you? He asks. Nightmares, I reply. Want to talk about it? I saw Andrea's dead body and he was going to shoot me. I explain. He said something like, you're going to end up like me. They're coming for you. Damn, he mutters. That's fucked up. I'm not surprised. I haven't been able to sleep well for a while. I reply, rubbing my forehead. You know, you and I haven't had a proper conversation about this, Alessandro says. He sits down and pats the wooden floor in front of him. I join him on the floor. I don't do this sentimental shit, so let me get straight to the point, he says. I laugh. I'm happy that Andrea picked you out of any other girl at that school. He clears his throat. I see you as a sister to me, and you're a part of my family. That's so cute. What I'm trying to say is that I know Andrea passing has affected you negatively. Still, I will be here to protect you for him. he adds. As your older brother? Shut up. You're only 2 years older than me. I roll my eyes. Still older, he smirks. Lorenzo, Terzo, Xuan, and I will always be here to beat up any motherfucker who even looks at you in a way you don't like. Wow, so touching. I laugh. I'm serious, he snaps. I'm happy Mimi fell in love with you, I say. She's in love with me, he smirks. That definitely inflated your ego, I say. Oh, it did. Alessandro replies. Thanks for cheering me up, I say, fiddling with the sleeves of my fleece. No worries, he replies, standing up. He extends his arm and helps me up. Sorry for nearly stabbing you when you ruined my date, I say. It was an asshole move, he replies. It's good that you're self-aware. I laugh. I will push you into this pool, he says, and then mine and Andrea's ghost will haunt you. I roll my eyes. He picks me up and hovers me over the railing. If I fall straight into the deep pool. No! I scream, clinging onto his shirt. Please. I was joking. Let's test out that theory, he laughs, leaning over the edge even more. Alessandro, I'm going to kill you. I yell. That's not helping your case, he says. Alessandro, please, I beg. He sighs and pulls me over the ledge. Pendejo. Thank you so much, I gasp. That wasn't funny. Yes, it was. He's cut off when I push him over the ledge and he falls into the pool. I lean my head over, looking down at him. Fuck you. He yells at me. No hard feelings. I laugh. I leave him splashing around in the pool, yelling after me as I return to my room. Chapter 80. Someone knocks on the door of my room. Come in, I mutter, rubbing my eyes. Time for breakfast, Alora says. I'll be there in 10, I reply. I get up and walk into the linked bathroom to my room. I splash my face with cold water and brush my teeth. I put on a pair of sweatpants and a grey tank top. I grab a claw clip and clip my hair away from my face. I look in the mirror. I look a bit dead. I guess that nightmare took a lot out of me. I pinch my cheeks to get some colour into them and go to breakfast. I walk into the huge dining room and see that there's a hug buffet to the side and you can help yourself. A buffet for 9 people. Damn! I grab a plate and put some scrambled eggs, sausages, and 2 pieces of toast. I walk past Alessandro and see he's on FaceTime with Mimi. Terzo stuffing his face at the end of the buffet. That's like your 4th refill, Xuan says. Xuan says, this shit's free, I need to make the most of it. He says through a mouthful of cereal. Good morning, I say to Mimi through Alessandro's phone. Morning, Delia, she replies. Your friend here drowned me yesterday, Alessandro snaps. In my defense, you were holding me over a railing, I reply. It was either you or me. Pazza? He mutters. Translation. Crazy. My heart stops for a second and the plate in my hands falls to the ground with a big crash. Calm down, Pazza. My ragazza mata. Translation. Crazy girl. Delia, are you okay? Xuan asks, rushing to my side. I'll call you back, Alessandro says, ending the call on Mimi. Zoya calls for a maid to help clean up the mess. I'm so sorry. It completely slipped my mind, Alessandro apologizes. What happened? Alora asks. Only Andrea called her that, Amira explains. I wipe my eyes with my hand and snap out of whatever trance I was in. I'm sorry for the mess, I say. I'm fine, no need to worry. Honestly, I don't know why I froze up like that. Xuan helps me sit at the table and a waitress comes over to me. Could I just have a bottle of tequila, please? I say. She nods and appears not more than 5 minutes later with the bottle and a shot glass. Thank you, I say. She nods and walks away. Don't drink on an empty stomach, Lorenzo says, pushing a plate with a croissant towards me. I take a bite and have to force it down. I take the glass, fill it up, and take a shot of tequila. Why is this happening? It's been nearly 6 weeks since Andrea passed. I'm so sorry, I wasn't thinking. Alessandro gushes. Fuck, I'm so stupid. Don't worry, I'm fine, I reply, smiling at him. Xuan finally sits next to Alora, and I take a couple more shots before Zoya takes the bottle from my hand, giving me a sympathetic smile. Amira puts an iced coffee in front of me instead. Thank you, I say quietly. What's everyone's plan for today? Terzo asks, breaking the silence. I thought we could all check out the arcade, Lorenzo says. There's an arcade? I ask, clearing my throat. Everyone looks at me. The expression of their faces makes it look like they think I'm going to break any second now. But yeah, Alora replies. It's the best. Let's go, I reply. We all get up and I take my iced coffee with me. We all make our way upstairs and down a corridor. We enter the arcade and it's huge. There's a couple Mario Kart games, a couple motorbike racing games with actual motorbikes on them, a claw machine, and a pinball machine. There's also 3 of those step dance games. No one can beat me at Mario Kart, Terzo exclaims, running to one of the games. Oh, it's on, I reply. I played a lot of Mario Kart in my spare time. I put my iced coffee on a counter and go to one of the games. I'm a pro, Terzo smirks. Sure, I roll my eyes. We start the game and I choose Yoshi as my racer. I look over and see that Terzo's chosen Princess Peach. He sees me looking and smiles. Equality, he says. Okay, I reply. We start racing each other and I'm effortlessly turning right and left. I'm getting a lot of power-ups in those mystery boxes. Beat his ass, Alessandra cheers. You can do it, Delia, Zoya exclaims. Babe, you're supposed to be on my side. He says, yeah, you're going to lose. She rolls her eyes. I smirk, my plan worked, he's calling her babe now. $25, the Delia's going to lose, Lorenzo says. Bet, Amira replies. Wow, Lorenzo. Thanks for believing in me. I roll my eyes. No hard feelings, he shrugs. I see the finish line coming up. Eat my dust. Terzo, I say. I step on the gas and zoom to the finish line. Won first place. Flashes across my screen. Yes, I exclaim. This game is rigged. He mutters. I laugh and he shakes my hand in defeat. Lorenzo gives Amira her money and she smiles at him. I look around and see that Xuan and Alora aren't with us. They probably went to Vittoria. I sit on the motorcycle of one of the video games and Alessandro goes on the blue one next to me. Want a race? He asks. Let's do this, I say. We start the game and race. I get surprised when the motorcycle starts moving underneath me. I end up losing the race and Alessandro seems like he won't stop rubbing it in my face. I quickly leave and make my way to the bathroom. I open it and immediately regret doing so. I get a shirt thrown at my face. So sorry. I'm so sorry, I exclaim, covering my eyes with it. Alora and Xuan. Nope, they're definitely not with Vittoria. Guys, you could have locked the door, I mutter. Oh god, I need to use bleach on my eyes. I look down at the shirt and see it's Alora's purple lace one. Good for them, I laugh to myself. Chapter 81. Why does Vittoria need us? Shrien asks. We need to go over the plan since we have 2 days left until the ball. Amira explains. We need to check into the hotel tonight. We've been over it so many times, I sigh. I don't think you should argue. Vittoria's in a bad mood. Alessandro says. Of course she is. Great. Terzo rolls his eyes. We walk into a big meeting room with a circular table in the middle and chairs around it. Vittoria is sitting with a laptop in front of her, Alora to her left, and Zoya on her right. Sit, she commands. Damn, someone's snappy. We all sit down and I help myself to a glass of red wine, earning a glare from Vittoria. It's not my fault you don't have tequila in the room. We're here to make sure our plan is foolproof and that we know it off by heart, she says. We have identified the easiest ways to exit the perimeter if we get split up or something terrible happens, Alora explains. A plan of the ballroom comes onto the screen, and as Alora moves her head, some hickeys are exposed by her hair. The east and south sides are the safest ways to escape, leading to an alleyway. Amira explains. If we get split up for whatever reason and you feel like you're being followed, don't return to the hotel. Zoya says. Make your way to the safe house. But the closest safe house is in Venice. Alessandro says, by the end of the night or the next morning, we should all be at the safe house. Vittoria says, no excuses. What about our stuff? I ask. That'll be the least of your worries. She replies, her eyes lingering on me for a minute too long. But I don't know the way to the safe house. I reply, then don't get split up. She says. I take a drink of wine, ignoring her stare. If we want our plan to be foolproof, we should do something about Cristianto knowing my identity, I say. I already told you, Vittoria snaps. Under no circumstances shall you take off your mask. The man isn't stupid, I say. What makes you think he'll pass over a valuable USB to anyone? Do a little flirting and you'll be fine. Andrea was stupid enough to fall for your act, she snaps. Excuse me? I say, putting down my glass. Your act. You heard me. She looks back at her computer. Take his name out of your filthy mouth. I snarl. I take my knife out from my waistband and throw it at her. It immediately hits her shoulder and stays there. She grunts in pain. Everyone stares at me in shock. Can we get a medic in here? Alora yells at one of the bodyguards. You little, Vittoria says, taking out the knife. Never use his name in vain again. I snarl. Oh, Lord help me, I will kill you with my bare hands. She cocks her gun and points it at me across the table. Let's see if you're bluffing, she says. I hoist Terzo up beside me and take his gun from his waistband. I cock it and point it straight at Vittoria, my arm not wavering. I think that's enough for today, Amira says, standing up. We're done here. Lorenzo takes the gun out of my grip and leads me outside of the room. I swear to God that bitch is looking for me, I snarl. Delia, you need to calm down, he says. Did you not hear the way she spoke about him? I say, exasperated. We all heard, but there's nothing we can do, he replies. Lorenzo, that's her son, and she doesn't feel remorse about this situation, I say tearfully. Lorenzo pulls me into a hug and I cry into his chest. He rubs my back soothingly. I'm so tired, Lorenzo, I cry. I'm drained. I know, he mutters soothingly. We slump to the floor together, and I silently cry into his chest. You're going to be fine. You're going to get through this, he says. I just know it. We sit on the floor until I can finally collect myself together. Do you want to go to the pool? He asks. I nod, wiping my eyes. Fresh air will be good for me, I reply. We start walking to the open deck, and I sit on the white couch, the sun warming me up. Do you guys want to play Twister? Xuan asks, following us. We're in if you are. He gives me a hopeful smile. I guess he wants the awkwardness to leave after what happened. I look at Lorenzo and he shrugs, waiting for my response. But yeah, why not? I reply. Just because I'm upset doesn't mean I should rain on everyone's fun. You and Vittoria need to learn to be in a room without nearly killing one another. Xuan sighs. I'm not apologizing. She deserved it. I snap. Of course, he mutters. We follow him to the living room where the mat is already laid on the floor. Right leg blue, Amira says. Everyone copies what she says. Left hand yellow, she says. I have to put my arm behind me and Terzo has to lean over me. Left foot green. I stretch my leg out and it touches green. Terzo, move your ass out of my face. Alessandro grumbles. Clearly I can't move, he snaps. Right hand red. My arm goes underneath Lorenzo's arched body and gets out on red. Left foot red. Terzo, move before I push you off me. I laugh. I'm trying, bear with me, he mutters. Juan collapses while trying to move, bringing Zoya down with him. Not fair, Zoya mutters. Terzo, Lorenzo, Alessandro, Alora and I are all left. Right hand yellow. I have to lean half my body over Alessandro's and lean on him for support. He glares at me and I smirk. He purposely moves his body, making my arm slip and I fall straight onto my face. Everyone bursts out laughing and I join them. Chiquita, I say. Payback, he smirks. I roll my eyes at him in annoyance. Chapter 82. Terzo helps me put my luggage in the car's boot, on top of everyone else's. I'm still in my pajamas since I decided to sleep during the journey to Milan. I can't be asked to change into some proper clothes. I look back at the cruise. It's been fun, but now things get serious. I get in the back with Zoya and Alora. Lorenzo's driving with a mirror next to him. We follow the black Range Rover that Vittoria is in, leading us to the hotel room. Who am I sharing a room with? I ask. Vittoria's rented out the whole 5th floor of the hotel, Zoya explains. We all get a suite each. That's amazing. Significantly, it's the same hotel that the leader of the demons will be at, the one you need to assassinate. Amira explains. It's convenient for us, and it's right opposite the ballroom. It's a win-win, Alora says. Are there going to be people to help me? I ask. Yeah, if you take too long, a bunch of people from the Mafia will come get you. Alora replies. We're not going to let anything happen to you, Zoya says. I'll promise you that. We drive in silence for a while after that, until Lorenzo decides to turn the volume up on the radio. Taki Taki by DJ Snake, Cardi B, and Selena Gomez comes on the radio. Cardi B starts rapping, and I join her. If the text ain't freaky, I don't want to read it, I say. And just to let you know, this Punani is undefeated. He said he really want to see me more. Zoya continues. I said we should have a date. Where? At the Lamborghini store. I'm kind of scary, hard to read. I'm like a Ouija board. Amira raps. But I'm a boss bitch. Who you gonna leave me for? You hoes got no class. You bitches is broke still. I rap. I'll be taking cash while popping my go frill. I'm a hoe rich bitch and I work like I'm broke still. Alora continues. But they love me so fake but hate me so real. We all say in sync. I start rapping the Spanish bit, with Lorenzo, Amira, Alora, and Zoya hyping me up. It takes half an hour more for us to find the hotel. We get to park in the private area. There are a bunch of bodyguards who escort us in. Head to your suites, I'll book us in, Vittoria says, coming out of her car. We walk to the counter and the man hands us our room keys. The bodyguards take our suitcases and follow us to the 5th floor. The elevator is huge and had white marble flooring with gold bits. It also has a nice big mirror in it. The elevator dings, letting us know that we've reached our floor. I look down at my keycard and see the number 35. Could I have my suitcase? I ask one of the bodyguards. Yes, ma'am, he replies. He hands me both my suitcases and I nod my head in thanks. I unlock my room and walk in, closing the door behind me and putting my suitcases down. There's a double bed with velvet sheets in the middle. The walls and ground have tiles all over them. The window is huge and leads out to a balcony. The bathroom is medium-sized with a big circular mirror. My phone rings. Hello, I reply, answering it. Vittoria wants us downstairs now, Zoya says. I'll be right there, I reply. She ends the call and I make my way downstairs. Vittoria has us in the spare room that the hotel gave us. It has a long table but no chairs, so we all have to stand up. There are cases filled with different types of guns, knives, and other weapons. Entering the ball, there will be security checks, Vittoria explains. But don't be fooled, at least everyone would have snuck in a weapon. We need the weapons that can go undetected or hidden, Amira explains. A bodyguard walks up to me, holding a red box and opening it. As you can see, it looks like a beautiful hairpiece, Amira says. But it's truly a poisonous dart. That is what you shall use to kill the leader of the demons. See, Vittoria says, take the USB from the leader of the ravens and kill the leader of the demons. Great. It will be disguised in your hair, and if you get stopped, it will only look like a hairpin, Amira continues. They won't suspect a thing? What about the guns? Terzo asks. Luckily, we managed to get an inside man who works for head of security, Vittoria says. You will remember Jake? Oh yeah, the blonde bodyguard with half his head shaved. We all nod our heads. We managed to make him head of security, and he'll be able to help us with the guns and knives, she says. The bodyguard in front of me hands me the box. This is getting real. Tomorrow night is when things either go greatly or terribly wrong. Zoya, I want you to apply Dilia's tattoo to her when you go upstairs, Vittoria says. Yes, boss, Zoya replies. All of you can go, except Alessandro, Alora, and Amira. We all exit the room and Zoya follows me back to my suite. Let me have a shower first, and then we can do the tattoo, I explain. I need to freshen up too. Give me a ring when you're done, she says. She leaves my room, and I get the shower ready. Chapter 83. I finally wash off the remainders of the soap on my body, grab a fluffy white towel and wrap it around my body. I get a smaller one and start drying my hair. I step out of the bathroom and stop in my tracks. Someone is standing in front of my window. The man in black. Cristianto? I ask, my voice shaking. I pick up my knife from my bed, walking towards them. They turn around and I'm immediately drawn to their icy blue eyes. It's not Cristianto. What do you want? I snap. I see they're holding a single dark purple, almost black rose. They outstretch their arm and hand it to me. I see that there's a note attached to it. I carefully walk towards the man in black, not putting down my knife, and take the note off him. I look down and open it up. Good luck, Dee. When I look up again, the man's gone. My window is open and the cold air is moving the curtains. I run to the balcony and look down. There's no way someone could jump down and survive. I close my window and close the curtains. I get changed and hear a knock at my door. I open it up and see Zoya holding a black bag, smiling at me. Are you ready? She asks, walking in. Yeah, I reply, closing the door and looking back at my window. Are you alright? You seem a bit shaken, she asks. I'm fine, I say. I see that I left the note on my desk and quickly pocket it. Okay, just lay on your stomach and I'll get started, she says. It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes. I take off my shirt and lay on my stomach for her so my back is exposed. This tattoo should last at least a month if you take care of it, Zoya explains. But just mix bicarbonate of soda with some vinegar and it'll be gone in no time. Thank you so much, Zoya, I say. No worries, she says. She dampens my upper back with a cloth, and then I feel her place a sheet on it, which I guess is the tattoo. Why did he randomly give me a note? Who's Dee? Dilia, hello. Zoya waves a hand in my face. You completely zoned out. Oh, sorry, I reply. What were you saying? Your tattoo is ready. You can sit up now, she says. Just let it dry for a bit. I nod in reply, fiddling with my shirt. Are you sure you're oak? She asks. I sigh, take the note out of my pocket and hand it to her. It came with that rose, I say, pointing to the desk. So you have a secret admirer? What's the big deal? She asks, smiling. The man in black gave it to me, I reply. He was in this room. He knows we're in Italy, which means the Ravens could know too. That smile immediately drops from her face. We need to tell Vittoria, now. She grabs my arm and I quickly put my shirt on. We go down the corridor and she knocks on Tezo's door. He opens it up. What's going on? He asks. Grab everyone and meet us in that room we were in earlier, Zoya explains. It's important. Vittoria is currently standing at the end of the table with the note on the table in front of her. After moments of silence, she finally speaks up. How do we know you didn't write this? She asks, looking up. What? I blurt. Why would I be here wasting everyone's time when we could sleep, getting ready for tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe ask yourself that question. She replies. Look, you clearly don't like me. I start. Glad you picked that up, she says. But I do not know who that came from or why they gave it to me. Lorenzo puts a hand on my arm and I shrug him off. All I know is that the Ravens know we're here. Was it Cristianto who gave this note to you? She asks. No, I reply. And why would they risk sending 2 men after you? She asks. Believe me, Delia, you're not as popular as you think you might be. I helplessly look around the room. Xuan steps forward. Maybe we should change our plan, just in case, he says. You stay out of this, Vittoria snaps at him. He steps back and leans his head. How do you think they got a hold of that information? She asks me. My mafia is one of the most secure in the entire world. There must be a rat in your amazing mafia, I reply calmly. With you wanting us to change our plans last minute, suddenly coming up with this mysterious man in black, could I say that you're the rat? She says. We both know that you don't think I'm the rat. I snarl. Otherwise, you wouldn't have planned for me to be the one to take the USB. Vittoria and I stare at each other, neither of us backing down. Everyone's silent, watching to see something unfold. Our plan will go on as normal. This note means nothing. Vittoria says, not looking away from me. You all can leave. Alessandro pulls my arm and leads me outside of the room. Delia, for your own sake, you need to put your head down and do as she says. Alessandro warns. How could you bear to have her as your mother? I reply. I can't change that, he says. But Delia, please, keep your head down. I remove my arm from his grip and go back to my room. I throw the rose in the bin and change into my pajamas. Tomorrow's the mission, and we must be extremely careful about this. We're literally walking into a field of landmines, and I'm scared that this will all blow up in our faces. Chapter 84. I slowly regain consciousness, and it all comes back to me. I try to move, but realize that I'm chained to a chair. The room is completely dark. My entire body is aching and bleeding. Well, look what we have here, a voice says. A couple of lamps switch on, but it doesn't help brighten up wherever I am. A tall, dark man with brown eyes and cornrows stands before me. I try to speak, but I have a gag in my mouth. Well, Andrea, you did make a lot of problems when escaping, he says. Killing a random guy who looked a little like you and sending the body back to your family. I mean, honestly, how low can you get? A man from behind me pulls down my gag. Where am I? I spit. I mean, honestly, they had a whole funeral for you. He laughs dryly. Your little girlfriend made quite the scene when she saw your body. What did you do to her? I snarl. I swear if you lay a finger on her. He moves his finger, cutting me off. You're in no place to be making threats. Is she safe? I ask. She's perfectly fine in Milan right now, he says. You see, we've been keeping an eye on her. He crouches down to me. What does he mean by that? What does he want with her? So many questions run through my head. How did you find me? I ask. That little place you were staying at ratted you out. He smirks. You see, everyone in a 50-mile radius from here would rat you out. You never had a chance of escaping. That little motel keeper told them I was staying there. What do you want from me? I ask. Leave Delia alone, he replies, picking up a knife from the table. What? I ask. You heard me, he says. No, I reply. Pity, he says. He grabs my hand and puts the end of the knife underneath one of my nails. He digs it deeper and I grunt in pain. My nail pops off and blood gushes down my finger. How about now? He asks. Go kill yourself. I spit. He grabs another of my fingers and repeats what he just did. I bite down on my tongue, making sure I don't let myself make a sound. I won't let him have the pleasure of knowing I'm in pain. This is clearly not getting us anywhere, the bodyguard says. The man in front of me puts down the knife and picks up a remote control. What if we told you that Delia has moved on? He asks. I mean, after all, you are dead. He presses a button on the remote and a screen turns on. Images of Delia hugging Xuan, spending time alone, and shopping for baby clothes with him come onto the screen. He's comforting her, making her laugh and cheering her up. No, I whisper. What about this? He asks. More pictures come on the screen of a football tournament. Delia's asleep with her head on Kai's lap, and he's stroking her arm. Aiden moves and drapes a jacket over her. She's smiling and laughing. God, I've missed her laugh. And you might want to see this, he says. He puts on a video of Raphael and Delia in the park. They're on a bench together, and he's leaning in closer and closer. I think you understand what I mean now, he says, turning off the screen. How can you blame her? No note, no text, no sign of your survival. I hang my head. She's moved on. She's happy. So, back to what I said earlier. We will let you go unscathed, but you must leave Delia alone, the man says. He walks towards me and lifts my head up. Well, we'll let you out a little unscathed, he laughs. Fine, I reply. I'll do it. Forgive me, Patsa. Perfect. He beckons for the bodyguard, who takes away my chains. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? I see the gun in his pocket. I need that gun. I walk past him and he puts a hand out, stopping me. Don't try anything, because we'll find out, he says. I look him straight and take the gun from his pocket. I grab him from the collar of his shirt and pull him in front of me. The bodyguard raises his gun, ready to shoot. I place the gun to this man's temple. Drop your weapon, or this asshole is gone. I snarl. He listens to me and throws his gun down. I immediately shoot him, then hit this man in his nerve spot next to his neck, knocking him out. I grab more guns off the table and search the dark room. I feel a doorknob and try to open the door. It's locked. I run back to the unconscious man and check his pockets. He has a single key, which must lead out of here. I unlock the door and run out. There's a single silver Toyota Camry parked outside. I wasn't at their base. This is a random abandoned facility. I get into the car, but the keys aren't in it. Thank God Alessandro taught me how to hotwire a car. The car starts and I start driving it. I need to get to Milan. I need to speak to Vittoria. She can help me. I need to be able to at least look at Delia one more time. I don't know what their reactions are going to be, but I hope Vittoria helps me. I'm going to catch a flight to Milan tonight. Chapter 85. Delia's POV. Could you zip up my dress, please? I say to Amira. Yeah, of course, she replies. She zips me up and I apply some mascara to my eyes. Alora comes to me, holding the red box. She carefully puts the pin in front of my bun. It matches my dress amazingly. She turns around and hands me a gold mask with blue glitter. She ties it to my face and I turn around to her. You look beautiful, she says. Thank you, I reply. Zoya puts on her heels and we make our way downstairs. Everyone's waiting for us in the lobby. Here are your earpieces, Amira says. She opens up a smaller case. This one's yours. She hands me a golden one that looks like ear jewelry, with butterflies that twist along my ear. It's perfectly disguised. She hands out the rest and I put mine in. If any of you need help, you speak into the earpiece, Vittoria says. Now let's go. Time for action, Terzo says. He, Lorenzo and Alora are dressed like waiters, wearing red suits and black gloves. Alessandra and Xuan are dressed in black suits and look like rich guests. Xuan lightly squeezes my arm. You're going to do amazingly, he whispers. I'll be right around the corner if you need me. Thank you, Xuan, I reply, turning to smile at him. I need all the support I can get. We all walk out of the hotel and make our way across the street to the ballroom. This is getting really real, really quickly. We make sure to leave space in between each other before walking in. The place is filled with security. There's a single, long, red carpet and a walk-through metal detector. A couple walk in before me, and they're free to go. I make eye contact with Jake and quickly look away. I walk through the metal detector and it starts beeping loudly. I try not to cringe at the sound and walk with my head high. One of the security men pulls me over to the side and gets out the metal detector wand. He puts it over my face and it beeps. Metal hairpins, I reply. And these earrings are authentic gold. I make sure to add a tone of annoyance when I speak. He keeps on going down my body when it beeps at my chest. He glares at me. I suck in a breath and feel the blade of my dagger against my ribs. Why you look at me like that? I snap. Have you never heard of a wired bra, honestly? He goes even lower and it beeps by my thighs. Surely you're not expecting this fine lady to lift up her skirt so you can check her, a voice says. I don't have to turn around to know it's Xuan speaking. Thank God. This will take ages if you make every woman strip her jewelry and skirts. Another voice says. The man sighs and lets me through. I let out a breath. I walk through the huge oak doors and I'm taken aback by how many people are here. Some of the most dangerous people to walk this earth. Stern faces. People. It's showtime. Vittoria says through the earpiece. I've been dancing with so much men and I still haven't recognized Cristianto yet. I should have at least bumped into him once by now. Even by accident. This man I'm dancing with now keeps bragging about how much money he has, and it's boring me. I keep a smile on my face, dancing with him and speaking when appropriate. We change partners again, and I fall into some strong arms. A strong scent hits me. This perfume, I've smelt it before, but only once. I look up and see dark brown eyes staring at me. It's Cristianto. Bingo! So you're the mysterious demon's messenger, he says. I nod my head, making sure not to speak. I don't think I've seen you before. He continues. Come on, do you think? I've been kept hidden. I say, putting on a thick French accent. I'm Zane's most valuable asset. Well, maybe we can drink and I'll give you the package and then you'll dance with me some more. He asks. I would enjoy that very much, sir, I reply, keeping the accent. His eyes linger on mine and I give him a sweet smile, batting my eyelashes. He holds my hand and we walk over to a waiter. They turn around and I thank God that it's Lorenzo. He holds out the tray of wine towards us and Cristianto picks out two. Lorenzo ensures not to keep his eyes on me for too long. To a new, dangerous alliance. Cristianto says, raising his glass. A dangerous alliance, I reply. We clink our glasses together. I stroke his arm while taking a drink, making him wrap it around my waist and rest his hand on my hip. The action makes me cringe internally, but I smile and make it look like I'm admiring him. Cristianto takes something out of his pocket and places it in my hand, tightening my fingers around it. Make sure it gets to the owner safely, he says. He kneels down and kisses my hand. He then turns it over and kisses my palm. I have to fight the urge to snatch my hand away. You can trust me, I smile. I look down at the USB. Perfect. What's going on, Mum? Alessandro asks. Why are you out here alone? He's speaking into the earpiece, but he's forgotten to mute himself. Nothing. Leave me alone. Vittoria snaps. I guess she also hasn't muted herself. You don't look oak, you look pale, as if you've just seen a ghost, Alessandro says. A moment of silence passes before she speaks again. Alessandro, he's alive, Vittoria mutters. Who's alive? He asks. The song changes, meaning for us to change partners. I'll meet you again later, little butterfly, Cristianto says. I think I just vomited inside of my mouth. It's been a pleasure, I reply. Your brother, Vittoria replies. Andrea's alive and he's here right now. My heart drops. Lorenzo immediately looks at me, but his face betrays nothing. That's impossible. That's impossible, Alessandro says. Cristianto spins me out and two strong hands grab me. I look up and immediately notice these beautiful grey eyes through a silver mask. Chapter 86. How do you know he's alive? Alessandro asks. I continue dancing with this new man, not paying the slightest bit of attention to him. He contacted me, Vittoria replies. This can't be true. It's impossible. I saw his body. Twice. They don't say anything into the earpiece until Xuan speaks. You have to be fucking with us, he says. Shit, we're not muted. She says before I hear some static, she's muted herself. I look behind, the tall man, and see Zoya and Alora talking to each other. I need to go to them. I've enjoyed this. Dance, I say to the man, but I'm going to take a break. How about I get you a drink? He asks. His voice sends shivers down my spine. No thank you, I reply. I try to move away, but he puts his hands on my hips and pulls me closer. Sir, let go of me, I snap. He leans down and brushes a stray piece of hair from my forehead. His breath tickles my ear. Have you not missed me, Patsa? He whispers. This isn't the welcoming I was expecting. My heart stops. Andrea. My eyes instantly go to his and I gasp. Those grey eyes are his, the ones I've missed so much. Andrea, I gasp. I hug him and he stops me. Let's go where we're not going to be watched, he says. He nods and we go down one of the corridors of the ballroom leading to the bathrooms. When we're sure we're alone, Andrea removes his mask and I remove mine. I hug him and he hugs me back tighter. I feel tears fall down my cheeks and I cling onto him. His familiar scent hits me and I relax into him. Mi sei mancata così tanto mia pazza ragazza, he says before putting his lips on mine. Translation, I've missed you so much, my crazy girl. I kiss him back softly and he puts his hands on my waist, pulling me in even more. How is this even possible? I mutter, resting my forehead on his. It's a long story, he replies, cupping my face. We let go of each other and I look at him. Really look at him. Please promise you're not one of my nightmares, I cry. Please tell me that you're not going to disappear. I promise, Delia, I'm real and never leaving your side again. He replies, wiping my eyes. You pendejo? I whisper, shout. Andrea looks at me confused. I cried over your dead body. I say, poking his chest. No note, no text, no sign of your survival. I poke his chest again and he grabs my hand. I hit his head with my other hand. I'm sorry I couldn't risk it, he says. I roll my eyes. If that wasn't your body, then who was it? I ask. Again, long story. He replies. Wait until everyone sees you, I say, hugging him again. Delia, maybe you should go back to your mission. He laughs. Oh yeah, I reply, putting my mask back on. How did you know it was me? You don't think I would remember the dress I picked out? He laughs. You look so beautiful. I know, I reply. You owe me a big explanation. I look down at the USB in my hand. Is it okay if I check what's in here? I ask. Victoria will murder you, he says. I couldn't care less, I reply. Do you know if there are any computers here? Andrea nods and leads me down a couple corridors and we enter a room with some computers in it. I'll stand watch and you do what you need to, he says. Thank you, I reply. I still can't process the fact that he's alive. He's been dead for at least 6 weeks now and he suddenly shows up. I stick the USB in the computer and at first nothing comes up until a single sentence and a couple numbers are on the screen. Never trust a survivor until you know what they did to stay alive. DD. What is that supposed to mean? They couldn't possibly be talking about Andrea. Could they? And those initials are here again. Underneath the initials are a string of numbers. A phone number. I grab a piece of paper and a pen and write it down, putting the paper in my bra for safekeeping. I look at the USB and see a rose engraved in it. But that's the least of our problems. There was never a USB to retrieve. This was all a trap. Shit. They know we're here. I hear a car engine start from outside the window. I run to it and see Cristianto and Zane getting into a car. Cristianto looks up at the window and winks at me. I run out of the room. What happened? Andrea asks. This is a trap. There was never a USB to collect. I reply. We need to warn everyone and get out of here. Guys, get out of here now, I say into the earpiece. What's going on? Alora asks. This is a trap. The Ravens know we're here. I explain. Get out! I'm interrupted by a loud sound and Andrea pushing me to the floor. My ears are ringing and I look around at the place. The ballroom is just pieces of the ceiling falling apart now. They planted a bomb. I was right. I try push myself up, but my entire body aches. My mask has slipped off and is on the floor. I look around for Andrea and he grabs me and helps me up. There are so many dead bodies everywhere. All these people gone, just like that. Are you ok? He asks. Yeah, I reply. I'm fine, but where are the others? I don't know, he says. I look down on myself and see that my entire dress is ruined. The detachable part is completely shredded. This dress was expensive, I mutter. You weren't supposed to pay for it, Andrea says. Well, I did, along with the one I wore before, I reply. Andrea glares at me. He's probably going to be mad about this. I might have bruised his ego a little bit. How much was it? He asks. 25,000? I reply, sighing. Patsa, I thought you said it was expensive. He rolls his eyes. He removes his wallet and hands me a black card. It's unlimited. Spend how much you like. He smirks. Before I can say anything, I hear my name being called. Delia, a voice yells. I turn around and see Xuan. I run to him and he hugs me. I'm so glad you're ok, he says. Same goes for you, I reply. He looks behind me and his face pales. He lets go of me and I know he's just seen Andrea. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? He asks in disbelief. Yeah, I reply. It's him. Andrea walks over to us and gives Xuan a nod. Where are the others? I ask. They're waiting outside. We're going to the safe house soon. Xuan replies. Chapter 87. Xuan, Andrea and I drove to the safe house in a separate car to everyone else. We see that everyone's already inside and the bodyguards let us in. We rush to the living room and everyone's sitting there discussing. Everyone turns to us and the jaws drop. Surprise, I'm back from the dead, Andrea smirks. You're supposed to be dead, Teresa says, standing up. Yeah, well, it didn't stick, Andrea replies. Terzo comes and hugs Andrea tightly, patting his back. It's good to have you back, Alessandra says, walking up to him. I can speak for everyone when I say we've missed you, Alora says. How the fuck are you alive? Lorenzo asks, laughing in disbelief. I'm still processing it, I say. Andrea, you are an asshole, Amira says. We were so stressed out. How about we all get some rest and then Andrea can explain it to us later, Vittoria said. Andrea and Vittoria give each other a look. We all nod and make our way upstairs. Xuan leads me to my room. Just shout me if you need anything, he says. Thank you, I reply. I take off my ruined dress and Maurice's hard work goes to waste. I fill up the bathtub with warm water and as I wait, I start taking off my jewellery and makeup. I decide to relax in the bath for a while. He's back. Andrea's back. I smile to myself. But one thing keeps on creeping back into my mind. Never trust a survivor until you know what they did to stay alive. DDI. Look through the wardrobe and find a nice pair of silk pajamas. I put them on and notice that Andrea still hasn't come up. I let my hair hand loose and I get into bed. I'm exhausted and feel myself dozing off when the bed sinks behind me and two warm hands wrap around my waist. Hey pazza, he mumbles, putting his face in my neck. Hey pendejo, I reply, turning around to face him. He chuckles lightly. I wrap my arms around him and lean my head on his chest. I can hear his heart beating. I still can't believe you're here, I mumble. I told you, brick by brick, he replies. He softly rubs my back. What did you do to your hair? He asks. It got a little messed up when I fought for my life, I reply. I actually like it short like this. So do I, he replies. Andrea puts his chin on my head and kisses my forehead. Andrea, I mumble. Yeah, pazza? He says. Did you ever think about me? I ask. Yes, he immediately replies. Every second of every day, there wasn't a moment that passed where you weren't on my mind. I would be fighting for my life while thinking about coming home to you, or what you're doing or feeling. I thought of you so much that it drove me insane. But not only that, it also motivated me to stay alive, just so I could smell your scent and see your beautiful face. He holds my face and makes me look at him. God, I've missed you so much, he says before pressing his lips onto mine. He kisses me passionately and I return it. His hands go up my shirt and grabs onto my waist. He flicks me so I'm underneath him and kisses my neck, making me gasp. We both look at each other lustfully, breathing heavily, and he grabs both my hands and pins them above me with one of his. He starts kissing my jaw, going down my neck and to my collarbone. He stops when there's a knock on the door. Sorry, he sighs. It's fine, I reply. He gets out of bed and opens the door. Sorry to interrupt, but Vittoria needs you, sir, a bodyguard says. I'll be down in a minute, he replies. He closes the door and turns to look at me. I'll be back soon, he says. Don't worry, I'm not going to go anywhere, I laugh. He smiles at me and leaves the room. Andrea's POV, so how are you alive? Vittoria asks. I take a deep breath. When Delia and I split up, I got knocked out. I explain. I then woke up in a truck. With my arms tied, there was a single guard with me, and I heard that we stopped at a gas station. I managed to knock out the guard and leave the truck. Vittoria just watches me, staying silent. I knew I couldn't come home since they were going to look for me. Whose body was that? She asks. A man who owns the gas station? I reply, looking down. An innocent? She asks. I nod. Caso, she mutters. Translation, fuck he. Had the same eyes as me and the same build. I explain. I only had to dye his hair black. What about his family? Vittoria asks. I had no choice, I say. That doesn't justify murdering an innocent man, she replies. I stay silent. What else did you do? She asks. I killed innocent people and tortured them for supplies. I explain. People pissed me off, so I burnt down their houses. She stares at me in disbelief. When you called me, you said that you needed my help. Vittoria says. What happened? They only let me go because I made a promise, I reply. A promise that I would stay away from Delia. Vittoria narrows her eyes. When we return to California tomorrow, we will discuss it with the Ravens, she says. A normal, civilized conversation, if you want. I nod. Mum, I nearly died because of her, I mumble. I love her so much, but I'm going to be putting her and the rest of the mafia at risk. That's not a risk the heir of a mafia should take, she says. You're doing the right thing, my son. Everything's going to change the moment we step foot in California again. I trust that Vittoria knows what she's doing. She's my mum and I trust her. Chapter 88. Delia's POV. We landed in California a couple hours ago. All of us are jet-lagged and just want to go to bed. We walk into the house and many bodyguards bring in our suitcases. Before the flight, they went to collect them from the hotel. Andrea hasn't spoken to me during the flight because he's just been with Vittoria. I don't like the look she's been giving me. I'm going to pick up Mimi, Alessandro says. I'll go with you, I say. Andrea doesn't even look at me before I leave. Alessandro drives us to Mimi's aunt's house, which is like an hour away. We finally get there and I knock on the door. Delia, her aunt says. Hey, Aunt Jennifer, I say, smiling before she pulls me into a tight hug. Who's this? She asks, looking at Alessandro. Mimi's boyfriend, I reply. Come in, Mimi's just upstairs, she says. We walk in and she calls Mimi to come down. Dynamite runs to my feet and I pick him up. He barks and licks my face. Hey boy, I say, I missed you. He licks my face even more. Delia, Mimi exclaims. Mimi, I reply. She runs and hugs me. I've missed you, she says. Same, I reply. What about me? Alessandro asks. Please, let Delia have her moment. Mimi rolls her eyes. Aunt Jennifer laughs. Did I miss anything? She asks. Yeah, I reply. Andrea's back from the dead. You're joking, she laughs dryly. I shake my head. What the fuck, she mutters. Yeah, let's just get back home and everything will be explained, I reply. We thank Aunt Jennifer and leave. Alessandro drives us back to the mansion. We walk into the living room where everyone's sitting and Mimi's face drops. Fucking hell, you're really alive, she says. How? It's a long story, he replies. That's the only answer he gives us. Never trust a survivor until you know what they did to stay alive. Didi, I need to call that number I found. You conned me into thinking you were dead for at least 7 weeks, I reply. I have time. Andrea finally looks up at me and smirks, shaking his head. His phone rings and he instantly walks out and answers it. Everyone's silent. I'm gonna go check up on him, I say. I leave and go to the back garden where Andrea has just gotten off the phone. Andrea, I ask, are you woke? He ignores me and puts his phone in his pocket. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you need to fix up and talk to me. I snap. He slowly turns around and finally looks me in the eyes. I'm glad to see that you've been fine without me, he says tonelessly. Excuse me? I ask. Shran? He replies. I see how he looks at you. Everyone does. And Vittoria told me what happened when I was gone. You were dead. I yell. He was comforting me when no one else knew how to. Kai, Carlos, and Aiden, what about them? He snaps. Again comforting me because you were dead. I snap. Oh, it seems like you needed to be comforted by many guys. He laughs dryly. And what you believe, Vittoria? I ask. You know the woman doesn't like me. He glares at me. Your so-called mother isn't a very good one, I reply. You should have heard what she said when you weren't there. Don't speak about her like that. Andrea snarls. You don't know how many times I backed your name, I reply. We all know you made out with Raphael at the park. He snaps. I take a deep breath. She's my mother and only wants the best for me. Andrea replies. That's not true. I snap. And how would you know? He asks. Your mother never loved you. You have no family. That comment is like a blow to the face. You're supposed to be my family. Take that back, I mutter. Andrea stays silent. I feel tears start to form and I wipe my eyes. Delia, I'm sorry, he says, walking forward. Fuck you, Giovanni, I snap. This is all bullshit. I take 2 steps backwards. Maybe we should stay away from each other for a while, he says. Yeah, I reply. I put my head down. Andrea walks past me and stops for a moment. He doesn't say anything and walks away, leaving me in the garden alone. I take off his fleece that I was wearing and throw it into the pool. The water soaks it up. I'm left in a sports bra and low-waisted sweatpants. The night air sends chills through my body, and I slump to the floor and start crying. Esto es una mierda. Todo esto fue solo una mierda. I mutter. Translation, this is bullshit. This was all just bullshit. How could he say that and not even feel an ounce of remorse? I feel in my pocket and pull out my phone and paper. I dial the number and it rings a couple times before someone answers. It's a recording. If you're calling this number, you're Dilia, and have realised that not everything is what it seems and want more answers. The recording says, if so, I'm sure you would love to discover how someone survived. Press 1 to continue. I press 1 and the phone beeps before moving on. Hello, how can I help? A voice asks. Is Dilia? I reply. I want to know everything. Perfect. Someone will contact you shortly. They say before ending the phone call. I need answers, and I need them now. Dilia, are you alright? Zoya asks from behind me. I wipe my eyes and stand up. I turn around to her and smile. I'm fine, just tired, so I'm gonna head to bed now. I reply. Alright, sweet dreams, she says. Thank you, I reply. Chapter 89. Andrea's POV. We need to do something now, I say. They called me last night. What did they say? Victoria asks. We're watching you, Andrea. Time's ticking. I reply, okay, we need to go speak to them today, she says. Let's go now. We walk out of the meeting room, and I bump into an angry-looking Mimi, a worried Alessandro running after her. Tu pendejo. She snaps before punching my face. Translation, you asshole. Calm down, Mimi, Alessandro says, pulling her off me. What's your problem? I snap. You have no family? She snarls. Are you fucking kidding me? She goes to hit me again, but Alessandro drags her away, and I can still hear her muttering curse words in Spanish. Let's not waste any more time, Vittoria says. We leave the house and get into her Lamborghini. She drives us to the Raven's base. How does she even know her way here? I don't question it and get out of the car, when we're followed by 3 of our own bodyguards. We walk in and everyone is staring. Not at Vittoria, but at me. A woman with red hair, cut short and brown eyes stands before us. What do you want? She asks, looking straight at me. We want to talk to your leader. Vittoria replies. The woman speaks into the microphone and the man who tortured me comes out not long later. Cristianto, Vittoria says. Vittoria, he replies. It's nice of him to send you, but we need to talk to the real leader. She snaps. Real leader? You know I can't do that. He responds. It's about Dilia, I say. He looks at me for a moment before nodding. He leads us to an elevator and we go to the 4th floor. We walk down a corridor and then Cristianto knocks on the door. Come in, a deep voice says. We walk into this dark room. It reeks of cigar smoke. The man's face is hidden, the curtains are drawn, and his body is illuminated. It's nice to finally meet you, Andrea Giovanni. The man's voice booms throughout the entire room. I've heard a lot about how you escaped. Very smart. He says, you certainly gave my workers a lot of grief. Who are you? I ask. The man lets out a cloud of smoke. Sit down, please, he says, gesturing to the leather chairs opposite his desk. We wearily sit down. You didn't answer his question, Vittoria replies. I see, but cannot be seen, he replies. I hear, but cannot be heard, and I watch, but cannot be watched. That doesn't mean anything. Enough with the theatrics, Vittoria snaps. You know why we're here. I hear the chair make a groaning noise, and this man's hand grabs another cigar and lights it, all while keeping his face hidden. Andrea has made a deal with us, which he is yet to fulfill. The man says. I've done my bit, I say. Don't lie, he snaps. We're always watching. What exactly was this promise? Vittoria asks. Playing dumb doesn't suit you, Vittoria dear, he replies, leaning back. Your son has promised to stay away from Dilia, and I have, I reply. Don't lie, he yells, slamming his hand down on the table. At this very moment, I have 5 men with explosives waiting for my word, and they'll blow up your house with everyone in it. So many innocent lives gone because of your selfishness. Everyone's silent for a moment. You need to get Dilia out of your mind and your heart, he says. You need to erase any memory of her from your life. Done, Vittoria replies, looking at me. A woman is always a man's weakness. Don't let this normal girl be the downfall of your mafia, he says. Done, I reply. I won't risk losing my mafia because of my selfish desire. Good, he replies. Now that this is settled, there's someone I would like you to meet. Dilia's POV. Dilia, when's your birthday? Tezo asks. Him, Amira and Alora have been trying to cheer me up for the past 2 hours. They've also been convincing me not to leave. I dig at my cookie dough ice cream and look up at them. June 21st, I reply. That's in a couple days. Alora exclaims. Yep, I say. Do you have anything planned? Terzo asks. Nope, I say. My phone rings and I see my mum calling me. I'm not in the mood for her taunting. I decline the call. Not long later, she calls again and I answer it. Hey mum, I say, putting her on speaker and placing my phone on my lap while I eat more ice cream. Delia, I'm in California just for you. I want to see you, she says. Why, mum? I ask. I chew on a big piece of cookie dough. I have a surprise for you, she replies, before ending the call. I sigh and eat more ice cream. Mimi walks in holding 2 of her suitcases. Where are you going now? Terzo asks. Dilly is leaving and so am I, she replies, crossing her arms. Wherever she goes, I go. I'm not going to be able to talk you out of it, am I? I ask. Nope, I've decided, and Alessandro's agreed to it too. Mimi replies. Great, we're losing 2 of our friends in the same day. Alora sighs. Blame Andrea, Mimi snaps. Look, I'm not saying that what Andrea did was right, but please don't leave us. Amira says. I'm sorry, but my mind is made up, I reply. I look down at my ice cream and see that I've finished it, so I place it on the table. Mimi, I'm ready to go, I say, getting up. I hug Alora and she squeezes me tightly. I'm gonna visit you every day, she says. You're more than welcome, I reply. I hug Amira and Terzo and then leave the living room. Are you leaving already? Alessandro asks. Yeah, I reply. I don't really want to be here when Andrea and Vittoria return. Alessandro hugs me. Now I won't have anyone to throw into the pool. He sighs dramatically. Oh, shut up, I say, shoving him. Mimi gives him a kiss and they hug for a long time. I walk over to Xuan and he smiles at me softly. If you need anything, you call me, he says. I will, don't worry. I smile up at him and he hugs me. We hear the front door open and my heart drops. Andrea's home. Chapter 90. We hear the front door open and my heart drops. Andrea's home. He walks in followed by Vittoria and another girl. She has thick, long brown hair, siren-like green eyes and a lip piercing. I turn to look at him and Xuan lets go of me. He looks at the suitcases at the door and back to me. Where are you going? He asks. None of your business. Mimi snaps. Don't speak to me like that or, he snarls. Be careful how you word the rest of that sentence, Andrea. Alessandro says. Mimi and I are leaving, I say, grabbing my suitcases. Have a safe journey, Vittoria says, walking past us. Who's that? Xuan asks, signaling to the girl. I'm Fuzia, she says, sticking out her hand. I'm from Egypt. She smiles. Nobody responds. She's a friend. Andrea replies. And a new recruit. Vittoria says. Terzo, and Alora look at her suspiciously. I leave the house, but Andrea grabs my arm and stops me. I turn to him and he says nothing. I wish you really died, I mutter. It hurt a lot less knowing you were never going to come back. He looks shocked and a little hurt. I look at the girl who gives me a stiff smile, which I return. I snatch my arm away from him and walk out of the house, followed by Mimi, Xuan, and Alessandro, help us bring our luggage and put them in my white Lamborghini. Take care, Xuan says. I get into the driver's seat, Mimi gets in next to me, and I drive us back to our old house. We unlock the door and load our luggages back in. The house is dusty and dirty, so we have to start cleaning it. Mimi and I take our luggages back to our own rooms. It takes me a while to unpack and put everything back where it's supposed to be. When I'm done, I find Mimi connecting her phone to the speaker downstairs. Let's play some music while we clean, she says. Save Your Tears by The Weeknd starts playing. I take the job of hoovering the living room and do a pretty good job. Unlike the Giovannis, we don't have maids to clean and wash our clothes. My phone rings and I look down at it. Mum. Hello, I say, answering. Delia, I'm waiting for you at Bellissime, come there now, she says. Out of every restaurant, she chooses that one. Just my luck. I'll be there in 20, I reply. I end the call and stop hoovering. Mimi, my mum needs me. I'm gonna go meet her. I yell as I walk up the stairs. Okay, have fun, she replies. I grab a tight nude dress with a slit in the skirt and a pair of clear block heels, knowing my mum, she's go crazy if I don't show up looking nice. After all, she is the Audrey Caesar. I straighten my hair, which is easy since it's still short. I quickly do my makeup, grab my keys, purse and phone, and say bye to Mimi. I get in my car and drive to Bellissime. I neatly park my car and walk in. I find my mum wearing a velvet red dress and sitting at the table in the corner. She beckons me towards her. Delia, I nearly didn't recognize you without all the hoodies and tracksuits. She laughs. I smile stiffly and sit down. What have you done with your hair? She asks. I decided it was time for a change. I reply. A waiter walks over to us and I look up and see Lorenzo. He smiles softly at me and I can see that he's tired. Him and Zoya have been working here all day. What can I get you? He asks. 1 risotti, my mum says, and a big bottle of red wine. A ravioli, please, I reply. Lorenzo writes down our order and walks off. Why did you want to meet me? I ask. Your 19th birthday's in a couple days, she says. And I wanted to give you something. She pushes forward a velvet purple box and I open it up. Inside is an oval diamond locket. I open it up and inside is a picture of my mum when she was younger and a baby. I'm her arms. An old man stands behind her, wearing a black suit. Your grandfather gave it to me when I was turning 19, she explains. It's a one and only model from Tiffany & Co. Mum never talks about her family. It's always just kind of been us. I knew I had a grandfather who was my alive. I just didn't know how he looked. Your grandfather was a loyal customer to them, she says. This is a 57K necklace. I hope you take care of it. She comes behind me, takes the pendant out of the box and puts it around my neck. It feels cold on my chest. Lorenzo comes back with our food and drinks, and we thank him before he goes back to serve more tables. I like moments like these with my mum. We never have them, but when we do, I make the most of it because I know the next day I won't get a call from her. I never wore it, so I decided to give it to you, she says. It didn't suit my aesthetic, if you know what I mean. Thank you, Mum, I say. She gives me a smile in response. We eat our food, catching up with each other. What do you want to do in college? She asks. Your graduation is coming up. I might do something to do with art, I reply. Well, you still have time to apply to colleges, she says. I don't think I want to go to graduation. I mean, I can't really show my face there. Detective Stevens could show up at any second, and I'll be forced to go with him. Yeah, I still have time, I reply. We finish our food, leave Lorenzo a tip, and pay for our food. We walk out and Mum walks me to my Lamborghini. I've seen that you've been using my money wisely, she says. Actually, it was a gift, I reply. From that boyfriend of yours? She asks. Not really my boyfriend, I reply. It's complicated. Andrea and I were dating, but he said we should take a break. So we're on a break. I never liked him anyway, she replies, rolling her eyes. Yeah, you already made that clear. I say goodbye to my mum, get into my car, and drive off. I fiddle with my necklace. It's the only gift she's given me since I was 11. I want to treasure it. Chapter 91. He is such an asshole. Mimi snaps. How the fuck is he gonna say that to you and then suddenly show up with another girl? That's what I'm thinking, I reply. I eat more of my noodles. We order Chinese takeout and are watching Orphan. For some reason, we find comfort in watching horror movies. I never want to see his face again, she says. Next time I see him, I swear I'm gonna murder him. I laugh and eat more of my noodles. I love your pendant, by the way, she says. Thanks, I reply. It was a family heirloom. We will do something amazing for your birthday, I promise, she says. I return to the movie and hear Mimi muttering in Spanish. No tienes familia. Mierda absoluta mierda, she mutters. Translation, you have no family? Shit, absolute shit. Andrea's pov. That was really low even for you, Zoya says. Doesn't she know that? I know that. I never asked for your opinion on things. I snap. Well, I'm giving it to you whether you like it. She snarls. You need to fix up, bro, Tezo says. I roll my eyes. Fawzia walks in holding a bowl of popcorn. I really like Delia, Schwan says. Same, Amira and Lorenzo reply. It was obvious you did. I snap at him. What's that supposed to mean? Schwan snaps. I'm one of her closest friends. Don't get that mistaken. I don't know who put that shit in your mind. Alora snarls. Did I miss something? Everyone seems a bit tense. Fawzia asks. Stay out of it. Tezo says tonelessly. Vittoria said we have to welcome Fawzia, I say. Come sit with us. She sits down at the end of a couch. This might be Vittoria's excuse to replace Delia, and you're too ignorant to realize it. Amira snaps. I'm done with your bullshit. She storms out of the room, and Lorenzo follows her. You know you fucked up, Alessandro says, and now I can't live with Mimi anymore. Of course that's the only thing you're worried about. I snarl. Fuck you. Alora snaps, walking out of the room. Xuan follows her along with Zoya. Tezo pulls out his phone and shakes his head. Great, now everyone's mad at me. Want some? Fuzia asks, handing me the bowl. I throw it across the room and it hits the wall, shattering. I get up and walk to the back garden. I need some fresh air. Dilia's pov. Alessandra is coming over today, Mimi says as I pour myself a cup of coffee. Apparently there was a huge fight between everyone and he needs fresh air. That's fine, I reply. My phone rings and I pick it up. Dilia, it's Cristianto. We have everything ready for you if you want to find out what happened now, he says. Where should we meet? I'm ready, I reply. Go to the place where you first ever saw me as the man in black and I'll pick you up. He responds before ending the call. I take my cup of coffee and I start to make my way upstairs. Mimi, I'm gonna go meet a friend quickly, I yell as I walk to my room. All right, have fun, Mimi replies. I grab one of my own hoodies and pull it on. I grab my phone and walk to the Starbucks, where I first saw Cristianto. I wait patiently at the side of the road when someone comes behind me and shoves a piece of cloth in my face. The strong scent makes me pass out. I wake up and am blindfolded with a gag. I try to move, but my hands are tied to my chair. Someone from behind me removes my blindfold and I see that I'm in a dark room and a figure of a man is standing in front of me. I look to the side and see Cristianto standing next to the wall. I then turn back to face the figure in front of me. The person takes my gag and the man in front of me speaks. It's lovely to meet you in person, Dilia, the deep voice says. Where am I? Who are you and what do you want from me? I ask. Sorry for the theatrics. We couldn't risk you knowing the way to our base. Cristianto says. So many questions. Let's start with the first one, he replies. I'm Domenico De Bardi. He leans into the light and I see all his features. His tanned, oily skin, graying beard, and a cigarette in his mouth. You may also know me as DD, he says. You wrote those notes to me? I ask. Yes, he replies. As a warning to you. A warning for what? I ask. The boss and I hate to see innocent girls like you lied to, manipulated, and used for people's desires. Cristianto says. He walks over to me and unties my arms. We're trying to protect you from Andrea, Domenico adds. All I want to know is what he did to survive, I reply. Are you ready? He asks. I nod in reply. They put on a screen behind him and I see Andrea killing innocent people. A gas station owner who looked like him, murdered. People who didn't know the way back from where he was, murdered. Innocent people being tortured for information and supplies. I think I'm going to be sick, I mutter. This man didn't want to give Andrea a room in his motel because it was full, Domenico explains. His child was then killed in front of him. Andrea took it upon himself to kill a random person using a room. Cristianto adds, collateral damage is what he will call them. Domenico says, I'm definitely going to be sick, I mutter. I reach the end of this man's desk and start vomiting into the trash can. Domenico blows out a puff of smoke. I want to protect you, he says, because you're going to end up like them, collateral damage. Andrea knows how much I'm against killing innocent people. There's always a way that doesn't involve murder, especially with innocent people. Children. He killed a child in broad daylight. I've looked into your records, Cristianto says, walking around me to my other side. You're smart, athletic, pretty. We wouldn't want someone like you to be collateral damage. Someone like Andrea has no remorse for people like you. All he cares about is keeping his mafia safe. Domenico says, I should have left Andrea when he told me I could. Chapter 92. I should have left Andrea when he told me I could. Andrea is heartless. Cristianto says, don't believe us, then listen to this. Domenico says. A recording starts playing. I will do everything I can to protect my mafia and not let some ordinary girl be my downfall. A voice says. That's Andrea's voice. My heart drops. This was all a facade. A con. I'm sure that you thought you could change him, he says, but there's no changing someone like him. He's no Prince Charming, but the devil's spawn who will harm you until you're completely drained. Cristianto adds, my heart is just shattering over and over again. I want to go home. I want to go home, please, I mutter. We will always be here to protect you, Dilia, Domenico says. If you need anything, join us, and I promise you'll be the safest and happiest ever. He says, you know who to call. Cristianto says. He blindfolds me again and takes me home. I walk into my house and I wipe my eyes. Alessandro, Xuan, and Alora are sitting with Mimi in the living room. Hey guys, I say, slumping on the couch. Hey Dilia, Mimi says. We brought brownies. Alora says, picking up a plate on the table. I don't have an appetite, sorry, I reply. I really like your pendant, she says. Thanks, I reply. Everyone's silent for a while. So, what even happened last night? Mimi asks. Andrea was pissed that Delia left and tried to take it out on us. Schwan explains. And then that new girl Fuzia is trying to bond with all of us, but none of us are returning the energy. Alessandra adds. Did he expect me to stay after being insulted? I ask. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, I swear to God. Mimi says. Well, he is stupid, so I'm not surprised. I roll my eyes. Isn't it your birthday tomorrow? Shrien asks. Yeah, I reply. How about you both come round to the mansion tomorrow so we can celebrate? He says. Mimi and I look at each other. Yes, please, Alora exclaims. But what about Andrea? I ask. He can't do anything. We invited you, not him. Alessandra says. It's our house too. We can have guests. Fine, I reply. I need to collect my motorbike anyways. We all just chill for a little while until they have to leave. You know we don't have to go if you're not comfortable with it, Mimi says, coming back into the living room. No, I don't want Andrea to have the satisfaction of knowing that I could have come, but didn't. I explain. That's true, she says. Well, I'm going to head to bed now, okay? She says. That's fine. I'm just going to stay up for a bit, I reply. She closes the living room light, and the only light comes from my phone. I don't really have anyone to talk to right now. I look down at my left hand and notice I still have my promise ring on. Fuck that. I take it off and throw it across the room. Looking down at my phone, I decide to call a number. Delia, are you okay? Cristiano asks, sounding worried. Yeah, I'm just bored and wanted someone to talk to. I reply. Oh, he says. You're not on duty, are you? I ask. No, don't worry, I have time. He replies. Okay, cool. I reply. We stay silent for a bit. How old are you? I ask. 23. He replies. I'm turning 19 tomorrow. I reply. Well, happy early birthday. He says. Thank you. I laugh. Cristiano? Yedi, he replies. Did you know it was me at the masquerade ball? I ask. Yeah, he replies. We knew you were going to be there. How? That's not something I can answer. Sorry, I say. It's fine, Dee. He says. How did you get into the mafia? I ask. You really do ask a lot of questions. He laughs. Well, I'm a curious girl, I reply. And how am I supposed to trust you if I don't know anything about you? You have a point. He laughs. He doesn't seem like that tough guy he was before at all. I know, I reply. Well, he starts. My mother was a drug addict and would beat me a lot during her withdrawals. So when I was 16, I decided to run away and find some way to make easy money. So sorry. I'm so sorry, I say. It's not a problem, he says. I pause before speaking again. Do you want to pick me up right now? I ask. We can just drive around. I'll be there in 20, he says before ending the call. Not long later, I hear a car pulling into my driveway and I go outside. I see Cristiano wearing a red hoodie in a jet black car. I get in the passenger seat. I don't think it's smart to get in your stalker's car, he laughs, especially in the middle of the night. Well, I reckon if he wanted to kill me, he would have done it when you took me back to base. I reply, putting my seatbelt on. I guess he's one of the people I can trust. Where do you want to go, Di? He asks. Are you seriously going to keep on calling me that? I ask. He nods, smirking. Well, Chris, I say, rolling my eyes. Let's get some McDonald's. He turns on the radio and drives us to McDonald's. Do you mind telling me what happened in the argument between you and Andrea? He asks, while we wait for our food. You ask a lot of questions, I mimic. Well, I did just tell you my life story, he replies. You sort of owe me. I take a deep breath. I wanted to see what's wrong with him, and we ended up getting into a heated argument about his mum, I explain. I said that she doesn't want the best for him, and he got mad at me and said, how should I know since I've never had a mum who loved me, and I don't really have a family? I look at the window. That's fucked up, he mutters. But why his mum? She doesn't really like me, I reply. I don't know why though. Maybe she just has a problem within herself and takes it out on you. He passes me his card so I can pay for the meals. Yeah, maybe, I reply shrugging. We park somewhere, and he opens the roof of his car, letting us see the stars. I start eating my burger when I see a monstrosity. No, I gasp. What? Cristiano asks. You dip your chips in your milkshake? I ask. But yeah, do you not? He asks. No, I reply. That's disgusting. You're a weirdo. He rolls his eyes. Yeah, clearly I'm not the sane one. I laugh. He gets his pot of barbecue sauce and drops some on my nose, earning him a couple of fries. We relax in each other's company and eat our food. Chapter 93. Andrea's POV. She's coming around whether you like it or not. Alessandro snaps. She's not allowed to be here. I reply. I want her here, and so does everyone else. He says. Since when were you two so close? I ask. When you died, I treated Dilia as my sister, and I still do, he replies. She needed as much support as she could get, and Xuan and I gave it to her. Oh, I know. Xuan gave her support, I laugh dryly. You need to get your ego checked. Xuan snaps. You're starting to piss us all off. I don't think you understand how upset Dilia was when she saw your body. Alessandro snaps. Her and Matteo took it the worst. She didn't seem too upset. I reply. You don't know that, he yells. She turned into an alcoholic and entered a dark place that Xuan and I helped bring her out of. My heart drops, and I swallow the lump in my throat. It's Dilia's birthday, and we're her friends. Lorenzo says. She's coming here to celebrate with us. I glare at him. Not you. She's coming for us. He snaps. This is my house, I say. Who comes in and who doesn't? I snap. It's our house. Alora corrects. And she's our guest, whether you like it or not. You know what you did was wrong, yet you still don't want to admit it, Amira says. You need to apologize. I'm not apologizing, I reply. Keep that little new girl in check before Dilia comes around, because if she leaves here upset, I'm going to kill you both. Zoya snarls, cocking her gun. Oh, really? I ask. Fuzia's going to be here from now on, so you all better get used to it. I stand up and cock my gun in warning. Alessandro and Lorenzo laugh, and Alora rolls her eyes. I'll be in my room, and if you disrupt me, I will kill you, I say. I shoot into the air, making them flinch and stand straight. Remember who your leader is. I snap before walking back into the house. Divya's POV, I fix my makeup in the mirror and straighten out the pink dress I've decided to wear. I keep my pendant on and wear the white heels Mimi got me as a birthday present. Mimi's wearing a tight sage green dress shows her baby bump. Are you ready? She asks. Yeah, let's go, I reply. I grab my keys and my phone and we get into my Lamborghini. I drive to the mansion and park my car. I turn to look at Mimi. You ready to go in? She asks. Yeah, I reply. Do I look good? I ask. I pull down the mirror and fix my hair. Andrea's jaw will drop once he sees you, she says. I smile at her and put back the mirror. We get out of the car and ring the doorbell. Amira opens it and hugs me tightly. Happy birthday, Dilia, she says. Thank you, I reply. We walk in and she leads me to the back garden. There's a table filled with presents and everywhere is decorated. Happy birthday, Dilia. Everyone yells. They're all wearing party hats. Andrea's not here. That doesn't matter. I'm not gonna let that ruin my day. Xuan hugs me and spins me around. We got you cake and just a few presents, he says. Just a few? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Oh, maybe a lot, Alora laughs. Thank you all so much, I say. Let's get this party started, Terzo yells. The speakers start blasting with music, and Alessandro passes around some bottles of beer. Mimi and Amira decline, and so does Lorenzo. We start dancing, and I drink some beer. Can you guys stop making so much noise? Andrea asks. His eyes land on me, but he quickly looks away. Excuse me, I can't hear you, Terzo yells, turning up the music even more. Andrea grumbles under his breath and tries to take a bottle of beer. Sorry, only people who are invited can take some. Zoya smirks. Bye-bye, she says, shooing him with her hand. I smile to myself. I guess everyone's pissed with him. Bye, pendejo, I laugh. He walks back into the house and we continue with the party. I finish the fifth bottle of beer and grab another one. Easy on the beer, Lorenzo says. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I say. I am in fact not fine. I'm really drunk. I walk to the table of snacks and my heel buckles under me. I grab Terzo's arm for support as my leg falls into the pool. Not this time, Paul, I slur. Oh God, you're really drunk, he says. He puts his arm around my waist and pulls me away from the pool. Nope, I'm not, I reply, walking off. I pick up the microphone. Guys, I yell. The feedback noise hurts my ears. I'm going to the toilet. I'll be right back, I slur. I courtesy and drop the microphone before making my way upstairs. I stumble into the toilet and use it. I'm washing my hands and suddenly get the urge to speak to Andrea. But what if he doesn't want to talk to me? He said we're on a break, which technically doesn't mean we've broken up. So technically speaking, I'm still in a relationship. I'm so smart, I slur while looking in the mirror. I fix my hair and leave the bathroom, making my way to Andrea's room. I get to the corridor where his room is on and knock on the door. He doesn't answer. Maybe he's asleep? I open the door again and stop at the sight in front of me. A girl with short blonde hair, wearing only a bra, scrambles off the bed. She pulls on a pair of sweatpants, his sweatpants. She picks up her shirt. Shit, Andrea mutters. She giggles and says something before leaning into him and leaving the room. Hey, she says, smirking as she walks past me. I'm frozen in my place and see Andrea walk towards me. He's buckling up his belt, pulling a shirt on and covering his hickeys. I'm going to puke. Happy birthday, he says awkwardly. How could you? I mutter. He reaches out to me and I slap his hand away. Tears fill my eyes and I leave the room. Dilia, are you okay? Fuzia asks, concern etched on her face. Get lost, I mutter, barging past her. I run back to the garden and find Mimi sitting on Alessandra's lap. Mimi, can we please go now, I say. The tears blur my eyesight and try to keep myself from hyperventilating. What happened? She asks, getting up. I wipe my eyes and my hands come back smudged with mascara. Andrea walks into the garden. Dilia, can we just talk? He asks. Why? So you can tell me how I don't have a loving mother again? I yell. He looks hurt. My head hurts. I'm too drunk for this. What did you do now? Mimi asks. Chapter 94. I didn't do anything. Andrea replies. Okay, so Dilia is insane and crying by herself? Xuan asks, coming next to me. You need to stay out of things that don't concern you. He snarls. Oh, what? He asks. I'll show you what, Andrea replies. He punches Xuan in his face. Xuan pushes him too. He ground and punches him a couple good times. Guys, stop, Amira yells. It's Dilia's birthday, for God's sake. Zoya yells, pulling them off each other. She removes 2 knives from her waistband and puts them against both of their throats. Andrea gets up and wipes his bloody mouth with his hand. You're a fucking asshole. Mimi snaps. I hope you and that girl are happy together. I slur, picking up my cake. You two can go to hell for all I care. I put the cake all over his face and then open a new bottle of beer. I pour it all over him and throw the bottle at him. Fuck you, Andrea, I'm done. I slur. I grab my phone and purse and walk out. Great, you just ruined her night. Alora snaps. I hear Mimi yelling at him and she follows behind me. Alessandro, Terzo, and Xuan follow us, holding all my presents that they got us. Dilia, I'm so sorry, Xuan says. It's fine, I reply. They put my presents in the back of my car and Mimi takes my keys. You're too drunk to drive, she says. I nod and get in the passenger seat. We say goodbye and Mimi drives us off. I look down at my phone and see a text from an unknown number. Happy birthday, Di. Seeing me? Thank you. I save his number and turn my phone off. Everything's gonna be okay, Mimi says as she parks. She helps me as I stumble back into the house. Come on, get it all out, Mimi says, holding my hair up as I vomit into the toilet. I cough and spit. Ugh, this is the worst day ever, I groan, slumping my back against the wall. I vomit again and she rubs my back. This is why you don't get too drunk, Mimi mutters. I get up and flush the toilet. I wash my face and Mimi hands me some Tylenol and a glass of water. I walk downstairs and slump into the couch. My phone beeps. Cristianto, how was your day? Me. So bad. Cristianto, want to talk about it? Me, come pick me up, please. Cristianto, on my way. Are you feeling better? Mimi asks. Yeah, is it okay if I go out for an hour or so? I ask, just for some fresh air. Of course, I was going to have a nap now anyways. She says, rubbing her baby bump. Thank you, I reply. I quickly hug her, grab my phone and go outside. I wait on the steps leading to my porch when a car parks in front of me. Get and die, Cristianto says. I get in the seat next to him and he drives off. What happened? He asks. So Alessandro planned a birthday party for me at his house. I explain, and I was drunk and went to the toilet, then I decided to speak to Andrea. I pause and look down. Cristianto parks the car and turns to face me. What did you guys argue again? He asks. I shake my head. A girl came out of his room wearing his sweatpants and a bra. I reply. Shit. He mutters. Cristianto hugs me and I relax in his scent. I look up at him and wipe my eyes. You know he's an asshole, he says. The boss already told you. Why did you guys help me? I ask. His eyes dart down to my lips. The boss doesn't want to see you hurt. He explains. There's too much collateral damage going on. And what about you? I ask. What? He breathes. Why did you want to help me? I ask. Because I see something special in you, he says. You know, if you ever felt unsafe or fed up, you can always come to me and Domenico will welcome you with open arms. His dark brown eyes dart down to my lips again and he licks his. Thank you, I breathe. He leans in and so do I. Should I? Fuck it. I press my lips onto his and he relaxes at my touch. He pulls me onto his lap and my back rests against the steering wheel. My arms wrap around his neck and his hands cling onto my waist for dear life. He pulls me closer to him and starts kissing me more aggressively, and I return the kiss. He pulls away and we rest our foreheads against each other. Happy birthday, Di, he breathes. Thank you, I reply. He moves my hair from my face and smiles at me. Where do you want to go now? He asks. McDonald's? I ask. Sure, he replies. But we have to go Starbucks first, I say. Iced caramel coffee? He asks. You really are a stalker. I laugh. I move back to my seat and Cristiano starts driving. I still have that scar from when I scared you in the toilets. So, he says. He pulls up his shirt and I see the fresh knife scar across his abs. Damn. Take a picture. It'll last longer, he smirks, catching me staring. You deserve that, I reply, looking out of the window. You fucking scared me. Yeah, I could tell, he rolls his eyes. Just shut up and buy me food. I laugh. Just because you're 19 doesn't mean you can boss me about, he says. I cross my arms. You don't seem to be stopping me, I say, raising an eyebrow. Well, maybe I enjoy it. He smirks. We get my iced coffee and drive to McDonald's. I pay for our food and we drive somewhere to eat in peace. I would really like you to consider joining our mafia, Cristiano says. Really? I ask. Yeah, we could use someone like you. Sue, he replies. Is it ok if I have time to think about it? I ask. Sure, he says. Chapter 95. Andrea's POV. Someone knocks on my door. Fuck off. I snap, while letting out a puff of smoke. Alessandro opens up the door and walks in. Get yourself together, man, he says. You look like a mess. Why do you care? I ask. Because you quit smoking a year ago, and look at you now. He sighs. He grabs the cigarette and throws it out of the window. Get your ass up. He snaps. I sigh and sit up. I fucked up, Alessandro. I mutter. I really fucked up. Yeah, I know, he replies. He sits down in front of me. Did you even love her? He asks. Of course I did. I still do. Yeah, I reply. You're not showing it, he says. I don't think you ever did. I always showed Delia that I loved her. Her favourite flowers are sunflowers. She loves blueberry pancakes and chocolate strawberries, I say. She loves red Skittles but hates all the other ones and has a snake tattoo on her waist. And whenever she genuinely smiles or laughs, her eyes get smaller and 2 dimples appear on each of her cheeks. Her favourite Disney movie is Milan. You need to get your ass up and win her back, Alessandro says. And don't give me that schwam bullshit, because him and Alora have something going on. I can't, I say. What do you mean you can't? He asks. Why can't you? Because they'll kill her. They'll kill all of you, and then they'll kill me, I say. Who will? He asks. The Ravens, I reply. I start telling him everything that's happened, including my survival, talking to Vittoria, her taking me to the Ravens base, Fuzia, and that hidden man. Shit, he says. He says, Alessandro, I love Delia so much, and I still love her, I say. But I just can't. So what does Fuzia have to do with this? He asks. An alliance between the 2 mafias, just like a peace treaty. I explain, their strongest woman with our strongest man. And what Vittoria doesn't have a problem with this? He asks. I shake my head. You have to know that I would never want to hurt Delia, I say. My heart ripped into 1,000 pieces during that argument. There has to be something, Alessandro says. Something we can do. There's nothing, I reply. But I won't let this be the downfall of my mafia. Shit, he mutters. And what about last night? She was crying. I've been trying to get her off my mind, and that meant giving other girls a chance. But no matter what we did, she wasn't Delia. So you slept with Fuzia? He asks. God, no. No, I reply. It was just some random girl I met in a bar. Mimi called me, ranting about it. Alessandro says, "You don't understand how much you've hurt this girl." "I know, and I regret it. I regret it so very much." "Andrea, I'm talking to you like a brother right now. You need to fix your mess one way or another." Alessandro says, "And you owe both Dilia and Juan an apology." I reply, "Matteo and Jasmine should be back here in a couple minutes." He adds, "So don't come downstairs all grumpy because this is the first time he's going to see you since you died." I turn around and bury my face in my pillows. I wish you really died. It hurt a lot less, knowing you were never going to come back. That really hurt. And how would you know your mother never loved you? You have no family. I cringe at my words. I can't believe I ever said that to her. Her face when I said that could kill me a million times. I was supposed to be her family. I made a promise to Mimi when I first met her. I promised I wouldn't hurt Dilia, and now I've broken it. "Hey, Andrea," a voice says, walking into my room. "Fuck off, Fuzia. I'm not in the mood." I snarl. "Are you sure I can't do anything to make you feel better?" She asks. "Yeah, you can shut your mouth, get out, and close the door behind you." I snap. "I'm just here to say that Matteo is back, and he might want to see that his big brother is alive," she replies before closing the door. I drag myself out of bed and make myself look presentable. I go downstairs and see everyone in the living room. I lean on the doorframe and knock on the wall. Matteo turns around and his eyes go wide as he looks at me. "Fucking hell, you're alive," he breathes. It's only minutes before his bags are in the floor and he's tackled me to the ground. He hugs me tightly and I rub his back. "Never scare me like that again," he mutters. "I won't, I promise," I reply. He gets up and Jasmine extends her hand. "Nice to see you again," she says. "You too," I say, shaking it. "Where's Dilia?" "I bet she's missed me," Matteo smirks. "And who's this?" Jasmine asks, pointing behind me. "That's Fuzia, she's new," Vittoria replies. We all look away from him, and I bow my head. "Don't tell me Dilia's now dead," he gasps. "No," I reply, shaking my head. "She's not dead," Lorenzo says. "We broke up." I mutter. "Why?" Matteo asks. "Long story," I reply. "We have time," Juan says. I glare at him. So basically, they got into a fight and Andrea said some unforgivable things. And then on the night of Dilia's birthday, he decides to sleep with another girl and she sees them. He explains, glaring at me. Matteo's face drops and Jasmine narrows her eyes. "Yes, it was very sad," Vittoria says quickly. "Now, Matteo, Jasmine, go back upstairs to change, shower, and put your things away." Vittoria walks out of the room, followed by Matteo and Jasmine. We all stand silently and I clear my throat. I take a look at Alessandro and he nods. I take a deep breath. "Xuan, I apologize for starting a fight with you without knowing all the facts," I say, through gritted teeth. "Damn right you should be apologizing," he mutters. "I didn't know that you and Alora had a thing going on," I add, "and I'm sorry everyone for acting weirdly. I've just had a lot in my mind. Would you like to share it with us?" Amira asks. I shake my head. "We're supposed to be a team, yet somehow you still don't trust us." Tezo laughs dryly. "I'm out," Zoya says, walking out. "I've apologized, but there's nothing more I can do," I say. "Yeah, ok," Xuan says before walking out. "Good to know," Alora adds, following behind him. I guess it will take more than one apology for things to get better. Chapter 96. It's been 4 weeks since my birthday fiasco. I've been trying to make myself preoccupied by working shifts at Bellissime. My normal day now is work, home, work, home. I've been doing as much shifts as I can. Thankfully, I haven't bumped into Andrea once, but I still speak to Zoya, Amira, and all the others. Cristianto and I have met up a couple times over the weeks that have passed, which have mostly ended with us making out in his car. I want to introduce him to Mimi, but I think it's too soon, and I can't exactly tell her that he was my stalker, and now we're in a situationship. I don't know if I can even trust him yet. It just felt good to know that even though Andrea is sleeping with other people, I've been busy too. Alessandro's invited me to the mansion. I don't really want to go, but he said it's really important and that he needs my help. I look down at the gold watch I now wear to cover that tattoo I now wear to cover that past. I wipe down a table and take a tray of plates to the kitchen. "Amira, I'm gonna go now," I say. "Okay, same time tomorrow?" she asks. "Yeah," I nod. "Alessandro's invited me, so I'll probably see you later. Stay safe." "Stay safe," she says, hugging me. I take off my apron and leave the mansion, get into my car, and drive home. I enter my house and hear some noise from the toilet. "Mimi?" I ask. No reply. I put my keys and purse on the table and run to the toilet. I open the door to find Mimi on her knees, vomiting into the toilet. "Oh, Mimi," I say, holding back her hair. "Are you alright?" "Yeah, just pregnancy things," she mutters, vomiting again. "Do you need anything?" I ask. "Yeah, a bottle of water," she replies. "And a jar of pickles." "We have pickles." "Yeah, in the fridge," she says before vomiting again. I don't ask any questions and run downstairs to get her a fresh bottle of water and a jar of pickles. "Mimi, I can cancel on Alessandro if you need me to stay with you," I say. "No," she waves her hand. "He told me it's really important. I'll be fine. Just give me a call if anything happens," I say. She nods her head and continues to vomit. I get dressed and wear a blue corset shirt and some flared leather trousers. I look at my hair in the mirror. The hairstylist did her magic on this. It looks amazing. I now have curtain bangs and my hair is up to my shoulders. I add some lip gloss and walk past the toilet. "Mimi, are you sure you're ok?" I ask. "Now leave before I kick you out of the house myself," she snaps. "Geez, okay, I'm leaving." I laugh. I grab my keys and make my way to the mansion. I stop at Starbucks on my way there. When I finally get there, a maid answers the door and lets me in. "Is Alessandro here?" I ask. "He's in the living room," she replies. I thank her and make my way to him. Alessandro and Xuan are both in the living room. Xuan gets up and hugs me. "Haven't seen you in a while," he says. "Yeah, it's been long," I reply. "Your hair looks amazing," he says. "Thank you," I say. Alessandro hugs me and gives me a huge grin. "What do you have planned?" I ask. "Maybe you want to sit down for this," he says. I give him a weary look before sitting on the couch. "I think I want to propose to Mimi," he says quickly. "What?" I exclaim. "Yeah, he's been speaking about it for a while now." Xuan laughs. "But I don't know if she's going to accept," he says. "Of course she's going to accept," I reply. "It's just that I want to be in this baby's life and I really love her, and she's made me the happiest man on earth." He rambles and then pauses for a second and looks at me. I smile. "Are you sure she's going to say yes?" he asks. "I'm positive." I laugh. "But I wanted to ask for your permission, since I thought it wouldn't be the best time with everything going on." He rambles. "Alessandro, you have my full blessing," I say, grinning. "Thank you so much," he exclaims. "Have you got the ring?" Xuan asks. Yeah, let me get it," he says before running out of the room. Matteo walks in and stops in his tracks. "Dilia," he says, hugging me. "Wow, I didn't know you missed me so much." I laugh. "I'm so sorry for Andrea's stupidity. He's a natural asshole, and I don't think he means any harm." He rambles. "But please don't break up with him because he hasn't been the same, and we all miss you, and I miss you so much." I look at Xuan, who shifts uncomfortably. I gently make Matteo release me and clear my throat. "I wish that were true," I laugh dryly, breaking the awkward silence. Matteo's smile drops and he leaves the room. Alessandro walks in, holding a red velvet box. He opens it up and a beautiful diamond ring is in the middle. "Oh," I gasp. "How much was is?" 10,000, he replies. "When are you planning to propose?" Xuan asks. "In 2 days, he replies. "Any advice?" "A cute fancy restaurant and a calming night drive," I say. "Stargazing and her favourite flowers are dahlias," Alessandro finishes. "Her favourite flowers are dahlias." I smile and wipe my eyes. This is so cute. "And I'm so happy for you guys," I say. "Thank you," he replies. Xuan puts his arm around me and lightly squeezes my arm. "And I also have something waiting for you." Alessandro smiles before disappearing. Chapter 97. I turn to Xuan and smile at him. "You okay?" he asks. I nod. "Come on, Dilia. You've been strong for this long. Keep it going. This might be the last time you see me," I say. "Why?" he asks, looking concerned. "I'm talking to you as my best friend right now," I explain. "But I want to leave the Mafia." "Why?" he asks. "I don't think I can't be in it any longer," I reply. "I don't want to have anything to do with Andrea, and this is a big part of his life." "You can't," he says. "Not? Why not?" I ask. "You're either in the Mafia or you die," he explains. "Some of us are lucky enough to be chosen by other Mafias." "Is that what you did?" I ask. He nods. "I'm sorry," he mumbles. "It's fine," I reply. Alessandro walks back into the room and I smile at him. That smile quickly disappears when I see who's following him. "You've got to be fucking kidding me." "Oh, come on," I mutter. Andrea's POV, "Xuan, why don't we leave them alone?" Alessandro says. Delia turns to Schwan and gives him a look that says, "Don't leave me." "Sorry," he mutters, before following Alessandro and closing the door behind him. Delia and I just stand there awkwardly, and she looks at anything but me. "Padza," I say softly. "Please look at me. Let's just get this over with," she mutters. "Delia, I'm so sorry for what I said the other night." I explain. "I know it was wrong, and I know that it hurt you so much. I never wanted to hurt you." She nibbles on her lip. She does that when she tries not to cry. "And your birthday night," I say. "No excuse can remove what I did, but I can only apologize." She looks up at me. "What's going on?" she breathes. "This isn't the Andrea I know and love." She starts crying, and my heart aches for her. The Andrea I know did face masks with me, watched Tinkerbell, and loved the nickname even though he pretended to hate it. She says, tears falling down her face. "I want to reach out to her so badly. The Andrea I loved would never think of bringing up my mum after seeing what I go through with her." She sobs silently. "The Andrea I loved watched Milan and thought of me." "Loved? This is all bullshit," she mutters. "Nothing makes sense. If only you knew what was going on," I say. "Then tell me," she pleads. "Tell me what's going on and we can get through it together." "Brick by brick," I mutter. "Brick by brick," she replies enthusiastically. I smile at her. She smiles back softly. That smile can light up my entire world. "They'll kill her, then they'll kill you, and then they'll kill me." "I can't," I say. Her face drops. "Why?" she breathes. "It's better this way," I reply. "Do you not love me anymore?" Delia asks. "I do love you," I reply. She forces out a laugh and wraps her arms around herself. I reach out for her and she flinches away at my touch. "Andrea, the only thing you're doing right now is hurting me even more," she says, wiping her eyes. "I'm sorry." "Sono così dispiaciuto, amore mio. Ti prego perdonami," I mutter. Translation: "I'm so sorry, my love. Please forgive me." I don't know what else to say. I'm so numb and hate hurting her like this, but I have no other choice. "I think I'm going to leave now," she says. "Before you leave," I say, making her stop, "can I kiss you one last time?" Before I can process anything, Delia's in my arms and her lips are on mine. I can feel her sobs against me as we both cling onto each other, not wanting this moment to end, not wanting to face reality. We only break the kiss for air, looking at each other lustfully. This girl has me wrapped around her finger. A woman is a man's weakness. I cup her face in my hands and plant kisses all over her face. "Mi dispiace tanto," I breathe. Translation: "I'm so sorry." Don't let her be the downfall of your mafia. The doors burst open and Vittoria walks in, making us jump apart. Delia turns around and wipes her eyes with the back of her hands. Vittoria looks her up and down before turning to me. "Andrea, Fuzi is waiting for you," she says. Delia looks at me and I turn away from her. "I'm sorry." "Okay," I reply before walking out. Delia's POV, I don't know what just happened, but it hurt. I think that's the end of it. The end of my relationship. While talking to Andrea, it looked as if he wanted to say something but was held back. I look down at my phone and see a bunch of texts from Cristianto. "Me. Can you pick me up by Starbucks? I need to speak to Domenico.Cristianto. I can't just get you a meeting with the boss. There's procedures you must go through." "Me. It's about joining your mafia." "Cristianto, I'll pick you up in 30 min." I can't stay in Andrea's mafia. I need a way out that doesn't involve me dying. I get in my car and drive to Starbucks. I park my car, get out, and text Mimi. Me, might get home a bit late. I hear a horn honk and see Cristianto in front of me. I get in his car. "What happened?" he asks. I don't trust myself to speak, so I just shake my head and wipe my eyes with the back of my hands. Cristianto pulls me into a warm hug and rubs my back. "I'm here," he mumbles. "You can talk to me, or not talk to me, but I'm here. Take me to Domenico, please." I manage to say, "Yes, ma'am," he says. "But I need to blindfold you?" "That's fine," I reply. He takes out a blindfold and covers my eyes. I feel the car start to move. Chapter 98. Apparently, there's no way I can leave Andrea's mafia, I say to Domenico. "Without dying, that is?" We're in his office and he's smoking. He told Cristianto to leave and give us space. "There is one way," he says, letting out a cloud of smoke. "And that's by another mafia taking you in." "How do I do that?" I ask. "You must tell them and try to survive until the other mafia takes you in," he explains. "Sometimes it takes months and people end up dying." My blood runs cold. "I'm thinking about it," I reply. "That's good. I'll be here whenever you're ready, he says. I have another question, I say. He moves with his hand as if telling me to go on. Who's Fruzia? And how come she suddenly showed up? I ask, and why would you think I'd know? He laughs. Like you said, you have eyes everywhere. I narrow my eyes. You're a smart girl. He puts down his cigarette and leans back on his chair. He wipes his tanned, oily forehead. I smile stiffly. That Fruzia girl is from my mafia, he says carelessly. My heart drops. What? I ask. Vittoria came to me and asked for a girl and I gave her one. He smirks. It's not my fault if she's taking him away from you. Vittoria? Vittoria been here before? I ask. Yes, she was here with Andrea, he replies. Fruzia is not the reason he's been acting weird. I say, through gritted teeth. Like you said, Andrea's not to be trusted. Andrea definitely knows that Fruzia came from Domenico. After all, he does trust her more than me. He places the cigarette in his mouth, and Cristianto bursts into the room. Sir, we need you now, he says. Are you sure? Domenico asks. Yeah, it's important, he replies. Stay here, I'll be right back, he says. I nod as he walks out of the room with Cristianto. As soon as the door closes behind them, I jump up and start looking around. Something's going on here and I need to know what. I walk around the big desk and there's documents scattered everywhere and cigarette ashes. I open his drawers and look through them. All I find are pieces of documents. Nothing important, just deals between associates. I start searching the bookcase and don't have any luck until I find a box behind a couple books. I take out the books and open the box. A silver gun is inside, accompanied with a matching knife. I take them out and put them on the desk. I sit down on Domenico's chair and look through it. I find some burnt pictures and ignore them until one catches my eyes. I've seen that before. But where? I take a closer look at the burnt picture and remember. I take off my pendant and open it up. The same picture is inside, but in the larger version, a hole is burnt in my mother's face. Wait, this means that. Shit. No fucking way, I mumble. Domenico de Bardi is my grandfather. I'm Delia de Bardi. I look at the other pictures, and all of them are burnt around the edges, or there are burn holes where my mother is supposed to be. Why wouldn't Domenico tell me this information when I first met him? What are you doing? A voice asks, and I look up to see Domenico and Cristianto in the doorway. I take my gun off safety and aim it at them. Why didn't you tell me? I ask. Tell you what? He asks. Don't play dumb, Grandpa. I snarl. He smiles at me. I show him the picture and my locket, and he smiles softly. Did you know about this? I ask. Yes, that's the reason I was stalking you, Cristianto explains. So I could keep you safe, for Domenico. When were you going to tell me? I snap. When we knew you were okay and comfortable, Dominic explains. We couldn't tell you while you were grieving. How long have you known? I ask. They both stay silent. How long have you fucking known? I yell, cocking the gun. Since we heard that Audrey sees his daughter step foot in California. He replies. And you've just decided to reach out for me? I ask. We didn't know you knew mafias existed until someone saw you with Andrea at family event. He says. Does this mean you're going to join us? Cristianto asks. Shit. I need to process this. I sigh, rubbing my forehead. I put the gun and picture down and put on my locket. I sit down. How? I ask. Your mother was never into violence. She always craved fame. Domenico explains. Until one day, she ended up getting pregnant with you and ran away, changing her surname and living in another city. That's why you want to protect me. I breathe. Because I'm family, but that also means that you're the heir of the mafia if you want to take that role. Cristianto finishes. And why did you want to protect me? I ask. Our mothers were best friends when she lived here, before my mum became an addict. He explains. I'm also a very loyal soldier to Domenico, and maybe you one day. Will you join us? Domenico asks. Will you become Delia de Bardi? He sticks out his hand for me to shake. I'm sorry, I say. I need time to think about what I'm doing. I can't just rush into things. Of course, Domenico says. My doors are always open for you, remember that. Thank you, I reply. I walk out of the office with Cristianto and stop in my tracks. Does that mean you being my friend and being nice to me was all a facade? I ask. That's all real, Cristianto replies. I'll always be here for you, and I want you to remember that. I stay quiet and keep on walking. I'm sure this is a lot to take in, but you're lucky to have someone to take you in and lead you, he says. He stops walking, and I turn to him. Cristianto hugs me and kisses my forehead. There's still a heavy weight on my shoulders. I have to blindfold you now, he says. I nod and he takes it out of his pocket and everything goes black. Chapter 99. I unlock the door to my house and see that all the lights are turned off. I creep upstairs. I think Mimi's in her room, so I silently enter mine. I close the door and rest my forehead against it. I turn around and see Mimi sitting upright on my bed. Oh, Dios mío, Mimi, I gasp. Translation. Oh my God, Mimi. You're late, she says, crossing her arms. I did text you, I say, removing my shoes. You said a bit late, she replies. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Mimi, I say, you didn't answer any of my calls, she says. I didn't see them. You don't have to be so worried, I reply. Oh yeah, it's not like you're in the mafia and anyone could kidnap you, she says sarcastically. Mimi, I'm fine, I sigh, opening my wardrobe. Who are you with? She asks. I pause and take out a brown oversized shirt. A friend, I say. You wouldn't know them. She grabs one of my pillows and throws it at me. I catch it. What was that for? I ask. When we were younger, we said that we wouldn't keep secrets, she says. And I can tell you're keeping a lot to yourself. I walk into the bathroom and quickly change into the shirt with some shorts underneath. I put my hair into a loose bun at the back of my head and grab my makeup wipes. I sit beside her. You're going to be just as shocked as I am, but please, don't ask any questions, I say. I'm still trying to process it myself. Okay, she replies. I tell her about how I've been meeting with Cristianto and how they've told me things about Andrea. I tell her they gave me an offer and I don't leave out any details. I say something happened today too. What? She asks. Andrea and I spoke, and I think he still loves me, I say. She stays silent. Do you believe him? She asks. I want to. I really do, I reply. But what? But what? A part of me wants him to be happy with someone else, I say. But the other half can't seem to let him go. Oh, Delia, she says. She pulls me into a hug, and I completely break down. After what he did, I don't think I will be able to forgive him, she says, stroking my hair. Mimi, what do you think I should do? I ask. He needs to work for you, she says, and I look at her. Until then, you need to focus on only yourself and have fun. Something else happened, I say. What? She asks. I found out my grandfather is the leader of the enemy mafia. I laugh dryly. Her mouth opens in shock. How? She asks. I was snooping through his office and found the exact same picture that was in my pendant. I explain, and now I found out that I'm the heir of the mafia. What? The fuck? She says. I don't know what I'm going to do, but this explains why my mum didn't like Andrea when she first met him. I sigh, rubbing my forehead. You need a break, she says. Are you going to join them? I don't know, I'm considering it. I shrug. I'll be here for you, whatever your decision is, she says. I smile at her and Mimi puts a hand on her stomach. Her eyes widen. She's kicking, she gasps. What? I exclaim. I put my hand on her stomach and feel a little kick. Oh my God, I mumble. I know, she replies. You're going to be an amazing mum, I smile. Thank you, she laughs. Who thought that when we were 19, we would be living in California and involved with the mafia? 12-year-old me only read about them in books, I laugh. So weird, she replies. I never thought we would be in this position, especially me being pregnant. Would you change anything if you could? I ask. She looks down at her stomach and smiles. Not one thing, she replies. Delia, wake your ass up. Mimi says, shaking me. Mimi, it's too early for this, I mutter, putting a pillow on my face. I feel her move off my bed, and I relax trying to get off my bed. I'm hit with cold water and I sit up. Mimi's holding a bucket and my bed is soaked. What the fuck? I exclaim. She puts down the bucket and rests a hand on her hip. You're not going to be sitting here feeling sorry for yourself. She snaps. I run my eyes. We're going shopping and we're going to have fun, she says. Now get dressed. She storms out of the room and I drag myself off my bed and to the bathroom. I put on some cream cargo pants and a tight brown crop top when I'm done. I decide to do a winged eyeliner look. I brush out my hair, grab my keys and phone, and go down to Mimi. We're going to the mall, she says. We walk outside and get in my car. I drive to Starbucks and get us both an iced coffee. We drive to the mall and I park the car. I open my purse and see that I still have Andrea's black card that he gave me. Is that? Mimi says. Andrea's black card, I reply. You're using that today, she says. I can't, that's wrong, I say. His fault for leaving it in your possession. She smirks. I could give it back to him later, I reply. That's more like it, she says. Let's go shopping, I exclaim. She laughs and grabs my arm and we walk into Dior. We go to a table with handbags on it and I find one that catches my eye. This is so cute, I say. I turn over the price tag. 4,500, I exclaim. That's expensive. If you like it, you get it, Mimi replies. I'm sure you buying things won't dent his account. You're right, I say. I grab the bag and head to the counter. Mimi puts 2 perfume bottles next to it. I need a little something, she smirks. The woman looks at us before scanning our items. That'll be 13,067, she says, giving me a tight smile. Please let the card work contactless. I don't have the PIN. I place the card on the scanner and it works. The woman puts our stuff in a bag and hands it to me. Have a nice day, she says. We thank her and leave. Where next? Mimi asks. Prada, I say. Chapter 100. We put all our Chanel, Prada and Dior bags in the back of my car. We spent about 95,000 in those stores. Tell Andrea I said thanks, Mimi smirks. I will, I reply. We get in the car and drive back home. Mimi and I take our bags into our rooms and get changed. How about we bake some brownies and then sit down and watch a movie? She asks. Sure, I reply. We both get changed into our matching light pink satin pajamas. I go downstairs and Mimi joins me. I take out the brownie ingredients while Mimi calls Alessandro and asks him to drop off some snacks for us. I start making my brownies and Mimi puts on some music. Blank Space by Taylor Swift. An oldie but a goodie, she smiles. Mimi brings out the trays and piles them up. She helps herself to a glass of apple juice and some pickles. Oh my god, look at that face. You look like my next mistake. I sing along. Love's a game wanna play, Mimi adds, using the whisk as a microphone. I add the eggs and cocoa powder. Mimi dances around the kitchen. I can make the bad guys good for a weekend. We scream in sync. I grab the whisk off her and mix all the ingredients together. This is my favorite bit, I say. Boys only want love if it's torture. Don't say, I didn't warn ya, I sing. Ain't that right, Mimi says, taking a bite out of a pickle. I mix the batter a bit more before putting it in the tray. I put it in the oven and start to clean up. I'll do the dishes, Mimi says. Someone knocks on the door. I'll get it, I reply. I open the door and see Alessandro holding a big bag. Hey, Delia, he says. Hey, come in, I say. He comes in and Xuan, Alora, Amira walk in behind him. I look at them confused. Andrea's super pissed. Xuan says, he's been mad ever since you left. Alora explains. I let out a sigh of relief. He still hasn't found out about his card. Is it okay if we chill here for a bit? Amira asks. Yeah, that's fine. Get comfortable in the living room. I'm just making some brownies. I say, taking the bag of snacks off Alessandro. Amira, Alora and Xuan go to the living room and wait for us. Alessandro follows me and goes to hug Mimi, who's washing the dishes. Hey, she says. I was thinking we could go out tomorrow, just me and you, Alessandro says. I smile to myself. He's going to propose. Yeah, sure, she says, smiling. I check on the brownies and see they're ready, so I let the call down. Alessandro and Mimi start putting the snacks in cute bowls and Alora walks in. I ordered pizza, she says. One margarita and the other with pepperoni. That's great, I'm not a big fan of pepperoni, I say. Her, Alessandro and Mimi take the snacks and drinks to the living room and I grab the brownies. What should we watch? So, Amira asks. You? Shrien asks. Joe Goldberg is a creep, Alora says. I have to catch up on it anyways, I say. We turn on the TV, go to Netflix and start watching You Not Long Later. The pizza arrives and Amira goes to get them, giving the delivery man a tip. It's 3:45 a.m. and we've managed to binge watch most of the episodes. Amira's asleep on the couch and Alora's in an armchair. I think I'm going to head to bed now, Mimi says, stretching. She gets up and Alessandra goes with her upstairs. I might head up too, I say to Xuan. Let me get you a spare mattress. I go to the attic and bring down a mattress with a nice fluffy blanket and pillows. Xuan lays them down for himself. Good night, he says. Good night, I reply, turning off the TV, making everything dark. I drag myself up the stairs and get into my bed. I scroll on my phone and a memory album pops up on my social media. I press on it and it's filled with pictures of Andrea and me. We're doing face masks together, shopping, watching Tinkerbell. I miss it, but there's nothing I can do. It's probably for the best. Cristianto, are you okay? We haven't spoken. Me, yeah, I'm just going to sleep, Cristianto. Oh, okay, I'll speak to you in the morning. D. I turn off my phone and place it on the table. I turn to my side. Before you leave, can I kiss you one last time? I place my fingers on my lips, already missing the warmth of his on mine. Shit, I need to get my head straight. I need to speak to Andrea and see where his head's at. I thought he never wanted to see my face again, but after what happened in the living room, I hope I'm mistaken. I can't rush or do anything impulsive and irrational. I need to think this through fully. You're the heir of the Mafia if you want to take that role. My doors will always be open for you. Remember that. I have a grandfather, and not only that, I have a grandfather in the Mafia, which I could take over one day. This is a hard decision, but it will affect my future. Do I stay in this Mafia where the leader hates me? Her son shows no interest in me, cheats on my birthday, and brings up my problems with my mother. But what about my friends? What about Mimi? I will support you during whatever decision you make, or do I go to the Mafia where the leader is my blood, I have a situationship with the second in command, and I will inherit the entire Mafia and it will all be under my leadership? All it takes is one word. I think I know what that word is. Chapter 101. Mimi. I yell up the stairs. Alessandro is here. I turn to him and he's holding a huge bouquet of dahlias. How do I look? He asks nervously. He's wearing a black suit with an unbuttoned white shirt. Could be better, I reply smirking. He rolls his eyes in reply. Alessandro's eyes widen as he looks behind me on the stairs. I turn around and see Mimi in a beautiful, long-fitted red dress with a slit down the leg. It shows her baby bump and she looks beautiful in it. Oh my god, he mumbles. I know, right? I smirk. Mimi gives me a quick hug and takes the flowers from Alessandro. Bring her home by 8, I say, crossing my arms. Alessandro raises an eyebrow and Mimi turns to me. I'm joking. You guys have fun. I laugh. See you later, she says. Alessandro and Mimi leave and I run to the living room. I open the curtain and watch her get into his car. I hope they have fun. My phone beeps and I look down at the message. Cristianto, I'm free if you want to hang out. Him and I are just friends for the moment. I'm not ready for another relationship, especially after finding out that he kept me being the heir of the Ravens a secret. Me? Give me half an hour? Cristianto, driving to your place now. I smile at my phone and run upstairs to get changed. I throw on a nice light blue, off-the-shoulder dress and get started on my makeup. When I'm done, I grab my keys and phone. Cristianto, I'm here. Me, coming out now. I leave my house and get into his car. Where should we go? He asks. I've been wanting to get a pair of heels. Let's go get them. I reply. From where? He asks. Paris the store. I reply. Expensive taste. He smirks. I can afford it. I smile. These are the ones. I say, picking up the heels with a red bottom and the letters YSL on the heels. These are the Saint Laurent heels. I'm going to get one for Mimi as an engagement gift so we can be matching, I say, turning to Cristianto. I ask the woman for both sizes, and she hands me them in a box. That'll be 56,000, she says, giving me a smile. My heart sinks. Could I only get one of them? Please, I reply. I'll get one for Mimi, and when I can afford it, I'll get another one. Are you sure? Cristianto asks. I can get it if you want. No, don't worry about it, I reply. The woman puts one of the boxes away. 28,000, the woman says. I scan my card and it goes through. I go to walk out of the store and Cristianto stops me. Wait for me outside, I want to check something out, he says. I nod, go outside and scroll on my phone until he comes out again. Holding a big bag, he hands it to me with a huge grin. It's for you, he says. I got the shoes along with 2 perfumes. I can't accept this, I say. You didn't have to. I know, he shrugs, but I wanted to. I reluctantly take the bag and he drapes an arm around my shoulders. I hate you, I say. Yeah, okay, he laughs. He takes me to the car and we get in. Can we stop at, I say before he interrupts me. Starbucks for an iced caramel coffee, he mimics in a high-pitched voice. I don't sound like that, I say, hitting his arm. Is it an extra caffeine day or not? He asks, rolling his eyes and driving off. Yes, 2 extra pumps. I say, crossing my arms. My phone beeps and I see Mimi has sent me a photo of the restaurant they're in. Mimi, I think he's going to propose. I laugh to myself. Of course he is. Me, Omji send me a pic of the ring. I close my phone and Cristiano passes me my drink and a brownie. If you want, we could go back to my place and watch a movie, he asks. I move around in my seat. I'd feel more comfortable if we were at my house, I reply. He nods. Of course, let's go, he says. We drive to my house and I unlock the door. Cristiano takes off his trainers and I remove my heels. I'll be right back, I say. I take the bags upstairs and change into some sweatpants and a hoodie. I go to the living room and Cristiano is sitting on the sofa and I sit next to him. I turn on the TV and go on Netflix. I recommend that we watch Bird Box, Cristiano says. Sure, I say. When we're half an hour into the movie, someone knocks on the door. I think Mimi's back, I say. I open the door and see an excited Mimi and an Alessandro behind her. Look at the ring, she exclaims. She practically shoves her hand in my face. It's beautiful, I laugh. Alessandro, go relax in the living room, I say. He nods and moves past us. Mimi drags me into the kitchen. So, Alessandro proposed, she starts, and he also invited me to come live with him now. Oh, I reply. I don't want to go, because I'm going to feel bad, she says. No, go please, I say. I'll be fine. She opens her mouth to say something when we hear raised voices from the living room. Mimi and I exchange a confused look before running to the living room. Alessandro has his gun out and so does Cristiano. Shit. Guys, stop, I say, putting my hands out. What the fuck is he doing here? Alessandro asks. I invited him, I say. What am I doing here? What the fuck are you doing here? Cristiano yells. Alessandro, calm down, Mimi says. Delia, I'm leaving, Cristiano says. I'll see you later. He storms out of the living room and slams the house, the door behind him. I turn to Alessandro, who's now glaring at me. Chapter 102. I turn to Alessandro, who's now glaring at me. Me, you, kitchen now. He grabs my arm, dragging me to the kitchen. We hear Mimi go upstairs. Delia, would you care to explain why the fuck the leader of the Ravens was in your living room? He snaps. He's a friend, I managed to say. Alessandro laughs dryly. If Andrea were to find out, he starts. I couldn't give two shits what he would do. I snap, cutting him off. This is my life and this is my house. You know he's probably using you for information, he says. Information on what? I ask. I don't go to Mafia meetings anymore. I barely speak to any of you guys. You're being stupid, Alessandro says. No, I'm not stupid. I'm being careful, I reply. Why? He asks. Why him? You were never this nosy when Andrea slept with another girl, I snap. Or when he brought Fuzia home. Believe me, I've given him a lot of shit for it. He replies tonelessly. Now answer my question. Why was Cristiano in your living room? He asks. I stay silent. Delia, why was the leader here? He yells, making me flinch at his sudden outburst. Shout at me again and I'll rip out your tongue. I snap. I'm sorry, but the only reasonable thing to think is that you're betraying us. He says. You think I would betray you guys? I laugh. Alessandro starts laughing. Yeah, you're right, it's stupid, he says, shaking his head. Cristiano and I are just friends. I bumped into him after Andrea slept with another girl. I say. I'm not lying completely, maybe half lying, but that's all. I'm not ready to tell anyone about Domenico or me as the heir of the Mafia, and Cristiano and I are really friends. At least that's what I think. And I know when someone is using me for information. I roll my eyes. Good, you're not as stupid as you look, he says, patting my head. I elbow him in the gut and he doubles over. He stands up, rubbing his stomach. Is it okay that Mimi is coming to live with me? He asks. Yeah, it's fine, I reply. Are you sure? You know you can come too, he says. I don't care what Andrea or Vittoria say, you're basically my sister. I would rather not. It's better if I don't. Oh, he replies. Well, Mimi's packing her things now. Let me go give her a gift before she leaves, I say, hurrying up the stairs. I go to my room and grab her bag. Mimi, I have a gift for you, I say, walking into her room and finding her packing her suitcases. What is it? She asks. I pass her the bag and she takes out the shoebox and opens it up. No way, she gasps. You got me the Saint Laurent heels. And I got myself matching ones. I squeal. Thank you so much. She says, hugging me. I sit down next to her. Let me help you pack, I say. I grab one of her empty suitcases and put baby clothes in it. I look at her and see that she's busy packing, so I quietly open up her bottom drawer and stuff 2 pairs of lingerie in her suitcase, covering it with some dresses and shirts. When we're done packing, I call Alessandro to help us bring down her suitcases. Dilia, I'll visit you all the time, Mimi says, turning to me. She pulls me into a tight hug. I'll see you soon, Mimi Giovanni, I say, smirking. I go, hug Alessandro. You better take care of her. I mumble, don't worry, no one's gonna harm my wife. He replies, we're having a little get-together at Bellissimo's tonight, please come. I wouldn't miss it for the world. I smile. They put the suitcases in the boot of his car and wave to me. I say goodbye and they drive off. I close the door and my phone rings. Hello, I say. Hey D, sorry for leaving like that, Cristianto says. Oh, don't worry. I forgot that you and the Giovannis can't really be in the same room as each other. I reply, walking up the stairs. By the way, the boss would like to see you again, he says. Why? I ask. I walk into my room and see Andrea standing by the window. What? I start. He wants to show you something, he replies. Andrea presses a finger to his lips and pleads me to stay quiet. Pick me up at Starbucks in half an hour, I say before ending the call. What the fuck are you doing here? I snap. I really need to speak to you, he says. I'm busy and I need to be somewhere, I reply, opening my wardrobe. I take a white fleece, black crop top, and baggy grey ripped jeans. It's important, Andrea says. I turn around to him. I think Fuzi is waiting for you, I snap. His face drops, and I walk into the bathroom to change. I come out and tie my hair into a ponytail. Dilia, please, he pleads. I'm sorry, Andrea, but I have plans you're going to have to wait. I apply some lip gloss. I heard Cristianto was here, he says, making me stop. He found out quickly. God damn it. Alessandro probably texted him. Why was he here? He asks. It's none of your business, I reply. We both know the punishment for being a traitor, Andrea says, and we both know I wouldn't do such a thing. I snap. Now, if you'll excuse me. I leave the room with Andrea following me and putting on my trainers. What was he doing here? He asks. Did he threaten you? Is he going to hurt you? He won't hurt me nearly as much as you already have, I mutter. A muscle in his jaw twitches. You need to be careful, Patsa, he says quietly. You don't get to call me that, I snap. You never get to call me that again. I turn around and walk away. Andrea grabs my arm and pulls me closer to him. Chapter 103. Andrea grabs my arm and pulls me closer to him. Dilia listens to me. I don't care what happens between you and Cristianto because I trust you, he says. I look up at him. I need to talk to you about something more important, he says. Get your hand off me. I snarl. I have somewhere to be. His grip doesn't budge but pulls me closer. Our faces mere inches apart. Okay, if you won't listen to what I have to say, can you at least come to Bellissimo tonight? He asks. Why? I ask. Because we're celebrating, he replies. Alessandro told me it's probably for their engagement. Fine, I sigh. Now get out. Thank you so much, he says. See you later. He opens my front door and leaves. I wait a while before walking to Starbucks, finding Cristianto parked and waiting for me. Do you need to blindfold me? I ask. Boss said it's fine, since you already know everything. He shrugs. What does he want? I ask. My only orders were to bring you to him, he says. Boss didn't say anything else. Come with me this way, Domingo says, walking down a corridor. Everyone is this. Mafia Place has been giving me weird stares, earning glares from both Domingo and Cristianto. They all know that I was with Andrea. Where are you taking me? I ask. You'll see, he replies. We turn around a corner and walk into a beautiful room. There's a huge bed in the middle with a big TV in front of it. An oak wardrobe looms over me and a door connects to the bathroom. This used to be your mother's room, Domingo says, crossing his arms over his stomach. Before she ran away, that is. It's beautiful. I breathe. I walk to the doors leading to the balcony. There's a swinging chair there decorated with fairy lights and little pink cushions. If I was living like this, I'd never want to leave. If you join us, this will also be your room, he says. It comes with air conditioning, Cristianto adds from behind Domenico. And also, this. He opens up the wardrobe and I notice that it's a walk-in wardrobe, just like the one I had at Andrea's. It's racked from head to toe in beautiful gowns and heels of every colour, shape and design. Ball gowns, fitted, short, long. My sheen dresses can't even begin to compare to them. These should be able to fit you, Domingo says. And if not, we can just get them tailored. These are all so gorgeous. Have you made your decision yet? Domingo asks. I turn to look at him. I think I just need a little bit more time, I reply. Everyone's going to be waiting for you, he says. I hope you choose wisely. Me too. I will, I reply. I straighten out my orange fitted dress. It clings to my hips nicely and has a slit in the leg. I added hair extensions so my hair now falls down my back. The orange really complements my caramel skin. I take a deep breath. Should I really go to this dinner? But it's for Mimi. She's going to want me there and I do not want to disappoint her. I put on a gold chain necklace and some gold rings. I look in the mirror. I'm ready. I grab my keys, purse and phone and get into my car. It takes me half an hour to drive to Bellissimi and another 20 minutes to persuade myself to go in and not turn around and drive back home. I'm still tempted to go home. My gut is telling me to go home. Maybe I can just tell Mimi I'm sick. I'm sure she'll understand. No, I have to face Andrea. It's not like I'm scared of him. He was literally at my house earlier today. I'm just scared to see Fuzia and him. I pull down the car mirror and fix my hair. I add some lip gloss before taking deep breaths and walking into Bellissime. I walk in and the bell rings, making everyone turn to me. This is a really big dinner for Alessandra and Mimi. Amira comes and hugs me. She's wearing an emerald green, long dress and a black hijab with matching heels. Her gold snake necklace glitters in the light. Dilia, you look so pretty, she exclaims. Thank you, I reply. You look gorgeous. Lorenzo smiles at me and I see he's wearing a black suit with an emerald green pocket handkerchief. Zoya comes to greet me wearing a long-fitted burgundy dress that dips down her chest and flows at the bottom. She's changed her red braids into black ones and they suit her even more. Alora practically jumps on me and she's wearing a light turquoise ball gown dress and her purple hair is in a little bun. You all look amazing, I say breathlessly. My eyes catch on Mimi, who's in a golden gown, and Alessandro wearing a white suit, holding her hand. I walk over to congratulate them. Congratulations on your engagement, I say, hugging them. We all sit down at the table. Unfortunately, I get stuck sitting opposite Fuzia. I can't deny she looks beautiful in her silver dress. She gives me a small smile. To her right is Andrea. He makes eye contact with me and looks away as if he didn't know who I am. I take a sip of my champagne. When's the wedding? Terzo asks. Maybe in 6 months. Mimi shrugs. Whatever makes my wife happy. Alessandro smiles. I can tell this engagement dinner is going to be the best. Vittoria walks in and sits at the head of the table. Her eyes land on me and she smirks. My eye catches in the diamond ring Fruzia is wearing. Nice of you to join us, Dilia, Vittoria says. She raises her champagne glass and everyone follows. Tonight we are celebrating the engagement of 2 wonderful people, joined together. I smile at Mimi and she grins back at me. We are celebrating the engagement of Andrea Giovanni and Fuzia Wihia, she finishes. Chapter 104. We are celebrating the engagement of Andrea Giovanni and Fuzia Wihia. Vittoria finishes. My heart drops. Everyone looks at each other confused. The glass in my hand slips and shatters on the floor, making Andrea look at me. Please let me have misheard her. To the new happy couple. She drinks her champagne and so does Andrea and Fuzia. This was supposed to be Mimi's night. That's fucked up. Terzo mutters. That's really fucked up. I look back at Fuzia's hand and see the diamond engagement ring. I feel a hand on my arm and see Xuan giving me a sympathetic look. The waiters place the food in front of us. I feel too sick to eat. I get up and look at Mimi. I'm going to go home, I say. My eyes become blurry and I wipe them. Andrea stands up as well and looks at me. Leave her alone. You've done enough damage. Mimi snaps. Do you want me to come with you? Mimi asks. No, you stay here with Alessandro, I reply. I walk out of the restaurant and hear someone following me. To my luck, it starts pouring with rain. Dilia, Andrea yells. Dilia, please let me explain. Andrea, I'm done, I say, turning to him. His face drops. I thought that maybe things could go back to how they were because of whatever was in the living room. I cry. My heart feels like it's going to explode. They are. Andrea says, no, they're not. I laugh. I'm done with this. All of it. What do you mean? He asks. I mean, I'm done with you, I'm done with Vittoria, and I'm done with this mafia. I snap. I'm gonna call Cristianto. You can't leave. You'll be killed. Andrea says, especially if they know you're talking to the heir of the Ravens. It's none of your business. I snap. And it's fine because Cristianto isn't the heir. Bullshit. He yells. Can't you see that he's manipulating you? Stop being so stupid. He's not manipulating me. He only wants one thing from me, and that's to join his mafia. I snarl. And why do you think that? Andrea snaps. Because you're a good fighter, he's in charge and not to be trusted. No other mafia is going to take you in, not after knowing you've come from us. He says, Cristianto isn't the heir. I yell. How do you know that? Andrea relies. Because I am the heir of the Ravens. Andrea pales and looks at me in disbelief. That's impossible. He mumbles. The real leader of the Ravens is my grandfather. I snarl, and as his granddaughter, I am no longer Dilia Caesar, I'm Dilia de Bardi, and I'm going to take my place, whether you like it or not. I get into my car and drive off, leaving Andrea to process everything he's just found out. I park outside of my house and call Cristianto. He picks up on the third ring. Hey Di, what's up? He asks. Cristianto, I'm in. I say, I'm taking my place as the heir? He stays silent for a while before speaking again. I'll pick you up in 20 minutes. He says, before the line goes dead. I walk into Domenico's office and sit down opposite him. Dilia, I've heard you've made a decision, he says, letting out a cloud of smoke. You've heard correctly, I reply. Well, what is it? He asks, leaning forward. I take a deep breath. I want to take my place as the heir of this mafia and lead it with pride. I answer, are you sure? He asks. Doing this means no connections to anyone from your old life. You will be heavily trained and armed at all times with your own personal bodyguards. I'm willing to make that sacrifice, I say. Andrea made a decision only thinking about his mafia. Vittoria has made a decision too. Everyone's making selfish decisions, yet I'm still here caring about everything and everyone. I'm done caring. It's time for me to become selfish. I'm going to ask you one last time. He says, placing down his cigarette, are you sure you want to do this? Because there's no going back. I don't hesitate before speaking. Definitely, I reply. After all, blood is thicker than water. Domenico smiles at me and crosses his arms. Well, may I welcome Dilia de Bardi? He says. Cristianto will take you to your room, and then I'll introduce you to everyone. I walk out of the office with Cristianto, who leads me to my new room. Everything you need, you'll find here. He says. Make yourself at home and meet me in the training room when you're done. I walk in and he closes the door behind me. I turn on the shower, take off my dress and step in. My tensed muscles relax in the warm water. When I'm done, I wear black sweatpants and a black tank top. I put my hair in a ponytail and leave the room. A girl walks past me. She has beautiful grey eyes and long black butterfly locks. Her brown skin is complemented by the army green shirt and nude lip gloss and lip liner. Excuse me? I ask. Yeah? She replies, turning to me. Could you lead me to the training room? I ask. And who exactly are you? She asks, raising an eyebrow and looking me up and down. I stand up straighter. Dilia de Bardi, granddaughter of Domenico, I reply. Her face drops. Come follow me? She says quickly. I'm Cora, by the way, Cora Larson. My title earns me respect and also fear. Nice to meet you, I reply, smirking. She takes me to the training room and I see Cristianto, who smiles at us. Dilia, I see you've met my little sister Cora. He says, yeah, we're acquainted, I reply. Cora, why don't you give Dilia a tour and help her out? He says. She nods. Sure, right this way. She smiles. Chapter 1-5. It's been 2 months since I decided to join the Ravens, and I haven't regretted it. I have 2 new friends here, Cora and Pablo. We practically do everything together, and since they hang out with me, they're feared. I still have to get used to the fact that I'm not ordinary, Dilia Caesar anymore, and that I'm Dilia de Bardi. I could inherit this entire mafia when the time comes. I haven't heard anything from Andrea or any of my old friends, including Mimi. I guess they've all had to move on. I have mysteriously been wiped off the face of the earth. Cristianto brings me my iced coffees whenever I'm working out. Domenico wants us prepared for something, but we don't know what. We've just been training continuously for days. Conversations stop when I walk around this place and everyone's quiet waiting for my move. They look at me like I'm about to pull a gun out every 5 minutes. Maybe I am. Who knows? I love the power that I now have. But there's one mistake I'm never going to make again. Fall in love. It didn't do me any good the last time it happened, and I will make sure it never happens again. I'm never going to let my guard down like that ever again. Love makes you weak, powerless, vulnerable. Love means nothing. No one is needed when weak, powerless, and vulnerable. I punched the boxing bag harder. Whoa, calm down or you'll punch a hole through the entire thing. Pablo laughs. He runs a hand through his messy brown hair. Let the girl release her anger. Cora laughs. I met Pablo when Domenico took me to the headquarters. He made quite the impression when he spilt coffee all over my clothes. You should have seen how his face paled when he found out who I was. I thought you were just a myth, is what he said to me. What time is it? I ask. 12,034, Cora replies. Shit, I need to be getting ready for that announcement Domenico is making. I exclaim. Oh my god, he's going to kill me. I grab a water bottle and sprint back to my room. I take a quick shower and dry my hair. Someone knocks on my door and I answer it. I figured you might need some help choosing an outfit. Cora smiles. Yes, please, I reply. She comes in the room and we walk into my wardrobe. She pulls out a black suit with a laced corset shirt underneath it. This is gonna look amazing on you, she says. Thank you, I say. I take it off her and put it on. She hands me some matching heels and then start on my hair. Cora helps me out in a bun and I quickly do my makeup. I make sure that every inch of my old snake tattoo is covered in foundation. Okay, we need to go to Domenico now, I say. We both run to his office. I walk into his office and see him sitting on his chair. I thought you were going to be late, he says. I'm never late, I reply, straightening out my dress. I can see Cristiano holding back a laugh from the side of the room. He pulls back the curtains, brightening up the room, and there are 2 doors that lead to a huge balcony. Cristiano will be making the announcement since he is my second in command, Domenico explains. We walk out onto the balcony, and I see thousands of people crowded down below, watching us. Good luck, Cora whispers, giving me a little nudge. You're all probably wondering why you've been called here. Cristiano's voice booms throughout the place. All these people are here for me. I'm sure you've all heard rumors of an heir being found, he says. I'm here to tell you that the rumors are true. We have found the Raven's granddaughter. The Raven? I need to remember that not everyone knows Domenico's identity as a precaution, so he goes by a code name. Let me introduce to you Delia de Bardi. He yells. I walk forward and the crowd starts talking to one another. Silence. Cristiano says. Everyone immediately goes quiet. Cristiano looks at me and gives me a reassuring nod. I clear my throat. I am Delia de Bardi, the heir of the Ravens, and I'm ready to lead you all, I say. People start cheering, but I hear the word traitor being thrown across. I grab my gun and shoot into the air in warning. I know you all know I had a relationship with Andrea Giovanni, I say. But that is over. I was naive and blinded by love, which I assure you will never happen again. How can we trust you? Someone yells. I will do everything in my power to take him down, I say. You may all think this is an empty promise, but Cristiano trusts me, and all of you should trust him. The crowd erupts in cheering and clapping. People are shooting bullets into the air. Cristiano smiles at me, and I walk back into Domenico's office. You are going to make an amazing leader one day, he says. Thank you, I reply. Cora smirks at me. You sure you can keep that promise you made out there? She asks. I'll do everything I can, I reply. Andrea's hurt me too much. He ruined me, and it's only fair that I return the favor. Delia, there's someone here who wants to see you. A bodyguard comes up to me. Who is it? I ask. She won't give us a name, she just says she wants to see you. He replies. Okay, take me to her, I reply. I follow the bodyguard and he leads me to a huge hall, and standing in the middle is a pregnant girl being held back by 3 bodyguards. I walk closer to her and she turns around to face. Who are you? What do you want? I ask. She turns to me and my face drops. Mimi stands before me.